Supreme God Emperor Chapter 1038 to Chapter 1094. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A large-scale search. Upon closer inspection, the hundreds of people were at least Stage 3 Earth Immortals. The dozen or so leaders were Stage 5 Earth Immortals. These people were centered around the four people at the front. Shuahaiyang, don't you think Senior Brother Qin thinks too highly of Mu Yun? Among the four, a skinny young man chuckled and said, Mu Yun is merely a Tier 3 Earth Immortal. Is there a need for us, the Qin faction's disciples, to dispatch hundreds of people to kill him? Zifan, don't be careless. Shuahaiyang, who was dressed in a blue robe, said slowly. Mu Yun is not as simple as he looks. Oh? How is he not simple? Zifan was unconvinced. Before Shuahaiyang could speak, another grey-robed man with a jade-like face and red lips said with a smile, I heard that this fellow unified the entire One-Leaf Sword sect. Ye Guxue intends to hand the One-Leaf Sword sect over to him. Haha, hearing this, Zifan immediately laughed loudly and said, Guanping, are you sure you're not teasing me? Iya Sword faction? In the Iya Sword sect, a first-tier Earth Immortal is a superior disciple. In our Heavenly Sword Tower, a first-tier Earth Immortal is nothing. Upon hearing this, another short and fat man laughed. The Iya Sword faction is fundamentally different from our Heaven Sword Tower. It's not surprising that Mu Yun can control the Iya Sword faction. Do you think there are more than 1,000 Earth Immortal Elders in the Iya Sword faction? But in our Heaven Sword Tower, there are thousands of Earth Immortal Realm disciples. Enough. Shuahaiyang frowned when he heard the contempt in their words. He said unhappily, this mission is very important. We have to ensure that we can kill Mu Yun. This is also Senior Brother Qin's intention. Anyway, you can't go wrong by being careful. Don't fail miserably. This Mu Yun is proficient in formations. Be careful not to fall into his formations. Otherwise, we might be annihilated. At the mention of immortal arrays, everyone fell silent. That's right, Mu Yun was proficient in array formations. If she set up an immortal array, all of them would be doomed. Then we won't give him the time to set up the formation. Zifan sneered. Everyone, be careful this time. This guy's strength. Each of us has the ability to kill him. But remember to be careful. Be careful of his immortal design. Don't fall for it. As long as I'm not restricted by his immortal formation, it's not a big deal. Understood. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Shuahaiyang looked at the crowd. Despite their words, none of them showed any signs of nervousness on their faces. He had a feeling that something was amiss this time around. There were thousands of disciples in the inner sword pavilion, but only thousands of Qin clan disciples. This time, they had mobilized 1/10 of Qin Tianyu's forces. From this point alone, Shuahaiyang could tell that Qin Tianyu was determined to kill Mu Yun this time. However, if these people did not pay attention, they would most likely be in big trouble. Now, be serious. Shuahaiyang instructed again. This time, we have mobilized hundreds of people. If it wasn't for the fact that we can't hand over Mu Yun's head to Senior Brother Qin, I don't think any of you will call yourselves Qin clan disciples in the future. Listen to my instructions. From now on, 5 people will form a team. Each team must have a 5th stage Earth Immortal disciple. If that's not enough, then at least 2 4th stage Earth Immortal disciples. Once you see Mu Yun, follow her immediately. Use the message transmitting talisman to communicate with her. If you are discovered by Mu Yun, leave and attack her. Remember, do not injure yourself. Yes. Many disciples responded immediately when they heard Shuahaiyang's order. Zifan, Guanping, Kong Wenyong, the 4 of us are the strongest here. There are 20 teams, and each of us will lead 5 teams. Maintain a distance of 10 miles from each other. Don't go too far. Shuahaiyang, you're too cautious. Just one Mu Yun, listen to me. Shuahaiyang could not help but shout when he saw that Zifan still did not take it to heart. With this shout, the surrounding people's laughter and banter suddenly stopped. Listen to me. Shuahaiyang said again, Senior Brother Qin has given me full authority to manage this. I'll take care of this matter. Zifan, if you don't listen to me, you can go back. I know. Seeing that Shui Haiyang was angry, Zifan pouted and did not say anything else. Alright, let's move according to the plan. Yes. Zifan led 5 teams and moved in one direction. Senior brother Zifan, don't be angry. Senior brother Shui just wants us to complete the mission. A disciple comforted Zifan when he saw that his face was ashen. Complete the mission? Zifan snorted and said, it's just Muyun. I, Zifan, can kill him in the Bailuo Celestial Mountain without anyone knowing. Shui Haiyang is making a fuss over nothing. He just wants to show his status in front of senior brother Qin. This time, I'll let him know who the real genius is. I, Zifan, will definitely enter the sword tomb before he does. After saying that, Zifan looked ahead and said slowly, all of you, split into groups of 2. Spread out and search for Muyun. If you find him, report to me immediately. I want to take his life with my own hands. But what? Zifan was furious. He's just a level 3 Earth Immortal. Are you afraid of his strength or his identity as his last disciple? Or his identity as the Heavenly Sword Envoy? Of course not. Then go and search for him. Any one of you can kill him, can't you? Zifan snorted and said, don't worry. This time, we'll reward you based on your contributions. If you follow me, you'll get benefits. If you follow Shui Haiyang, you'll get nothing. Thank you, senior brother Zifan. Everyone immediately turned into streams of light and began to search. Although there were many immortal beasts in the Bailuo Celestial Mountain, they were all Earth Immortals. Even if they encountered immortal beasts with earthly bloodline, they had ways to search without being discovered. Time passed bit by bit. Soon, they had been in the depths of the mountains for a month. During this month, they searched carefully every day. However, they did not find Muyun at all. Another month passed by. In 2 months, they did not find a single strand of Muyun's hair. On this day, Shui Haiyang and the other 3 gathered again. We can't go on like this. Zifan suddenly said, we've searched every inch of the mountain for 2 months, but we still can't find Muyun. Could this guy have returned to the Heaven Sword Tower? Impossible. Shui Haiyang said firmly, senior brother Qin is keeping an eye on the sect. He didn't find any trace of Muyun. That's strange. Guanping was also puzzled. Logically speaking, since Muyun didn't return, it's impossible for him to be transmitted to the heavenly bloodline immortal beasts. He can only move around within a few hundred kilometers. We've already searched for him for 2 months. We should have found him by now. Kong Wenyong shook his head and said, these hundreds of kilometers go deep into the ground, and the range is more than 100 miles. It's impossible for the 100 or so of us to go through it completely. It's also possible that Muyun took the opportunity to escape. Hearing this, the others all nodded. In that case, I'll ask senior brother Qin to send more people. This time, since senior brother Qin has the intention to kill Muyun, this guy can forget about escaping. Okay. Everyone's fighting spirit was suddenly ignited. 3 days later, another team of 100 people came to the Bailuo Celestial Mountain. This time, the team of 200 people gathered. They narrowed the distance between each other again and began to search. At the same time, in a valley 100 miles deep in the Bailuo Celestial Mountain, a figure suddenly opened his eyes. His sharp and deep eyes were suffocating. 4th grade Earth Immortal. A faint voice rang out, causing everyone to feel as if the air itself was emitting a sound that caused them to tremble. At this moment, Muyun let out a sigh of relief. In more than 2 months, a 4th grade Earth Immortal had another core vortex in his body. During this time, he had killed almost 10 immortal beasts before condensing it. In 2 months, he had improved by 1 core whirlpool. This kind of speed was simply unheard of. Even a genius with heavenly sage aptitude could not improve so quickly. However, Muyun had done it. If it was an ordinary person, this kind of improvement would be considered fast. But now, Muyun was not very satisfied. The power of the Heaven Immortal Epic technique could be said to be a divine skill for the warriors in the Earth Immortal realm. But now, he had only cultivated to the 1st level. The power he absorbed each time could not exceed 2 times his own power. However, he could only digest 1/10 of it. Moreover, he needed to spend time to process it. If he could absorb more than twice his own power, and he could steadily reduce the distance between his realm, then, he would need to improve the Heaven Immortal Epic technique further. When he reached the second level, he could absorb 5 times his own power. Moreover, he could absorb close to 1/5 of it. That kind of improvement was truly shocking. Mu Yun focused and began to slowly digest the increase in his strength. Naturally, Mu Yun would not let go of the chance to improve the cultivation of the immortal technique. After entering the divine space treasure cave in the picture of extermination of Celestial, Mu Yun summoned Guai. Old Tortoise, help me to train my strength and challenge the treasures that my realm is waiting for. Mu Yun entered the picture of extermination of Celestial and said. The picture of extermination of Celestial was a supreme treasure. There were countless treasures in it. However, what Mu Yun had first discovered was only a part of it. It was a very small part. Now, Mu Yun began to prepare for the challenge. Firstly, he could challenge his own strength and increase his understanding of the immortal technique. Secondly, he could obtain the supreme treasures in the picture of extermination of Celestial. Why not? After making up his mind, Mu Yun began to cultivate, Russell. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Ground Explosive Dragon. Mu Yun immediately stopped cultivating when she heard the footsteps. She carefully sensed the area in front of her and held her breath. Someone was coming. Moreover, this person was very cautious, as if he was afraid of being discovered. He seemed to be carefully searching for something. Sigh, it's our turn to do this difficult task. How are we going to find Mu Yun in such a huge immortal mountain? That's right. Another voice said slowly, this Mu Yun is also proficient in immortal arrays. She wants to cultivate here and set up an array. How are we going to find her? That's right. That Mu Yun is not a fool. She's not waiting for us to catch her. There are more than 200 people. With such a big formation, if Mu Yun was still in this area, she would have left long ago. Alright. Stop nagging. The other person said impatiently, search carefully. Once we find Mu Yun, we must kill this kid to vent our anger. This time, senior brother Qin said that whoever kills Mu Yun will be rewarded with 10,000 Earth Yang pills. 10,000 pills? Are you serious? 10,000 Earth Yang pills were enough to buy a middle-grade Earth-level immortal artifact. This was a very generous reward. Hurry up and find her. Hurry up and find her. The two of them immediately began to talk. 10,000 Earth Yang pills. That Mu Yun was taken in as the last disciple of our Tower Master. He must have something good on him. Oh right, didn't the Tower Master give him the 49 Earth-level immortal swords to activate the array last time? There are still hundreds of thousands of Earth Yang pills. Suddenly, the two of them looked at each other and were wild with joy. They had almost forgotten about this. Haha. Looks like we're going to make a killing this time. The two of them looked at each other and laughed madly. So happy? Have you caught me? However, as the two of them were laughing heartily, a voice suddenly sounded behind them. No, we caught you. Why don't you? However, just as one of them opened his mouth to speak, he was suddenly stunned. Me? Who am I? The two of them turned around at the same time, only to see a figure suddenly appear behind them, standing still like a ghost. Mu Yun. Mu Yun. When they saw Mu Yun, the two of them immediately got up and drew their swords. Ka, the sound of the air being torn apart rang out. The two figures were immediately pinned down by the flying swords from head to toe, unable to move at all. Looking at the two of them, Mu Yun said slowly, all right, now, answer whatever I ask. Do you understand? All right, one of them couldn't help but ask with a trembling voice, his face dripping with sweat. First, who sent you to kill me? Qin Tianyu. Another disciple immediately replied. All right. Secondly, how many people did you bring this time? Who's leading the team? Originally, there were more than 100 people here. However, we couldn't find you after searching for more than 2 months. So, senior brother Qin sent another 100 people to form a small team to search for you in the mountain range. 200 people? Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled. It seemed that Qin Tianyu really wanted to kill him. In the entire Heaven Sword Tower, there were only a few thousand disciples of the Internal Sword Pavilion. Among them, most of them were from grade 1 to grade 5 of the internal sword pavilion, most of them were from grade 1 to grade 3 of the internal sword pavilion. Among the disciples of the internal sword pavilion, Qin Tianyu could command no more than 2,000 people. Among them, there were only a few hundred who were above grade 3 of the internal sword pavilion. However, he had sent 200 people to kill him in one go. It had to be said that Qin Tianyu was really willing to spend money on this. Third question, who's the leader? It's Shuo Haiyang, Zifan, Guan Ping, and Kong Wenyong. They are all at the pinnacle of Tier 5 Earth Immortals. It's highly likely that they will enter the Sword Tomb in the next few years and become its disciples. The two disciples spoke one after another, fighting to be the first to speak. However, looking at the two of them, Mu Yun smiled faintly. It seems like the two of you are quite scheming. Hearing Mu Yun's words, the two of them were stunned. I only asked you who the leader was. I didn't ask you what their cultivation base was. You think a mere Tier 5 Earth Immortal is enough to scare me? Mu Yun sneered and drew her sword. Chi-chi, the sound of swords slicing through flesh rang out, and the two of them immediately lay on the ground, their bodies covered with sword holes, blood dripping out. Mu Yun looked at the two corpses and sneered. Immediately, she raised her palm and activated the Divine Era technique. The energy of the core whirlpool kept gathering and entering Mu Yun's body. Qin Tianyu, since you want to play with me, I'll play with you. Mu Yun sneered. In a flash, she entered the depths of the Bailuo Celestial Mountain. However, this time, Mu Yun didn't manage to hide his tracks. Instead, he flew through the mountains with a high profile. He was neither slow nor fast as he flew forward and entered the depths of the mountains. At the same time, on the other side, several figures flew over. It's Mu Yun. Chase after her. One of them immediately recognized Mu Yun and chased after her without saying a word. Someone had already spread the news, and the news spread rapidly. More and more people gathered to chase after Mu Yun. We found Mu Yun's news. In the depths of the mountain, a group of people immediately rushed over when they saw the news. Shuo Haiyang's face lit up with joy. He smiled slowly and said, Good, good. We've finally caught Mu Yun. Everyone, do your best. This time, Mu Yun has shown herself. We must surround her and kill her. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard continuously. When the teams received the news, they began to form an encirclement, wanting to capture and kill Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun felt that more and more people were gathering behind her, and she smiled slightly. These fellows were still a little too confident. If she remembered correctly, the deeper she went, the fewer Earth-class celestial beasts there were. However, the fewer the numbers, the more powerful those Earth-class celestial beasts were. Each of the Earth-class celestial beasts had their own territories. If Mu Yun remembered correctly, before she reached the warning line, the territories of 3 Earth-class celestial beasts were close to each other. Ground Explosion Dragon, Giant-toothed purple-striped tiger, sky-howling black wolf, these 3 Earth-class celestial beasts could be said to be the most powerful beings that were close to the Heaven-class celestial beasts. If you want to chase after me, then go ahead. If you want to kill me in this Bailuo Celestial Mountain, then be prepared. Mu Yun sneered and flew directly into the territories of the 3 Earth-class celestial beasts. In just an instant, Mu Yun's soul power completely disappeared and was hidden in the chart of deity extermination. Step by step, she moved toward the Ground Explosion Dragon's lair. The reason why she chose the Ground Explosion Dragon was because it had a very fiery personality. In addition, the Ground Explosion Dragon was a male and a female, and seemed to have just given birth to a baby dragon. The Ground Explosion Dragon was not a real dragon. At best, it was a celestial beast with a little dragon blood that was born after many generations of divine dragons. Even so, it was an overlord among the Earth-class celestial beasts, and could not be provoked. Mu Yun did not care at all. Hiding her body, Mu Yun directly approached the Ground Explosion Dragon's lair. The Ground Explosion Dragon was 100 feet tall, and its burly body was like a small mountain. At this moment, there was only one Ground Explosion Dragon lying lazily on the mountain peak that was hundreds of meters high, basking in the sun. As expected, the other one should have gone out to look for food. The dragon egg should be under the small mountain that the Ground Explosion Dragon was lying on. Mu Yun made up her mind and immediately approached. Her soul was in the chart of deity extermination, so the ground explosion dragon could not find Mu Yun at all. In addition, Mu Yun had handled her aura very well, so the ground explosion dragon could not smell her at all. Mu Yun approached the dragon's lair step by step, not daring to be careless. At the same time, on the other side, Shui Haiyang, Zi Fan, Guan Ping, and Kong Wen-yong had already gathered with their respective teams. Where is Mu Yun? Shui Haiyang looked at the crowd and asked. Reporting to senior brother Shui, that guy has entered the depths. One of the disciples reported, that place is filled with earth-grade immortal beasts with earth-grade immortal bloodline. If we go in. He dares to enter, but you don't? Shui Haiyang bellowed, everyone, enter the formation now. This time, we have discovered this guy, and he has also discovered us. If he recovers and sets up the formation, it will be difficult to deal with him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go in. Shui Haiyang snorted. Roar, however, right at that moment, a loud and clear roar suddenly rang out. As the loud and clear roar echoed, a figure suddenly rose from the ground. The rumbling sound made people dizzy. Even from dozens of miles away, one could see that the ground in front of them was filled with smoke. Trees had collapsed, and a majestic figure rose into the sky. Who? Who stole my child? You're courting death. Courting death. A crazy and angry woman's voice rang out. At that moment, a violent energy suddenly exploded. The ground within 100 miles of Bailuo Celestial Mountain suddenly collapsed, and the stones cracked. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. What's going on? Why was the ground explosive berserk dragon angry at this moment? Roar. Following the furious roar of the earthen eruption berserk dragon, the roar of another earthen eruption berserk dragon also sounded from 100 miles away. Along the way, the ground cracked and the mountain rocks rolled down. In less than 10 breaths' time, a figure rushed over. What's going on? The explosive mad dragon's figure turned into a human figure. He was burly, covered with hair, and had a pair of nostrils pointing to the sky. Father of my child was stolen. The other explosive mad dragon immediately said angrily. Damn it, damn it. Who is it? When I find him, I will tear him to pieces. The berserk roar stunned the disciples of the sword pavilion in the heavenly sword tower. Retreat. Shui Haiyang suddenly shouted, retreat. Retreat quickly. Why are we retreating? Zi Fan suddenly said, Mu Yun is inside. The explosive mad dragon is angry, and we can go and look for Mu Yun. Look for her? Shui Haiyang shouted, the explosive mad dragon is the overlord of this area. None of the earth-grade immortal beasts around here dare to go against him at this critical moment. All of them have to obey his orders obediently. When they gather and kill us, we won't be able to escape even if we want to. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. Why did they stop running? As the explosion sounded, the ground trembled continuously as if thousands of soldiers and horses were gathering. Everyone's expression changed when they saw this. Let's go. Ziffin did not persist this time. Now was not the time to take Mu Yun's life. Their first priority should be to protect their own lives. Hey, everyone, aren't you looking for me? However, at this moment, a mocking voice suddenly sounded. Just as everyone was about to flee in a panic, a voice sounded behind them. Everyone turned around to look at that figure. Mu Yun. Shui Haiyang was furious when he saw Mu Yun. Mu Yun, is this your doing? That's right, it's me. Mu Yun smiled and said, everyone, the fun has just begun. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? As Mu Yun finished speaking, she flew down and waved her hand. Immediately, white powder rose into the air. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard at this moment. The rustling sound immediately caused everyone's expression to change. What was going on? Everyone was taken aback when they saw this scene. What the hell are you sprinkling? Why does it still have a fishy and sweet smell? Shui Haiyang immediately shouted when he saw Mu Yun. It's nothing. It's just an explosive ground dragon's egg. Mu Yun clapped her hands and said nonchalantly, this dragon egg is very nutritious. Although it's just powder from the dragon shell, it's enough for you to enjoy. Hearing this, everyone started to take their immortal pills and swallowed them. Popping sounds could be heard, but everyone suddenly realized that there was nothing strange about it. What was going on? Oh no! However, Zhuo Haiyang immediately reacted at this moment. The eggshells that Mu Yun sprinkled on them did not cause any harm to their bodies, but they were tainted with the aura of the explosive ground dragon's egg. When the explosive ground dragon followed them and realized that there was no dragon egg, it realized that they had the aura of the dragon egg on their bodies. The consequences were unimaginable. Thinking of this, Zhuo Haiyang immediately shouted, hurry up and find water to clean yourself. It's useless. Mu Yun said at this moment, find water? What do you think this is? Was it just a simple eggshell? This is an explosive ground dragon's egg. Roar. Just as Mu Yun said this, a deafening sound was heard at this moment. Everyone was completely stunned when they heard that sound. The thunderous roars shook everyone's eardrums, and the violent sounds made everyone's hearts tremble. At this very moment, the crackling sounds of explosions were indescribable to them. Run! Zhuo Haiyang. How could they care about Mu Yun now? What they had to think about first was their own situation. As soon as Zhuo Haiyang's words fell, the crowd immediately dispersed, and the figures scattered in all directions. Seeing this scene, everyone realized that they had been tricked. They had fallen into Mu Yun's trap. However, at this moment, no matter what, Mu Yun couldn't care less. They had to run first. If they didn't run, they would die. The explosive ground dragon was the king of Earth bloodline immortal beasts. They would all die if it slapped them. Mu Yun was hiding under the tree. She was motionless. Her true soul was also hidden. No one could detect her aura. The explosive ground dragon rushed over at this moment. However, he discovered that the humans were fleeing in all directions, but he couldn't find any trace of his dragon egg. Seeing everyone fleeing, the explosive ground dragon shouted, you killed my son. You're courting death. You're courting death. There was only the aura of the dragon egg, but there was no trace of it. How could the explosive ground dragon not understand what happened? His son had been killed. Damn it. All of you must die. The explosive ground dragon roared furiously. Everyone could feel the anger in the explosive ground dragon's heart. Damn it. Zhuo Haiyang looked behind him. The explosive ground dragon was furious. He didn't expect that he would be tricked by Mu Yun today. However, the most despicable thing was that the explosive berserk dragon was so stupid that it allowed Mu Yun to steal its dragon egg right under its nose. What was worse was that Mu Yun knew how to refine pills. It was not a problem for her to tamper with the dragon egg. Crackling sounds rang out. The immortal beast that was chasing after them was initially just a ground explosive mad dragon. But gradually, the ground explosive mad dragon changed. It changed into various other immortal beasts. Powerful immortal beasts appeared one after another. All of you, kill these brats. Don't let any of them go. Don't let any of them go. Do you understand? The Earthburst Berserk Dragon commanded. Its entire beast body was trembling violently. Under such circumstances, everyone could feel the heaviness of the atmosphere. The explosive ground dragon was looking for helpers. To be more precise, it was the explosive berserk dragon that had summoned his subordinates. What should they do now? Everyone was dumbfounded. Scatter and escape. At the critical moment, Zhuo Haiyang displayed his spirit as a leader and immediately shouted. Zifan, Guanping, Kong Wenyong, the three of you, lead your teams and scatter. Everyone, flee in another direction. Remember, you can't gather together. It's best if you all scatter. Escape as many as you can. Zhuo Haiyang slowly shouted, return to the Heaven Sword Tower and luckily escape with your lives. Don't forget to tell senior brother Qin that Mu Yun is vicious and merciless. She can't be forgiven for harming her fellow disciples. Yes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hearing this, the crowd immediately spread out, looking at the powerful immortal beast chasing after him. Zhuo Haiyang immediately gritted his teeth and flew out. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Swoosh. At this moment, not only behind him, but also in front of him, many powerful immortal beasts were summoned by the explosive ground dragon and immediately attacked. Behind him, Mu Yun was hiding under the leaves of a giant tree. When she saw this scene, she smiled sinisterly. Evil people would eventually be defeated by evil people. This Shui Haiyang was too ambitious. This time, Qin Tianyu really put a lot of thought into him. He sent out more than 200 people to kill him in Bailuo Celestial Mountain. However, Qin Tianyu underestimated him too much. What did he take him for? The sneer in Mu Yan's eyes deepened. Hee, little fellow, you're very clever. However, just as Mu Yun was about to turn around, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. Swoosh, almost without saying anything, Mu Yun's speed increased sharply and she immediately left. However, at this moment, another figure appeared in front of Mu Yun again. Where are you running to? We won't kill you. In front of her left, another figure appeared again. Swoosh, however, when Mu Yun turned in another direction, another figure appeared again. The three figures formed a triangle and firmly surrounded Mu Yun in the center. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun stood in between the three of them and could only smile bitterly. It seemed that this time, she had fallen. Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that she would meet the three of them here. Li Fengxing, Han Kai, Tong Yao, the three great jail kings of Biluo Huangquan School. Seeing the three of them here, Mu Yun simply sat in the center and stopped running. There were three great Heaven Immortal Realm martial artists. She couldn't escape even if she wanted to. She might as well wait and see what the three of them wanted to do. Why aren't you running anymore? Seeing the three of you, I can't run even if I want to. If you want to kill me, you can just wave your hands. If I'm still useful, maybe you can spare my life. Mu Yun looked at the three of them and smiled. You're a smart and quick-witted fellow. Hearing Mu Yun's words, the three of them immediately looked at each other and nodded. You're right not to run. The three of them immediately sneered. If you run, you'll die. Looking at the three of them, Mu Yun didn't say anything. Seniors, you're the high and mighty jail kings. Why bother with a small disciple of Heaven Sword Tower like me? Mu Yun begged. Kid, don't try to trick us. Seeing Mu Yun's bitter expression, Han Kai immediately snorted. Tell me honestly, who are you and why are they trying to kill you? My name is Mu Yun. I'm a disciple of Heaven Sword Tower. Those people are following the orders of a person called Qin Tianyu from Heaven Sword Tower to kill me. The reason why they're chasing me is because the Tower Master of Heaven Sword Tower, Tian Junyu, appointed me as his last disciple and even ordered me to be a Heaven Sword envoy. Mu Yun didn't hold back at all. He knew that there was no need to hide it now. This Qin Tianyu, as Tian Junyu's eldest disciple, is naturally angry that a little disciple like me is highly regarded, so, I see. Tong Yao chuckled and swung his palm. A Heaven Sword Tower disciple was directly thrown out. However, at this moment, the Heaven Sword Tower disciple was already dead. Fortunately, you told the truth. Otherwise, you'll end up like him. Tong Yao looked at Mu Yun and said sinisterly. Mu Yun knew that this fellow had already asked the disciple of the Heavenly Sword Tower. The reason he asked him again was to see if he would be honest or not. After throwing the disciple's corpse on the ground, Tong Yao walked toward Mu Yun and said with a smile, Mu Yun, right? That old bastard Tian Junyu appointed you as a Heaven Sword envoy and took you as his last disciple. It seems that he really thinks highly of you. Let me ask you, why is your Heaven Sword Tower in Huangquan City? Reporting to Senior. Mu Yun cupped his hands and said, the reason why we're in Huangquan City is because the Iya Sword sect found the entrance to Huangquan City there. Everyone thought that Huangquan City was destroyed 10,000 years ago, so they decided to enter and investigate. Who took the Heaven Fall Yellow Springs diagram? Han Kai immediately walked forward and asked in a muffled voice. Heaven Fall Yellow Springs diagram? Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, Seniors, I heard from Master that this diagram was taken away by someone with ulterior motives before we entered. Impossible. Hearing this, Li Fengxing suddenly shouted, the Heaven Fall Yellow Springs diagram is the core of the formation in the entire Huangquan City. Not to mention the Heaven Sword Tower, even the Triple Heavenly Alliance, a silver-ranked force, can't do anything about it. You brat, don't try to deceive us. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Seal of Control, why should I lie to you? However, Mu Yun waved his hand helplessly and said, this is the truth. I wasn't the only one who saw it. All the disciples of the various major sects who entered Netherworld City saw it. Just ask anyone and you'll know. Wait. Han Kai immediately stopped Li Fengxing when he saw that he was about to get angry. You said that the Sword sect was the first to discover Netherworld City, and then the blue sky underworld diagram disappeared? Yes. Han Kai pondered for a moment and said, in that case, the Sword sect took the blue sky underworld diagram? Impossible. Tong Yao immediately said, we followed them all the way and found the person with the blue sky underworld diagram in the Heaven Sword Tower. How could it be, unless what? Unless this person is from the Sword sect and followed the people of the Heaven Sword Tower to the Heaven Sword Tower. That makes sense. The three of them immediately looked at Mu Yun. Kid, let me ask you. Did anyone from the Sword sect come to the Heaven Sword Tower? Hearing this, Mu Yun was secretly careless. He was too careless, he didn't expect to give himself away here. It seemed that these people had an ultimate treasure that could detect the whereabouts of the blue sky underworld diagram. However, this ultimate treasure could only detect the location from a certain distance. However, there was only one person from the Sword sect and the Heaven Sword Tower, and that was him. Seeing that Mu Yun was silent, Li Fengxing immediately snorted and said, Kid, why aren't you saying anything? Ah? Yes. Mu Yun immediately said, that person is me. I was originally a disciple of the Sword sect's leader. Later, Tian Junyu took a fancy to me and took me in as the last disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, the three figures immediately took a step forward and surrounded Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun felt that his entire body was being searched. Kid, looking at Mu Yun, Li Fengxing shouted, did you discover Netherworld City? That's me. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, Mu Yun felt as if the aura of the three of them had enveloped him, unable to dissipate for a long time. His entire body was about to collapse under the pressure. Seniors. Mu Yun struggled. Mu Yun. I did see the blue sky underworld diagram, but with my strength. How could I have taken the blue sky underworld map? The blue sky underworld map? How could I get the netherworld map with map? If I take the blue sky's underworld diagram, I'm afraid the sect master of the Sword sect and the tower master of the Heavenly Sword Tower will kill me. Mu Yun was completely speechless. Seniors, you've also examined me from head to toe. Did you find anything unusual about me? It's not up to you to decide if there's anything unusual. Tong Yao snorted and took the interspatial immortal ring from Mu Yun's finger. He broke the restriction set by Mu Yun and entered the ring to check. After a while, Tong Yao looked at Li Fengxing and Han Kai and shook his head. Brat, I don't believe that Yi Guxiue and Tian Junyu took a fancy to you. Li Fengxing looked at Mu Yun and snorted. Seniors, to be honest. Mu Yun cupped his hands and said, I'm just a little more talented. They said that I'm a heavenly saint, so they fought for me to be their disciple. I have two identities in the Sword sect and the Heaven Sword Tower. It's very difficult for me to survive between the cracks. Heavenly Saint, hearing this, the three of them immediately reduced their pressure. Tong Yao looked at Mu Yun and said, you're now a level 4 Earth Immortal. Show me your full strength. Yes. Mu Yun's pressure was reduced. She immediately slashed her sword at Tong Yao. This slash was the sound of a dragon's roar. Mu Yun asked Xiaoqi to cooperate and let out a faint dragon's roar. Roar. Suddenly, a roar was heard and the sword slashed at Tong Yao. Tong Yao was not afraid. He waved his hand and slapped at Mu Yun. Bang, the two of them clashed. Mu Yun was like an egg that had crashed into a rock. She immediately retreated in a sorry state. As expected. The three of them looked at each other, dumbfounded. Whether she had the Heavenly Saint aptitude or not, it was obvious from the power of the immortal technique. The talent that Mu Yun displayed at this moment was indeed powerful. It was no wonder that the leaders of the Sword sect and the Heaven Sword Tower had their eyes on Mu Yun. The three of them looked at each other and walked to the side. Seeing this, Mu Yun stood at the side and remained silent. He did not know if the three of them would believe his words. However, they would not kill him if they could not find the Heaven Sky Yellow Springs diagram. His dual identity would still be useful. Unless the three of them were bloodthirsty. At the same time, the three of them stood at the side and discussed animatedly. What should we do? Han Kai looked at Li Fengxing and Tong Yao and asked in a low voice. This kid doesn't look like he's lying. However, the heavenly saint aptitude is rarely seen in thousands of years. How about we take this kid in as a disciple of the Biluo Huangquan school? Tong Yao said slowly with a teasing tone. Are you sure he's okay? However, Li Fengxing said, is it so easy for this kid to have the heavenly saint aptitude? Although he has many treasures on him, none of them are attractive. Either he has outstanding talent, or, even we can't see through his treasures. How can it be? Han Kai was slightly incredulous. If even we can't see through it, then it must be something that surpasses the heaven-grade immortal artifact. Han Kai shrunk his neck and said in disbelief. That's hard to say. Tong Yao nodded and said, however, this kid's identity is special. We can use him. How do we use him? A few years ago, I obtained a contract technique. I want to use it on this kid to make him listen to us. We should be able to use him. If he performs well after we find the Heaven Sky Yellow Springs diagram, it's not impossible to take him into the sect. If that doesn't work, we can just. Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other and nodded. At this moment, Mu Yun did not care about what the three of them were thinking, as long as they could guarantee that he would not die. Mu Yun. Finally, the three of them turned around and looked at Mu Yun. We value your talent very much. If you're willing to leave the Heaven Sword Tower and the Yi Sword Sect and join our Biluo Huangquan school, we can take you in. However, the premise is that you have to find the Heaven Sky Yellow Springs diagram for us. Hearing this, Mu Yun only smiled. In the end, the three of them could not bear to kill him. However, they could not avoid using him. Heaven Sky Yellow Springs diagram. Hearing this, Mu Yun's face turned bitter. Seniors, I don't know where the Heaven Sky Yellow Springs diagram is. Mu Yun said helplessly, not only you guys are looking for it, but all the major forces are looking for it now. Don't worry, kid. Tong Yao chuckled. Aren't you the heavenly sword envoy of the Heaven Sword Tower now? Moreover, you're the last disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower. If you want to spread some news in the Heaven Sword Tower, wouldn't it be easy? Spread the news? That's right. Tong Yao smiled. You just need to return to the Heaven Sword Tower and tell the Heaven Sword Tower disciples that the Heaven Sky Yellow Springs diagram is with one of the disciples or elders of the Heaven Sword Tower. I think the Heaven Sword Tower will be suspicious of each other immediately. How sinister. Let the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower be suspicious of each other and cause internal strife. At that time, everyone would be suspicious of each other. The person who had the Heaven Sky Yellow Springs diagram would definitely be on tenterhooks all day long. Sooner or later, he would be exposed. Once he was exposed, he would be exposed. At that time, they would have a chance to seize it. It was indeed a good idea, but unfortunately, it was destined to fail. At this moment, Mu Yun, who was holding the celestial extermination diagram, was right in front of them. They could not even detect her. Naturally, Mu Yun would not be so stupid as to be frightened by this plan. Okay, I will return to the Heaven Sword Tower and do it immediately. Mu Yun cupped his hands and smiled. Wait. However, seeing that Mu Yun was about to leave, Tong Yao immediately said, don't be in such a hurry to leave. If you leave like this, how can we trust you? Senior, you mean, I happen to have a contract seal here. It's called the Seal of Control. Don't think too much about it. It's just a trick to test you. If you do well, I will remove the seal and bring you back to the Biluo Huangquan school. I will recommend you to the sect leader. If you don't do well, I understand. Mu Yun cupped his hands and bowed. Senior, please form the seal. I am willing to sign it. Seeing that Mu Yun was so calm, Li Fengxing chuckled and said, Kid, you seem to be very calm. I'm afraid, there is something wrong in your heart, right? Senior, you are wrong. Mu Yun chuckled. This time I will not be able to escape from your hands no matter what tricks I use. Now, you are giving me a chance to live. On the path of cultivation, what is more desirable than living on? You have such a temperament at such a young age. Not bad, not bad. Looking at Mu Yun with satisfaction, Tong Yao suddenly raised his palm. Slowly, a wisp of black gas rose directly. As the black gas rose, Mu Yun's entire body trembled. He immediately felt a black gas hovering above his true soul in his mind. It condensed into a palm imprint and hovered above his true soul. Tong Yao smiled and said, "Be obedient. This imprint will not have any effect. If you dare to cheat." Just as Tong Yao finished speaking, Mu Yan's face instantly turned pale. He let out a miserable cry, and his entire body bent on the ground like a prawn, unable to move. "I understand. It's good that you understand. We will contact you anytime if we need anything." After the three figures finished speaking, they immediately turned around and were about to leave. "Senior." At this moment, Mu Yan forced himself to stand up and said, "Seniors, since I am working for the three of you now, I hope that the three of you can give me some help. I have no one to rely on in the Heaven Sword Tower. It is very troublesome to do things." Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. You control me? Li Fengxing looked at Mu Yan and smiled. "Sure, we can arrange a helper for you. However, can you bring him into the Heaven Sword Tower?" "Yes." Mu Yan forced a smile. "I'm at least the Heavenly Sword Envoy of the Heaven Sword Tower now. Sure, no problem." Tong Yao smiled. "With the life control seal, I don't think you can play any tricks. Gu Feng, follow Mu Yan into the Heaven Sword Tower. This Heaven Sword Tower's last disciple, the Heavenly Sword Envoy, will definitely be able to protect you. If there's any trouble, you can help him solve it." "Yes." As Tong Yao finished speaking, a young man with a tough face and sharp features walked up from behind him. The man looked at Mu Yan and remained silent. He was as cold as ice. "Thank you, Senior." Mu Yan forced a smile and said slowly. Seeing this, the three Hell Kings immediately left the place. In the blink of an eye, only Mu Yan and Gu Feng were left standing on the spot. "Let's go," Gu Feng said indifferently as he looked at Mu Yan. "Why are you so cold?" But Mu Yan chuckled and said, "From now on, you're my hired thug. You have to listen to everything I say." "Listen to you? Dream on," Gu Feng said coldly. "I'm only staying to monitor you. You want me to listen to you? Stop dreaming. Don't be anxious." Mu Yan chuckled. "There's a small problem with my body now. I need to find a place to cultivate in seclusion immediately." "You're not trying to trick us, are you?" "Of course not." Seeing Mu Yan's pale face, Gu Feng frowned. "Moreover, the Heaven Sword Tower's disciples are in trouble. It won't be good if we encounter the Earth Explosion Dragon when we go out." "I don't care about a mere Earth Explosion Dragon," Gu Feng sneered. "You don't have to check my cultivation realm. Don't worry, I can crush you like an ant." "I don't dare." Mu Yan cupped his hands and smiled. The two of them left together, found a cave, and directly entered it. Mu Yan didn't say anything. She sat on the ground sword tower. Injured, Mu Yan's heart was greatly injured. Life control seal? It was similar to his life and death seal. However, Mu Yan's life and death seal was now combined with his understanding of the immortal blood codex and the power of his bloodline. Otherwise, Luo Jianxue, Huan Xianxia, and the others wouldn't have been able to improve. The life and death seal made Mu Yan like a towering tree, and those who were controlled by her life and death seal were like the fruits on the tree. Mu Yan could make these fruits complete continuously, and she could also make these fruits fall to the ground and turn them into nourishment. However, the life control seal wasn't like that. It was just a method Tong Yao used to control him. Because of this, Mu Yan wanted to break it. Mu Yan might not necessarily be unable to break the seal at the end of the seal. Entering a meditative state, Mu Yan didn't care about what Gu Feng was thinking. She directly began to investigate her true soul. This triggered the true soul that was originally floating above her true soul. Mu Yan was a little tempted. She took her true soul into the picture of extermination of immortality, but the seal didn't move. When Mu Yan's true soul came out of the picture of extermination of immortality, the life control seal merged with her true soul again. "It's a damned seal." Mu Yan smiled. His life and death seal, no matter where it was used, would be controlled. However, the life control seal couldn't follow his true soul into the picture of extermination of immortality because his true soul could separate from the main body. It couldn't pose a threat to him at all. If it were other people, they might not be able to do anything. However, the power of the picture of extermination of immortality was unparalleled. After testing this point, Mu Yun also let out a sigh of relief. The life control seal was useless against him. Mu Yun exhaled slightly and stood up. "You're Gu Feng, right?" Mu Yun stood up and looked at Gu Feng. She exhaled and said, "Okay, now, I'll bring you back to the Heaven Sword Tower. Since the 3 prison kings have asked you to stay, I hope you can help me when I'm in danger." Seeing the sudden change in Mu Yun's tone, Gu Feng was slightly stunned. This guy really looked a little strange. However, Gu Feng thought that he was strong and didn't look at Mu Yun in the eye. In his eyes, Mu Yun was just a third-grade Earth Immortal brat. She thought she was a little smarter, but in fact, she was just a little loach that others could kill. Following Mu Yun, the two left the Bailuo Celestial Mountain and returned to the Heaven Sword Tower. At this moment, in the Bailuo Celestial Mountain, the storm gradually stopped. However, the faint smell of blood made people feel that it was not very peaceful just now. Mu Yun brought Gu Feng back to the Heaven Sword Tower. They suddenly stopped in a valley outside of the mountains of the Heavenly Sword Tower. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Mu Yun said slowly. "Senior Gu Feng, the Heaven Sword Tower is in front of us. You also know that the Heaven Sword Tower is a bronze force. There are also a few celestial array masters in the tower. So, I'll have to trouble Mr. Gu Feng to integrate this drop of blood into your body. This way, you can avoid the detection of the celestial array and avoid unnecessary trouble. Also, it will save you from any accidents. When you follow me to the sect, I can apply for the position of an elder in the Inner Sword Pavilion for you. At that time, it will be much more convenient for you to do things." Hearing Mu Yun's words, Gu Feng frowned. "Could it be that you think that my blood is poisonous?" "Don't try to provoke me." Gu Feng suddenly shouted, "How powerful can your blood be? I'm a level 1 celestial immortal. How can I be controlled by you?" Gu Feng snorted and took the flying guillotine from Mu Yun's hand. In an instant, Gu Feng's expression changed abruptly. After the drop of blood integrated into his body, it flew into his mind like a bug and turned into a strange and unpredictable seal, sticking to his true soul. Gu Feng's expression changed instantly. He looked at Mu Yun and shouted, "Brat, what did you do? How would I dare to do anything?" Mu Yun said in horror, "Senior, don't accuse me. You didn't? Then, what did this drop of blood turn into?" Gu Feng's expression changed abruptly. He looked at Mu Yun in shock. "Can't you feel it?" The horror on Mu Yun's face gradually disappeared and was replaced by a cold smile. That smile looked very despairing. "What did you do? If you don't tell me, then die." Gu Feng snorted and took a step forward. In an instant, before Gu Feng's scream could be heard, his whole face suddenly twisted to the extreme. Boundless pain spread through his mind, making him unable to resist at all. Even moving a finger made him feel completely hopeless. "Stand properly." Gu Feng's body curled up. His face twisted in pain and anger. However, under Mu Yun's command, his body stood properly. He resisted this kind of obedience from the bottom of his heart, but his body obediently followed the standards. How could this be? Gu Feng was stunned. This was impossible. Seeing this scene, Gu Feng was completely dumbfounded. He looked at Mu Yun with eyes full of fire. "What did you do? Why are you so anxious, mister?" "I didn't do anything." Mu Yun laughed and said, "I just used some small tricks. After all, Mr. is a stage 1 heaven immortal. How can you listen to my orders? It's good that you know. Quickly remove it now." No. Mu Yun laughed again and said, "If I remove it, I'm afraid Mr. will slap me to death in anger. That won't do. For the sake of the Biluo Huangquan School's strength and the 3 prison kings' orders, Mr. will suffer a little for the time being." "You control me?" Gu Feng shouted, "Do you know that the consequence of controlling me is that you will die without a burial place?" "Of course I know." Mu Yun smiled and said, "It's just that I have no choice. If I don't control you, I will die even more miserably. Moreover, Tong Yao's tricks are useless against me, Mu Yun." As Mu Yun spoke, she snapped her fingers. A seal slowly appeared above his head. However, the seal had stripped away his true soul. Seeing this scene, Gu Feng was stunned. This guy broke the seal. Gu Feng was speechless. How is this possible? Gu Feng immediately shouted, I must report this to Lord Tong. As Gu Feng spoke, he was about to send the message. However, after he finished speaking, Gu Feng realized that his entire body was not under his control at all. To be precise, this body was no longer his. Even his consciousness was no longer his. Don't waste your energy. Mu Yun said slowly, my dark seal of life and death is not something that Tong Yao's life control seal can compare to. With this dark seal of life and death, as long as I am strong enough, even a celestial king will be under my control. Gu Feng, I advise you to be more obedient. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng's face turned pale. He had never thought that a mere Tier 4 earthly deity would have such strong control over him, a Tier 1 heavenly deity. This was simply inconceivable. Alright, Mr. Gu Feng, let's go. Mu Yun smiled and said, this time, there are probably many people in this Heaven Sword Tower who want to deal with me. But don't be afraid. With you here, everything will be fine. What about me? Mu Yun's face suddenly changed and she said, don't talk nonsense here. Let me tell you, I am keeping you alive because I need you. Stop talking nonsense here. Now, call me master respectfully. You want me to call you master? Master. However, before Gu Feng could finish cursing, he suddenly changed the way he addressed Lin Fan. The word master immediately came out of his mouth. That's more like it. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Yuri the one who's framing me. Mr. Gu Feng, let me ask you, what on earth is the Blue Sky Netherworld sect doing? That's enough. Let me ask you during this period of time. Mu Yun said, you've been so mysterious. You've been hiding for 10,000 years, and now you want to continue hiding. Originally, Gu Feng did not want to answer. However, at this moment, his true soul was being controlled. Everything that he did not want to answer had become a must. Our Biluo Huangquan school wants to overthrow the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Gu Feng said proudly. Overthrow the 33 Heavenly Sword sect? Hearing this, Mu Yun laughed out loud. Are you kidding me? Mu Yun could not help but laugh. The 33 Heavenly Sword sect has more than one immortal king. With a pinch of their fingers, your Biluo Huangquan school will be annihilated in the river of history. Then let me ask you again. How many heaven immortals are there in your Biluo Huangquan school? How many mystic immortals are there that surpass the heaven immortal realm? The 18 Hell Kings are all experts at the peak of the heaven immortal realm. As for our sect leader, he's an existence that surpasses the heaven immortal realm. We don't know how powerful he is. Gu Feng seemed to be quite proud when he mentioned the sect leader. Our sect leader has far surpassed the aptitude of a heavenly sage. You can't imagine how powerful he is. Moreover, this immortal realm is just a chessboard in our sect leader's eyes. As long as he wants to, the immortal realm will be shaken. Good. Your sect leader is powerful. Since he's so powerful, why is he so afraid and not appearing for 10,000 years? What do you know? Gu Feng immediately looked at Mu Yun with contempt and said, our sect leader is waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity? Yes, an opportunity for the peerless immortal King Mu Yun to be reborn 10,000 years ago. As soon as Gu Feng said this, Mu Yun was stunned. How is it? Are you scared out of your wits? Gu Feng looked at Mu Yun in a daze and immediately laughed out loud. Brat, you haven't seen the world. What do you know? Do you know the relationship between the 10 great domains in the immortal world? The powerful demon region, the ferocious devil region, the Buddhist region that saves the world, the Zhao region that is ruled by the number 1 family in the immortal world, and the other 10 regions. You know nothing about them. I'm afraid you don't even know who Mu Yun is. Why wouldn't I know? My name is Mu Yun. Gu Feng was rendered speechless by Mu Yun's words. I think you've been brainwashed by your sect master after being locked up for 10,000 years. Mu Yun did not argue with Gu Feng. She looked ahead and said, the Heaven Sword Tower is right in front of us. Just follow me and speak less. What about me? Mu Yun turned around and looked at Gu Feng. She said, don't forget that you're my slave now. Not to mention in the Heaven Sword Tower, even if you're in front of Tong Yao, as long as you want to, just think about it, I can make you die immediately before you can say a word. What about me? Let's go. As Mu Yun spoke, she led Gu Feng directly into the Heaven Sword Tower. However, when Mu Yun's figure had just entered the Heaven Sword Tower, news had already spread. When the two figures stepped into the Heaven Sword Tower, a loud roar suddenly sounded in the sky. Mu Yun, how dare you come back? Die. This roar directly shook the entire Heaven Sword Tower. Whether it was the inner sword pavilion or the outer sword pavilion, or even the odd job disciples, they only felt that there was a muffled explosion in the sky. With a swoosh, a figure had already appeared in front of Mu Yun. It was Qin Tianyu. Mu Yun, how dare you come back? Die. Qin Tianyu did not say anything and directly shouted. He took a step forward and approached Mu Yun. Seeing that Qin Tianyu did not say anything and directly attacked her, Mu Yun took a step back. Gu Feng, who was behind her, immediately went forward. Bang, the two figures suddenly hit each other with their palms. With a loud bang, the two of them immediately retreated. However, when they retreated, Qin Tianyu's heart was filled with surprise. Why did an elite in the celestial realm appear beside Mu Yun? However, while Qin Tianyu was surprised, Gu Feng, who was on the other side, was even more surprised. He had just entered the Heaven Sword Tower, and there was already a fellow who had the same strength as him. Who was this fellow? Could it be that the Heaven Sword Tower, a bronze-level force, was so powerful? Seeing this scene, everyone immediately looked at each other. What was going on? Mu Yun was even more furious. Qin Tianyu, what are you doing? Mu Yun roared. Looking at Qin Tianyu, she suddenly said angrily, What? Do you want to kill my junior brother, or do you want to kill the Heavenly Sword Envoy personally appointed by the tower leader? As soon as she said this, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Qin Tianyu's face flushed red. He could not help but shout, Stop pretending here. Heavenly Sword Envoy? Do you deserve to be the Heavenly Sword Envoy of the Heaven Sword Tower? You are just a Tier 3 Earth God. Who do you think you can control? Moreover, how could the Heavenly Sword Envoy of the Heaven Sword Tower wantonly frame and kill the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower? What? Kill the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower? What's going on? What's going on? Hearing Qin Tianyu's words, more and more disciples gathered in the outer sword pavilion. Qin Tianyu, you better make it clear today. Who killed the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower? If you don't make it clear, you are slandering me. I, Mu Yun, will not let this go. Slandering? Qin Tianyu suddenly laughed and said, Shua Haiyang, you tell me. As soon as Qin Tianyu finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. It's Mu Yun. It's him. Shua Haiyang suddenly shouted. He stole the dragon egg of the ground explosive dragon and deliberately sprinkled the dragon egg powder on us. Because of this, only I escaped from the 200 disciples of the inner sword pavilion. Wow, hearing Mu Yun's words, the crowd looked at each other with their mouths agape. How could this be? The loss of more than 200 disciples of the inner sword pavilion was not something the inner sword pavilion could bear. You are slandering me. Mu Yun suddenly shouted, Shua Haiyang, right? You said that I stole the dragon egg of the ground explosive dragon. Let me ask you, who is the ground explosive dragon? Who am I? Did I steal its dragon egg? Do you think everyone will believe me? Moreover, why didn't you say that more than 200 disciples of the inner sword pavilion entered the Bailuo celestial mountain and tried to kill me, Mu Yun? You're the unlucky one, enraged by the ground eruption dragon and slaughtered everyone. Now, you're slandering me and framing me. You are the one who is framing me. Hearing this, Shua Haiyang suddenly shouted. Mu Yun. Qin Tianyu suddenly shouted, if that's the case, why didn't you, a mere stage 3 Earth Celestial, die when the ground explosive dragon was angry and killed so many people? T. As soon as Qin Tianyu finished speaking, Mu Yun immediately scolded, Qin Tianyu, what do you mean? So many people died, and I, Mu Yun, deserve to die? Does that mean that Shua Haiyang deserves to die too? Then why don't you ask why he didn't die? I am just surprised. You are only a stage 3 Earth Celestial. How could you run away? That's because the heavens didn't want me to be killed by some cunning people. Mu Yun immediately snorted and said, Senior Gu Fenggu is a powerful rogue celestial. He happened to pass by and saw my talent. He didn't want me to die, so he saved me. Mu Yun looked at Qin Tianyu and snorted, Don't talk nonsense here. Qin Tianyu, you were so eager to kill me just now. Did you want to silence me? Dead men tell no tales. Even if the house leader comes out of seclusion, I am already dead. He won't punish you severely. I didn't. Qin Tianyu immediately defended himself, I was just anxious. But Mu Yun, this is not enough to prove your innocence. Do I need to prove my innocence? Mu Yun shouted again, I didn't do anything wrong. Let everyone see. More than 200 disciples of the Inner Sword Pavilion entered the Bailuo Celestial Mountain to train together. What's more, these disciples are close to you, Qin Tianyu. What's more, they met me. I think you know better than me what this means. As I said, the heavens didn't want me to die. Even if the Earth Explosion Dragon is angry, I, Mu Yun, won't die if I don't deserve to die. On the contrary, those with ulterior motives deserve to die. Mu Yun said it all in one breath. Everyone immediately understood the whole story. More than 200 disciples went to the Bailuo Celestial Mountain to train. How could it be so coincidental that all of them gathered together? There was definitely something fishy going on. Looking at Qin Tianyu's angry expression, his reaction when he heard the news was most likely related to Qin Tianyu. Who didn't know what happened in the Heaven Sword Tower recently? In this way, everyone naturally knew the twists and turns in the story. Mu Yun, even if you are the Heavenly Sword Envoy, you are still a disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower. The identity of the Heavenly Sword Envoy is only the Tower Master's expectation for you. This matter is related to you. You must accept the investigation. Qin Tianyu changed his tone and said, I was a little reckless before. But now, if you have a clear conscience, then accept the investigation with me. Accept the investigation? Mu Yun sneered and said, I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I accept the investigation? And you, Qin Tianyu, who do you think you are? In terms of disciple status, you and I are both the last disciples. What right do you have to investigate me? I don't have the right? Qin Tianyu shouted. Of course you don't. Mu Yun smiled and said, Instead, it's my identity as the Heavenly Sword Envoy that should be investigated. Qin Tianyu, I suspect that you intend to harm me and sent someone to assassinate me. So, accept the investigation with me. Mu Yun changed the topic and pointed directly at Qin Tianyu. This scene made Qin Tianyu completely furious. This Mu Yun was crazy, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, at this moment, 3 ear-piercing sounds were suddenly heard. Swoosh. 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 3 figures appeared. First Elder Luo Hai. Second Elder Luo Hai. Third Elder Chao Ding Tian. The 3 figures suddenly stood on the square. Mu Yun, Qin Tianyu is not qualified to investigate you. The 3 of us are 3 of the 5 core elders. There shouldn't be a problem with investigating you, right? First Elder Luo Hai said slowly. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios, you still want to kill me? There's a problem, of course there's a problem. Mu Yun immediately snorted when he saw the 3 of them appear. In the entire Heavenly Sword Tower, who didn't know that the Great Elder, Second Elder, and Third Elder supported Qin Tianyu? Now that these 3 old things had stood out, they obviously had ill intentions. Mu Yun said, the 3 elders are more than qualified to be my last disciple. However, the 3 elders must not forget that other than being the last disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower, I'm also the Heavenly Sword Envoy of the Heaven Sword Tower. The Heavenly Sword Envoy has a higher status than the last disciple. In fact, his status is even higher than the 3 elders. I don't think the 3 elders have enough power to punish me, right? Mu Yun smiled sinisterly, his eyes full of disdain. These 3 old farts wanted to teach him a lesson, but they were too naive. If he let them take him away for investigation today, he didn't know how these old things would torture him. Mu Yun had already made his identity as the Heavenly Sword Envoy clear. If these people wanted to deal with him, it would be like slapping Tian Junyu's face. In other words, even if they really fell out with him, Mu Yun could still retreat. Now that Gu Feng was here, it would be extremely difficult for them to keep him. Mu Yun would definitely not admit defeat today. What a sharp tongue. The three elders just want to investigate the whole story. Mu Yun, aren't you taking your identity as the Heavenly Sword Envoy too seriously? Right at this moment, a magnetic voice suddenly sounded. Two figures appeared in the crowd again. When these two people appeared, the atmosphere in the entire martial arts field changed greatly. Gu Feng was also stunned. He looked at Mu Yun and transmitted his voice. Who are these two? He felt a dangerous aura from the two of them. Xianxia, Xianxia, the two deputy tower masters of the Heaven Sword Tower, Mu Yun replied. Seeing the two of them, Mu Yun knew that he was going to be in a passive position today. His status as the Heavenly Sword Envoy was slightly higher than that of the elders. However, when compared to the two deputy house heads, who had accumulated a lot of power and influence, his status as the Heavenly Sword Envoy was nothing. After all, he was only a 4th stage Earth Immortal now. He couldn't do anything. Greetings to the two deputy tower masters. Muyun Studios. Muyun said, I have a clear conscience. So, Qin Tianyu's order to investigate is an insult to me. I can't accept it. You can't accept it? Xianxia angrily rebuked, I think you are taking your identity as the Heavenly Sword Envoy too seriously. This reprimand instantly made Mu Yun feel as if he was about to lose his mind. As the Deputy House Lord, Xianxia was naturally in the Heavenly Immortal realm, a Heavenly Immortal who was even stronger than Gu Feng. Mu Yun immediately smiled again and said, Disciple doesn't place too much importance on the identity of the Heavenly Sword Envoy. It's just that Tower Master bestowed Disciple the title of Heavenly Sword Envoy. Disciple naturally has to make good use of this identity and not humiliate the identity of the Heavenly Sword Envoy. If Vice Patriarch Chen's identity as the Vice Patriarch was insulted, would Vice Patriarch Chen remain unaffected? How dare you? Xianxia naturally heard the sarcasm in Mu Yun's words, and she was instantly furious. Mu Yun, I think you're completely out of control. Xianxia snorted. The Tower Master is in seclusion. How can I allow a disciple of the Yi Sword faction to act arrogantly in the Heaven Sword Tower? Men, take him down. Who dares? At this moment, Gu Feng took a step forward and immediately shouted, I didn't expect such a huge Heaven Sword Tower to be such an unfair reality. I clearly saw those disciples besieging Mu Yun. In the end, they were torn to pieces by the explosive dragon. Now, you're framing Mu Yun. How can you still be called a bronze force? Gu Feng stood up and immediately shouted. Who do you think you are? What does it have to do with you whether my Heaven Sword Tower is worthy of being called a bronze force or not? At this moment, Gu Feng's words caused Xianxia to burn with anger. This Mu Yun really took her identity as the Heavenly Sword Envoy too seriously. Instead of taking the culprit, you're questioning the victim. Your Heaven Sword Tower is only so promising. Gu Feng immediately shouted, Mu Yun, I think there's no need for you to stay here. Come with me. This Heaven Sword Tower, I'm just grateful to the Tower Master for recognizing my worth. These people treated me like this, why should I stay here? Mu Yun continued, Today, you forced me. In the future, you'd better not beg me to come back. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun immediately stepped forward and left. Do you think the Heaven Sword Tower is a place where you can come and go as you please? However, at this moment, Qin Tianyu took the lead and stopped the two of them. What? You still want to kill me? Mu Yun immediately snorted and said, Let's not talk about whether you can kill me today. Even if you can, you have to think about whether my other master will come and punish you. The other master that Mu Yun mentioned was naturally Yi Guxue. Today, he had already reached an agreement with Yi Guxue. If he was killed by the people of Heaven Sword Tower today, Yi Guxue would definitely not let this matter rest. At that time, the responsibility would be great. As soon as Mu Yun said this, Xianxia immediately said, Let him go. Our Heaven Sword Tower doesn't need a guy who only knows how to show off. Show off? Mu Yun sneered and turned to leave. Time would prove who was the one showing off. Mu Yun followed Gu Feng and left the mountain gate. What are you looking at? Disperse immediately. Qin Tianyu could only say angrily when he saw Mu Yun leave. The crowd dispersed. Qin Tianyu followed Chen Siren and the three elders and left the plaza. He then bid farewell to Fen Tian and left. In a pavilion, after hearing everything that had happened, Chen Siren looked at Qin Tianyu and his face immediately turned ashen. Fool! A curse suddenly sounded out. Chen Siren immediately flew into a rage and said, Qin Tianyu, you are really foolish. More than 200 inner sword pavilion disciples, you are really stupid. Chen Siren shouted, not to mention that these people are all dead, what if one of them is not dead? If you are caught by Mu Yun and brought to the Tower Master, you are dead meat. Fortunately, Mu Yun is ruthless and killed all these disciples. Deputy Tower Master, what about you? Chen Siren immediately snorted, you are really careless. You want to kill him in front of him? If you really kill him, the Tower Master will not have a good impression of you. Moreover, that woman Yi Gushue is not to be trifled with. She created the Yi sword sect by herself. What do you think she relied on? Then what should we do? Qin Tianyu immediately said, what if Mu Yun doesn't die and the Tower Master comes out of seclusion and summons him back? What should we do? If he bites back, with the Tower Master's trust in him, we won't be able to do anything. At that time, with Yi Gushue, how are we going to deal with him? Qin Tianyu became more and more anxious as he spoke. He did not expect that Mu Yun, who was a disciple of the Yi sword sect, would become even more difficult to deal with than Rengang. This guy is advancing rapidly. Didn't you notice that he has reached the level 4 Earth Immortal realm just now? Chen Siren said calmly, no, we can't let him go like this. Third Elder, go and kill him immediately. Yes, Third Elder, you are a level 2 Heaven Immortal. That Mu Yun is not your match. That Gufeng must have run away when he saw that he could not protect Mu Yun. Why would he help Mu Yun sincerely? Qin Tianyu immediately echoed. Shut up. However, just as Qin Tianyu finished speaking, Chen Siren suddenly shouted in a deep voice. This shout instantly stunned Qin Tianyu's entire person. It's all because of you. Chen Siren snorted and left immediately. After receiving the order, Xiao Ding Tian cupped his hands and was about to take his leave. Third Elder, you must tear that Mu Yun into pieces. Don't worry, Tianyu. He will definitely die in my hands. Xiao Ding Tian said and left immediately. At the same time, in the Heaven Sword Tower, Xiang Fenchen laughed and went to where Feng Ruoqing was. Ruoqing, have you heard about what happened today? Hello, Uncle Xiang. Feng Ruoqing cupped his hands and said with a smile, today's event was really exciting. I didn't expect Qin Tianyu to be so impatient. Yes, more than 200 disciples of the Inner Sword Pavilion assassinated Mu Yun. In the end, they were all killed by Mu Yun. Only Zhua Haiyang was able to escape in a sorry state. But, come to think of it. Feng Ruoqing nodded and said, this guy has some tricks up his sleeve. If he continues to develop in the future, he will indeed be a big threat. Fortunately, Qin Tianyu brought out Chen Siren and pushed this guy away. Pushed away? Feng Ruoqing chuckled and said, is it as simple as just squeezing them away? Based on my understanding of Chen Siren, I'm afraid this Mu Yun will not be able to return to Yi sword sect safely. Uncle Xiang, you mean? Feng Ruoqing made a gesture of raising his hand and cutting down with a smile. Haha. Good, good. Qin Tianyu is an idiot. This time, if Mu Yun dies, I'm afraid he will lose face in front of the Tower Master. Feng Ruoqing was instantly overjoyed. Xiang Fenchen looked at Feng Ruoqing and said slowly, Ruoqing, you did the right thing in this matter. If you don't make a move, it has nothing to do with you. Just wait quietly. A good show is about to begin. Previously, when I saw this Mu Yun, I didn't think much of it. Now, I realize that compared to him, Rengang is indeed not a threat. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Their eyes were filled with pride. At the same time, the entire Heaven Sword Tower was also in a mess. Regarding this matter, there was a lot of discussion. Mu Yun's high-profile handling of Qiu Qianyu's matter had left a deep impression on the disciples of the Outer Sword Pavilion and the miscellaneous disciples. It was rare for the Heaven Sword Tower to have such an impartial disciple. They all thought that they saw hope. But now, Mu Yun was forced to leave. The disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower naturally had different opinions. However, it was mainly the disciples of the Outer Sword Pavilion and the miscellaneous disciples who felt that it was unfair for Mu Yun. This time, it's obvious that Qin Tianyu is in trouble. He deliberately found someone to kill Mu Yun. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed. He just flew into a rage out of humiliation. That's right. Someone discovered that the dead disciples of the Inner Sword Pavilion were all from the Qin faction. Then what should we do? Who asked Qin Tianyu to have the support of the 3 great elders and Deputy Tower Master Xianxia? Mu Yun has no one to support him. That's right. The problem is that now that Mu Yun has left the Heaven Sword Tower, I don't know if she can safely return to the Yi Sword sect. Deputy Tower Master Xianxia is not someone to be trifled with. In an instant, the entire Heaven Sword Tower was in chaos. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Ren Gang was furious. Damn it. Damn it. Ren Gong's chest was filled with anger. He could not wait to explode. Qin Tianyu sent someone to assassinate Mu Yun, which is against the rules of the sect. Now he has ulterior motives. He wants to chase Mu Yun out of Heaven Sword Tower while the tower leader is in seclusion. How dare he? Ren Gang paced back and forth in anger. Brother Gang. Looking at Ren Gong's angry face, Xianxia could not help but laugh. I haven't seen you so angry when bad things happen to you. Now that you're targeting Mu Yun, you're even angrier than Mu Yun. Once upon a time, Mu Yun and I knew each other. Mu Yun helped me a lot. Ren Gang heaved a sigh of relief. I owe Mu Yun. Of course, I have to pay her back. Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing really think that I, Ren Gang, have been managing the servant disciples and the Outer Sword Pavilion disciples in the Heaven Sword Tower for the past few years. Do they really think that I'm invisible? Ren Gong's tone became more and more agitated. This time, I'll let them know that there's a price to pay for looking down on others. After Ren Gang finished speaking, he immediately shouted. Shiman Wuqing, Huangfu Leng, the 2 of you have made great progress recently. You're now a level 4 Earth Immortal. This time, spread the news in the Inner Sword Pavilion. Qin Tianyu relied on his status as the eldest senior brother and failed in his attempt to kill Mu Yun. Instead, he framed Mu Yun and threatened him. How despicable. Mu Yun stood up for the Outer Sword Pavilion and the Odd Job disciples and was targeted by Qin Tianyu. Yes, senior brother Ren. Let's go. Ren Gang nodded. Remember, you have to be calm to avoid suspicion. The 2 figures disappeared as soon as they appeared. Fan Xian, Sherwin Wu, the 2 of you will help me spread the news in the Outer Sword Pavilion. Now, the 2 of you are both level 9 human immortals. I've asked you to manage the Outer Sword Pavilion. Now, do you know what to do? Senior brother Ren, don't worry. Fan Xian cupped his hands and said, without senior brother Ren, the 2 of us would not be here. The news of this matter will definitely destroy Qin Tianyu's reputation. Yes. Ren Gang turned around again and said, Qi Yukuan, Xianyuan Jia, O Yuyun, the 3 of you are tier 5 human immortals. You have more than 100,000 odd disciples. I'll entrust you with this important task. Now, you must do it well. The wind is blowing toward Qin Tianyu. Yes, sir. Ren Gang gave the order to the 7 cultivators, who immediately left and began to get busy. Originally, the public opinion was leaning towards Mu Yun. Now, with his own methods, Ren Gang believed that Qin Tianyu would at most have the upper hand in the Inner Sword Pavilion. However, there were only a few thousand disciples in the Inner Sword Pavilion, and only a few thousand of them relied on Qin Tianyu. Qin Tianyu was still too inexperienced to make everyone submit to him. Seeing Ren Gang issue one command after another, Xianxia was overjoyed, her eyes filled with admiration. I didn't expect you to have such trusted subordinates. Xianxia giggled and said, I thought you were really a blockhead who didn't know how to cultivate your own trusted subordinates. I didn't want to fight with them, but these people are pushing me too far. Ren Gang sighed and said, originally, a sect is a place for the disciples to cultivate. Although in the immortal world, where the strong preys on the weak, what is the purpose of a sect? It's to establish a fair sect order, so that the weak can become strong. Only such fairness can allow the sect to continue to improve. But now, in the Heaven Sword Tower, Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing are fighting for power. Where is the fairness? Hearing this, the admiration in Tian Xian'er's eyes deepened. I didn't expect a blockhead like you to be so righteous. How is this righteousness of mine? Ren Gangang smiled bitterly and said, this is just what Mu Yun told me. That guy. At the mention of Mu Yun, Ren Gangang smiled bitterly. However, this is very similar to a place. Tian Xian'er smiled and said, as far as I know, one of the 10 great domains in the immortal world, the Cloud region, is like this. It is fair and just, the strong protect the weak, and at the same time, train the weak. This place is magical. Oh? There's such a place in the immortal world? How rare. What's so rare about it? Tian Xian'er smiled again and said, this place is hundreds of millions of miles away from our sword region, in the northernmost cloud region. Tens of thousands of years ago, a Mu Yun appeared in the cloud region and became an immortal king. Mu Yun? Ren Gangang was taken aback. Brother Gangang, what's wrong? This Mu Yun is not the Mu Yun in front of us. Tian Xian'er suddenly smiled. I know. Ren Gangang nodded and said, that peerless immortal king came from the small world I was in back then. He was very famous, and in our place, he was respectfully called Supremacy Yun. I knew that this person was powerful, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. No wonder what? Nothing. Ren Gangang smiled slightly and said unnaturally. However, he was extremely shocked in his heart. No wonder. No wonder Mu Yun is so powerful after obtaining the inheritance of Supremacy Yun. It's because Supremacy Yun is not only Supremacy Yun, but also the king of the immortal world. Ren Gangang muttered to himself in his heart. He gradually understood all the miracles that Mu Yun had obtained along the way. However, Ren Gangang understood even more clearly. He was afraid that the palace master's expectations of Mu Yun were also aware of this. With his understanding of the palace master, it was impossible for the palace master not to know. Ren Gangang gradually understood, it was just that he would never have dreamed that the answer he thought was correct was actually wrong. Mu Yun was Mu Yun, this was something that he would never have thought of no matter what. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was busy running. When Gufeng saw Mu Yun running crazily, he couldn't help but want to scold her. However, when he thought that his life was still in Mu Yun's hands, he immediately persuaded her, why are you running so fast? The Heaven Sword Tower is only a day's journey from the Yi Sword sect. If we don't run so fast, are we waiting for others to kill us? Mu Yun couldn't help but shout, do you think that Chen Siren is so kind that she will let us go? Now, immediately find the 3 jail kings and ask for their help. This time, we might be able to catch a big fish. Find the 3 jail kings? Gufeng was stunned. He had just negotiated with Mu Yun. Now, Mu Yun didn't do anything and was prepared to ask the 3 jail kings to help. What was this? Why are you in a daze? Hurry up. Mu Yun couldn't help but shout again. Oh, okay. At this moment, Gufeng didn't have the arrogance of a heavenly immortal realm warrior and immediately nodded. On the contrary, when he saw Mu Yun's expression, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. To him, the Heaven Sword Tower was also a tiger's den. He had just said that he would protect Mu Yun, but now, the two of them were being chased all over the place, embarrassing. However, looking at Mu Yun's expression, it seemed that she had already planned everything and didn't feel embarrassed at all. 2 figures shuttled through city after city, mountain after mountain, and headed towards the Yi Sword sect in the south. Mu Yun couldn't stay in the Heaven Sword Tower any longer. Originally, if the 2 deputy tower masters and the 5 elders didn't help, he wouldn't have a problem at all. However, now that these guys had taken action, he definitely couldn't stay in the Heaven Sword Tower any longer. Moreover, the tower master had promised elderly to help, but at the critical moment, he didn't even see a shadow of him. He really didn't want to stay in the Heaven Sword Tower any longer. When he returned to the Yi Sword sect, at least he was the landlord of this area. This piece of land of the Yi Sword sect still belonged to him. Most importantly, he needed to wait for Tian Junyu to come out of seclusion and see how Tian Junyu would deal with this matter. Two figures shuttled through the mountain forest. Hee hee, I didn't expect the two of you to have such good leg strength. However, as the two of them were flying at high speed, a voice sounded in front of them. Suddenly, the two figures stopped. The person in front of them looked at Mu Yun and Gu Feng and sneered. Xiao Ding Tian. Seeing Xiao Ding Tian appear, Mu Yun's face turned cold, but she took a step back and stood behind Gu Feng. Now, Xiao Ding Tian was an expert in the heavenly immortal realm. He had the strength to kill Gu Feng in an instant under his nose. Little brat, seeing me is like a mouse seeing a cat. Am I that scary? Xiao Ding Tian looked at Mu Yun and said slowly with a smile, I'm here to tell you that the Tower Master has come out of seclusion and reprimanded Qin Tianyu. Now, he ordered me to bring you back. Bring me back? Mu Yun smiled and said, Third Elder, you're too kind. I don't want to go back now. Just now, Master Yi sent a message saying that the ES Sword sect has some problems and needs me to go back to deal with them. Therefore, I want to go back to the ES Sword sect first, then return to the Heaven Sword Tower. I don't need to trouble Third Elder. Now, you've already troubled me. Mu Yun, today, you have to come back with me. If you don't, then die. Xiao Ding Tian suddenly roared and attacked directly. He was brazen and fearless as he attacked Mu Yun. Boom, suddenly, there was a loud explosion on the ground. The rumbling sound of the explosion shook the heavens and the earth. Gu Feng stood in front of Mu Yun and faced Xiao Ding Tian head-on. Mr. Gu Feng, I'll have to trouble you to block him first. I'll find a place to watch the show. As Mu Yun spoke, her figure flashed and she was about to leave. Suddenly, Xiao Ding Tian shouted, Lu Dang, Chen Luan, the two of you, kill this person. As soon as Xiao Ding Tian finished speaking, swish 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 sounds could be heard as dozens of figures suddenly appeared. Among the dozen of people, there were two people in the lead. One of them was tall and the other was short, but their auras were extremely powerful. Sixth stage Earth Immortal, behind the two of them, there were also more than a dozen people. The dozen of people spread out and surrounded Mu Yun firmly in the center. Trying to escape? You're in my hands. If I let you escape, how can I call myself one of the 5 great elders in the Heaven Sword Tower in the future? Xiao Ding Tian laughed sinisterly. This time, I'll definitely kill you. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation I am willing to submit. Seeing Xiao Ding Tian's action, Mu Yun felt a chill run down her spine. This time, the old man was completely enraged. 2 Tier 6 Earth Immortals and a dozen Tier 5 and Tier 4 Earth Immortals. This time, it seemed like Xiao Ding Tian and the others were determined to kill her. Qin Tianyu, you're dead meat. Mu Yun shouted in her heart and took out the Blacking Sword. During this period of time, Mu Yun had not had the chance to practice properly after he reached the Tier 4 Earthly Immortal Realm. It was time for him to put to good use the recent improvements in his cultivation and swordsmanship to good use. With the sword out, Mu Yun's killing intent surged. On the other side, Xiao Ding Tian had already suppressed Gu Feng. One was a Tier 1 Heavenly Immortal and the other was a Tier 2 Heavenly Immortal. The gap between them was self-evident. However, at this very moment, Mu Yun was coldly looking to the front. Lu Dang and Chen Luan did not appear to be easy to deal with. A Tier 6 Earth Immortal was a disciple of the Sword Tomb. In the entire Heaven Sword Tower, there were less than 100 disciples of the Sword Tomb. Xiao Ding Tian had really mobilized his own team to kill her. At this moment, Lu Dang and Chen Luan were charging towards Mu Yun. Seeing this, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. During this period, she had been dealing with the arrogant disciples of the Inner Sword Pavilion. Although the number of disciples of the Sword Tomb was small, it was rumored that they were a part of the core disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower. Mu Yun wanted to see how powerful these core disciples were. The Blacking Sword emitted a faint black light. Mu Yun charged toward it. Lu Dang immediately shouted in a deep voice, the 10 of you surround him. The 2 of us can kill him. That's right. Chen Luan echoed, this guy has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Look around and don't let him escape. The 2 of them immediately stood on either side of Mu Yun. Their eyes were cold and indifferent. However, looking at the 2 of them, Mu Yun sneered in her heart. Dragon's Cry. The Dragon Phoenix Hegemon sword art was executed directly. Mu Yun attacked with her sword, and the dragon roar shook everyone's eardrums. At this moment, crackling sounds shook the earth. With a dragon's roar, Mu Yun attacked with her long sword. Lu Dang and Chen Luan did not dare to be careless. They immediately urged their swords to rush towards Mu Yun. Clang! Immediately, a clanging sound rang out. Mu Yun's figure forcefully resisted the two of them, but she suddenly retreated. Both of them were level 6 Earth Immortals. Compared to Mu Yun, who only had 4 core spirals, their strength was undoubtedly stronger. However, when she saw this scene, Mu Yun grinned and did not care at all. No matter how strong he was, how could Mu Yun retreat at this moment? Phoenix's downfall. Seeing that Mu Yun was still recklessly charging towards the two of them, Lu Dang and Chen Luan immediately shouted in a low voice. Their long swords clashed. Under the inescapable net, the crackling sounds were ear-piercing. "You're courting death." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared between Lu Dang and Chen Luan. At this moment, the crackling of lightning suddenly rang out. The inescapable net enveloped Mu Yun. Dragon Phoenix Hegemon Sword Slash. However, Mu Yun had comprehended the sword principle after all. When the two of them approached each other, the sword realm was executed. Lu Dang's figure was instantly slower by a beat. However, just by a beat, Mu Yun's dangerous situation was immediately resolved. Seeing this scene, Lu Dang and Chen Luan immediately retreated. They did not expect Mu Yun to be so difficult to deal with. She was simply hateful. "Brat, don't be so proud." Lu Dang shouted in a deep voice, "The two of us have yet to use our full strength. Just wait for your death." "Then why don't you use your full strength?" "You're courting death." Seeing that Mu Yun still dared to tease them at this moment, the two of them were instantly enraged. They looked at each other and directly charged towards Mu Yun from the left and right. At this moment, the two of them were using completely different immortal techniques. Their sword techniques were completely unrelated. Mu Yun blocked one of them and was destined to be attacked by the other. However, seeing this scene, Mu Yun immediately grinned. No matter what the result was, one of the two of them would definitely die. Mu Yun had already made up her mind. She directly slashed out with her sword. "You're courting death." Seeing that Mu Yun directly slashed at him with her sword, Lu Dang immediately felt happy. As long as he delayed Mu Yun's attack, then Chen Luan would definitely be able to kill Mu Yun without any problem. Even if Mu Yun was a mere 4th stage Earth Immortal, her sword techniques were heaven-defying, so what? In the end, she would still die facing the two of them. However, just as Lu Dang was entangling Mu Yun, a scream suddenly sounded. When the scream sounded, Lu Dang was instantly stunned. What was going on? However, although Lu Dang did not see it, the surrounding people saw it clearly. Originally, Chen Luan was attacking Mu Yun. However, suddenly, with Mu Yun as the origin, the surrounding space seemed to tremble strangely. Immediately after, bloody wounds appeared on Chen Luan's body. His flesh was cut off inch by inch, and he was instantly reduced to bones. As the space changed strangely, those bones were also cut off piece by piece. The pain of scraping bones was heart-wrenching. Chen Luan was instantly unable to resist and was completely crippled. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other, dumbfounded. This scene was simply too terrifying. Chen Luan. At this moment, Lu Dang retreated. He wanted to support Chen Luan, but his entire body was badly mutilated. How could he support him? TSK. The spatial immortal ring of a sword tomb disciple should have a lot of earth yang pills and treasures. Mu Yun raised her palm, and a ring appeared in her hand. Mu Yun, you're courting death. Lu Dang's face immediately flushed red. I'm courting death. Come and kill me. However, looking at Lu Dang, Mu Yun suddenly shouted, if you can kill me, then kill me. If you can't, then die. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she took a step forward, and the power in her body completely exploded. At this moment, she had revealed her trump card and killed Chen Luan by surprise. Now, it was even more necessary to conceal it. She directly attacked with the empty blade. Under Mu Yun's control, the tiny, undetectable empty blade became even more mysterious and unpredictable. After several years, Mu Yun could only be said to have become more and more skilled in using the empty blade. Otherwise, Chen-Luan would not have been caught off guard and killed directly just now. At the moment, Mu Yun wanted to let these disciples see how he would kill the disciples of the Sword Tomb, one by one, step by step. They all thought that they were geniuses. Crackling sounds rang out, and Mu Yun's long sword was tainted with dull explosive sounds. Those explosive sounds sounded very strange. However, before the disciples could react to this strangeness, Lu Dang's entire body involuntarily moved forward. To be precise, he was controlled by a force to move forward. At this moment, crackling sounds could be heard. Boom! Suddenly, Mu Yun took a step forward and attacked with her sword. Lu Dang resisted with all his strength. However, he realized that his body had become as if it had sunk into a quagmire. At this moment, he was unable to move at all. Do you really think that my sword Dao concept is just for show? Mu Yun swung her long sword and said coldly, I'm not afraid of you knowing that the sword Dao comprehension and the condensation of the sword realm are not things that you can withstand. Mu Yun shouted and attacked with her sword at an extremely fast speed. Puchi! 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 Mu Yun let out a deep roar as his long sword pierced into Lu Dang's body. With this stab, the long sword was placed vertically, but Mu Yun moved in a strange manner as the long sword was placed horizontally. With one slash, Lu Dang was cut into two, fresh blood splattered everywhere. Mu Yun stood there proudly like a god of war bathed in blood. Run! The dozen or so disciples who were watching screamed miserably as they tried to escape. Mu Yun stood on the spot and smiled slightly. She said slowly, whoever dares to move will die immediately. Just as Mu Yun finished her words, a disciple did not slow down. Puchi, the black-yin sword left Mu Yun's hand and attacked directly. The fifth Great Earth Immortal disciple could not resist at all and died immediately. Seeing this scene, no one dared to run anymore. If they ran again, they would die. Who dared to run anymore? Have you all calmed down? Seeing that the disciples stopped moving, Mu Yun kept her sword and stood in front of the disciples. Now, I'll give you two choices. Mu Yun looked at the disciples and said slowly, the first choice is to submit to me. The second choice is to die. Her words were cold and emotionless. Hearing this, the disciples looked at each other and did not know what to do. They were not in a hurry to express their opinions. Because on the other side, the third elder, Xiao Ding Tian, was still fighting at this moment. As long as Xiao Ding Tian defeated and killed Gu Feng, Mu Yun would become a piece of meat on the chopping board. Oh, Mu Yun looked at the disciples who were silent and said, are you still waiting for Xiao Ding Tian? Alright, then let's die and wait. After Mu Yun finished her words, she was about to attack immediately. I'm willing to submit. However, as soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, a disciple suddenly walked out and looked at Mu Yun as he spoke solemnly. Xing Wuming, the third elder will definitely win. Another disciple hurriedly pulled him back. When the third elder defeats Gu Feng, we will also be dead. Xing Wuming said through his soul. There's no other way now. Hearing this, the disciple was stunned. Alright. However, Mu Yun did not care what the two of them were mumbling about at this moment. Alright, I'll submit too. The young man standing beside Xing Wuming nodded. What are your names? Mu Yun looked at the two of them and asked slowly. Xing Wuming. Zhan Tianbu. The two of them immediately said at the same time. Alright, the two of you can live now. As for the rest of you. Mu Yun's gaze fell on the others again. We're willing to submit too. We're willing to. Immediately, the disciples of the Sword Pavilion in the Heaven Sword Tower cupped their hands and said hurriedly. Seeing that the disciples were very obedient, Mu Yun nodded and said, not bad, not bad. You're sensible. Now that you're my subordinates, you'll understand the benefits in the future. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she waved her hand and drops of blood appeared on Mu Yun's palm. Now, merge this blood into your body. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Smooth and slick. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. What did she mean by merging the drop of blood into their bodies? Mu Yun wanted to control them. Hearing this, the dozen or so people were instantly displeased. Mu Yun snapped, what? You're not willing? If you want to submit to me, you have to convince me that you're sincere. Otherwise, how would I know you won't betray me one day? Now, merge with the drop of blood immediately. Otherwise, you'll die immediately. I don't have the patience to talk to you. I know what you're thinking. Do you think the third elder will be able to save you after Gufeng is defeated? However, don't worry. You'll die at my hands before that happens. Are you going to submit now, or are you going to continue being ignorant? Mu Yun said unkindly, looking at them. We'll submit. Xing Wuming merged the drop of blood into his body without hesitation. A strong pressure immediately swept across his mind. An imprint was sitting on his true soul. It was as if this imprint had accompanied his true soul when it had been growing. On the other hand, Mu Yun nodded silently after realizing the same thing. Isn't this better? Mu Yun smiled, seeing Xing Wuming do as he was told. Zhang Tianbu's face darkened as he merged with the blood too. The others immediately did as they were told. They did not have a choice now. If they did not merge with the blood, they would die immediately. They could only survive if they merged with the blood. Their cultivation would go down the drain. Qiu Qianyu had suffered the same fate in Mu Yun's hands. They did not dare to try it with such an example. Mu Yun immediately sensed a few more seals on the 9 spirits heaven-capturing steel after seeing them merge with the blood. Those seals belonged to these people. He was now connected to the 9 spirits heaven-capturing steel. It was not only the seal of life and death that controlled the people, but also the 9 spirits heaven-capturing steel. Of course, most importantly, Mu Yun's bloodline played an important role. Mu Yun was almost certain that the seal of life and death would not be so powerful if it was used by someone else. However, it was him. With the strengthening of his bloodline, there seemed to be a force that was growing stronger as well. At the same time, Xing Wuming, Zhang Tianbu, and the others fused with their imprints. Upon seeing Mu Yun, they clasped their fists and bowed. Master! Master! When they saw Mu Yun, they looked at each other and couldn't help but be surprised. With such a change, they actually felt that it was very natural for them to call him master. It was as if they were born this way. Even Mu Yun could feel the obvious changes in them. Mu Yun could not help but ask Guai, Old Tortoise, these guys seem to admire me from the bottom of their hearts. Of course. Guai smiled and said, you cultivate the indestructible blood codex, so your bloodline is naturally stronger than theirs. Coupled with the suppression of the dark seal of life and death and the suppression of the 9 spirits heaven-capturing monument, they fear you from the depths of their souls. Something's not right. Mu Yun suddenly said, why isn't Gufeng one? Stupid. Guai could not help but scold at this moment. Guai is a first-stage heaven immortal. He is stronger than you, so the feeling of being suppressed is naturally weaker. When you reach the same level as him in the future, this person will truly belong to you. I see, Mu Yun suddenly understood. Boom, however, at this moment, an explosion suddenly sounded. In the sky, the explosion made people feel as if their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. Mu Yun, you actually colluded with the people of Bilua Huangquan School. You deserve to die. Xiao Tian roared and descended from the sky. Old thief, why are you talking so much? Die. In the sky, a voice that was neither male nor female sounded. There was no need to look. It was Tong Yao. Hearing this voice, Mu Yun knew that it was over. With Tong Yao's arrival, even if Gufeng wanted to spout nonsense, Mu Yun would not give him the chance. However, Xiao Tian was doomed this time. Mu Yun immediately flew into the sky and shouted, Seniors, please spare this person. I still have some use for him. Mu Yun, I just asked you to go to the Heaven Sword Tower to investigate, and you were chased out and even killed. I think we should just kill this person. In the sky, Li Fengxing's figure appeared and looked at Mu Yun as he scolded. Senior, please calm down. I have a plan. Today, I have chased out. In the future, the Heaven Sword Tower will definitely welcome me back. Hearing this, Li Fengxing's face revealed a trace of surprise. He immediately turned around and shouted, Han Kai, just play with him. Don't kill that guy. Why didn't you say so earlier? Bang, a figure fell to the ground like a cannonball. Upon closer inspection, it was Xiao Tian. However, at this moment, Xiao Tian's left arm was missing. The sword that he was holding in his right hand was also cracked. Seeing this, Mu Yun could only smile bitterly. These three prison kings were probably between the third and sixth stage of the Heaven Immortal realm. Xiao Ding Tian would not be able to withstand them. Mu Yun. You're dead. Xiao Ding Tian said weakly as he panted. Third elder, it's not me who's dead. It's you who's dead. Mu Yun bent down and looked at Xiao Ding Tian who was panting. She smiled and said, Elder Qiao, how do you feel now? As long as you're willing to submit to me, I'll spare your life. Bah. Xiao Ding Tian immediately scolded, you want me to submit to you? Give up. I didn't expect you to be so loyal to that trash, Qin Tianyu. Since that's the case, I'll send you on your way. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she immediately struck out with her palm. Wait. However, at this moment, Xiao Ding Tian suddenly said in fear, Mu Yun, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I can tell you everything that Qin Tianyu and the others have done over the years. I can tell you everything, no need. Mu Yun did not stop and attacked again. Don't be killed. Xiao Ding Tian was completely terrified. I'm willing to submit to you. I'm willing to submit to you. Xiao Ding Tian said with a long face, don't kill me. Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled. However, Tong Yao walked forward at this moment and said with a smile, Kid, I'll make this clear. If this old man ruins my plans, don't worry, Lord Tong. That won't happen. Mu Yun stood up slowly and ordered a dozen disciples to look after Xiao Ding Tian. Then, she walked to the other side with Tong Yao and the other three. Lords, I've returned to the sect and conducted a test. The results are still unclear, but we should be able to find out soon. Oh? Mu Yun cupped her hands and said, the Heaven Underworld diagram should be with three people. One of them is the eldest disciple of Heaven Sword Tower, Qin Tianyu. The second person is the second disciple of Heaven Sword Tower, Feng Ruoqing. The last person might be the Crown Prince of Yi Sword faction. However, I don't have any concrete information to confirm it. That won't be difficult. Tong Yao smiled and said, as long as Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing leave Heaven Sword Tower, we'll kill them immediately. Seniors, there's something you don't know. Mu Yun said again, these three people, Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing, have consolidated their positions in Heaven Sword Tower. The 5 elders and 2 deputy pavilion masters are their capable helpers. What about the Crown Prince of Yi Sword faction? This guy is the most suspicious. Mu Yun said seriously, ever since he entered Netherworld City, he disappeared without a trace. It's very strange. Crown Prince, we'll keep an eye on this person. You were forced to leave Heaven Sword Tower this time. How are you going to investigate for us? Seniors, don't worry. Mu Yun cupped his hands and said, I have reliable people in Heaven Sword Tower. In addition, I captured this guy today. He'll definitely be of use to me. I'll definitely investigate this matter. I hope that when the time comes, the 3 seniors will accept me as your disciple and enter Biluo Huangquan School. You're smart, kid. Li Fengxing smiled and said, don't worry. As long as you help us investigate for information in Biluo Huangquan School, we won't shortchange you. This is also the last time we'll help you. The next time you're in danger, only Gu Feng can help you. Seniors, where are you going? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Tong Yao frowned and said. Understood. I'll see you off then. Seniors, sorry to trouble you. The 3 figures left in an instant. Seeing the 3 of them turn into light spots and disappear, Mu Yun sighed. You're really smooth and slick. Gu Feng looked at Mu Yun at this moment and said slowly with a smile. I can see that you have a strong foundation in the Yi Sword sect. Now, it's the same in Heaven Sword Tower. Now, you're in a dispute with Biluo Huangquan School. Aren't you afraid that you'll be exposed one day and get yourself into trouble? What's there to be afraid of? Mu Yun smiled slowly and said, didn't you not dare to say a word in front of them? All right, tell me. What are these big bosses doing? Gu Feng smiled bitterly and said, the sect leader has given the 3 prison kings a new order. He wants them to enter the abyss of the sovereigns and investigate the background of the Triple Heavenly Alliance, a silver-ranked force in the abyss of the sovereigns, as well as the 5 bronze-ranked forces under it. you're going to attack the Triple Heavenly Alliance? I don't know about that. Gufeng said again, the sect leader has always been a man of great talent and bold vision. He must have a plan to make our Biluo Huangquan school lie dormant for 10,000 years. That's right. Mu Yun also nodded and said, however, your sect leader is really powerful. He locked you up in a city for 10,000 years. Could it be that he taught you cultivation every day? No. Gufeng smiled bitterly and said, actually, on the contrary, it was the sect leader who locked us up in Huangquan City for 10,000 years and did not allow us to go out. Moreover, the 18 prison kings have been in charge of the affairs of the sect for 10,000 years. The sect leader was not in the sect. Not in. Hearing this, Mu Yun was even more curious about the Biluo Huangquan school's sect leader. Where did this guy come from? He hid his identity and established the Biluo Huangquan school and developed it in secret. Wasn't he afraid that the 33 heavenly sword sects would find out and wipe him out? However, at this moment, these were not things that Mu Yun could think about. After sending the 3 great masters away, Mu Yun turned around and thought about how to deal with the people behind her. At this very moment, Xiao Dingtian's entire face was ashen as though he had completely lost his essence, qi, and spirit. Great Master Qiao, how was it? Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios disciple of the 3 great sects? I won't die. Alright, since you're sincere, I won't make things difficult for you. Mu Yun slowly squatted down. A drop of blood essence appeared on her palm and landed in Xiao Dingtian's palm before slowly disappearing. Don't resist. Mu Yun snorted when she saw that Xiao Dingtian wanted to move. Xiao Dingtian did not dare to move when he heard this. Now, circulate your energy properly. I'll talk to you when you recover some strength. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she found a place to sit down. Without saying anything else, she closed her eyes and began to recover slowly. It looked like she was recovering, but Mu Yun did not expend much energy in this battle. Instead, she sat beside Lu Dang and Chen Luan's corpses and began to absorb the core whirlpool energy in their corpses. Although this energy had dissipated, it was just right for Mu Yun. Otherwise, Mu Yun could not guarantee that she could completely absorb the 2 corpses' core whirlpool energy. Time passed slowly. This time, Mu Yun's speed was much faster when she circulated the divine epic technique. However, Mu Yun was not in a hurry to absorb the energy completely. Instead, she kept it in her body. Now was not the time to absorb it. Otherwise, she would be in a complete mess if she absorbed it here for a few months. Mu Yun stood up and looked at Xiao Dingtian. She said slowly, Third Elder. Now that you've become my subordinate, I'll have to trouble you with something. Sure. Xiao Dingtian looked at Gufeng and immediately nodded. When you return to the sect, tell Chen Siren that you were plotted against and that one of your arms was broken. Lu Dang and Chen Luan both died in battle, but they were not killed by me, Mu Yun. I think you should have a way to fabricate such a lie. Then, stay obediently in the Heaven Sword Tower and recover from your injuries. Let your arm recover as soon as possible. Hearing this, Xiao Dingtian only nodded. However, he hated Mu Yun to the core. Want me to help you? Dream on, Xiao Dingtian's heart roared angrily. What did you say? However, the moment Xiao Dingtian said this, Mu Yun editor, Atlas Studios Mu Yun's right. Dream on. Hearing Mu Yun's Xiao Dingtian. How did Mu Yun know what he was thinking? That was impossible. There's no need to think. I know what you're thinking. Mu Yun immediately snorted, I think you haven't suffered enough. Mu Yun immediately snorted when he saw Xiao Dingtian. He immediately took a step forward and yelled out. Ah, Yun T. Translation Mu SNN. What happened? TTS Dest Yang fresh blood. Yes, there must be something wrong with Mu Yun's drop of blood, Xiao Dingtian immediately understood. That's right. However, before he could speak, Mu Yun said, it was that drop of blood that made me sign a life and death contract with you. If you're not convinced, you can give it a try and see if you can break this seal. Of course, once we return to the Heaven Sword Tower, if you dare to mention this seal to anyone else, I can kill you from 10,000 miles away before you can even open your mouth. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dingtian broke out in a cold sweat. He was done for, she had completely become Mu Yun's puppet. There's nothing bad about becoming my puppet. In the future, you might be able to walk out of the sword domain and take a look at the outside world. How beautiful is that? You won't have to spend your entire life in the celestial immortal realm and live a mediocre life. Before Xiao Dingtian could speak, Mu Yun spoke first. Looking at Xiao Dingtian and the dozen or so disciples, Mu Yun said slowly, "All right, let's all return to the Heaven Sword Tower now. I'll wait in the Yi Sword Sect for the Tower Master to come out of seclusion. When the time comes, I'll be waiting for you all to welcome me." Seeing the faint smile on Mu Yun's face, Xiao Dingtian only felt that he was done for. Mu Yun smiled but did not say anything. It would take a long time for these people to change their minds. Mu Yun was not afraid. Anyway, regardless of whether they accepted it or not, the truth was the truth. They had to submit. Seeing the dozen or so people leave together, Mu Yun looked at Gu Feng and smiled. "Let's go, Mr. Gu Feng." Mu Yun said slowly, "Originally, I wanted to arrange for you to be an elder of the Heaven Sword Tower. Now, it seems that I'll arrange for you to be an elder of the Yi Sword Sect first. You seem to be very competent." Looking at Mu Yun, Gu Feng smiled and said, "Are you so sure that you can control everyone without any mistakes? What's there to be afraid of?" Mu Yun said jokingly, "Fear can't be eaten. Even if I die, won't all of you die with me?" Hearing this, Gu Feng's expression changed. Mu Yun was right. Not only was he controlled by Mu Yun now, but if Mu Yun died, as the party controlled by the dark seal of life and death, he would also die immediately. However, this guy did not care about his life at all. For example, just now, Lu Dang and Chen Luan were both stage 6 Earth Immortals. How did they die? Were they killed by Mu Yun? A stage 4 Earth Immortal killed a stage 6 Earth Immortal, and Mu Yun looked as if nothing had happened. Gu Feng realized that as he got to know Mu Yun better, this guy was getting more and more difficult to control. However, at this moment, Mu Yun did not care about what Gu Feng was thinking. He did not know how the Yi Sword Sect was doing now. However, he had already set the rules in the Yi Sword Sect. Presumably, with the cooperation of Lin Jixio and Zhang Tianling, there should not be any problems. However, as the mountain gate of the Yi Sword Sect appeared in front of him, a hurried voice suddenly sounded in Mu Yun's mind. "Brother Mu, this is bad. The 3 disciples are back." Lin Jixio's voice suddenly sounded in Mu Yun's mind. The 3 disciples? Mu Yun was stunned. However, before Mu Yun could answer, Lin Jixio's voice sounded again. "They want to abolish the rules you set in the Yi Sword Sect. Now, they have captured Zhang Tianling, Feng Rui, and Chao Tianga." Presumptuous, Mu Yun's anger immediately rose in his heart. These 3 people, how dare they? They had just returned to the Yi Sword Sect and actually dared to do such a thing. They were simply courting death. "I'll be there soon." With these 3 simple words, Mu Yun immediately sped up. "What's wrong?" Seeing that Mu Yun seemed to be a little anxious, Gu Feng was puzzled. "Nothing." Mu Yun revealed a sinister smile and said, "It's just a few clowns." The 3 disciples were Yang Fengsong, Wan Jingyu, and Ling Yin. "This time, I'd like to see how you want to play." Mu Yun's tone was gloomy and cold. In the Yi Sword Sect, the mountains were beautiful and green, and the immortal qi was abundant. At this moment, in the Yi Sword Sect, between the mountain peaks, figures stood at the entrance of the caves. There were tens of thousands of Yi disciples, and they were all standing outside their respective caves, looking at the huge martial field in the center. The core disciples also appeared one by one from the mountain peaks and looked at the scene in the martial field. At this moment, in the middle of the martial field, a group of people stood still. On the stone platform in the middle, 3 figures were tied up and kneeling on the ground. They were Zhang Tianling, Feng Rui, and Chao Tianga. However, on the stone platform, 3 armchairs were firmly placed. The 3 figures sat upright on the armchairs, and their posture was full of vigor and domineering. "Zhang Tianling, you're still a member of the Yi Sword Sect. You've lost all your face by pledging allegiance to Mu Yun, and now you're still doing your best." On the stone platform, beside Zhang Tianling, a figure stood proudly. This person was the second in command of the Mingxian Sword Sect. Yuman Tian, Ming Yuan was dead, and the Mingxian Sword Sect was forced to disband. Yuman Tian thought that in this life, Mu Yun would ride on his head. But now, it was all good. With the return of the 3 disciples, Mu Yun's arrogant days were over. Bah! Zhang Tianling looked at Yuman Tian and spat, Yuman Tian, you're only a level 9 human immortal now. Let me go, and I can crush you with one finger. You're proud now, but you'll die miserably in the future. I'll die miserably? Yuman Tian kicked Zhang Tianling's back and sneered, even if Mu Yun comes back now, she won't be able to change anything. I know that kid is now a level 3 Earth Immortal. But don't forget, the 3 of them are all level 4 Earth Immortals and above. Ming Yuan is dead, and Ming Yuan can't be compared to the 3 of them. What about me? Yuman Tian suddenly mocked, now tell me, where did you hide the treasures that Mu Yun left for you? You want me to tell you? Go to hell. Zhang Tianling suddenly shouted. At the same time, the 3 people who were sitting on the armchairs were leisurely drinking tea and watching everything. Senior brother Yang, this Zhang Tianling is dead set on Mu Yun. We can't pry open his mouth. Jiang Jin, who was beside Yang Fengsong, bowed and said flatteringly, the crown prince's whereabouts are unknown. Mu Yun said that the crown prince's death made us disband the faction, and she became the leader of the Sword faction. Now that you're back, senior brother Yang, you must avenge the crown prince. Jiang Jin, you, Peng Huai and Qin Shiyue are the crown prince's grand guardians, but you were defeated by Mu Yun in one move. Isn't that too shameful? Yang Fengsong did not speak, but Ruan Jingyu said disdainfully. Ruan Jingyu was dressed in a silver robe and held a feather fan in his hand. He smiled slowly and said, I'd like to see what kind of person Mu Yun is. She left the Sword faction for less than 100 years, but she's actually being ridden on by a newcomer. I, Ruan Jingyu, am not convinced. Ruan Jingyu, who still remembers us? Just as Ruan Jingyu's words fell, a voice sounded. We're out of time now. Of course, they're holding on to the fragrant buns that the sect master has taken a fancy to. Ling Yan also smiled faintly and said, I think this time, we might be taught a good lesson by them. Emir Mu Yun has only been in the Sword faction for a few years. Does he really think that this place is his territory? After the 2 of them finished speaking, Yang Fengsong finally spoke. Even if the sect master cares about him, who can stop me if I want to kill him? He's still trying to reform the system and reform the Sword faction. I think the one who needs to be reformed the most is himself. Yang Fengsong looked down and shouted in a deep voice, Zhang Tianling, Feng Rui, Chao Tianga, I'll ask the 3 of you one last time. Before Mu Yun left, where are the treasures that she asked you to reward your disciples? Only the 6th grade, the roar caused the disciples to feel a chill down their spines. Speak? Kill me if you dare. Zhang Tianling said with a hollow laugh, Yang Fengsong, you'll soon know how wrong you are today. You'll pay the price one day. The price of death. Zhang Tianling's eyes were filled with anger. I'll die, but you'll die too. Zhang Tianling yelled with a crazed look in his eyes. I, Zhang Tianling, grew up in the Sword sect. Recently, Mu Yun is willing to pay the price and set the rules with his own income. Are you guys satisfied with the rules? Zhang Tianling looked at the crowd and yelled, do you want to be protected by the sect, or do you want the sect to not be able to protect you all the time, only to use you as a shield when the time comes? Yeah, Mu Yun's rules are good for the disciples of the Yi clan. That's right, the disciples of the Yi clan have always been bullied in the Sword sect. Now that there are rules, we can finally cultivate in peace. It's not just the Yi division disciples. Even the core disciples are holding lectures for the sake of the rewards. They're teaching us about their cultivation. The disciples began to discuss among themselves. Zhang Tianling looked at Yang Fengsong and yelled, everyone knows what Mu Yun is doing. You're asking me for the treasure left by Mu Yun. You know what you're trying to do. That's right. Chao Tianga burst out laughing, Yang Fengsong, you might not be happy for the rest of your life. Shut up. Yang Fengsong yelled with a cold expression. However, the 3 of them remained kneeling on the ground, their eyes cold. They were well aware of Mu Yun's methods. If they disobeyed Mu Yun, they would die. Besides, their cultivation had improved under Mu Yun's guidance. There was no need for them to disobey her. Fine, since you're so stubborn, I'll punish you today. Let's see if you're more stubborn than my methods. Wait. As soon as Yang Fengsong finished speaking, one of the Yi faction's disciples stepped forward and said, "Senior Brother Yang, our 3 senior brothers didn't do anything wrong." "Senior Brother Yang, why are you doing this?" "That's right, even if it's to punish disciples who have made mistakes, the elders should be the ones to do it." "Yes. Other than the sect master, only the Grand Elder can subdue him." "That's right. No matter how we look, we have to get the Grand Elder to come out." Everyone immediately started to resist. Seeing this, Zhang Tianling and the other 2 looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. In the past, they didn't even dare to think about such a situation. But now, those disciples were speaking up for them. "What's your name?" At this moment, Yang Fengsong pointed at the disciple who spoke up for justice and said with a smile, "Well said, only the Grand Elder can punish the 3 of them." "But I, Yang Fengsong, am one of my disciples. Punishing you shouldn't be a problem." As soon as Yang Fengsong finished speaking, he pointed his finger at the disciple. This moment happened so quickly that no one could react in time. Seeing that the finger was about to kill the leaf branch disciple, everyone saw the scene of blood splattering on the spot. However, at this moment, Yang Fengsong was the strongest person here. Who dared to offend him? How majestic! However, just as the finger was about to hit the disciple, a gentle laughter suddenly sounded at this moment. Bang! A fingerprint appeared and directly dissolved Yang Fengsong's attack. "Senior Brother Mu! Brother Mu! Brother Mu is back!" Suddenly, there was a burst of joy in the crowd. Seeing Mu Yun return, a trace of joy appeared in their hearts. It was as if their sky had returned. "Mu Yun!" Seeing Mu Yun, a smile appeared at the corner of Yang Fengsong's mouth. The protagonist was finally here. He had been waiting for Mu Yun for a long time. As long as Mu Yun appeared, he was ready to detain Mu Yun. Now was the time. "Mu Yun, how dare you come back?" Ling Yan stood up at this moment and shouted, "During the time that we 3 senior brothers were not in the Yi Sword sect, you have made the Yi Sword sect a mess. The whole sect belongs to you? You hold all the power in your hands? Do you really think you are an expert with heavenly sage aptitude?" "Mu Yun." Wang Jingyu also shouted in a deep voice, "The affairs of the Yi Sword sect can only be managed and participated by the disciples of the Yi Sword sect. You are now a lackey of the Heaven Sword Tower, a traitor. You don't deserve to stay in the Yi Sword sect." The 2 disciples immediately began to clamor. "That's right, a lackey, a traitor. Mu Yun, do you still think you can dominate the Yi Sword sect like before?" 2 more people spoke. However, looking at the 2 people, Mu Yun smiled slightly. Moon Full Sky, Jiang Jin, one was the most powerful person in the Nether God Party after the death of Ming Yuan, and the other was the most powerful person in the Crown Prince Party after the disappearance of the Crown Prince. Looking at the 2 people, Mu Yun ignored them and walked up the stairs to the stone platform. "Let them go." Mu Yun stared at Moon Full Sky and pouted. "I won't." Yu Full Sky shouted, "You, Mu Yun, are a disciple who betrayed the Yi Sword sect. You are a traitor, and these 3 people are your lackeys." Slap. However, as soon as Yu Full Sky finished speaking, a clear slap landed on Yu Full Sky's face. Mu Yun used almost all of her strength in this slap. Yu Full Sky's mouth was completely crooked, and a few teeth were knocked out. "You are just a 9th grade human immortal, and you just advanced, right? How dare you shout in front of me?" Mu Yun suddenly shouted, "Let me tell you, before the sect leader goes into seclusion, I will handle all the affairs in the sect. You Full Sky, I think you are disobeying the decision of disbanding the sect." If that's the case, Mu Yun lifted Yu Full Sky's body with her palm and shouted, "Yi Sword sect, what's the use of keeping a malignant tumor like you?" As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun flung her palm. Boom! In an instant, Yu Full Sky's body was thrown out and hit a mountain deep in the Yi Sword sect. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. A core disciple was thrown out by Mu Yun. "Mu Yun, you are crazy." Ling Yan shouted, "You are turning a blind eye to the Yi Sword sect's rules. I think you are courting death." "They are the ones who are turning a blind eye." Mu Yun snorted. "You'd better surrender now and listen to me obediently. Otherwise, you'll end up like him." I was wondering what gave you the confidence to reach the 4th stage Earth Immortal realm? Ling Yan laughed and said, alright, let me meet your junior brother. Let me see what you have that is worthy of the sect leader's attention. Ling Yan was at the 4th stage Earth Immortal realm and had been in this realm for many years. The opening of his 4 core spirals was like a fish in water. Facing Mu Yun, it was not a problem for him to capture her. After making up his mind, Ling Yan flipped his palm and took a step forward. Dong, a sword strike that was as dull as a clap of thunder slashed towards Mu Yun. You? Do you think you are worthy of killing me? Mu Yun was full of anger in the Heaven Sword Tower and there was no one to vent it on. Ling Yan was simply courting death by coming here. Without saying anything, Mu Yun rushed forward and met Ling Yan's long sword. Buzz, but at this moment, everyone felt an intimidating power. Ling Yan's entire body felt this change even more strongly. His entire body was unable to withstand it, and his speed was incomparably slow. Sword realm again. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked again. Mu Yun rarely used his sword moves, but just one move, sword realm, was enough to deal with his opponent. Mu Yun did not need to use sword moves to deal with Ling Yan. Once the sword realm was used, Ling Yan, a 4th stage Earth Immortal, could not resist at all. In the next moment, everyone saw Mu Yan's figure turn around and go behind Ling Yan. At this moment, Ling Yan's body was completely defeated. Ling Yan's entire body fell to the ground with a thud. Behind him, Mu Yun held his long sword and pressed it against his neck. Ling Yan, who did not dare to move, only felt his back trembling. Feeling the long sword on his back, Ling Yan's heart was only left with fear. Be careful, Ling Yan's voice trembled. Don't worry, if you behave, I won't kill you. After all, you are my disciple. Mu Yun smiled and shouted, release the 3 of them. Ling Yan immediately got up without saying a word. Zhang Tianling and the other 2 were immediately released and walked to Mu Yun's side. Yang Fengsong is a 6th stage Earth Immortal. Don't be careless. Zhang Tianling said quietly. He's just a 6th stage Earth Immortal. Mu Yun did not care. Just now, he killed Lu Dang and Chen Luan. In his eyes, Yang Fengsong was not even comparable to those 2. Mu Yun, how dare you? Yang Fengsong did not stop him at this moment. Instead, he shouted, these 3 people, including you, have ulterior motives. Now, let me ask you, put down the long sword in your hand and accept the sex investigation. Accept the sex investigation? Mu Yun smiled coldly and said, Yang Fengsong, Ruan Jingyu, you 2 do not have the right to investigate me. The sect master has appointed me as the next sect master of the Sword sect. Is this how you treat the next sect master? You're courting death, so don't blame others. Ruan Jingyu shouted and directly attacked Mu Yun. Get out of my way. However, Mu Yun bellowed and used Ling Yan's longsword to attack. Ding! Ding! In an instant, the 3 moves collided. Ruan Jingyu suddenly retreated and his face turned pale. Strange, while retreating, Ruan Jingyu was stunned. How could this Mu Yun be so powerful? It was completely different from what he had heard before. Get out of my way. Yang Fengsong finally could not stand it at this moment. These 2 idiots, one was captured and the other was defeated. It was simply a disgrace. Have the 2 of you fed your cultivation in the past 100 years to the dogs? Yang Fengsong looked at the 2 of them and said angrily. His gaze fell on Mu Yun and he smiled coldly. I didn't expect this. The heavenly sage aptitude is really terrifying. No wonder Tian Junyu likes you and took you in as his last disciple. However, you're just a lackey of the Heaven Sword Tower. Don't be arrogant in the Sword sect anymore. Translator, Naibo Studio Grand Elder Lackey? Mu Yun chuckled. Taking a step forward, Mu Yun's aura suddenly changed. The majestic aura that filled the air spread throughout the entire stone platform. No one knew where this sort of oppression came from, but it gave everyone present a certain feeling. There seemed to be a ferocious beast hidden in Mu Yun's body. And at this very moment, the deep-sea ferocious beast was about to break out of the prison and charge out. Yang Fengsong was also shocked. Although he was surprised, he was still a Tier 6 Earth Immortal. It could be said that he had condensed 2 more core spirals than Mu Yun. This kind of gap was not something that could be casually offset. Yang Fengsong steeled his heart and directly slashed out with his sword. Two figures immediately rose from the ground. Boom, halfway up the mountain, the two of them were already exchanging blows with each other. However, before, when Mu Yun defeated Lu Dang and Shen Luan, she relied on the two methods of the heaven's eyes, the strangeness of the empty blade and empty spin. But now, Mu Yun did not use this strange power. He didn't want to expose himself in front of so many people. That was only one of the reasons. The second reason was that Yang Fengsong was far too weak compared to the two of them. There was no need for it at all. Mu Yun's sword moves weren't flashy, and what she was using now was the Dragon Phoenix Tyrant sword art. Under the operation of the Way of the Sword, each strike was stronger than the last. Mu Yun's sword moves became increasingly violent. However, Yang Fengsong was surprised to find that something was wrong. This feeling was very wrong. He clearly had the strength and foundation to suppress Mu Yun, but now, he was being suppressed by Mu Yun. With every move, Mu Yun was able to break through his sword moves and even predict his attacks. It was as if Mu Yun had already practiced his sword moves thousands of times and deciphered them countless times. This was impossible. It was the first time he had met Mu Yun. For the past 100 years, he had gone out to train so that he could experience more sword moves. Then, he would successfully return to the Es sword sect and obtain Ye Gushua's true ultimate skill. But now, in Mu Yun's hands, everything he had learned over the past 100 years seemed to be a joke. This was a shocking blow. Yang Fengsong was dumbfounded. Scram! Seeing that Yang Fengsong had completely lost his fighting spirit at this moment, Mu Yun slashed out with her sword and kicked out with her leg. Bang! Yang Fengsong's entire body tumbled down in a distressed state. With a loud crash, he smashed into the stone platform. It's over. Yang Kanglin was completely dumbfounded. This time, he had failed. A Tier 6 Earth Immortal was no match for Mu Yun, a Tier 4 Earth Immortal. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined this. Damn it! Yang Fengsong stood up and looked at Mu Yun. He spat out a mouthful of blood before he spoke. Mu Yun, you violated the sect rules without permission. Do you think you're in the right? I am your eldest senior brother. You better surrender now. Otherwise, you will be punished. Punished? Mu Yun immediately shouted, in the Es Sword faction, the faction master is the most powerful. I am the faction master's disciple. The faction master entrusted me with an important task. Who dares to punish me? Mu Yun spread out her hands and looked at Yang Fengsong, her eyes full of provocation. Do you dare? Seeing Mu Yun's arrogant attitude, Yang Fengsong could not wait to pounce on her. But in the next moment, Yang Fengsong stopped himself. Even if he doesn't dare, I dare. Just as Mu Yun finished speaking, a figure seemed to fall from the sky. But in a flash, 3 figures appeared directly above the martial arts field. The 3 figures stood steadily above the martial arts field. Mu Yun had never seen these 3 people before. Grand Supreme Elder. Seeing the 3 people, Yang Fengsong immediately cowed out and said, Grand Supreme Elder, please make the decision. Mu Yun has run amok in the Es Sword faction. Grand Supreme Elder, please punish her. Fengsong, get up. We have all seen what this girl has done. In front of the 3 people, a white-haired old man nodded and said, Don't worry. Although we 3 old things don't care about the matters of the faction master is now in seclusion. The 3 of us can still make the decision. Thank you, Grand Supreme Elder. Seeing the 3 people, Yang Fengsong suddenly felt that his savior had arrived. Mu Yun was doomed. The 3 Grand Supreme Elders were all in the celestial immortal realm. Mu Yun was doomed. Greetings to the 3 Grand Supreme Elders. Looking at the 3 people, Mu Yun cupped her hands and smiled. You still know about us 3 old farts? The man in the middle, who was the leader, had white hair and a beard, and was dressed in a white robe. He snorted and said, Mu Yun, you have only been in the Es Sword faction for a few years. Aren't you too anxious to control the Es Sword faction? Moreover, you are now Tianjunyu's last disciple. How can you be the future faction master of the Es Sword faction? Although the Es Sword faction is an ordinary iron faction under the jurisdiction of the Heaven Sword Tower, if you become the faction master and a disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower, doesn't that mean that the Sword faction will become a vassal of the Heaven Sword Tower? That's two different meanings. Moreover, Yang Fengsong has no problem in handling today's matter. He is the eldest senior brother. Since the faction master is not here, he must exercise his authority. The white-haired old man immediately questioned Mu Yun, not giving Mu Yun a chance to speak. Mu Yun, I can understand that you are implementing reforms for the good of the sect. However, the disciples shouldn't be the only ones to do these things. The elders in the sect should also do their part. I think it's better for you to hand over your personal gains to the sect. It's better for the sect to unify them. Don't worry. I, Lu Qingsong, promise that I will carefully investigate this matter. I will definitely not let anyone play any tricks. Elder Lu, you are wrong. However, just as Lu Qingsong finished speaking, Mu Yun directly rejected him. She originally thought that this white-haired old man with the bones of an immortal was a good person. She didn't expect him to be this kind of trash. At the end of the day, he was just coveting the rewards that Mu Yun had offered. Yang Fengsong, when you returned to the sect, you denied everything that your disciple had done. You even secretly attacked your own disciple. This is already a violation of the sect rules. Moreover, the faction master said that he would leave the sect's matters to me to handle, so I believe that I can handle these matters well. I don't need Yang Fengsong to interfere. Moreover, he has no right to interfere. You, seeing that Mu Yun was still so arrogant in front of the Grand Supreme Elder, Yang Fengsong was completely enraged. This fellow was simply shameless to the extreme. Mu Yun, don't be too presumptuous. You are now answering the Grand Supreme Elder's question. What kind of attitude is this? Yang Fengsong shouted, you are looking down on the Grand Supreme Elder. Do you know your crime? Don't you dare accuse me here. Mu Yun retorted directly, Yang Fengsong, I know what you are thinking now. Of course I won't look down on the Grand Supreme Elder. I'm just arguing for what's right. Arguing for what's right? Seeing this, a Grand Supreme Elder beside Lu Qingsong immediately shouted, I think you are just arrogant. Hey, Qin Wenbin, you can't say that. She is the successor personally appointed by the faction master. Naturally, the few of us old things won't be taken seriously. Yan Ziqiu, you're quite insightful. Do you feel comfortable being looked down on like this? The two people on the left and right immediately began to tease each other. Mu Yun stood below, but she kept her mouth shut. She knew that these two old things were talking to her, but she didn't mind what they said. Mu Yun didn't mind. Both of you. Looking at the two of them, Mu Yun said, this disciple believes that everything this disciple is doing now is authorized by the faction master. Moreover, the current Sword sect is indeed developing in a good direction. This disciple hasn't done anything wrong. But here, Mu Yun changed the topic. Looking at Yang Fengsong, she said, this Yang Fengsong, Wan Jingyu, and Ling Yan are preventing this disciple from making the Sword sect stronger. They even scolded this disciple as a henchman. I think the three Grand Supreme Elders will punish these three impartially for this disciple. As soon as Mu Yun said this, she immediately threw all the burden on Yang Fengsong and the other two. Hearing this, Lu Qingsong sneered and said, Mu Yun, you are quite scheming. Throwing the burden on the three of them, you think you can stay out of this? That's right. Mu Yun's intentions are punishable. The three Grand Supreme Elders should restrain her, lest our Sword sect disciples follow the surname of Heaven Sword Tower. Yang Fengsong immediately shouted. Looking at Yang Fengsong's chattering, Mu Yun couldn't help but want to slap him. This guy was really annoying. Mu Yun really wanted to say, do whatever you want. However, seeing that the three Grand Supreme Elders were here, Mu Yun still waited for them to say something. Mu Yun, now, stop everything you do. Lu Qingsong ordered again, hand over all the treasures you have to the sect. The sect will arrange them uniformly. The sect also has its own rules regarding the rewards and punishments of disciples. Although you obtained the treasures yourself, if you still admit that you are a disciple of the sect, then hand them over to the sect. Admit that I'm a disciple of the sect, hand them over. What kind of bullshit logic was this? Everything Mu Yun was doing now was to hand over the treasures she obtained in Huangquan City, and even the immortal weapons and elixirs she obtained from the divine space treasure cave in the painting of extermination of immortals to the disciples of the sect. Please forgive me, Grand Supreme Elder. This disciple can't. Hearing this, Mu Yun's attitude was firm, and she directly refused. What a joke. The reason why he took out his own things to strengthen the Yi Sword sect was to improve the Yi Sword sect according to his previous life's management. If he handed them over to the sect, he did not know who would get their hands on them. Of course, he would not agree to this. So, are you going to rebel? You even dare to disobey Grand Supreme Elder Lu's words? Yan Ziqiu, who was dressed in a long black robe, immediately shouted. This disciple doesn't dare. Don't dare? I think you're very daring. Qin Wenbin also shouted, Mu Yun, I'll give you one last chance. Are you going to hand them over or not? This disciple will definitely not hand them over. Mu Yun cupped her hands and said, these things are all taken out by this disciple for the growth of my junior brothers. If the sect takes them away, then what's the point of me taking them out? You still say that you're a disciple of the Yi Sword sect? You even dare to disobey the Grand Supreme Elder's words. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Some people were happy while others were sad. Yes, good. Lu Qingsong nodded and said, I can see that this young man's temperament is unstable. Even if he becomes an expert in the future, he will still rebel against the Yi Sword faction. It's best to subdue him now to avoid endless troubles in the future. I will personally explain this to the faction leader. Good. Good. Qin Wenbin and Yan Ziqiu immediately stepped forward when they heard Lu Qingsong's nod. A powerful pressure pressed down on Mu Yun. Elders, are you going to protect Yang Fengsong? Mu Yun retorted, since that's the case, forgive me for disobeying the orders of the three supreme elders. Disobeying? Then you must have the ability to disobey. Yan Ziqiu sneered and reached out to grab Mu Yun. Bang! Bang! However, in the next moment, there was a loud explosion. A figure appeared in front of Mu Yun like a ghost and blocked Yan Ziqiu. Elders, are you going to shed all pretenses of cordiality? Gu Feng appeared in front of Mu Yun. However, looking at the three of them, Mu Yun continued to speak slowly. No wonder you're so arrogant. You found a helper. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Yan Ziqiu looked at Gu Feng who had appeared. After exchanging blows with him, he concluded that this person was only at the same level as him. Want to defeat him? Dream on. Yan Ziqiu immediately took the lead and charged forward. Mr. Gu Feng, I'll have to trouble you. Don't let me down. Mu Yun smiled and said, these three are all supreme elders of the first-grade heavenly immortal realm. You must be careful. Don't worry. They're just 3 cockroaches. I'm a first-grade heavenly immortal. I'm different from the 3 of them. Gu Feng said confidently and charged forward. Let me help you, Elder Yan. At this moment, Qin Wenbin also took a step forward, and the two immediately rushed towards Gu Feng. However, when he saw the 2 of them rushing over, Gu Feng smiled and said, the 2 of you aren't qualified. Why don't you come together with that old thing? Gu Feng directly punched out, but it was unknown what kind of martial technique he was using, but the rolling power stirred people's hearts. Rumbling sounds of explosions rang out one after another. Gu Feng's entire body seemed to be covered in layers of energy that were constantly gathering and then exploding out. The martial skill he used was very strange. Dong dong, 2 muffled sounds rang out, and Qin Wenbin and Yan Ziqiu both took a step back. Seeing this scene, the surrounding disciples were even more shocked. The sudden appearance of this expert was very strange. What happened? Lu Qingsong also saw that it was extraordinary. This person seemed very strange. Elder Lu, this person is very strange. Attack together. Lu Qingsong did not care about this at this moment. If they did not restrain this little bastard Mu Yun today, how could the 3 of them continue to stay in the Yi Sword sect in the future? The 3 supreme elders immediately tangled with Gu Feng. However, looking at the 3 of them, Gu Feng's eyes revealed a contemptuous smile. He was able to withstand the attack of the second-stage human immortal Qiao Ding Tian for so long, and it was not for nothing. In his eyes, these 3 people were worthless. Most importantly, he was recently schemed against by Mu Yun. A first-stage heaven immortal was schemed against by a fourth-stage earth immortal, and he was naturally very unwilling to accept it. However, although he was unwilling to accept it, his anger was hidden in his chest, and he could not vent his anger on anyone. This was what annoyed him the most. Previously, when he fought with Xiao Ding Tian, he was suppressed here, and there was no place for him to vent his anger. Now, there was finally a place for him to vent his anger. How could Gu Feng be polite? He directly attacked the three of them, not missing a single one. At this moment, the crowd looked up at the sky, where the wind and clouds were surging. The four heaven immortals were like four mountains to them. At this moment, when they collided with each other, their expressions changed. However, what surprised them the most was that the powerful heaven immortal who came with Mu Yun was not at a disadvantage even though he was fighting against the three of them alone. This was the most shocking thing. Looking up at the battle in the sky, Mu Yun smiled slightly. Gu Feng was a senior guardian of Bilua Huangquan School, a first-stage heaven immortal. His strength and means were naturally not comparable to the three supreme elders. Most importantly, Gu Feng was now in the prime of his life. As for the three supreme elders, although they were also first-stage human immortals, they had reached the end of their lives. Immortals did not have an endless lifespan. The advancement of each stage could increase one's lifespan. However, as one's strength increased, the time needed for the advancement would be longer, and one's lifespan might not be able to last until then. However, generally speaking, it was not a problem for immortals to live for 10,000 years. However, the supreme elders of a sect meant that these elders had reached the end of their lives. Therefore, they abdicated and became supreme elders, hoping to increase their strength by one stage through closed-door training. Even the advancement of one stage could increase one's lifespan by hundreds of years. After a few hundred years, he would be able to advance another level. Lin Yu understood that Lu Qingsong, Qin Wenbin, and Yan Ziqiu would not have long to live after becoming supreme elders. Moreover, the rules of space and time in the immortal world and the lower realm were different. The requirements for a martial artist's body were naturally different. However, there was no doubt that it was stricter. After all, the immortal world was known as the myriad great worlds. In the lower realm, no matter how big the space comprehension was, it was only a small world. The word immortal was enough to distinguish everything. Seeing the four people fighting, Mu Yun slowly walked forward and sat on the wooden chair on the stone platform. Alright, three elders, it seems that you won't be coming down for a while. However, we can continue to deal with our matters. Mu Yun looked at the crowd and said slowly, "Everyone, I will speak properly now. Today, seeing that everyone is here, I, Mu Yun, will make things clear. First of all, I'm willing to take out my own savings to help everyone improve their strength and realms, not for you to thank me. When you become stronger, the One Leaf Sword faction will become stronger as well. Everyone, please remember that we are a team. A first-rank faction needs to bow to a bronze-rank faction, and a bronze-rank faction needs to bow to a silver-rank faction. I think everyone understands that the accumulation of power between factions is like a pyramid, not to mention martial artists. You are all grown up. One day, some people will choose to leave the Sword sect and venture into the outside world. When that time comes, who will recognize who I, Mu Yun, am? Do I need your gratitude?" Looking at the crowd, it was rare for Mu Yun to say so much at once. Since we have made ourselves clear, let's continue our in-depth discussion. The Sword sect's Yi branch disciples, core disciples, and direct disciples. The Yi branch elders, core elders, and grand elders are clearly distinguished. Now, sky immortals are indomitable and omnipotent existences in front of everyone. However, do you know that above the sky immortals, there are even more powerful mystic immortals in the silver rank factions? There are even more powerful immortals above the mystic immortals. In the 10 great domains of the immortal world, which one of them doesn't have an immortal king overseeing them? Could it be that you are limited to this small South Pole? I am willing to take out my savings to help everyone improve, so what I hope is that you can devote yourself to cultivation. For what? For the future, when people mention the Sword sect, they will look at you with disdain. They will not see you being bullied or even killed. Don't be an ant, be a supreme being. As Mu Yun spoke, it was as if he had spoken his mind. Therefore, I will make it clear here. Yang Fengsong, Wan Jingyu, and Ling Yan have ignored my rules. I, Mu Yun, cannot tolerate it. Today, these 3 people will die without a doubt. Boom, Mu Yun's words were like a huge rock falling into the sea, causing a huge uproar. They would die without a doubt. Mu Yun was really ruthless. Now, I will make it clear. If you stay in the Sword sect, improve yourselves well and help each other. If you have such arrogant abilities, why don't you behave atrociously to outsiders? Those who don't want to stay and feel that the rules I set are unfair, you can bring it up now. I will definitely not stop you. Mu Yun looked at the crowd after he finished speaking. It was his intention to make things clear. He didn't want to see any more direct disciples or core disciples causing trouble in the near future. Senior brother Mu, we will take over the new rules you set. We also like it very much. Yes, there are factions in the Sword sect. We are bullied every day. We don't have any cultivation resources at all. They are all taken away. That's right. The sect should protect us. At the critical moment, we are willing to contribute to the sect. Suddenly, the faction disciples and core disciples all over the mountain were talking about it. Mu Yun abolished the factions, so there was only one faction in everyone's hearts, and that was the Sword sect. Such a move, coupled with Mu Yun's harsh punishments and rewards, made the Sword sect more and more stable. Everyone was full of energy to cultivate. Everyone knew that if they really used it, it would definitely be beneficial and harmless. Well, in that case, I, Mu Yun, hereby promise that you only need to focus on cultivation. There is no reward that I, Mu Yun, can't afford. There is only a speed of improvement that you can't keep up with. Haha, hearing this, the crowd suddenly burst into discussion. However, some people were happy, while others were sad. At this moment, Yang Fengsong and the other 2 sat on the ground, their faces pale. Mu Yun now had everyone's support. What else could they do? But even so, they didn't want to give up. Yes, they couldn't give up. There were still the 3 Supreme Elders. How could Gu Feng deal with the 3 Supreme Elders? It was absolutely impossible. Boom, boom, boom. However, at this moment, 3 deafening booms exploded in the sky. Suddenly, 3 figures fell one by one and directly smashed on the 3 peaks of the Sword sect's core disciples. The scene of dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces were filled with shock. 3 booms, could it be? The 3 Supreme Elders were defeated, but even if they were defeated, wasn't it too fast? Yang Fengsong looked at Mu Yun at this moment, his eyes full of viciousness. Mu Yun, don't be complacent. The 3 Supreme Elders can't be defeated. Gu Feng must be among them. You're dead. Even if 1 Supreme Elder is here, you're still dead. Yang Fengsong suddenly sneered. However, looking at Yang Fengsong's sneering face, Mu Yun sneered. Yang Fengsong. Translator, Nyoibo Studio for example. Yang Fengsong suddenly made up his mind. However, he suddenly understood what Mu Yun meant. However, he didn't want to believe it. 3 figures fell. It was impossible for them to all be the 3 Grand Elders. One of them must be Gu Feng. How could Gu Feng, a Tier 1 Heavenly Immortal, be able to defeat the 3 Supreme Elders? Absolutely impossible. Yang Fengsong looked at Mu Yun with a vicious expression. Stop dreaming. How could a mere Gu Feng be the 3 Grand Elders? I haven't disappointed you yet, have I? However, before Yang Fengsong could finish his words, Gu Feng's figure descended from the sky. It was as if someone had slapped Yang Fengsong's face. Yang Fengsong was completely dumbfounded. Gu Feng, it was Gu Feng. This guy was actually standing here unscathed. How could this be? Then, those 3 figures were the 3 Grand Elders. Gu Feng was completely dumbfounded. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How is this possible? Gu Feng was stunned on the spot. He did not believe that this would be the result. How could a mere Gu Feng do this? Are you convinced now? Mu Yun snorted and turned to look at Gu Feng on the other side. She said, bring those 3 people up. Yes. Seeing Gu Feng's respectful attitude towards Mu Yun, Yang Fengsong knew that it was all over. But who was this Gu Feng? In the Heaven Sword Tower, apart from the Tower Master of the Heaven Sword Tower, Tian Junyu, the 2 Vice Tower Masters, Chen Siren and Xiang Fenchen, and the 5 Elders, there were only a handful of celestial immortals. But there was no such person as Gu Feng. Could it be that this guy wasn't from the Heaven Sword Tower? Then who could he be? Looking at Mu Yun's back, Yang Fengsong was instantly enraged. Go to hell. Yang Fengsong immediately attacked Mu Yun with his palm. You're courting death. However, before Mu Yun could retaliate, Gu Feng, who was standing in front of Mu Yun, suddenly attacked with his palm. Bang! Yang Fengsong was sent flying like a cannonball. With a loud bang, he smashed into the stone wall of the mountain range behind him. His body was torn into pieces. He was deader than dead. Gu Feng was a Tier 1 heavenly immortal. He had used all his strength to attack Yang Fengsong. Seeing Yang Fengsong's death, Zhang Tianling, Chao Tianga, and Feng Rui's hearts trembled. Feng Tian is he was Yang? His God is his studio to think Yang Fengsong yin to studio 2. His mind is his Yang was his Yang. Now that they had seen Yang Fengsong's death, their hearts were filled with grief. They were able to vent their anger. This resentment made them feel rather comfortable. In a flash, Gu Feng appeared in the middle of the 3 mountains. He picked up the 3 supreme elders and threw them in front of Mu Yun. Lu Qingsong, Qin Wenbin, Yan Ziqiu. Looking at the 3 of them, Mu Yun shouted sternly, I am carrying out the will of the sect master to make changes to the Yi Sword sect. Moreover, the disciples of the Yi Sword sect are all convinced. The 3 of you are going against everyone's wishes. I won't kill you today. However, the 3 of you need to reflect on your actions. Once you're done, come and find me. Mu Yun shouted at the 3 supreme elders. The 3 supreme elders were first-grade heavenly immortals. Killing them would be a great blow to the overall strength of the Yi Sword sect. Mu Yun was willing to let them stay for a while. She wanted to see if they could calm down. If they could not, then they would die. The 3 grand elders looked at each other, their faces pale, and then they left. Ruan Jingyu. Ling Yan. Mu Yun turned around and looked at Ruan Jingyu and Ling Yan with indifferent eyes. Senior brother Mu, please spare our lives. The 2 of them knelt down immediately. Yang Fengsong was dead. They did not want to follow in his footsteps. Their cultivation and even their lives would be forfeited. Spare our lives? Then tell me, why should I spare your lives? Looking at the 2 of them, Mu Yun snorted and said, just because the 2 of you knelt down and kowtowed? The 2 of us were coerced by Yang Fengsong. Senior brother Mu, please investigate. Yes. From today onwards, we will do whatever senior brother Mu asks us to do. We will never be disloyal. Is that so? Looking at the 2 of them echoing each other, Mu Yun pondered for a moment and smiled. Well, since the 2 of you have such intentions, I can spare your lives. Mu Yun said slowly, now, the 2 of you will go to the Dark Mystic Quarry and be in charge of the mining of the human Yang Essence Stone in the Dark Mystic Quarry. Dark Mystic Quarry? Hearing this, the 2 of them immediately looked bitter. After going to that place, it would be very difficult to increase one's cultivation. Moreover, it was a gathering place for martial artists from the lower realm to ascend to the immortal realm. They were all low-level martial artists who had not even reached the human immortal realm. There, they would not have a chance to shine. However, now that things had come to this, they had no other choice. Let me tell you, if you dare to run, I will definitely let the 2 of you die without a burial place before you even step out of the Dark Mystic Quarry. Mu Yun said in a low voice as she waved her hand and 2 drops of blood merged into the 2 of them. The dark seal of life and death controlled people like them in order to subdue them. Mu Yun understood that the 2 of them were ingrates who could not be nurtured as trusted subordinates. Everything had been settled. This time, the Yi Sword sect was completely unified. On Mu Yun's mountain peak. In the main hall, dozens of figures stood still. Zhang Tianling, Feng Rui, Chao Tianga, and the others stood on the left side with a bow. Lin Jixiu, Fan Wuyan, Luo Qing, and the 2 brothers Luo Yun stood on the right side. The rest of the people were their trusted subordinates. Mu Yun sat at the top and waved her hand. Looking at the crowd, she said, the Yi Sword sect is an ordinary iron sect. The Yi branch disciples are rank 1 human immortals to rank 5 human immortals. The core disciples are rank 6 human immortals to rank 9 human immortals. The 7 disciples above are the sect leader's 7 disciples. Now that Yangfeng was dead, there were indeed 7 of them. However, the crown prince's whereabouts were unknown. Now, I will reset the rules. In the future, if the core disciples break through to the Earth Immortal Realm, they will all be promoted to rank 6 disciples. I will open a special lecture hall. Hearing this, the people below were overjoyed. They knew how powerful Mu Yun was. Although Mu Yun was only a rank 4 Earth Immortal and could not be compared to the supreme elders and sect leaders in the sect, Mu Yun's knowledge were vast. Moreover, Mu Yun had comprehended the sword principle. From sword will to sword force, then to sword heart, and finally to the sword principle, her valuable experience was enviable. The Heaven Sword Tower is a bronze sect. Think about it, the servant disciples in the Heaven Sword Tower are rank 1 human immortals to rank 5 human immortals. The Outer Sword Pavilion disciples are rank 5 human immortals to rank 9 human immortals. The Inner Sword Pavilion disciples are rank 1 Earth Immortals to rank 5 Earth Immortals. There are also dozens of Sword Tomb disciples who are above rank 5 Earth Immortals. I think everyone can understand how big the gap is between the 2 sects. As long as everyone in the ES Sword sect is united, there is no doubt that we can reach the level of the Heaven Sword Tower. Now, there are thousands of core disciples, all of whom are rank 6 human immortals to rank 9 human immortals. These disciples should seize the time to reach the Earth Immortal Realm. Mu Yun looked at the crowd, full of fighting spirit, and said, "We not only have to do this well, but we have to do it perfectly." Yes. Hearing Mu Yun's words, everyone looked at each other and nodded happily. With Mu Yun around, they felt that anything was possible and there was hope to accomplish it. After the meeting ended, Mu Yun rubbed his head. He had started to deal with the management, but it was really troublesome. But now, the ES Sword sect needed to be reorganized. There were many things that he needed to solve. "I didn't expect you to have such a strong foundation." Gufeng looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile, "This move is similar to our Great Hell King." "Your Great Hell King?" Mu Yun was suddenly interested and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, how many people are there in the Biluo Huangquan school?" "And it's divided into 18 Hell Kings?" "I see that Li Fengxing, Han Kai, and Tong Yao, these 3 Hell Kings all have the cultivation of Heaven Sword Tower's Deputy Tower Master Chen Siren, Xiang Fenchen, and even Tian Junyu. From this point, it seems that your Biluo Huangquan school is indeed more powerful than a bronze-ranked force." "It's more than that." Gufeng immediately curled his lips and said, "The 16 Hell Kings, the 17 Hell Kings, and the 18 Hell Kings, are actually only the rulers of the 3 Hell levels. Let me put it this way, the 18 Hell Kings are equivalent to a pyramid. It's not that the 16 Hell Kings and the Great Hell King are similar in strength. On the contrary, one is in the sky and the other is on the ground. It can also be said that the 16 Hell Kings, the 17 Hell Kings, and the 18 Hell Kings, the 3 Hell Kings, are equivalent to bronze-ranked forces. The 14th, 15th, and 16th Hell Kings are equivalent to silver-ranked forces, and so on." "How is that possible?" Hearing this, Mu Yun sneered and said, "If that's the case, wouldn't the Great Hell King of your Biluo Huangquan school be an immortal king? Then wouldn't your sect master be an immortal emperor?" "I don't know what realm the sect master is at. I don't even know what realm the previous Hell Kings are at. But I only know that the sect master is very strong, so strong that it makes people tremble." "Give me an example?" Mu Yun smiled slightly. "The simplest example is, of the 3 Hell Kings you met, who do you think is the strongest?" It should be Sissy Tong Yao, right?" Sissy, hearing Mu Yun's words, Gufeng's expression became strange. "That's right, Hell King Tong Yao is the strongest, at the 5th stage Heaven Immortal Realm. But Hell King Tong Yao once said that he met the Great Hell King once, and the feeling the Great Hell King gave him was that he could kill him with a flick of his finger." Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio 9 Yang Creation Pill. He could die just by moving his finger. It sounded like the Great Hell King was at least a super expert at the mystic immortal realm. This is only secondary. The Great Hell King once told him that although the sect master hasn't appeared for 10,000 years, but, every time he sees the sect master, the Great Hell King feels as if he's standing in a desert, a drop of water fused into the sea. Can't you just say that he's very strong? Mu Yun smiled. He's indeed very strong. Gu Feng smiled bitterly. We didn't have the chance to see the sect master's true appearance. If we can be by his side and serve the sect master, we can die without regrets. Now that you mention it, I feel that your sect master is like those old monks in the Buddhist region. His ability to sense people is very strong. Don't tell me your sect master is a monk? Alright. I won't joke with you anymore. Mu Yan stood up and smiled slowly. Let's go. Where to? Of course I'm going to meet the 3 Grand Elders. They are Grand Elders. If they were defeated by you alone, how could they not feel embarrassed? It's good to give them a boost. The corners of Mu Yan's mouth curled up slightly after she finished speaking. Seeing Mu Yan's expression, Gu Feng knew that this fellow must have come up with some bad idea again. At this moment, the 3 Supreme Elders were on their own mountain peaks. The 3 of them sat in the main hall, adjusting their breathing and circulating their strength, slowly recovering their strength. Sigh. Each generation is stronger than the previous. The 3 of us are now old. Suddenly, Qin Wenbin couldn't help but speak. This Gu Feng that Mu Yan summoned is not from the Heaven Sword Tower at all. How can we not know about such a powerful Heaven Immortal Realm warrior in the South Pole? Yes. Moreover, that Gu Feng is so obedient to Mu Yan that he listens to everything he says. This time, he's done for. The 3 of them immediately looked at each other bitterly. They had indeed lost this time. Furthermore, he had fallen into the hands of Mu Yan. How could he be willing to accept this? Forget it. Lu Qingsong smiled bitterly and said, My old bones are completely useless now. Now that Yang Fengsong is dead, who in the sect can compete with Mu Yan? I'll just stay here and wait for death. Elder Lu. Say no more. Lu Qingsong waved his hand and said, The current me is nearing the end of my lifespan. I don't have many years left to live. I have been trapped in the realm of Tier 1 Heavenly Immortal for more than 1,000 years. This is the limit of my talent. I am powerless to change it. Since ancient times, geniuses were called geniuses because of their outstanding talent. His cultivation speed, learning martial skills, and comprehending martial arts were all extremely fast. Although the lifespan of an immortal was long, some people were limited by their own talents. After reaching a certain peak, their body's potential would be completely depleted, and they would not be able to advance any further. This was the case for Lu Qingsong. After reaching the heavenly immortal realm, his body's potential had already been fully developed and reached the peak. Now, as time passed, he had already reached the end. Immortals were just powerful martial artists. Even the most powerful immortal king couldn't possibly exist in this world forever, living and dying forever. Lu Qingsong knew that he was about to reach the end. Elder Lu, why are you so pessimistic? However, just as Lu Qingsong finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded from outside the main hall. Mu Yan crossed the main hall and came to the front of the 3 people. You have already won the Sword sect. Now, no one in the sect dares to disobey your orders. Are you going to send us 3 old things to the Darkstone Field too? Of course not. Mu Yan looked at the 3 people and said slowly, I know that the 3 elders have now reached the limit of your bodies. It may not be long before you die. Therefore, this junior is here to clear your doubts. Clear their doubts. Hearing this, the 3 people immediately looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. What was the purpose of cultivating? To be able to obtain great strength. The reason why they wanted to obtain great strength was to survive. Longevity was the wish of everyone since ancient times. However, it seemed that no one had ever achieved it. However, there was no lack of people pursuing the path of longevity. Now, the 3 of them were the Grand Elders of the Sword sect. When the Sword sect disciples saw them, they had to respectfully address them as Grand Elders. This was the benefit of great strength. However, all of this was based on the fact that they were still alive. If they died, there would be nothing left. Who wanted to die? Even the immortal kings who dominated the immortal world did not want to die. Mu Yan, are you trying to deceive us again? Lu Qingsong looked at Mu Yan tentatively. However, Mu Yan did not answer. Instead, he continued, It is said that the weather at the peak of Mount Han is abnormally cold. Often, a type of immortal herb known as the 9 needle flower will grow there. This type of immortal herb will break through the rocks and grow 9 leaves. This type of immortal herb is very strange. Each leaf is as sharp as the tip of a needle. In an extremely cold place, it absorbs the cold energy of the world. After accumulating for a long time, it grows vigorously. The 9 needle flower, the 3 of them had naturally heard of this kind of flower before. However, they did not know why Mu Yun was telling them this now. The 9 needle flower grows in an extremely cold place. Therefore, it gathers extremely strong cold air. If it collides with the heavenly fire, it will evolve into a special effect, to change the potential of the martial artist's body. Therefore, according to these 2 characteristics, the immortal alchemists created a refining method for immortal pills, the 9 yin and 9 yang creation pill. 9 yin and 9 yang creation pill. Hearing this, Lu Qingsong and the other 2 immediately stood up. Naturally, they had heard of this pill that Mu Yun was talking about. Heaven-grade immortal pill, it could improve the potential of an immortal's body and had a powerful effect. Once the potential of their bodies was changed, their cultivation might be able to take another step forward and enter the 2nd stage Earth Immortal realm. That would give them another few hundred years of life. At that time, they might be able to break through again after collecting enough heavenly treasures. Mu Yun, you can refine this pill? Of course. Mu Yun looked at the 3 of them. She placed her hands behind her back and walked to the entrance of the main hall. Looking at the faint immortal aura lingering around the mountain peak, Mu Yun slowly said, I, Mu Yun, can naturally refine this heaven-grade immortal pill. However, this 9 needle flower is extremely rare. In the Bailuo Celestial Mountain, there seems to be. Let's go and collect it immediately. The 3 elders could not wait any longer. However, looking at the 3 of them who could not wait, Mu Yun turned around with a different kind of smile in her eyes. Lu Qingsong immediately looked embarrassed. It was true that Mu Yun could refine this pill. However, what right did she have to help them? Lu Qingsong immediately looked embarrassed. He cupped his hands and said, Mu Yun, the 3 of us were muddle-headed previously. Now, this old me apologizes to you. In the future, in the One-Leaf Sword sect, the 3 of us will definitely be loyal to you. Don't be in a hurry to express your opinion. Hearing this, Mu Yun waved her hand and said, 3 elders, after relying on the 9 yang creation pill to break through to the 2nd stage human immortal realm, if you betray me, I won't have the strength to protect myself, right? Then what do you want? Qin Wenbin could not wait any longer. His lifespan was almost at its peak, but he had more than 10 years more than Lu Qingsong. Of course, he was also very anxious. It's simple. If you want me to trust the 3 elders, you naturally have to put your lives in my hands. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she looked at the 3 of them and said again, I don't want the 3 elders to agree to my request immediately. I'll give you time to think. If you submit to me, you have to be loyal to me. I don't want to cause division in the One-Leaf Sword sect. I'll submit. However, just as Mu Yun finished speaking and was about to turn around and leave, Lu Qingsong immediately said impatiently, Elder Lu. Elder Lu. Seeing this scene, Qin Wenbin and Yan Ziqiu immediately looked at each other and shouted in disbelief. I've already decided. I don't have many years left to live. If there's a chance to go further, I naturally won't give up. If you limit my life, I think it should be fine if I don't betray you, so I'm willing to submit. Lu Qingsong really did not have time to wait. The current him had already reached the peak of the realm. There was not enough time. If he could get the 9 needle flower a step earlier and let Mu Yun refine the 9 yang creation pill, his chances of resurrection would be greater. This was a chance for rebirth, his life would sublimate again. In that case, let's fuse with this drop of blood. Mu Yun waved her hand, and a drop of blood essence directly floated in front of Lu Qingsong. Okay. Lu Qingsong immediately fused with the blood. Suddenly, Mu Yun felt that there was another mark on the 9 spirits heaven capturing tablet. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun smiled slightly. We'll submit too. At this moment, Qin Wenbin and Yan Ziqiu cupped their hands and bowed their heads. There was no turning back for the situation. Now, they could only choose to submit. After subduing the 3 people, Mu Yun felt that this was the real Sword sect. Otherwise, these three supreme elders would definitely be a disaster if they stayed in the Sword sect. However, after planting the life and death seal on the three of them, Mu Yun frowned. At this moment, in the chart of extermination of deity, the 3 9 spirits heaven-capturing tablets suddenly seemed to have stopped moving. It was like an old steed in the saddle, unable to bear the burden, saturated. Mu Yun was shocked. Since the strange change in the bloodline until now, there were about a dozen people who had been planted with the life and death seal. At first, it was Luo Jianxia, Huan Xianxia, and Yu Qinglan. Later, it was Zhang Tianling, Chao Tianga, and Feng Rui. Then it was Lin Jishou, Fan Wuyan, Luo Qing, and Luo Yun. Then it was Gu Feng, Xiao Ding Tian, and more than a dozen inner sword pavilion disciples of Heaven Sword Tower. There were also Ruan Jingyu and Ling Yan. Now, with Lu Qingsong, Qin Wenbin, and Yan Ziqiu, it had reached saturation. Mu Yun was stunned. What was this? It was over just like that, the life and death seal, the immortal blood codex, the 9 spirits heaven-capturing tablet. In addition to his strange bloodline, the more people he controlled, the more fruits he would bear, and the stronger the power he could control. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The magical effect of absorbing the core vortex. Mu Yun immediately felt vexed. If she had known this would happen, she would not have used the dark seal of life and death so easily. Are you vexed? Guei chuckled as if he could see the vexation in Mu Yun's heart. Look at how proud you are. If you really spread it without limit, then the entire immortal world will become your eyes and ears as your strength increases. Old thing, you already knew, but you didn't tell me. Why must I tell you? Guei smiled proudly. Enjoy it. I can't be bothered with you. However, don't worry. If your cultivation level increases, you will be able to resolve it again. You might even be able to subdue a few more confidants. However, you have to take it easy. Although I don't know how you obtained this dark seal of life and death, it's quite powerful. You planted the dark seal of life and death in them. In the future, when you return to your peak, these guys will all improve because of your strength. In the future, even your bloodline. What's wrong with my bloodline? Mu Yun asked when Guei suddenly stopped talking. Nothing. Guei smiled shakily. Anyway, you know that in the future, as long as you don't die, your potential is endless. I'm afraid that all of them will become the rulers of the immortal world. Tisk. Hearing this, Mu Yun snorted and said, if they all become rulers, then what will I do? Ignoring the 3 elders, Mu Yun looked at the 3 of them and said, the 9 needle flower is very difficult to find, but it's not like it doesn't exist in Bailuo Celestial Mountain. As long as the 3 elders find the 9 needle flower, I will immediately start refining the 9 yang creation pill for the 3 elders. Okay. No problem. The 3 elders' faces were filled with anticipation. How could they not want to have a 9 yang creation pill back then? It was just that this pill seemed to only exist in silver forces. Between silver forces and iron forces, there was still a bronze force. How could they obtain this heaven-grade pill? Wait. After Mu Yun left, Lu Qingsong was suddenly stunned. Just now, Mu Yun said that he's going to refine it for us. This guy knows how to refine heaven-grade immortal pills? Lu Qingsong was stupefied. The 3 elders looked at each other in shock. What did a heaven-stage celestial alchemist represent? Mu Yun was a heaven-stage immortal alchemist. Such an identity would be considered a treasure in a silver organization. Don't make this matter public. Otherwise, Mu Yun will be targeted and we won't have a good ending. We naturally understand. Right now, our lives are connected to Mu Yun's life. The 3 immediately nodded. I didn't expect you to boast so much. Gu Feng said with a smile as he watched Mu Yun walk out of the main hall. Bragging? Mu Yun was stunned. When did I boast? A heaven-stage celestial alchemist refining a heaven-grade immortal pill. What kind of operation is required? Immortal herbs, and some rare treasures are not like the ones you saw in the lower realm. Do you know the nature of these herbs? Gu Feng said with a smile, the 9 yang creation pill is not something you can get involved in. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun shook her head and smiled. So, this was what Gu Feng was talking about. Don't worry. It's just a heaven-grade immortal pill. Is a heaven-stage celestial alchemist that great? Mu Yun said slowly, my master is very powerful. Your master? If He Gushue and Tian Junyu were both heaven-stage celestial alchemists, I think the Yi Sword faction and the Heaven Sword Tower would have become silver forces long ago. Of course, it's not this master. Mu Yun leaned forward carefully and said, the master who taught me alchemy is called Meng Zimo. He's the one and only alchemy celestial in the 10 Directions celestial realm. After all this time, Mu Yun was still bragging, and Gu Feng was just disdainful. Mu Yun cupped her hands and looked at Meng Zimo with an expression that said, I can't do anything if you don't believe me. After returning to her mountain, Mu Yun began to think about everything that had happened recently. It was impossible for her to go back to the Heaven Sword Tower in a short period of time. However, with Chao Ding Tian around, Ren Gang Gang would not have any problems. The loyalty of the dozen internal Sword Pavilion disciples would not be a problem. She would let them move around there for a while. She would wait until Tian Junyu came out of seclusion. However, the most important thing now was to choose a few immortal techniques to cultivate. The immortal technique that Mu Yun was using now was the Dragon and Phoenix Hegemon Sword technique. However, the Dragon and Phoenix Hegemon Sword technique was only a superior human rank immortal technique, which was not in line with her current strength. The Heaven Receiving Immortal technique was only one of the immortal techniques that could improve her cultivation. Now that he was a level 4 Earth Immortal, it would not be a problem for him to cultivate a medium Earth rank immortal technique. After thinking about it, Mu Yun decided to choose a finger technique. Void Shattering Spirit Finger. Although he was mainly cultivating sword techniques now, he did not want to give up on finger techniques. Void Shattering Spirit Finger was a medium Earth rank immortal technique, which was just right for her current strength. Searching through the memories in her mind, Mu Yun chose another sword technique, Thousand Dragons Imperial Sword Technique, medium Earth rank immortal technique, Thousand Dragons Imperial Sword Technique. This sword technique was also Mu Yun's favorite sword technique in her previous life. Moreover, Mu Yun's understanding of the sword in her previous life could be said to be very stupid. The reason why she could comprehend the way of the sword in her previous life was because of her persistent efforts and the guidance of her master, Mia Tianyan. In this life, after integrating the memories of her previous life, Mu Yun's cultivation became more proficient. With this proficiency, Mu Yun thought that if he took out some of the sword techniques from her previous life to cultivate, her progress would be faster. Now, what she needed was to hone her skills one by one. Void Shattering Finger. Spirit Seal Killing Finger. Void Shattering Immortal Seal. The 3 fingers were completely different in style and were all different. Mu Yun calmed down and began to cultivate the 3 fingers. At this moment, Mu Yun was standing outside the main hall, at the peak of the mountain, and began to cultivate. Gu Feng was sitting on the roof of the main hall, watching Mu Yun. However, when he saw Mu Yun perform a new immortal technique, Gu Feng felt that he could not sit still. This kid. Why do I feel that he is very proficient in all kinds of immortal techniques? Gu Feng muttered. He saw that the immortal technique that Mu Yun performed was extraordinary, but Mu Yun seemed to be fumbling and cultivating. However, this kind of fumbling was like Mu Yun, recalling the immortal techniques that she had cultivated before. It was a very strange feeling. As Gu Feng watched Mu Yun perform step by step, he felt that it was increasingly inconceivable. At this moment, Mu Yun was constantly familiarizing himself with the cultivation of his martial technique. He did not notice Gu Feng's observation at all, nor did he have the mind to pay attention to it. At this moment, the cultivation of the Void Shattering Spirit Finger made Mu Yun feel something that he had never felt before. It was very strange. Recently, his bloodline cultivation had reached the bottleneck of the first 3 levels of the Indestructible Blood Codex. His realm was at the 4th stage of the Earth Immortal realm, and he had not improved. However, when he performed the Void Shattering Spirit Finger, its power seemed to be about to explode. Sensing this, Mu Yun immediately began to unleash his skills. However, he still could not grasp that feeling. Why was that? Would performing the Void Shattering Spirit Finger become a completely different experience? Mu Yun practiced the moves one by one. Gradually, he felt that he was experiencing something different. That's right, Mu Yun suddenly understood. He used the Receiving Heaven Immortal Era technique to absorb the core whirlpools in Lu Dang and Chen Luan's bodies into his body. However, he did not dissolve the power of these two people's core whirlpools. He merely placed them in his body and did not absorb them. However, now, the consumption of immortal chi with each move was intentionally or unintentionally releasing the power of the core whirlpools. Therefore, the power of each move was increased slightly. Suddenly, Mu Yun gradually understood and directly took a step forward. Void-shattering finger. He pointed his finger. At this moment, Mu Yun directly pointed his finger at the sky. However, the power of this finger was increased by several times. Boom! Suddenly, a roar sounded between heaven and earth. The crackling sound was ear-piercing. The dull thumping sound made Mu Yun feel that the sky above seemed to be tearing the space apart. The power of this finger was increased by more than 3 times, just relying on the power of one core whirlpool to produce such a tyrannical explosive power. Mu Yun was completely stunned. There was no record in the Receiving Heaven Immortal Era technique that the power of absorbing other people's core whirlpools could be used in this way. Mu Yun immediately looked as if he had discovered a new continent. Gu Feng, who was sitting in the main hall, immediately cursed when he saw this scene. Bastard, why didn't he say hello? Isn't this kid using the same martial technique? Gu Feng looked at Mu Yun and frowned, puzzled. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was shocked. It can still be done like this, it can still be done like this. Mu Yun muttered to himself in surprise, and he was cheering at this moment. One Leaf Valley. Mu Yun came to One Leaf Valley almost without thinking too much. The roar just now was like a muffled thunder from the sky, and the entire Iya sword sect was shocked. One Leaf Valley was a place for core disciples to train themselves, and he could make good use of it. When he arrived at One Leaf Valley, Mu Yun immediately began the trial. He was a 4th-grade Earth Immortal, and he had only collected 6 core whirlpools in his body. He had already used 1 core whirlpool earlier. Now, he wanted to test whether this was the special effect of the void-shattering spirit finger, or it was the same for all martial techniques. Thousand Dragons Imperial Sword Technique. First move, Dragon's Roar. As he slashed out with his sword, the shadow of a dragon seemed to appear in front of Mu Yun. As immortal chi gathered, the dragon's roar reverberated throughout the valley. Roar. The strong dragon's roar caused the entire valley to tremble. Mu Yun directly struck out with his sword without any reduction in speed. Boom! Suddenly, the entire valley was filled with fluctuations of aura, and the expressions of many core disciples who were cultivating in the valley changed drastically. What's going on? I don't know. Who's so powerful? In this valley, I'm afraid only an Earth Immortal can cause such a great impact, right? I don't know. Boom. Boom, just as the numerous disciples were discussing, an even more intense explosion sounded at this moment. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Acting Sect Leader. The deafening roar and the strange dragon's roar made everyone's ears buzz. Who the hell is behind this? What? What did you say? Are you kidding me? Is it an enemy invasion? Some of the core disciples in the valley immediately began to talk amongst themselves. One by one, they began to retreat towards the exit. Originally, One Leaf Valley was not a place where anyone could enter as they wished. However, Mu Yun had implemented the new rules, and the core disciples had more opportunities to enter One Leaf Valley to train. They had thought that this place was good, but now, they did not see anything good. The 2 muffled thunderclaps forced them to retreat. A group of core disciples stood at the exit of One Leaf Valley and looked at all this. They did not dare to enter. Whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out from the valley. In an instant, a figure appeared in front of everyone. Senior Brother Mu. Senior Brother Mu. When they saw Mu Yun, a group of core disciples immediately surrounded him. Eh? Why are all of you gathered here? However, when he saw everyone standing outside the valley, Mu Yun said in surprise. Senior Brother Mu, there's something strange in the valley. There are continuous thunderclaps and dragon roars. A core disciple immediately said. Hearing this, Mu Yun coughed and said, it's alright. There's just some problem with the array in the valley. I've already repaired it. Nothing will happen now. Yes. After Mu Yun finished speaking, he left slowly. However, he felt rather awkward. He did not expect that his attack would cause such a situation. It was indeed unexpected. However, when the core disciples behind him talked, Mu Yun immediately stumbled and fell to the ground. Brother Mu is really amazing. He's proficient in all three of the categories of alchemy, weapon refinement, and array formation. Yes, everyone can rest assured now. Hurry up and go in to improve your strength. Yes, when you reach the Earth God realm, you'll be rewarded with an Earth-level celestial weapon. I really want a celestial sword. I hope Senior Brother Mu can refine it for me personally. Unknowingly, Mu Yan's voice in the One Leaf Sword sect had increased greatly. After leaving One Leaf Valley, Mu Yun could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed that with the opening of One Leaf Valley, in the future, he would not be able to cultivate in this place. However, this time, he was more confident that he could use the core whirl absorbed by Celestial Epic technique to improve his cultivation and strength. Mu Yun understood this point and his confidence had been greatly boosted. The eruption of the core revolving strength could increase his striking power by several times. This sort of increase would allow him to face enemies at a higher cultivation boundary than himself, and he would be able to erupt with an even more tyrannical strength. Mu Yun was. Mu Yun. Now, when facing a Tier 6 Earth Immortal, he no longer needed to use the Void Blade and Void Spin. He could only rely on the Sword Realm of the Sword Dao will to control his opponent. Coupled with his exquisite swordsmanship and the Dan Whirlpool absorbed by the Heavenly Immortal tactics, he could gather his strength within his body. However, when he thought about the core spiral energy in his body, Mu Yun suddenly recalled that he still had a move that he had yet to use. Essence Blood Bead. The Essence Blood Bead's condensation contained the excess energy from each condensation in his body. It would increase the strength of his body step by step. Mu Yun did not know what level the Blood Bead's power had reached. However, the Essence Blood Bead in his abdomen had turned black-red at this moment. The color of blood had condensed to the extreme and turned black. Mu Yun was very curious. How strong would the Essence Blood Bead's power be when it exploded? However, Mu Yun knew that the Essence Blood Bead would continue to condense. There was no upper limit to its power. It would continue to increase. The violent power would become stronger and stronger. He was not worried. After leaving One Leaf Valley, Mu Yun returned to the mountain peak. There was nothing for him to do recently. He could cultivate in peace for a period of time. When he returned to the mountain peak, a few figures were already standing on the mountain peak. They seemed to be waiting for him. Eh? Lin Jishou, what's wrong? Seeing Lin Jishou, Mu Yun was slightly surprised. Something big happened. Lin Jishou said slowly, people from the Heavenly Master Sword sect are here to cause trouble at the Dark Mystic Stone Quarry. Lin Jishou's face was solemn. It seemed that this matter was not simple. Speak slowly. When Wang Jingyu and Ling Yan arrived at the dark black stone field that the ES Sword sect had opened, they began to supervise the daily mining. But recently, the mine slaves of the ES Sword sect discovered many mortal Yang Essence stones, and even earthly Yang Essence stones. Earthly Yang Essence stones are formed by the accumulation of mortal Yang Essence stones over tens of thousands of years. But the Heavenly Master Sword sect somehow got wind of this news, and now they are fighting over it. Someone died? Mu Yan's fingers twitched. Aren't the ES Sword sect and the Heavenly Master Sword sect very distinct from each other? Why is the Heavenly Master Sword sect like this? Lin Jishou's eyes were filled with bitterness. They were divided into regions. However, when you discovered the 9-story spiritual pagoda, the sect leader took control of it. The other sects naturally knew about it. How could they be satisfied? Now that they have discovered the existence of Earth Yang Essence stones, they are even more dissatisfied. This time, I heard that not only the Heavenly Master Sword sect, but even the Sword Washing Pavilion is getting restless. Interesting. Mu Yan rubbed her fingers continuously. Let Zhan Tianling, Feng Rui, and Chao Tianga go to the Dark Mystic Stone Quarry first to check out what's going on. I will catch up later. Yes. After Lin Jishou left, Mu Yun frowned. Why? Is it very troublesome? If worst comes to worst, we can just start a war. Don't iron, bronze, and silver rank forces always swallow each other up? Gu Feng's leisurely voice sounded as he casually said. It's easy for you to say. All the major factions are about the same. Unless a few major factions join forces, it's more or less the same to annihilate one. In other words, even if the Heavenly Master Sword Sect, Sword Washing Pavilion, 9-Story Sect, and Star Moon Sword House join forces to annihilate the ES Sword Sect, the price they have to pay is that the offerings that the ES Sword Sect has to pay to the Heaven Sword Tower in the future will be shared by the 4 major factions. Unless it's a huge benefit, no one will swallow another. That's not necessarily true. Gufeng smiled slowly. With a great genius like you around, plus the 9-story spiritual pagoda that the ES Sword Sect discovered, didn't it just open to the 6th level? It's hard to guarantee that they won't be tempted. Hearing this, Mu Yun pondered for a moment. Gufeng's words were not without reason, however, Yi Gushiwe was still in the ES Sword Sect. The 4 major factions would not do that. Mu Yun thought for a moment and immediately set off for the Dark Mystic Stone Quarry. At the same time, in the Dark Mystic Stone Quarry, the dusky land still looked as dark as ever. The figures coming and going were constantly busy mining ores and transporting them back and forth. Standing in front of the Dark Mystic Stone Quarry, Mu Yun could not help but sigh. In the beginning, he started here, but now, he had reached the Earth Immortal Realm. During this period of time, too many things had happened. Returning to the Dark Mystic Stone Quarry again, Mu Yun was in the position of a master. This kind of feeling really gave birth to a different kind of emotion in people's hearts. Brother Priest is here. Seeing Mu Yun appear, the disciples in charge of the safety of the Dark Mystic Stone Quarry gathered and bowed respectfully. The upper echelons of the sect rarely came to the Dark Mystic Stone Quarry. Now, Mu Yun could be said to be the highest existence in the sect. The disciples who stayed here to guard were mostly Stage 1 human immortals and Stage 2 human immortals. For the martial artists who ascended from the lower realm, the human immortals were heaven. What's the situation? Who's in charge here? Mu Yun said slowly, find Ruan Jingyu and Ling Yan for me. Senior brother Mu, the 2 senior brothers are now negotiating with the disciples of the Heavenly Master Sword Sect. Negotiating? Mu Yun was a little surprised. It seemed that things were not so simple. Let's go and have a look. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people went directly into the mine. Back and forth between the mine entrances and the mountains, many figures were busy going back and forth. But today, the whole Dark Mystic Stone Quarry was quite solemn. Be more active. Today, the acting sect leader of the ES Sword Sect is here to inspect in person. Everyone be more active. Jing Diyu shouted in front of a group of people. A few years ago, Jing Diyu was the team leader of the 1st Squad of the 1st Brigade. But later, he was inexplicably promoted to team leader, which made him very excited. Later, he knew the reason. Team leader, why is it so solemn today? What's the matter? A miner could not help but laugh. Is something big going to happen? I see that the disciples of the ES Sword Sect are all very nervous. It's so solemn. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Jing Diyu scolded. Let me tell you, today, a big shot is coming to inspect. Now, this big shot is very popular. Acting sect leader, do you know what that means? Acting sect leader? Hearing this, the rest of the people started to talk. It seemed that something big was going to happen today. No wonder the entire Dark Mystic Stone Quarry was so lively. The disciples of the ES Sword Sect were even more energetic. Jing Diyu. At this moment, a figure walked over. He was wearing the ES Sword Sect's disciple uniform. It was a disciple of the ES Sword Sect. Exalted Immortal Chen. Seeing this person, Jing Diyu immediately put on a smiling face. Although he was the leader of the 1st Brigade, he was just a small fry in front of the ES Sword Sect disciples. Jing Diyu, tell your men to be alert. Let me tell you, something special happened today. If I, Chen Haoran, am unlucky, you, Jing Diyu, won't be able to escape either. Yes, Exalted Immortal Chen, don't worry. There's no problem at all. I guarantee that everything is normal. Chen Haoran nodded. Where's Elder Yu? Elder Yu? Hearing this, Jing Diyu looked at the entrance of the mine and scratched his head. Maybe he went into the mine to investigate. Nonsense. Chen Haoran immediately scolded. Hurry up and find him. The mine is so dangerous. How can you let Elder Yu go inside? Didn't I tell you to just let Elder Yu be responsible for the accounts outside? You what? Hurry up and find him. Chen Haoran shouted. If there's any accident and Senior Brother Mu remembers, I'll skin you. Brother Mu? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations investigate immediately. The acting sect leader is Mu Yun. Senior Brother Mu, are you stupid? Hurry up, Elder Yu gave Brother Mu a mortal yang pill. I spent a lot of effort to find out that Senior Brother Mu and Elder Yu are indebted to each other. Moreover, Brother Mu cherishes old friendships and thinks of Elder Yu. If anything happens to Elder Yu, I will die, and you will die too. Mu Yun? Became the acting sect leader, Jing Diyu was dumbfounded. By the way, Jing Diyu, Senior Brother Mu left your first squad. You didn't offend him back then, right? No, of course not. Jing Diyu nodded immediately. It's best that you didn't. Hurry up and find Elder Yu. Elder Yu is now the clown of your first squad. Treat him well. As long as Senior Brother Mu is around, no one will dare to bully your first squad. Now, Elder Yu's words carry more weight than the person in charge of the Dark Mystic Stone Quarry. Do you understand? Oh, okay, I'll go find him now. Jing Diyu's head was about to explode. He thought that the person who came to inspect was an expert from the Yi Sword sect, and he knew that it was the acting sect leader. However, he did not expect it to be Mu Yun. How could it be? Could it be someone with the same name? How many years had it been since Mu Yun left the Dark Mystic Stone Quarry? Even if she was a genius, it was already very fast for her to advance a realm in 4 to 5 years. Could it be that Mu Yun's realm had advanced rapidly in the past few years, and she already had the strength of a disciple in the sect? Jing Diyu was completely shocked as he thought about it. However, he hurriedly went to find Elder Yu. As Jing Diyu searched the mine, he finally saw an old figure in the mine. Elder Yu, why are you here? It's too dangerous here. Let's go up quickly. Jing Diyu could not help but say when he saw Elder Yu. However, Elder Yu was sitting on a big rock with one foot on the ground and the other leg stretched out on the rock. But, as Elder Yu sat there, in front of him, there was a figure bent over, serving him respectfully. Elder Yu, what happened to your leg? The figure placed his hands on old Yu Tu's withered legs and asked with concern. Sigh, it's an old problem. Old Yu's cloudy eyes smiled and said, I can't even remember how many years it has been like this. This old man is old. When I entered the immortal realm, I wanted to become an indomitable immortal, but now. I don't want to. How can I not? The figure bent down and gently kneaded old Yu Tu's thighs with both hands. He smiled and said, Old steed still has 1,000 miles of ambition. No matter what, you can never give up your fighting spirit. Jing Diyu wanted to draw a picture as he looked at the back view, but it seemed inappropriate for him to do so. He stood to the side and remained silent. This figure looked very familiar. I'm old, and I can't compare to you. Back then, I saw that your potential was good, so I gave you a mortal yang pill to form good karma. Old Yu chuckled and said, I just didn't expect you to be so promising. Hearing Old Yu's words, Jing Diyu was stunned. Mu Yun, Jing Diyu immediately straightened his posture and took a few steps back cautiously. I still remember that the mortal yang pill that you gave me, Old Yu, was a defective product. Haha, hearing this, Old Yu too laughed and his face turned red. However, more and more figures gathered in the cave. Gradually, the entrance of the cave was blocked. However, when they saw the two of them chatting happily, no one dared to disturb them. Who was this person? He was the first disciple of the Yi Sword faction and the current acting faction master. Even the Grand Elder had to submit to him, who dared to stop him when he wanted to chat with someone. In the mine, the disciples of the Yi Sword faction who stayed in the Dark Mystic Stone Quarry and those who followed Mu Yun stood in the tunnel without saying a word. Lin Jishou and the others were also delighted to see Old Yu too. When they were together, even stepping into the human immortal realm felt like a dream, but now, under the change of Mu Yun, they were not thinking about the human immortal realm, but the earth immortal realm. That period of time was indeed memorable. Well, I won't take up your time. Look at those people, aren't they waiting for you? Old Yu laughed as he looked at the people lining up at the entrance of the tunnel. It's okay, just let them wait for a while. Mu Yan pursed her lips and smiled. I haven't seen you for a long time. It's a special feeling to return to the place where we first met and think of the fear of the past. Haha, old Yu laughed and stood up. You're a busy person now, I can't take up your time. By the way, Mu Yun, the Heavenly Master Sword Sect and the Sword Washing Pavilion seem to be up to no good recently. You have to be careful. I'm here for this matter. No. Old Yu shook his head. The trouble I'm talking about is not only on the surface, but also in the dark. The dark mystic stone quarry has tunnels that lead to all directions. There are also situations where one accidentally mines across the boundary, so, I understand. Hearing old Yu's words, Mu Yun nodded. After exchanging a few more words with old Yu, Mu Yun turned and walked to the center of the mine. Wan Jingyu, Ling Yan. Mu Yun shouted. Her tone was sharp and domineering. Senior brother Mu. Senior brother Mu. Wan Jingyu and Ling Yan had been waiting in the mine for a long time. When they heard Mu Yun's call, they immediately walked out. Tell me in detail what happened. Mu Yun said slowly, why did such a big problem happen when the two of you came? You'd better give me an explanation. Reporting to brother Mu. Hearing this, Wan Jingyu immediately cupped his hands and said, we just arrived here and don't understand the situation. But according to the disciples here, recently, some disciples in the Heavenly Master Sword Sect came to provoke them when they had nothing to do, so some of the junior brothers couldn't help but fight. It was originally a small problem, and there were often conflicts. But recently, the fights have become more and more intense, and there were deaths. There were deaths? Mu Yun immediately shouted, these deaths are the lives of the martial arts practitioners from the lower domain in the Dark Mystic Stone Mine, right? Wan Jingyu, how do I know that some miners were forced to participate in gambling fights? The disciples of the Heavenly Master Sword Sect and the Yi Sword Sect did not participate in the fight, and instead let the miners die? And the disciples of the Yi Sword Sect started gambling fights? They used the lives of the miners to gamble. With a thud, Wan Jingyu immediately knelt on the ground and said tremblingly, Senior brother Mu, I really didn't know about this. I've only been here for a few days, and I'm not familiar with the process. I haven't heard of this. Go and investigate immediately. Mu Yun immediately shouted, the martial arts practitioners from the lower domain may become disciples of the Yi Sword Sect in the future. This is the reserve power of the Yi Sword Sect. Letting them mine here is not only for the production of our sect's minerals, but also for training. Find out who ordered this, and show no mercy. I'll do it right away. Wan Jingyu immediately cupped his hands and left. He was an earth immortal, and here, he was the leader. But he did not expect that there was someone hiding the news from him. His life was now in the hands of Mu Yun. Mu Yun had sent him here to watch his performance. Whether he could return to the Yi Sword Sect again depended on his performance here. So he promoted Jing Diyu and ordered people to serve all the miners who were on good terms with Mu Yun. But he did not expect that something like this would happen. This was a slap to his face. Ling Yan. Mu Yun spoke again, there are tens of thousands of miners here, and the number will continue to increase. These people may become disciples of the Yi Sword Sect in the future. Set the rules again. Those who have contributed to the mining will be rewarded. Also, I don't want to see people lining their pockets and using inferior Renyang pills as rewards. Also, immortal techniques, immortal artifacts, and immortal pills can all be used as rewards. Come up with a detailed plan and reward measures for these things, and report them to me. Implement them according to the rules. If I hear of people using inferior Renyang pills to make up the numbers in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yes, Master. Ling Yan's heart was as bitter as if he had eaten a yellow lotus. These things had nothing to do with him, but he happened to encounter Mu Yun. What could he do? Moreover, the situation in the Dark Mystic Stone Quarry had been accumulating for a long time. It was not something he could solve in a short time. Now, it seemed that he was in trouble. Old Yu. After instructing, Mu Yun turned around and looked at Old Yu. I still have things to deal with. Since you want to stay here, then stay here. If you want to stroll around the Sword sect, you can look for me anytime. When the people standing in the mine heard this, they all looked at each other. Some of the captains in charge of the mine did not know why Mu Yun was so familiar with Olju. It was just that all the captains knew that if they saw Olju in the future, they would have to treat him like an ancestor. They could stroll around the Sword sect anytime. Mu Yun's casual words made them understand that Olju would be the Empress Dowager of the Dark Mystic Stone Quarry in the future. Alright, off you go. Olju chuckled and waved his hand. With Mu Yun's departure, the crowd immediately followed. What a grateful young man. If I could have met him 10,000 years earlier, maybe. At this moment, the crowd followed Mu Yun out of the mine. Lin Jishou. Here. Investigate which mine the Earth Sun Essence Stone was recently discovered. Bring me there to take a look. Okay. Mu Yun looked at the large group of people following behind her and said in annoyance, Don't you have anything to do? Disperse. The crowd immediately cupped their hands and left. Mu Yun stood in front and looked at the undulating mountains. She only felt that this time, it was not so simple. The people of the Heavenly Master Sword sect were causing trouble, but it happened when Ye Guxiue was in seclusion. Furthermore, the sword washing pavilion was ready to cause trouble. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The four sects' secret plot at the same time, in the dark mystic quarry that the Heavenly Master Sword sect was in charge of. Silhouettes walked back and forth, one after another. The leader had a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. His long hair hung loosely behind his back, and his hands were behind his back. Senior Brother Yen, what are we doing in the dark mystic quarry? Behind the square-faced man, a bright figure stood still. Her curvaceous figure, coupled with a rather cold face, gave off a feeling of purity and purity. It was Luo Jianxue. Junior sister, I'm not sure why Master asked us to come here. The square-faced man said with a wry smile. But recently, we've been in a lot of trouble with the Sword sect, and many mine slaves have died. I'm afraid we have to deal with this matter this time. Deal with this matter? Hearing this, Luo Jianxue furrowed her brows. After signing the seal of life and death with Mu Yun, her strength had improved by leaps and bounds. She had caught the attention of the Heavenly Master Sword sect and was now an important disciple. However, this time around, she was brought here just to deal with the matters in the dark mystic quarry. More importantly, Senior Yen Wushuang was the disciple that the sect master valued the most. He was a rank 5 Earth Immortal, and if nothing went wrong, he would be the next sect master. It was obvious that things were not that simple. Could it be that Master wants to take over the dark mystic quarry from the Sword sect? Shoo. Hearing Luo Jianxue's words, Yen Wushuang looked around nervously. Junior sister, don't talk nonsense. Yen Wushuang said with a straight face, this matter is not that simple. We don't have to worry about anything. We'll just do as Master asks. And this time, it seems like, it's the order of the higher-ups. The order of the higher-ups? Luo Jianxue was even more confused. The higher-ups were referring to the Heaven Sword Tower. However, the Tower Master of the Heaven Sword Tower, Tian Junyu, was in seclusion to recover from his injuries. Who could order the sect leader? Since Master doesn't say anything, we shouldn't ask too much. Let's just wait here to prevent any accidents and wait for the others to arrive. Others? Luo Jianxue said, only the dark mystic quarry controlled by the Heavenly Master Sword sect and the sword washing pavilion is close to the Sword sect. Will other sects come as well? That's what I heard. The 9-stack sect and the Star Moon Sword Mansion should be here as well. Luo Jianxue was even more shocked when she heard those words. Could it be that this time, the 4 major sects were prepared to join hands and swallow up the Sword sect's rights in the dark profound stone field? Luo Jianxue was shocked when she thought of this. He had to inform Mu Yun about this. At night, the dark mystic stone field was brightly lit. There were several thousand mines in the entire dark mystic stone fields, and they were all guarded and controlled by the 5 great sections. Martial practitioners from other small forces and families had no chance to come here to mine. Looking down from the sky, one could see that the 5 great sects were mining the dark mystic quarry in a circle, with each great sect occupying a part of it. They were clearly separated from each other and did not interfere with each other. But tonight, many figures had quietly arrived at the dark Xian stone field that the Heavenly Master Sword sect was in charge of. In a meeting hall, figures were walking back and forth. Dozens of figures were gathered in the hall. Those dozens of figures were all dressed in different attire. Heavenly Master Sword Sect. Sword Washing Pavilion. Star Moon Sword Mansion. 9-Stack Sect, the disciples of the 4 major sects were all present. Haha. Akiji, long time no see. You still look so feminine. A burst of laughter could be heard as a bulky figure walked into the hall like a monkey. Sherpeng, the disciples of your 9-Stack sect are always noisy and shouting wherever they go. Hearing the loud shout, a man with a pale face frowned and said with dissatisfaction. Ioyo, Akiji, I'm just joking. Why are you so serious? Sherpeng laughed and said indifferently. Sherpeng, you're in the wrong here. Beside him, a man in a star robe with blue hair and beard said with a smile, Akiji is the number 1 disciple of the Sword Washing Pavilion. How can you be so rude? As the man finished speaking, his hand quietly fell and reached under the scantily clad woman beside him. The woman cursed in a low voice. Her face was red, but she seemed to be enjoying it. Lu Buxiong, Han Yufei, I know that most of you in the Star Moon Sword Mansion cultivate dual cultivation. But we are discussing important matters here. Can't you go back and do your man-making project? Sherpeng curled his lips and said, We've been together for hundreds of years. Haven't you had enough fun? Stone lump. Hearing this, the scantily clad woman spat lightly and said, Sherpeng, what do you know about the matters between a man and a woman? This kind of thing is unforgettable. The heavens have created all things. Even the demons and ghosts of the demon domain and the demon domain are divided into male and female. This is a masterpiece of the heavens. You have one more piece, and I have one less piece. Only when we combine together will it be perfect. Do you understand? Hearing this, everyone present felt numb. Everyone is here. At this moment, Yan Wushuang walked in. Looking at the crowd, she waved her hand and said, Since that's the case, let's start discussing important matters. Discussing important matters? Qing Ji said softly, Yan Wushuang, we're here to cooperate with you. Just tell us what to do. What's there to discuss? Since we have the approval from above, we can just kill our way to the ES Sword Sect's mineral vein and occupy it. Why go through so much trouble? Sherpeng shouted, Anyway, the ES Sword Sect Shigushue is in seclusion. If we occupy the Dark Mystic Quarry and the 4 families work together, what can the ES Sword Sect do? When the time comes, shouldn't they lower their heads? We can't be careless. Yan Wushuang frowned and said, Recently, Mu Yun has returned to the ES Sword Sect. Now, he's handling all the big and small matters. We can't be careless. He's handling it all? Then will Yang Fengsong, Wan Jingyu, and Ling Yan be willing? They are more powerful than the Crown Prince. Will these 3 guys be willing to let Mu Yun strut around in the ES Sword Sect? This is also what I'm puzzled about. Yan Wushuang said worriedly, Now, many of the people we planted in the ES Sword Sect have been removed. Now, we can't even get any news. The matter happened in the past few days, and we haven't found out what happened. It seems that this Mu Yun has a layer of gold in the Heaven Sword Tower. Not bad, he has his own confidence. Akiji also said at this moment, but this time, since the higher-ups have given the approval, don't they have any substantial means? Naturally, you don't have to worry about this. The higher-ups sent 2 people, and they will take action at the critical moment. In fact, in the ES Sword Sect, apart from Mu Yun, the rest of the disciples aren't worth mentioning. Now that Mu Yun is in charge of the ES Sword Sect, we will overturn this guy and take over the ES Sword Sect's Dark Mystic Stone Mine. By the time Yigushue comes out of seclusion, it will be too late. We will take them by surprise. The elders of the ES Sword Sect can't react so quickly. It won't be too late to deal with it after we take over the quarry and dispatch experts from the sect. Yan Wushuang said solemnly. Also, this time, the higher-ups mean that the most important thing is to get rid of Mu Yun. As long as Mu Yun is dead, the Dark Mystic Quarry will never let us take it back. Hey, this Mu Yun seems to have offended a lot of people in the Heaven Sword Tower. Not only that, Mu Yun was conferred as the Heavenly Sword Envoy. Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing naturally can't stand it. Now that they have returned to the Sword sect, it seems to be glorious, but in fact, they were forced to return. The few of them immediately began to talk amongst themselves. Luo Jianxue, Yu Qinglan, and Huan Qingsha, who were standing in the crowd, were anxious. They didn't expect that the four major sects gathered here for such a matter. It seemed that the Sword sect was in danger. To be precise, Mu Yun was in danger. Alright, let's plan for this matter and return triumphantly. Let's do it today. Today, hearing this, the three girls' faces changed. Even if they informed Mu Yun now, it would be difficult to give Mu Yun time to make arrangements. Senior brother Yan, how do we do it? Luo Jianxue probed, are we going to kill them? Directly? Of course not. Yan Wushuang smiled slightly and said, during this period of time, we have mined near the Sword sect. As long as we dig through the mine, we can directly enter the dark mystic quarry of the Sword sect. At that time, it's best to catch them off guard. It seems that the Heavenly Master Sword sect is already prepared. Haha, Yan Wushuang just smiled. As a bronze force, the Heaven Sword Tower ruled the five major forces. Inside the Heaven Sword Tower, Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing were fighting for power. Naturally, it was even more so for them below. Everyone present was the top disciple of the major sects, and all of them wanted to be the sect leader. Secretly, they would naturally choose to support one of the two leaders of the Heaven Sword Tower. Once Qin Tianyu or Feng Ruoqing took the throne, they would make the right choice. In the future, with the support of the big shots, even if they temporarily lost their footing in the sect, they would be able to rise again in the future. In that case, let's not delay any longer. Let's go. The two of them, don't worry, they will definitely appear when necessary. This time, we will first kill the disciples of the Sword sect stationed here. Don't move the miners. After all, we still need people to open the mine. Understood. As soon as they finished speaking, they immediately left the hall quietly. Luo Jianxue, Yu Qinglan, and Huan Qingsha walked in the group, looking worried. Qingsha, what's wrong? Seeing Huan Qingsha's pale face, Akiji asked. Nothing. Huan Qingsha smiled slightly and said, I just feel that this trip is too risky. I'm afraid that Mu Yun is not so easy to deal with. Moreover, we are the first to make trouble and give the Sword sect a reason to criticize us. Don't worry, what can the Sword sect do if we give them a reason to criticize us? Do you think they will find fault with us? Anyway, with the support of the higher-ups, when the four major sects join forces, Yi Guxiue will not be able to do anything. Huan Qingsha forced a smile and did not answer. However, she still could not calm down. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. He had overestimated himself. At this moment, Mu Yun was wandering around the dark mystic stone field of the Sword sect and began to investigate. Senior brother Mu, I've already investigated. There's something fishy going on here. Wang Jingyu stood sideways and said respectfully, the disciples mining the human yang essence stone here often feel that the atmosphere isn't right. It's as if there's a thumping sound echoing in the mountain. It's very strange. Especially the place where the Earth Yang Essence Stone has been mined recently. There are even more strange things. Some disciples even said that they feel a cold killing intent, as if there's someone hiding in the mountain. Hiding someone? Mu Yun had to be careful at this moment. This matter sounded too strange. I got it. Mu Yun said leisurely, we have to deal with this matter carefully. There must be something strange going on here. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun wandered around the cave, looking at every vein. The Heavenly Master Sword sect and the Sword Washing Pavilion didn't seem to be making things difficult for her for no reason. Instead, it was premeditated. Walking into a cave, Mu Yun began to talk to Luo Jianxue, Yu Qinglan, and the others. Luo Jianxue was in the Heavenly Master Sword sect and had a high status now. If there was anything, she should know. Master, you finally contacted me. Sensing Mu Yun's fluctuation, Luo Jianxue's anxious voice sounded. What's going on? The Heavenly Master Sword sect is harassing us for no reason. What do you want? Master, I just learned that the Heavenly Master Sword Sect has joined forces with the Sword Washing Pavilion, 9 Stack Sect, and Star Moon Sword Mansion to attack the Sword Sect. What? Hearing this, Mu Yun's face turned cold. These guys, how dare they do that? Master, please don't be angry. Luo Jianxia said hurriedly, they don't know about you, Master. They don't know that you've unified the Sword Sect, so you don't have to worry. I'm not worried. It's just that these people, who gave them the guts to be so confident? Mu Yun sneered, who are they this time? Senior brother Yan Wushuang from the Heavenly Master Sword Sect, Aoji from the Sword Mansion Lu Bujuan and Han Yufei from Star Moon Stack Sect, and Shipeng from 9 Stack Sect. Luo Jianxia replied, these people are all Tier 5 Earth Immortals. Don't underestimate them. I got it. Mu Yun said slowly, it's good that they came. I was afraid that they wouldn't come. Master, the Heaven Master Sword Sect Disciple Sect. Heaven is Heaven Sword Tower? Is Heaven Sword Tower? Master, Yun is studio whose is Neen who studio is studio to studio Luan Mu En studio is how studio is. Luo Jianxia continued, we chose to go through the excavated tunnel. They said they had already prepared the tunnel. He's really smart. Mu Yun laughed coldly and said, this time, you just have to follow them. Don't hold back and do what you have to do. I understand. Mu Yun cut off the communication. Looking at the mine in front of him, he sneered in his heart. They wanted to attack the Sword Sect? That would depend on whether Mu Yun agreed or not. Mu Yun immediately summoned Lin Zhixiu and the others for a discussion. He did not care who the mastermind was. In the Heaven Sword Tower, there was only Feng Ruoqing and Qin Tianyu. Neither of them was a good person. Since they were here, they had to be prepared to die if they wanted to attack him. In the middle of the night shift, the Sword Sect's dark mystic quarry was brightly lit. However, what was puzzling was that there was not a single figure in the surroundings. Low rustling sounds could be heard from the mines. Then, many figures appeared from the mines. Those people were none other than the disciples from the 4 great powers. They did not disguise themselves this time. Instead, they showed their true faces. That's strange. Where are they? The 9 Stack Sect Shipeng exclaimed in shock when he saw that there was not a single person despite the bright lights covering the entire mountain. Could it be that the news was leaked? It can't be. Yan Wushuang shook his head and said, I changed the plan at the last minute according to the orders of the higher-ups. I was afraid that the news would be leaked, so it was unexpected. No one in the Sword Sect would know. Since Yan Wushuang had said so, they could not say anything more. Everyone, be careful. We are here mainly for Mu Yun. Once we get rid of him, the dark mystic quarry will be ours. Lu Buxiong from the Star Moon Sword Mansion said slowly. Everyone knew that this was a serious matter. Naturally, they were careful and spread out to search. Everyone, why did you come to my Sword Sect's dark mystic quarry in the middle of the night? What are you trying to do? However, right at this moment, the resplendent light suddenly converged with whooshing sounds, completely exposing everyone's figures within the mountain range. Wang Jingyu. Hearing this, Yan Wushuang shouted, Wang Jingyu, long time no see. I heard that Mu Yun is in charge now. Is the Sword Sect surnamed Mu? So what? Wang Jingyu cupped his fists and said, Brother Mu has the potential of a heavenly sage. Even the Tower Master of the Heaven Sword Tower, Tian Junyu, thinks highly of him and conferred him the title of Heavenly Sword Envoy. With him leading the Sword Sect, we will naturally walk the path of light. Sooner or later, we will unify the 4 seas. Wang Jingyu emphasized the words 4 seas. Oh? Wang Jingyu, I didn't expect you to be so confident after not seeing you for so long. Yan Wushuang smiled sinisterly. Unify the 4 seas? Then it seems that your Sword Sect's dark mystic quarry will not be left for you today. Just you? Are you qualified? Ling Yan also stepped out at this moment and said coldly, Yan Wushuang, your Heavenly Master Sword Sect seems to have become arrogant all these years. That's not true. The 4 major sects have come together, and your sect master is in seclusion. If we want to take the dark mystic quarry, I'm afraid that just the 2 of you can't stop us, right? Lu Busho of the Star Moon Sword Mansion sneered. Can't stop us? You think too highly of yourselves. Suddenly, a figure stepped out slowly from behind the two of them. It was Mu Yun. Seeing Mu Yun appear, everyone present was immediately interested. Finally willing to show up. Sherpung saw Mu Yun and snorted. You are Mu Yun, right? You've only cultivated for a few years, and your realm has advanced by leaps and bounds. I don't think your foundation is solid. Don't pretend to be a big shot here. Pretend to be a big shot? Mu Yun looked at Sherpung with a touch of contempt in her eyes. Now, tell me, who sent you here? Tell me, and I'll spare you from death. If you don't, you'll die. Mu Yun could not be bothered to talk nonsense with these people. Of all the geniuses in the mortal rank forces, these were the best of the best. However, these people were not worth mentioning in her eyes. Hearing Mu Yun's arrogant words, the geniuses were immediately enraged. Who were they? In the four common iron forces, they were the overlords. In the land of South Pole, with their strength and background, they could do whatever they wanted, but now, they were being ridiculed by Mu Yun. How could they take this lying down? Stop talking nonsense. I think we should kill this guy immediately. Akiji's soft voice sounded. Everyone looked at each other, and their eyes were immediately filled with murderous intent. The disciples and martial artists of the four great sects were all above the Earth Immortal realm, and the leaders were the four great geniuses. They were fifth-grade Earth Immortals and were not afraid at all. This matter was done secretly and would not allow the elders of the Sword sect to arrive in time. As long as they occupied this place temporarily and destroyed the teleportation formation, it would take a few days for the Sword sect to arrive. At that time, the experts of the Sword sect would arrive. I've given you a chance. Mu Yun looked at them and smiled. But it seems like you don't cherish it. She waved her hand. Swoosh, suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. As the sound of something breaking through the air was heard, suddenly, a crackling sound came from the sky. Boom. Boom, boom. Above their heads, flying swords rose into the air. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. What's going on? What's going on? Looking at the flying swords that filled the sky, everyone looked at each other, completely stunned. Brother Priest, you're really smart. I don't think any of them can come out alive from this flying sword formation. Wang Jingyu said in admiration. But will the four great sects be jealous of us? These people are the top disciples of the four great sects. If we kill them, what are you afraid of? Wang Jingyu looked at Ling Yan and said, they're heartless, and we're not righteous. They asked for it by killing them. The flying sword formation in front of them was obtained by Mu Yun from Tianjunyu in Huangquan City. It was a sword formation formed by dozens of Earth-level celestial swords. It would be strange if these people could resist it. Suddenly, the flying swords shrouded everyone's figures, making it impossible for them to break free. Seeing this scene, Yan Wushuang's face changed completely. Senior brother Chu Chen, please help. At this moment, Yan Wushuang could no longer care about his face. He shouted and slashed out with his sword, wanting to break the formation and leave. However, how could the formation set up by Mu Yun be broken so easily? Mu Yun, you're really bold. As soon as Yan Wushuang finished speaking, a cold voice sounded. In midair, two figures suddenly appeared. One of them was dressed in a white robe and had a faint smile on his face. Beside him, a young man stood with one hand in front of him and looked at Mu Yun with a smile. When the two of them appeared, a powerful aura immediately spread out. Senior brother Chu Chen. Senior brother Meng Hao. Seeing the two of them, Yan Wushuang suddenly felt full of hope. These two people were their trump card and hope. The two of you should be from Heaven Sword Tower, right? Looking at the two of them, Mu Yun said slowly, Chu Chen, Meng Hao, you should be disciples of Heaven Sword Tower Sword Tomb. Only Qin Tianyu or Feng Ruoqing can order you around. Who is it? A dead person doesn't need to know so much. Meng Hao looked at Mu Yun and smiled faintly. Do you really think that you're a real Heavenly Sword envoy just because the Tower Master conferred you the title? Dream on. Meng Hao snorted and charged towards Mu Yun. Chu Chen, on the other hand, smiled faintly and rushed into the formation. If he couldn't break the formation, he would break it by force. Translator, Transin editor, Transin you'll be the judge. All of a sudden, Chuchen charged out. Thank you, senior brother Chu. No need to thank me. You and I are both working for the higher-ups. If we work together, and you become the sect leader of the Heavenly Master Sword sect in the future, I might have to rely on you. Chuchen slashed out with his sword. Dong, a dull explosion sounded out as Chuchen attacked. The pressure on the people in the formation was greatly reduced. At the same time, on the other side, Meng Hao charged towards Mu Yun. As soon as the long sword appeared, Meng Hao speed sword, and he rushed forward violently. Seeing Meng Hao charging toward him, Mu Yun smiled faintly. A Tier 6 Earth Immortal, Meng Hao was very confident. Mu Yun immediately attacked. Void-shattering finger. He pointed his finger, and the shadow of a finger hundreds of meters long appeared in the sky, crushing toward Meng Hao. Sword-breaking wave. How could Meng Hao take Mu Yun seriously at this moment? In his eyes, Mu Yun was just a Tier 4 Earth Immortal, not worth a single cent. Bang, the two figures collided. Suddenly, a muffled groan could be heard, and Meng Hao's figure was pushed back in a sorry state. On the other hand, Mu Yun took advantage of the situation and charged forward fearlessly. It was as if Meng Hao's attack was nothing more than a feint. Seeing this, Meng Hao took Mu Yun seriously. This guy could not be underestimated at all. Boom boom boom, two figures were fighting above, while the rest of the people stood outside the sword array, watching the warriors from the four great sects inside the array. Each of them was battered and exhausted as they dealt with the array. These bastards really think that the ES Sword sect is easy to bully. That's right. They think that we'll be afraid if they bring the Heaven Sword Tower with them. They must be dreaming. This time, we'll make sure they don't return. But if they don't return, won't the four great sects cause trouble for us? What's there to be afraid of? Brother priest, you're not even afraid of the disciples of Heaven Sword Tower. Why would you be afraid of those old bastards from the four major sects? The rest of the disciples immediately became excited and began to discuss among themselves, their hearts filled with joy. At this time, they were watching from the sidelines, feeling extremely relaxed. Most importantly, it was too much of a boost to their reputation. The ES Sword sect could finally hold their heads high. Inside the array, everyone gradually felt that they could not hold on any longer. Something's wrong. Chuchen was shocked. This spirit formation did not appear to be that simple. In fact, it could even be said to be extremely complicated. Most importantly, it was too difficult to break the formation. Chuchen was secretly surprised. He was a 7th-tier Earth Immortal. In the South Pole, even the patriarchs of the small clans and forces would not have such a cultivation base. But he couldn't break through the array set up by Mu Yun. Chuchen's heart sank as he saw numerous people being injured and even losing their lives within the Grand Formation. This time, he was the representative of the Heaven Sword Tower, leading the genius disciples of the four sections. If he couldn't complete the task entrusted to him by the person behind him, then he would lose all face. As a disciple of the Sword Tomb, there was no need for him to stay here. Bastard! What the hell is Meng Hao doing? Chuchen cursed in his heart. It's just Mu Yun. They should have captured her long ago. It's not over yet. Brother Chu, will there be any accidents? Akiji asked worriedly. What accidents can there be? Chuchen immediately shouted, the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower Sword Tomb are not only 5th-tier Earth Immortals and above, but they also have to go through various tests before they can become a disciple of the Sword Tomb. Every disciple of the Sword Tomb is the elite of the elite. Seeing Chuchen's anger, no one dared to say anything. However, looking at the battle in the sky, it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Boom. However, while the crowd was still deep in thought, another explosion suddenly sounded. Everyone was stunned. As the explosion sounded, everyone felt as if the heavens and the earth were trembling. Dong, however, following a loud boom, a figure was firmly embedded into the ground. The dust that flew in all directions caused the surrounding people to disperse in time. However, no one present dared to underestimate the boundless explosive power of his attack. Did you see that? At this moment, Chuchen laughed and said, this is where the strength of the Sword Tomb disciples is tyrannical. Mu Yun, haven't you already been defeated? Are you sure it's me who's lying on the ground? However, before Chuchen could finish his laughter, a voice suddenly sounded. A figure descended from the sky and punched the figure on the ground. Cracking sounds could be heard, and the figure on the ground had completely lost all signs of life. However, when they saw the figure that stood up, everyone was stunned. Mu Yun, it's actually Mu Yun. Seeing Mu Yun appear, everyone was in a daze. Last time, no one knew that Mu Yun had killed Lu Dang and Chen Luan. However, this time, Mu Yun brazenly attacked in front of everyone. Moreover, Wang Jingyu and Ling Yan knew that Chu Chen was not talking nonsense. Every disciple of the Sword Tomb had been carefully selected to become a disciple of the Sword Tomb. Meng Hao's strength and cultivation level were definitely much lower than Yang Fengsong's. However, he was still defeated. This meant that Mu Yun's strength and cultivation level were enough to kill Yang Fengsong, or even far surpass him. Seeing this scene, the smile on Chu Chen's face completely froze. Dead, Meng Hao was dead. What kind of strength did Mu Yun have that even Meng Hao was killed? How dare you kill him? Chu Chen's eyes were red as he looked at Mu Yun, full of resentment. Do you want to keep him alive to kill me? Mu Yun waved her long sword and said indifferently, I'm now the acting sect master of the Sword sect, so I'll be the judge of everything. You'll be the judge? Are you worthy? Chu Chen shouted, you can't stay in the Heaven Sword Tower anymore, so you came to the Sword sect to be a local tyrant, right? It's good to be a local tyrant. It's better than being someone's lackey and getting killed. Looking at Chu Chen, Mu Yun laughed. Right now, he really wanted to test Chu Chen to see who was stronger and who was weaker. Since you killed him, you'll die. Chu Chen's tone was cold. He wanted nothing more than to rush forward and tear Mu Yun to shreds. This time, even if he completed the mission and Meng Hao died, he would have no face to report back. This was what annoyed him the most. As for Mu Yun defeating him, it was impossible. With a gap of 3 levels, it would be ridiculous if he was not a match for Mu Yun. A level 4 Earth Immortal against a level 7 Earth Immortal. The gap of 3 levels was enough to make everyone feel despair. However, it was only despair for other people. For the current Mu Yun, this was a new attempt. Seeing this, Mu Yun's fighting spirit rose. Disciple of the Sword Tomb, a level 7 Earth Immortal. Who do you think you are? Mu Yun looked at Chu Chen and laughed. Let me see where you, a level 7 earthly celestial disciple from the Sword Tomb, get your arrogance from. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun attacked. On the other side, Chu Chen came out of the sword formation. An ice blue longsword appeared in his hand. With a slash of the sword, the surrounding area became completely cold and indifferent. It even gave people the feeling of a snowstorm. Seeing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Chu Chen's sword was very sharp. On the other side, Mu Yun did not panic at all. As his level increased, the grade of the Blackeen sword also increased gradually. Now, the Blackeen sword was a Middle Earth grade immortal sword. When the sword moved, its power increased gradually. At this moment, Mu Yun's whole person also became stronger gradually. At this moment, the sword realm spread out, and an overwhelming sharp aura spread out. Mu Yun's murderous voice sounded, and her aura spread out. The way of the sword was so powerful. Mu Yun's way of the sword had been comprehended and strengthened time and time again. At this moment, the sword realm spread out not only to control the area, but also to strengthen the control within the area. Previously, Mu Yun might not be able to control a level 7 Earth Immortal in the sword realm, but now, with a slash of her sword, Mu Yun fought to her heart's content. Breaking through in the midst of battle was the best way to break through. Firmly remembering the feeling of breaking through would make one feel exhilarated and unforgettable in one's life. This time, Mu Yun was prepared to use Chu Chen as a springboard to break through step by step. With a loud explosion, Mu Yun stepped out step by step, and her power was released endlessly. The sword's power increased as soon as it was out. Roar of a dragon. With a slash of her sword, the sword was like a dragon roaring in the 9 heavens. Roar, an angry roar came from Mu Yun's Blackeen sword, and from Little Seven, who was on the surface of Mu Yun's body. Mu Yun had a plan in mind as to why she chose the Thousand Dragons Emperor Sword Art, a medium earth-grade immortal technique. The roar of a dragon relied on the powerful gathering power of the dragon to explode with great destructive power. With a loud rumble, Mu Yun roared and charged out, and her explosive power increased several times. This increase came from Little Seven's roar. Sky-soaring ice sword. At this moment, Chuchen saw Mu Yun's tyrannical power, and killing intent rose in his heart. If this fellow advanced to the same cultivation level, he would not be a match for him. Now, he had to firmly suppress Mu Yun and make sure that Mu Yun would never have the chance to rise again in this life. There would be no future for a dead person. Chuchen made up his mind and charged towards Mu Yun with a slash of his sword. At this moment, the two figures exchanged blows, and the earth shook. This kind of intense collision shocked everyone present, and they retreated far away. However, the disciples of the four major sects in the sword formation below did not have the chance to retreat at all. On the contrary, they were powerless against the power of the sword formation. Coupled with the violent power of the two from time to time, who would be able to resist? However, the battle in the sky became more and more violent. At this moment, Mu Yun completely understood the violent power of a level 7 earthly immortal. Chuchen was probably a big shot even among the tier 7 earthly immortals. This fellow's comprehension of his own sword moves was the strongest that Mu Yun had ever encountered in all the battles he had fought with so many people. Chuchen was at least a demon-like talent. It was a pity that he met Mu Yun today. A heavenly sage talent, with a slash of her sword, Mu Yun's murderous aura filled the sky. Soaring 100 dragons. No chance to surrender. Sword Dao was one of the thousands of great Daos. Heaven and earth were vast and majestic. No one knew where they came from or where they went. From ancient times until now, everyone knew that they were the hegemons of the world. But who knew what this sky was? What was earth? In the vast world, there were thousands of great Daos. There would always be one that could reach the peak. Sword Dao was one of the thousands of great Daos. It could not be said to be the most powerful, but it was the sharpest. Mu Yun directly attacked with her sword. At this moment, her aura suddenly increased tremendously. The power of Sword Dao increased at this moment, causing her swordsmanship to gradually become stronger. As Chuchen fought, he gradually realized that the power of every sword attack he made was constantly increasing. However, when facing Mu Yun, he was always able to cancel out Mu Yun's attacks. This feeling infuriated him. Damn it! Chuchen also realized that Mu Yun was unusual. In terms of cultivation level, he was stronger than Mu Yun. However, cultivation level was one thing. What level of power he could unleash was all dependent on talent. Mu Yun's talent was stronger than his. There was nothing wrong with admitting that. Most importantly, Mu Yun had a lot of confidence at this moment. Confidence sounded comical and useless. However, at the critical moment, it could allow one to unleash twice their usual strength. On the contrary, the more he fought, the less confidence he had. Die. Chuchen knew that he could not continue like this. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to kill Mu Yun. It was even possible that he would have to pay a huge price to kill Mu Yun. Understanding this point, Chuchen's strength instantly skyrocketed, rapidly increasing. Are you angry? Seeing Chuchen's hair fluttering, Mu Yun understood that this guy was really angry. I'll let you have a taste of the power of core spinning. How about it? Mu Yun sneered in her heart. She immediately circulated the power of a core spinning in her body. Just now, she had quickly absorbed 6 core spinning from Meng Hao's body and condensed them into her body. There were only 3 core spinning left. In addition to the last time he used it, he still had 3 core whirlpools left. Together, it was the power of 6 core spirals. The power of the 6-path core spirals was not the full force attack of a tier 6 earth immortal, but the full force attack of 6 tier 6 earth immortals. At this moment, Mu Yun decided to go crazy. All 6 core whirlpools were unleashed. Let's have an earth-shattering explosion. Explode, explode, explode. Let's see who can explode with more tyrannical power. At this very moment, when Chuchen saw Mu Yun's stance, he did not dare to be careless. He directly raised his longsword and circled it above his head. Immediately, it whizzed out. 9th Heaven Sword Cut. With a slash of his sword, 9 longsword phantoms soared into the air. Boom 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 boom, instantly, 6 rumbling sounds could be heard from the hillside. A series of explosions rang out, causing everyone present to feel as though the heavens and earth were being shaken. The surrounding mountains could not withstand the spread of the explosion, and the mines began to collapse one after another. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. This kind of explosive power was not something that a Tier 4 Earth Immortal could unleash. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. However, more people were concerned about the outcome. In the end, seeing Mu Yun standing motionlessly in the same spot, everyone already knew the result. On the other side, Chu Chen stood up in a sorry state from the potholes. He looked at each other, dumbfounded. In this situation, Chu Chen looked like an old beggar who had begged for several lifetimes. His entire body was covered in blood. Mu Yun. Mu Yun. What kind of power did you use? Chu Chen suddenly shouted, I can feel that the power in your body is from Meng Hao, Lu Dang, and Chen Luan. What happened to them? Did you kill Lu Dang and Chen Luan? You know too much. Mu Yun's figure was like a ghost. With a swoosh, she appeared in front of Chu Chen. Puff. 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 Mu Yun stretched out her palm and reached into Chu Chen's abdomen. Let me tell you, their core whirlpools are all used by me. Yours is no exception. Chu Chen, do you think that if you don't say it, I won't know who asked you to do this? To tell you the truth, Xiaoding Tian, who is by Qin Tianyu's side, is already my man. If you were sent by Qin Tianyu, he would inform me. But he didn't. So, you are Feng Ruoqing's man, right? I really want you to go back and tell him to stop using such deceitful methods of framing others. Now, it seems, Mu Yun's palm flipped over, and the power in the 7 core whirlpools in Chu Chen's body disappeared into nothingness. This was Mu Yun's method. Heaven Immortal era art, it could be said to be the most effective and fastest way to raise the level of an Earth Immortal. Among the 7 core whirlpools, 5 core whirlpools were converted into pure core whirlpool power and entered Mu Yun's body. However, Mu Yun pushed Chu Chen's body away and sat down cross-legged on the ground. This time, she was ready to break through. After this battle, there were too many things that she needed to understand. Mu Yun simply used this opportunity to condense her 5th core whirlpool. At this moment, everyone stood around, not daring to speak. Mu Yun, a 4th grade Earth Immortal, directly killed Chu Chen, a 7th grade Earth Immortal. They had yet to wake up from the shock. But what was Mu Yun doing now? Seeing Mu Yun sitting on the ground, although everyone was surprised, they did not dare to go forward and ask. The blood and qi in Mu Yun's body was still rolling and had not dissipated. Who dared to go near her? Mu Yun sat there, and no one dared to move. Yan Wushuang and the others in the sword formation were in trouble. This sword formation was getting more and more intense. They had already lost half of their experts. If this continued, they would probably all die. This Mu Yun even killed Chu Chen. There was no other way. They had to admit defeat. Yan Wushuang immediately shouted, Wan Jingyu, quickly remove this formation. We admit defeat. Yan Wushuang, you're admitting defeat so quickly? At this moment, Wan Jingyu pursed her lips and smiled. Why are you in such a hurry? Endure a little longer. Endure a little longer. If they endured a little longer, they would be dead. We're willing to surrender. Yan Wushuang said in humiliation. There's no chance to surrender. This sword formation was set by senior brother Mu. We can't break it. Ling Yan sneered. Yan Wushuang, to think that you would have such a day. You were so arrogant just now. You won't die now. Endure a little longer. Yan Wushuang's face turned bitter. He would not die, but the experts from Heavenly Master Sword Sect who came with him were almost all dead. Yan Wushuang immediately looked up at Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun was still firmly rooted there like a mountain. Seeing this, not only Yan Wushuang, but also Akiji, Shi Peng, Lu Buxiong, and Han Yufei were very anxious. If this continued, with every minute that passed, one more person would die on their side. How could this be? The few of them immediately became extremely anxious. However, Mu Yun ignored them. Wan Jingyu, if we die, Yi Sword Sect will definitely not be able to answer for this. Shi Peng shouted. The 4 sects will definitely fight to the death with Yi Sword Sect. At that time, Yi Sword Sect will not be able to withstand it. Fight to the death? Aren't you fighting to the death with Yi Sword Sect now? However, before Wan Jingyu and Ling Yan could speak, a cold snort was suddenly heard. On the other side, Mu Yun suddenly opened her eyes. Looking at the crowd, a murderous look appeared in her eyes. 5th stage earthly immortal, Mu Yun's aura rose another level, reaching the 5th stage earthly immortal realm. Senior brother Mu. Senior brother Mu. Seeing Mu Yun appear, the surrounding people looked at each other, then at Mu Yun, their eyes full of surprise. 5th stage earthly immortal realm. In such a short time, Mu Yun had risen to the 5th stage earthly immortal realm. This was too exaggerated. Seeing this, the few people could not hide their surprise. Mu Yun, let us go, or you won't be able to withstand the pressure from the 4 sects. Won't be able to withstand it? Mu Yun immediately sneered. I don't believe it. Men, pass down my order. Immediately capture all the disciples of the 4 sects, one by one. Send a message to the 4 sects that if they want them alive, exchange them for Earth Yang elixirs. A 1st stage earthly immortal realm disciple, 1 million Earth Yang elixirs, 2 million grams for a 2nd stage earthly immortal realm disciple, and so on. Mu Yun's gaze fell on Yan Wushuang and the other 4 people in front of her. Slowly, she said, these 5 guys are worth 5 million Earth Yang elixirs each. 5 million Earth Yang elixirs. Hearing this, Yan Wushuang and the other 4 people's faces turned pale, and they were all dumbfounded. You're dreaming. Mu Yun. Lu Buxiong immediately shouted. 5 million Earth Yang elixirs, how can the sects be willing to give you that? 1 million Earth Yang elixirs were enough to exchange for a medium earthly level celestial artifact. This was a huge amount of money. The dozen of them who survived were all disciples of the Earth Immortal Realm. This was a huge sum of money, and the 4 sects would definitely bleed. Don't worry, they will be willing to give it to you. Mu Yun said confidently. Because, if all of you are dead, the 4 sects will be gone. Gone, yes, although the number of them was small, they were the top disciples of the 4 sections. If they were dead, the 4 sects would indeed be gone. This meant that in the next 100 years, or even 1,000 years, the 4 sects would be completely suppressed by the Sword sect. At this moment, the 5 iron-level forces were evenly matched. If they were all dead, the Sword sect would suppress them. But because of this, would the sects really be willing to give out elixirs? They were all uncertain. But now, they no longer had the ability to resist. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, just as Mu Yun finished speaking, several figures suddenly flew over. The ones in the lead were Zhang Tianling, Feng Rui, and Chao Tianga. Now that the 3 of them had broken through to the Earth Immortal Realm, Mu Yun had entrusted them with important tasks. Senior brother Mu, it's all settled. Zhang Tianling landed and cupped his hands with a smile. Now, in the 5 areas of the Dark Mystic Stone Quarry, except for our Sword sect's teleportation array, the other 4 sects' teleportation arrays have been completely destroyed. Good. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios compass reversal formation. How could this be? They wanted to take over the Sword sect's lair in the Dark Mystic Quarry with their numbers, but they did not expect the Sword sect to take over their lair. Under such circumstances, how could they tolerate it? Damn it. Damn it. However, no matter how dissatisfied they were, they could not resist at all. Now, even the Dark Mystic Quarry had been taken over by the Sword sect. They had completely become turtles in a jar. How could this be? Seeing this, they were completely disheartened. Take them all down. Mu Yun did not care what they were thinking. These people were still valuable, and Mu Yun would not take their lives, at least not now. After taking the dozen people away, Lin Jixio and the others came up. Brother Mu, are we really going to exchange these people? Lin Jixio asked. These guys are the real top disciples of the 4 sections. Those old monsters might not let this go. I have a way to deal with them. At most, they can attack the Sword sect. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, don't worry about this for now. Now, take control of the entire Dark Mystic Quarry. With the transportation formation destroyed, it will be much more troublesome for the 4 sects to come to the Dark Mystic Quarry again. Yes, the Dark Mystic Quarry is in the underground world. Back then, the 5 sects worked together to find this place and set up transportation formations here. They spent a lot of money, but it will be difficult to enter from the surface. The entire Dark Mystic Quarry was located in an underground space. It had taken the 5 great sects more than 100 years to reach this place and set up teleportation portals to travel back and forth. Now, the transportation formations of the four sects were destroyed. Only the Sword sect's transportation formation could lead to this place. If the four sects wanted to enter, they would have to pay a great price. This place could be said to be their world. Mu Yun ordered again, give the order now. The Sword sect will increase the treatment of all the miners in the various mines. As long as they complete the goal on time, each person will receive a mortal yang pill. Those who perform well will be rewarded with double the mortal yang pill. Yes. Lin Jishou hesitated for a moment and said again, however, there are tens of thousands of miners from the lower realm in the mining areas of the 5 sections. In this way, the expenses will be even greater. What's there to be afraid of if the expenses are huge? However, Mu Yun smiled and said, don't we have the Earth Yang pill that the 4 great sects are about to send over? Hearing this, Lin Jishou immediately gave a thumbs up. No matter what Mu Yun did, it was never groundless. Instead, it was a step-by-step plan. Under such circumstances, it gave people a sense of security and trust. Moreover, the facts had proven that this guy always had a backup plan in mind every time he did something. Since he was willing to offend the 4 major sects this time, he should also have a backup plan. After everyone was done packing, Mu Yun led the disciples back to the Sword sect, leaving behind the 2 brothers, Luo Qing and Luo Yun, to take charge of the situation. After returning to the Sword sect, Mu Yun immediately took Yan Wushuang and the others into custody. Then, she returned to her own hall and prepared something. The whole Sword sect was boiling with excitement. When they found out that the 4 major sects had actually joined forces to seize the Sword sect's dark mystic stone mine to mine, all the disciples were burning with rage. However, when they found out that Mu Yun had guarded the mine and seized all the mines of the other 4 major sects, everyone was overjoyed. However, there were still some disciples who were worried. Those were the disciples of the 4 major sects. Would the 4 major sects compromise if they were captured alive and threatened, especially when their sect master was in seclusion? Some disciples also began to worry. Would Mu Yun's actions lead the Sword sect to a dead end and offend the 4 major sects? It would not end well for them. However, they could only worry and discuss these matters. What they really wanted to do was still up to Mu Yun and the other higher-ups. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was in seclusion on his own mountain peak. He was not in a hurry to deal with the matter of capturing the disciples of the 4 major sects and discussing how to compensate them. There were still some things that he needed to prepare. Senior brother Mu, Master Lu Yan is here. Please come in. Mu Yun slowly opened his eyes, sat on the wooden chair in the main hall, and nodded. Not long after, a white-haired figure with a burly figure and a righteous face walked into the main hall. Elder Lu. Upon seeing the person who came, Mu Yun cupped his hands and said with a smile, Elder Lu, you are a high-level immortal array master of our Sword sect. I think the immortal arrays in the mountains of the Sword sect should be related to you, right? This old me doesn't deserve such praise. Lu Yan cupped his hands and said in shame, when it comes to array masters, your attainments should be higher than mine. I don't deserve such praise. Mu Yun said again, I invited Elder Lu here today to take a look at the foundation of our Sword sect's array masters. I want to learn some essence from it. I wonder if Elder Lu can show me around? Of course. Lu Yan was not an arrogant and conceited person. He already knew Mu Yun's understanding and control of array masters when they were in Huangquan City. In this aspect, Mu Yun was far superior to him. Mu Yun could be said to have the standard and ability of an array master, while he was only a high-level immortal array master. He could still survive in the Sword sect, but after leaving the Sword sect and the South Pole, he was nothing. Immortal array masters, and immortal array grandmasters. Although there was no clear distinction between them, the attainments of each immortal array master were enough to leave a high-level immortal array master dozens of streets behind. The difference between them was even greater than the difference between a heaven-grade immortal alchemist and an earth-grade immortal alchemist. The two of them walked together and slowly strolled between the mountains. As they walked step by step, Lu Yan kept telling Mu Yun about the chaotic arrangements in the mountains of the Sword sect. Our Sword sect has a total of 10 immortal mountains. Among them, half of the immortal mountains are for the disciples to live in. Apart from the peaks of the disciples and the sect master, the other peaks do not have these array masters. The entire Sword sect only has one sect protection array. It was also set up by Oldme in the past. However, it can only withstand the attacks of Earth Immortal Realm martial artists. It is not difficult for Heavenly Immortal Realm martial artists to sneak in quietly. This array master is called the Compass Reversal Array. The setup of this array master relies on the positioning of the compass to set up 4 array cores in the 4 directions of the Sword sect as a form of protection. As soon as Lu Yan finished speaking, he immediately took Mu Yun and flew up into the sky. With a rumbling sound, Lu Yan waved his hand and immortal chi spread out. A semicircular light shield appeared in the Sword sect and rose up into the sky. It was 1,000 meters tall and enveloped the entire Sword sect. The semicircular array master seemed to have a faint glow and was very illusory. Seeing this, Mu Yun nodded. The east, south, west, and north directions respectively emitted a faint glow. Obviously, they were where the array cores were. If someone saw the array cores in this array formation, it would not be difficult to force their way in. Mu Yun shook his head and flew down to one of the array cores. Looking at the light at the array cores, Mu Yun raised his hand and array talismans condensed in his hand. The array talismans were like little fairies that jumped and entered the array cores. Seeing this, Lu Yan could not help but want to stop him. Although the Compass Reversal Array Master was not a very advanced array master, if the array talismans were to enter directly, it was very likely that the array cores would be destroyed. However, Lu Yan believed in Mu Yun and resisted the urge to speak. Moreover, Mu Yun was now the acting sect master of the Sword sect. Even if he destroyed the array master, no one would dare to say anything. However, Lu Yan did not stop him. He gradually saw what Mu Yun was doing. As Mu Yun's array talismans began to enter the array formation, Lu Yan gradually saw that the entire array formation was shining brighter at this moment. The Sword sect disciples also felt the changes in the array formation at this moment. All of them looked up at the sky. However, Mu Yun stood at the array core for an entire day. Gradually, night fell. Mu Yun let out a sigh of relief before letting go. Elder Lu, Mu Yun said slowly, go ahead with your work. I have roughly seen the foundation of this array formation. It should be able to increase its defensive power if it is improved. However, the tokens used to enter and exit the array formation need to be changed. How about this? Go and inform the current disciples not to go out for the time being. The sect is preparing to reorganize the sect protecting array formation. Let them go out to train after receiving a new identity token. Okay. I will go and inform them now. Lu Yan was stunned. In just one day, Mu Yun had deliberately changed the trajectory of the array formation that he had set up. This was truly beyond anyone's expectations. It could even be said to be inconceivable. From this point, it was enough to see that Mu Yun's understanding of array formations was definitely at the level of an immortal array master. It was not even at the elementary level. It was very likely that it was at the advanced level. After Lu Yan left, Mu Yun flew to the second array core. This array core looked completely different. However, Mu Yun did not care. The array talisman appeared and began to explore carefully again. To be precise, the compass reversing array set up by Lu Yan used the compass to determine the positions of the array cores in all directions. However, this array formation had 2 flaws. The first was the shackles of the array formation itself. Even if it was raised to the extreme, it would still be unable to defend against the attack of a Heaven Immortal Realm martial artist. The second was that there were too many flaws in the construction of this array formation. In fact, Lu Yan said that it could defend against the attack of a Earth Immortal Realm martial artist. However, it could only defend against a 5th stage Earth Immortal Realm martial artist. If a 9th stage Earth Immortal Realm martial artist attacked, it would still be damaged. After Mu Yun made the changes this time, it could probably prevent a 9th stage Earth Immortal Realm martial artist from breaking this array formation. However, this was the limit of the array formation's potential. However, this time, if they were to fall out with the 4 great sects, it would not be enough to defend against a 9th stage Earth Immortal Realm martial artist. The sect leaders and supreme elders of the 4 great sects should be at the Heaven Immortal Realm. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Not a great formation. The next day, early in the morning, Mu Yun stood on top of a towering mountain peak, looking down in silence as the fog lingered in the sect. The adjustment of the 4 formation cores had been completed. At this moment, Mu Yun stood on the mountain peak and looked at the huge sword sect. Early in the morning, many disciples had already woken up and started to practice their swordsmanship and spar with others in the various valleys. Some disciples sat on some protruding rocks on the mountain peak and started to meditate and cultivate. Mu Yun looked at all of this and nodded slightly. She waved her hand, and in an instant, formation talismans appeared in Mu Yun's hand. Along with the formation talismans, long swords appeared. If one were to take a closer look at the swords, they would see that they were all earth-grade immortal artifacts. There were different grades of lower grade, middle grade, and upper grade. Thousands of immortal swords flew out from Mu Yun's hands, one by one. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the sword sect were stunned. Thousands of earth-level immortal swords flew out and spread out in all directions of the sword sect. Crackling sounds could be heard. At this moment, the immortal swords gathered together and circled in the sky like a dragon. Clanging sounds could be heard. Formation talismans appeared in Mu Yun's left hand and wrapped around the long swords as if they were nurturing something. At this moment, her right hand was spread open. Divine weapons, elixirs, mortal yang essence stones, earthly yang essence stones, and many other treasures of heaven and earth appeared in Mu Yun's hand again. But this time everything spread out and combined with the thousands of long swords, complementing each other. Seeing this scene, everyone present suddenly felt that the things that appeared before and after seemed to be different. Lu Yan did not sleep last night. He informed the elders of the sword sect and spread the news. Early in the morning, he did not dare to rest and went straight to the sect to look for Mu Yun. However, as soon as he stepped out of his residence, he saw immortal swords flying in the sky with swords drawn. Furthermore, the combination of various heavenly materials and earthly treasures was truly eye-catching. Master, Master! A disciple hurriedly ran over. He looked at Lu Yan and said, Master, look at Mu Yun. She seems to be setting up a large array. Yes. Seeing Lu Yan nodding his head, the disciple said again, How impressive, when will I be able to construct such a grand formation? With a thud, the disciple's head was knocked. Lu Yan smiled bitterly and said, Stop dreaming, kid. I've been cultivating formations for thousands of years, but I'm only a high-level immortal formation master now. Mu Yun has talent. Senior brother Mu said that everyone has to have dreams. Otherwise, what's the difference between us and a salted fish? That disciple was unconvinced. Talent is divided into 2 types. One is innate, and the other is acquired through hard work. This kind of thing can be improved. Even the books say that if you read a book 100 times, you will understand its meaning. You can't have no dreams. Dream. Hearing those words, Lu Yan smiled bitterly. That disciple looked at the sky and said enviously, thousands of earthly great immortal swords forming a large array. What kind of array is this? Wrong. However, when Lu Yan raised his head again and looked at the sky, he was instantly stunned. Eh? Master, what's wrong? That disciple said in surprise and doubt, but senior brother Mu's method of setting up the array is brilliant. The array talismans in his left hand and the array talismans in his right hand don't interfere with each other at all. Amazing. It's not one large array. Lu Yan suddenly lost his composure and said, It's not one large array, it's two large arrays. 2? That disciple was completely dumbfounded. Setting up 2 large arrays at the same time, Mu Yun, was too powerful. Lu Yan was also dumbfounded at this moment. The 2 great arrays were simply inconceivable. However, at this very moment, Mu Yun was right in front of them, doing the seemingly inconceivable thing. Master, you didn't see wrongly, right? Lu Yan gave that disciple a slap on the head and immediately scolded, What did you see wrongly? Look carefully again. The array talismans that appeared in Mu Yun's left and right hands are very obvious. One of them is controlling those large arrays. The thousands of flying swords are plated with array talismans. But the array talisman that's locked onto by the palm of the other hand is obviously different. Hearing that, Lu Yan looked at the opposite side and was instantly stunned. Don't just stand there. There's a lot to learn from such an array master setting up arrays. Hurry up and take a look. Lu Yan flashed and left immediately. At this moment, Mu Yan's actions had already alarmed the people of the Sword sect. Some disciples looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with horror. What is Mu Yan doing? Is she destroying the world? Everyone, don't panic. Lu Yan said at this moment, Mu Yan is strengthening the sect-protecting array of our Sword sect. I've already informed everyone yesterday. For the time being, try not to go out as much as possible. Once the array is completed, everyone will receive their identity tokens again to make it easier for them to go in and out. Strengthening the array? How is this strengthening? It's simply rebuilding. Yes, thousands of Earth-level immortal swords. Such extravagance, TSK. It seems that Senior Brother Mu is really planning to go to war with the 4 major sections. He's building the strongest defense and preparing to fight. The 4 major sects have gone too far. They want to annex our dark mystic stone quarry. Serves them right. But can we beat the 4 major sects? If we can't beat them, we'll just hide in the array. Anyway, Senior Brother Mu must have set up the array to prevent the 4 major sects from joining forces to besiege us. Everyone immediately discussed animatedly. Mu Yan's figure hovered 1,000 meters above the ground, his hands constantly forming array talismans. He was indeed building a large array. The compass reversal array was not defensive enough and did not have any offensive capabilities. Therefore, this time, he was preparing to condense 2 large arrays at the same time. This time, Mu Yan could be said to have put in a lot of effort. With thousands of flying swords, he was preparing to condense a defense array, the 9 Heavens Wandering Dragon array. This array looked arrogant, but it was mainly for defense. The real killing array was the second large array that he had formed using thousands of treasures, the Myriad Changes array. These 2 array formations originally had nothing to do with each other, but Mu Yan had set them up in such a way that they were related. One was mainly for defense, and the other for offense. However, when the offense and defense worked together, the power could be doubled. He had taken out all his savings to set up the array. This time, Mu Yan was preparing to hone his proficiency in the array. Everyone looked at Mu Yan's every move. They only felt that the person standing above them was not an immortal, but a god. Alchemy, weapon refining, and array refining. Mu Yan's own ability was maximized at this moment. In addition, he had comprehended the tyrannical sword principle. He had the powerful strength of a 4th-grade Earth immortal to kill a 7th-grade Earth immortal. Such a person was enough to become the object of worship in their hearts. Most importantly, within the Sword sect, Mu Yan was now considerate of everyone. Punishment and reward were all equal. Such a sect gave the disciples a sense of security and a sense of belonging. Once they had a sense of belonging, everyone would work together to defend against external enemies. Everyone, please be patient. This array needs time to form. Everyone, make the best use of this time to cultivate. Mu Yan spoke at this moment. As long as you all improve, no one can break through the Sword sect's defense. With me around, the Sword sect will be safe. With me around, the Sword sect will be safe. If this were said by others, it would definitely be a boast. However, now that Mu Yan had said it, it gave them an extra sense of trust. Everyone immediately dispersed and started to get busy. Cultivate continuously. If one wanted to gain the recognition and respect of others, one would need to be powerful. Cultivation was indispensable. Everyone's fighting spirit was suddenly high. Time passed bit by bit. Gradually, a month had passed. In this month, the people of the Sword sect almost never left the sect. The entire Sword sect seemed to be thriving. However, compared to the Sword sect, the other 4 sects were obviously more anxious. Heavenly Master Sword sect, at this moment, Tong Zhong was anxious. What did I ask you to investigate? Until now, you still don't know. It's been a month, but Yan Wushuang and the others still haven't done anything? Tong Zhong was so angry that he was about to erupt. He had sent out the most elite disciples of his sect for this operation. Even the new genius, Luo Jianxia, was sent out by him. The purpose was to ensure that nothing went wrong. Heaven Sword Tower had even sent a 7th grade Earth Immortal disciple of the Sword Tomb. This operation could be said to be foolproof. How could there be a problem? Reporting to sect leader, we don't know why either. However, this time, it's really confusing. There's no news at all. Moreover, the teleportation array has collapsed. An elder said bitterly, moreover, the most important thing is that we still don't know if they're safe and sound. It took 100 years to excavate the dark mystic quarry back then to open the passage. Moreover, it's also the place where the martial artists from the lower domain ascended. It's the source of our disciples. It cost a lot to build a teleportation array. Now, it can't be opened. We don't know what's inside at all. I know all this. Tong Zhong said furiously, what I'm asking is whether you found any news. If you haven't, then get out. The elders looked at each other, shook their heads, and left the hall. Get back here. However, when Tong Zhong saw them, he shouted again, who allowed you to leave? Hearing these words, the elders once again felt extremely bitter. Now, continue to investigate. Since you can't enter the dark mystic quarry, why don't you go to other sects to investigate? And the Es Sword sect? Why don't you capture 2 disciples of the Es Sword sect and interrogate them? Sect leader. Hearing Tong Zhong's words, an elder frowned and said helplessly, we can't find the Es Sword sect. Recently, the disciples of the Es Sword sect rarely come out to train. We can't capture them at all. Bastard. Tong Zhong was instantly enraged. Can't capture them, eat shit, Tong Zhong shouted angrily, now, I'll give you 3 days. In 3 days, I don't care if you capture them from the Es Sword sect or from outside. You must find out more information, otherwise, bang. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What should they do? Tong Zhong was truly enraged. Yan Wushuang, Luo Jianxue, and a few other disciples at the Earth Immortal realm were under his care. If anything happened to them, who would inherit his position as sect leader in the future? However, after a month of no news, Tong Zhong gradually had an ominous feeling in his heart. If they died, the Es Sword sect would have to pay the price. At the same time, in Shijian Pavilion, Shiqingyi's face was cold. What do you mean you can't find them? The charm in Shiqingyi's voice had completely disappeared and was replaced by coldness. Akiji didn't send back any news? What about Huan Qingsha and Yu Qinglan? Don't tell me they didn't get any news? Shiqingyi's voice was trembling. She was agitated. I've told you. Shiqingyi said again, you'll have to pay the price if you lose even a hair. Pavilion Master, it's not that we didn't try our best. The teleportation formation has been destroyed. We can't enter the underground dark stone field to check for news. Can't you think of a way? It's been a month. Akiji and the others have succeeded. Will they destroy the teleportation formation themselves? Shiqingyi's voice was sharp. I don't care what method you use. If you can't do it, you'll die. Pavilion Master, hearing this, they still wanted to say something, but Shiqingyi didn't give them the chance to. They were in big trouble. The elders looked at each other and didn't know what to say. The sect leader is really angry this time. How can he not be angry? Yu Qinglan and Huan Qingsha have made great progress recently. The Pavilion Master has trained them as his confidants. Now there's no news about them. We don't even know if they're dead or alive. If they're dead, we'll have to take the blame. The elders looked at each other, their eyes filled with worry. What should they do? In contrast, the Star Moon Sword Mansion and the 9 Stacks sect were even more anxious. The 4 sects were searching for them with all their might. However, the most anxious ones were in the Heaven Sword Tower. At this moment, in the Heavenly Sword sect, Feng Ruoqing was pacing back and forth in front of a large hall, a trace of restlessness in his eyes. It's been a month. Chu Chen should have settled everything long ago. Mu Yun should be dead, but why isn't this guy back yet? Feng Ruoqing's eyes revealed an impatient look. Ruoqing, don't worry. Maybe the 4 great sects are keeping him for a while. There won't be any problems. 5th Eldering Tianxiong consoled. Swish swish, as soon as the 5th elder finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Several figures suddenly appeared in front of the main hall. How is it? Feng Ruoqing asked immediately. Senior brother Feng, the situation is not right. The disciples of the four great sects have not returned within a month. Moreover, the four great sects' control over the dark mystic stone quarry has been taken away, and the teleportation formation has been destroyed. What? Hearing this, Feng Ruoqing was stunned. How could this be? Where are they? We don't know where they are, and we can't contact senior brother Chu Chen. Meng Hao is nowhere to be found. Moreover, the disciples of the four great sects have all disappeared. Only the teleportation formation has been destroyed. Most importantly, the disciples of the Yi Sword sect have not left the mountain recently. We've caught a few disciples who were outside, but they don't know what happened. Hearing this, Feng Ruoqing's face changed. How could this be? Feng Ruoqing's face turned pale. He shouted, "For this mission, I sent Chu Chen. Chu Chen is a level 7 Earth Immortal. How could he not be able to deal with Mu Yun? Impossible." Hearing this, the disciples looked at each other and did not dare to speak. Ruoqing, calm down. Ying Tianxiong consoled, maybe something went wrong. The situation is not that bad. How could it not be that bad? Feng Ruoqing couldn't help but say, I specially arranged for Chu Chen this time. Until now, there hasn't been any results. Then there can only be one result. Chu Chen died and the mission was not completed. This Mu Yun, I underestimated him. What should we do now? What can we do? Feng Ruoqing sighed helplessly and said, we can only wait and see what the result is. If Chu Chen is dead, Mu Yun will not be able to find anything to do with us. If he's not dead, we can only plan for the next time. I didn't expect the four great sects to cultivate such trash. Mu Yun has only risen for a short time and they can't even subdue her. Hearing this, Ying Tianxiong said gloomily, why don't I kill her? Fifth Elder. Feng Ruoqing shook his head and smiled wryly. It's not that I look down on you, Fifth Elder. It's just that the Third Elder, Xiao Ding Tian, brought a dozen of Qin Tianyu's subordinates to kill Mu Yun. Although we don't know what happened, the result is that Xiao Ding Tian lost an arm, Lu Dang and Chen Luan are missing, and Mu Yun returned safely to Yi Sword sect. Based on this, we can see that Mu Yun has someone helping her. Someone helping her? Who could it be? It could be Yi Guxue, and so could others. Feng Ruoqing analyzed calmly, since it didn't work this time, we can only look forward to the next time. This time, the two deputy tower masters went to Trinity Heavenly Alliance, and the Trinity Heavenly Alliance's martial artists have already set off to investigate the Netherworld sect. It's just that this Biluo Huangquan school has been dormant for 10,000 years, and no one knows what kind of foundation it has. Just the three jail kings alone are not something the tower masters can deal with. It's not difficult to determine that the Biluo Huangquan school is stronger than a bronze-ranked force. Ying Tianxiong was stunned and said, you mean that the Biluo Huangquan school is comparable to the Trinity Heavenly Alliance? I don't know. Anyway, this place always gives me a strange feeling. Feng Ruoqing waved his hand and said, forget it, it's useless to think too much about these things. Anyway, our Heaven Sword Tower is no match for them, so there's no need to think about these things. Right now, the most important thing is Mu Yun. This time, the Trinity Heavenly Alliance heard about the Biluo Huangquan school and postponed the competition among the 5 bronze-ranked forces to 10 years later. 10 years is enough for Mu Yun to grow. She has unlimited potential and has the potential of a heavenly saint. If the Trinity Heavenly Alliance chooses her in the competition, I don't have the ability to fight with her at all. How is that possible? Ying Tianxiong shook his head and said, how far can she go in 10 years? You're now a heaven immortal, and she's only a level 4 earthly immortal. Fifth Elder. Hearing this, a disciple below said slowly, we've received news that Mu Yun has advanced to a level 5 earthly immortal. Ying Tianxiong and Feng Ruoqing were dumbstruck when they heard this. Level 5 earthly immortal, Mu Yun's advancement was really too fast. Mu Yun must be eliminated. Feng Ruoqing paced back and forth again. This time, the disciples of the 4 major sects have disappeared. You should inform the 4 sect leaders that they might not be dead, but there's a high possibility that they're in the Yi Sword faction. Now, Yi Guxue and the house leader are in seclusion. Unless it's a matter of life and death for the sect, they won't appear. Let the four major sects besiege the sword faction. Force Mu Yun to hand them over. If she can't, we'll kill our way in. That's not good, is it? Ying Tianxiong said, if the four major sects besiege the sword faction and Ye Guxue appears, she might be furious. This woman, back then, she won't. Feng Ruoqing interrupted, we're only asking them to attack the sword faction, not to kill. Capture Mu Yun and end it all. If we can find their disciples, we can blackmail the sword faction. If we can't find them, the four of them will be furious and kill Mu Yun directly. Good. Ying Tianxiong praised, Ruoqing, the reason why I chose you is because you're very wise at all times. You know how to consider. Unlike that fool Qin Tianyu, who thinks he's the most qualified. He should be the one in charge of the Heaven Sword Tower. All right. Feng Ruoqing didn't seem to buy it. He said, sorry to trouble you, Fifth Elder. You guys can leave too. Don't cause trouble for now. Focus on your cultivation. Yes. In the blink of an eye, only Feng Ruoqing was left in front of the main hall. Looking in front of him, Feng Ruoqing sighed helplessly. Mu Yun, I worked so hard to fight Qin Tianyu and achieve what I have today. How can I let you ruin it? The sword faction, the figure in the sky had been standing still for a whole month. However, the flying sword was spinning slower and slower. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures were scattered around the sword faction and disappeared. Compared to immortal alchemy masters and immortal equipment masters, the most amazing thing about immortal array masters was that they could condense immortal chi into array talismans. Combining the unique characteristics of each heavenly materials and earthly treasure, they could arrange them according to a fixed position to produce a powerful effect. A large array required a huge amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The difference between each heavenly materials and earthly treasures was imaginable. Just how difficult would it be to gather so many things together and combine the great power of each of them? Therefore, even though the sword faction was an ordinary iron faction and the overlord of this area, they could only afford to hire an advanced immortal array master. An immortal array grandmaster was someone that only silver rank forces could invite. Senior Brother Mu has been refining this array for a month. It's not done yet. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. This must be a super large array. Bah, didn't Elder Lu say it already? Senior Brother Mu is building 2 large arrays at the same time. The disciples who came and went could not help but talk about it every day. However, Mu Yun was indifferent. The fusion of the 2 formations was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. Mu Yun was not in a hurry. However, now that the last step had come to an end, Mu Yun looked at the array and thought of something. Right now, the power of his bloodline had been developed to a great extent. Cultivating the 3rd level of the Indestructible Blood Codex had strengthened his bloodline power. This was also the reason why he had Heavenly Saint potential. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The rules of the Sword Sect. Mu Yun's curiosity was piqued. Once this feeling appeared, it could no longer be suppressed. Let's give it a try. The 9 Heavens Roaming Dragon Formation and the 1,000 Transformations 10,000 Voids Formation were 2 great formations. One focused on defense and the other focused on killing. However, when combined, their attack and defense were combined, and their power was boundless. He was the one who set up the Great Formation, so he could control the Great Formation according to his will. However, if he could communicate with his mind and combine them with his bloodline, this great formation would be more under his control and become a part of his body. With that thought in mind, Mu Yun flipped his palm. Wisps of blood appeared in the formation talismans. Those wisps of blood came from the blood essence pearls in his body. At this moment, he mobilized his blood from the blood essence pearls and integrated it into the formation talismans, then integrated it into the great formation. Changes began quietly. At this moment, the entire great formation seemed to have gathered into a blood net. However, the blood net looked very fragile when connected. It was as if it would be blown apart with a gentle wave of his hand. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The formation that Mu Yun had set up for a month seemed to have undergone a strange change at this moment. However, Mu Yun stood high in the sky and watched all the changes with a smile. As expected, there are changes. Mu Yun was delighted. At this moment, the 9 heavens roaming dragon formation and the 1,000 transformations 10,000 voids formation in front of him seemed to be condensing and forming a part of his body. This feeling was very strange. However, Mu Yun could clearly feel it. The uniqueness of the formation allowed him to have a very strong control over it. However, when his blood fused with the formation, the tyrannical control over it became even more tyrannical. This feeling was very difficult to describe to others. However, at this moment, the 9 heavens roaming dragon formation and the 1,000 transformations 10,000 voids formation were completely activated. In an instant, the sky above the Xianxia sword sect was filled with the sound of something breaking through the air. Thousands of flying swords were flying and spiraling at this moment. From afar, it looked as if dragons were flying and phoenixes were dancing. As the thousands of flying swords flew, the sky above the Xianxia sword sect looked illusory and ever-changing, which made people unable to make heads or tails of it. Success! Seeing this, Lin Jixio, Zhang Tianling, and the others who had been waiting for a month let out sighs of relief. Success, it was finally done. Mu Yan's figure flew down. Lin Jixio and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. It's finally done. Lin Jixio smiled and said, if you were to take a while longer, we really wouldn't know what to do. What happened? Hearing Lin Jixio's words, Mu Yun was puzzled. Recently, the Heavenly Master Sword Sect, the Sword Washing Pavilion, the Star Moon Sword House, and the 9 Stacks Sect are all panicking. Zhang Tianling smiled bitterly and said, recently, many spies have gathered around the Xianxia Sword Sect, waiting for our disciples to go out and capture a few to ask about the situation. However, you have already informed them that you are constructing the formation, so we have been strictly prohibiting our disciples from going out. At the moment, it seems like they are still unaware that several of our top core disciples have been captured. Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, it's really hard to fathom. Alright, now, we can inform the 4 major sects and let them pay the money and get the people. These guys are useless in the Xianxia Sword Sect. Mu Yun looked at the few of them and said, don't forget, if they don't pay or hand over the people, we can just kill them. Our Xianxia Sword Sect disciples will just hide in the formation and not go out. Let's see what they can do. Understood. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Gu Yu. Dusty Feng. Seeing the 2 figures in front, Lin Jixio shouted, why are you all so flustered? These 2 people were Gu Yu and Dusty Feng, whom Lin Jixio had recommended to Mu Yun to manage the Xianxia faction disciples. Senior brother Lin. Something bad has happened. What is it? Speak calmly. Gu Yu swallowed his saliva and said anxiously, the people from the 4 major sects are here. Hearing this, Lin Jixio's expression changed. The people from the 4 major sects are here, what are they here for? Lin Jixio looked at Mu Yun. However, at this moment, Mu Yun's figure was gone. Gone? Wasn't she here just a moment ago? So be it. Everyone, do what you need to do. Just don't go out for a while. Mu Yun's figure disappeared, but her words were still heard. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. What did she mean by just don't go out for a while? Those were the martial artists from the 4 major sects. Zhang Tianling looked at Gu Yu and said, tell me, who are the people who came? The second in command of the 4 major sects are basically all here. Gu Yu said hurriedly. Hearing this, the few of them looked at each other and frowned. The second in command of the 4 major sects were the deputy sect leaders. These deputy sect leaders were at least in the 9th grade Earth Immortal Realm, and some were even in the Heaven Immortal Realm. The Xianxia Sword Sect only had 3 Supreme Elders and Mr. Gu Feng. What should they do? The few of them looked at each other and scratched their heads. I say, however, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. It was Gu Feng. Mr. Gu Feng, do you have anything to say? The few of them immediately looked at Gu Feng. I say, all of you, why can't you learn from Mu Yun's attitude after learning from him for so long? Gu Feng could not help but scold, all of you, the others haven't arrived yet and you're already in a mess. Mu Yun said to do what you need to do. Just don't go out of the mountain gate. Do you guys not understand what he's saying? Looking at the few of them, Gu Feng looked as if he expected better from them. But what? I say, Are all of you out of your mind? Have you forgotten what Mu Yun spent a month doing? What did he spend a month doing? He was condensing a large formation. A large formation, the few of them looked at each other and suddenly understood. But what? Gu Feng waved his hand and immediately left. He said slowly, all of you are really stubborn. Seeing this scene, the few of them immediately looked at each other. Of course, they knew that Mu Yun was condensing a large formation. However, would that large formation work? It was not that they underestimated Mu Yun, but the opponents this time were the four major sects. Moreover, the people who came were all higher-ups. They might not be a match for them. At the same time, outside the mountains of the One-Leaf Sword sect, a group of figures was slowly approaching. They had surrounded the entire One-Leaf Sword sect so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. In front of the mountain gate, figures stood arrogantly. However, they were not the sect leaders of the four major sections. Tong Tian, we came to the Iya Sword sect this time to question and see what happened in the Dark Mystic Stone Field. If it doesn't work, we will enter the Dark Mystic Stone Field from the Iya Sword sect. Don't get into a dispute with them. After all, there is still Gu Feng in the Iya Sword sect now. A middle-aged man with a threatening sword chi said slowly. Jian Yufeng, is this all the Nine-Stack sect can do now? Tong Tian said in a muffled voice, the whereabouts of our Heavenly Master Sword sect disciples are unknown. If the Iya Sword sect did this time, it won't be as simple as just passing through. That's right. A beautiful woman walked out from the crowd. She was dressed in a green muslin dress and had a curvaceous figure. The tight-fitting muslin dress wrapped around her perfect figure. When she walked, she was as soft as a water snake. She was the deputy pavilion master of the sword-washing pavilion, Huan Lingyun. This time, her backer was among the people who were captured. Naturally, she was very anxious. Huan Lingyun said coldly, there is definitely something wrong with the Iya Sword sect. Mu Yun, that rascal, it's because of him. This time, we will not let this matter rest. Huan Lingyun, you don't have to be anxious. Another person spoke. This person was dressed in a starry moon robe and had an imposing appearance. When he spoke, he squinted his eyes and smiled, making people feel that he deserved a beating. He was the elder of the Starry Moon Sword Mansion, Ren Xiaoxing. Ren Xiaoxing said, I don't think this matter is that simple. We don't know what's going on in the Dark Mystic Stone Field now, but we can't let the stalemate continue. This time, let's try peaceful means before resorting to force. This Mu Yun should know better. The Iya Sword sect can't contend with the four major sects. This is the problem I'm worried about. Jian Yufeng said slowly, if the four major sects joined forces, even Yi Guxiwe wouldn't dare to act willfully. Under pressure, Yi Guxiwe would also open the Dark Mystic Stone Field's teleportation formation for us to go in and investigate. But this Mu Yun, Tong Tian suddenly shouted, what's wrong with Mu Yun? He's just an earthly immortal kid. With his little cleverness, he really thinks he's a big shot. Alright, it's useless to quarrel here. Let's ask first. The four of them immediately brought their subordinates and approached the mountain gate. Who are you? However, just as the thousands of people arrived at the Iya Sword sect's mountain gate, a shout was suddenly heard. The two disciples, standing in front of the Iya Sword sect's mountain gate, looked at the mighty group and immediately shouted. How dare a guard dog shout at us? Tong Tian couldn't help but shout angrily, open your dog eyes and look carefully. We are the four major sects. Please ask the person who has a say in the Iya Sword sect to come out. Tong Tian, why bother with them? Jian Yufeng stopped them and looked at the two of them, saying, your Iya Sword sect's Mu Yun is a man of his word, right? Then call Mu Yun out. We have questions to ask him. Brother priest, are you also allowed to call him by his name? The other disciple on guard immediately shouted, I don't care who you are. This is the Iya Sword sect. We have to follow the Iya Sword sect's rules. The Iya Sword sect's rules, what other rules did the Iya Sword sect have? Oh? Then tell us the rules of the Iya Sword sect. Huan Lingyun smiled slightly, but between his eyebrows, there was a murderous intent. The rule of the Iya Sword sect is, if you want to see Brother Mu, you have to have an invitation. Invitation? The four of them looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Tong Tian was the first to get angry, saying, "Bastards, these two guards are taking advantage of us. If you don't report, then we'll fight our way in." As soon as Tong Tian finished speaking, the two men beside him rushed out and attacked the two guards. However, when they saw this scene, the two guarding disciples immediately took a step back. Bang bang. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Return in Defeat, Sect Protecting Formation? Seeing this scene, Xianxia's face instantly turned cold. Humph, your sword sect protecting formation is just a formation set up by that old bastard Lu Yan. Who can it defend against? Xianxia took a step forward and threw a punch. Boom, in an instant, there was a loud explosion. The entire mountain gate shook, and Xianxia tore a hole in it. Xianxia sneered and took a step forward again, grabbing at the two guarding disciples with both hands. However, upon seeing this scene, a smile appeared on the faces of the two guarding disciples. Smug smiles, boom boom, all of a sudden, Xianxia's hand, which was about to grab the two disciples, seemed to be blocked by an invisible light barrier. With a loud explosion, the light barrier remained intact. Xianxia, on the other hand, was repelled by the force and was sent flying back in a sorry state. Jian Yufeng and the others were shocked when they saw this. What was going on? There was another formation. There's another formation? Does your sword sect really think of itself as an unbreakable tortoiseshell? After failing to break the second formation with the sky-piercing strike, Xiao Chen's face turned gloomy, and his attacks became even more vicious. This time, he used 100% of his strength. There was a loud explosion. This time, Xianxia was repelled in an even more sorry state. Xianxia's face flushed red when he saw this. How could this be? You two little brats, what kind of formation is this? Xianxia roared. One of the disciples smiled even more and said, "This is the sect-protecting formation that our senior brother Mu just built. You're still too inexperienced to break it." I said, "If you don't have an invitation, then send one to request an audience. Otherwise, there's no need to talk." Send an invitation to request an audience? The disciples' words made the few big shots feel like they were slapped in the face. A mere sword sect, and a mere Mu Yun. How arrogant. Jian Yufeng shouted. I'd like to see what this kid is relying on. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian and Feng also attacked the second formation with all their strength. However, the result was another defeat. Let me try. At this moment, the smile on Ren Xiaoxing's face disappeared and was replaced by a fierce aura. As the sword struck out, the shapes of the sun and the moon intersected. Bang, however, the grand formation was still completely undamaged. This won't work. Huan Lingyun said, if the four of us attack together, I don't believe that this formation can withstand the attacks of 4 Tier 9 Earth Immortals. Alright. Yes. The moment Huan Lingyun spoke, the others immediately nodded in agreement. Swish swish swish, the four of them immediately formed a line, coordinating their attacks and defenses as they nodded to each other. Boom, in an instant, the four figures attacked at the same time. A rumbling sound rang out once again. However, in the blink of an eye, an even stronger rebound force spread out from within the formation. Roar, vaguely, a dragon's roar could be heard. This dragon roar caused everyone present to feel a headache. However, the four figures were in an even more miserable state this time. They were all bounced back to their original positions. The four of them looked at each other and saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. Unbelievable, the four of them, Tier 9 Earth Immortals, could not even break this grand formation. It was simply an impenetrable defense. What should we do now? The few of them looked at each other, completely at a loss. Everyone, let's attack together. Tong Tian roared, I don't believe that this grand formation, which Mu Yun spent a month to set up, can be so sturdy. That's right. Since ancient times, which of the grand formations set up by the Immortal Array Masters didn't need to be perfected gradually over a long period of time? This grand formation can't withstand everyone's joint attack. That's right. With this shout, the immortals of the four major forces immediately joined forces and attacked the grand formation with all their might. Outside the mountain gate, the rumbling sounds rose and fell one after another. However, inside the sword sect, there was no commotion. When the two guarding disciples saw this scene, they also looked at each other. Time passed by slowly. Gradually, the immortals of the four major forces were tired of attacking and began to rest. The two guarding disciples were standing at the entrance of the mountain. Each of them was holding a fresh fruit in their hands. Crunch, 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 they were eating heartily. One of the disciples said slowly, "Xianxia, how long do you think they can last?" "How would I know?" The other disciple said impatiently, "Who cares about them? Do they think they can break the grand formation set up by Senior Brother Mu? How naive. Using brute force to break it is simply stupid. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let them break the formation. Lingyu, you told me last time that there's a beautiful Yi faction disciple called Pitiful Snow. Introduce her to me." "Dream on. Pitiful Snow is one of the beauties of the Yi faction disciples. Her crush is Senior Brother Mu." "Ah? It can't be." "Why can't it be? How many male disciples of the Yi faction are chasing after Senior Brother Mu? How many female disciples are thinking of Senior Brother Mu as their other half and yearn for him every night?" Sigh. "Then it seems like there's no hope for me in this lifetime." The two guarding disciples ate fresh fruits and chatted. They did not take the people outside the mountain gate seriously at all. At this moment, the crowd outside the mountain gate looked at each other, and all of them felt extremely bitter. What was this? They had mobilized so many people to come and ask for an explanation, but they could not even enter the door. What the F***ck was this? Tong Tian and the other three were also gathered together at this moment. They stared at each other, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Jian Yufeng finally broke the oppressive atmosphere and asked tentatively, "Why don't we send an invitation?" "You can do it if you want." "I won't do it." Tong Tian immediately shouted, "It's just Mu Yun. You want me to send an invitation when I see him? Dream on. But we can't break the grand formation at all. It's been 3 days in a row, and the guarding disciples have changed 3 times. They're hiding in this turtle shell. They're not afraid at all. I don't believe this." Tong Tian was furious. He was about to stand up, but after thinking about it, he realized that he had no choice and sat down obediently. "There's no choice. We can only retreat," Huan Lingyun said silently with a cold face. "Retreat? How could that be? If they retreated now, it would be equivalent to letting all the forces in Antarctica know that their 4 major sects had joined forces to question the Yi Sword sect, but in the end, they could not even enter the mountain gate. How could they maintain their dignity in Antarctica in the future? No, we can't retreat. What are we doing here if we don't retreat? Continue to embarrass ourselves?" Huan Lingyun shouted, "We've made no progress in 3 days. I'm afraid the entire Antarctica knows about it. What are we doing here? Let them laugh at us? But if we go back, won't we be laughed at even more if we return empty-handed? Let's not talk about this for now. Let's return to the sect and discuss with the sect leaders. We'll talk about it after we reach a conclusion. If it doesn't work out, only the sect leaders can step in." Ren Xiaoxing agreed at this moment. Right now, there was no other choice left. If they stayed here again, they would really be laughed at. The 4 looked at the towering mountain gate of the Yi Sword sect and gritted their teeth. They could only leave with hatred. "Sigh, everyone, take care. We won't send you off. If you have the chance to train your strength, you can come again. Our Yi Sword sect welcomes you." "That's right. You're all reputable figures. If you're satisfied with our Yi Sword sect's array assessment, don't forget to publicize it more and recruit more disciples for our Yi Sword sect." Chen Fei and Ling Yu waved their hands at this moment and sent everyone off. At this moment, the disciples of the 4 major sects were about to explode from anger. This was simply a disgrace to his grandmother's house. However, when they saw the 4 major troops coming and retreating with their tails between their legs, the 2 of them looked at each other and could not help but laugh out loud. That's great. The 4 major sects' mighty troops were approaching, but they were sent away by 2 insignificant human immortal gatekeepers. Great. Chen Fei laughed and said, "Ling Yu, do you know? When I told Tong Tian that I wanted to pay him a visit, my legs were trembling. I was afraid that guy would tear open the array and skin me alive." "That's right. Leng Yu replied, it was so King great. Who are those 4 people? They're the second in command of the 4 major sections. Their words carry a lot of weight. A 9th-grade Earth immortal who can make the South Pole tremble with the stomp of their feet. I was so scared that I peed my pants. Great, great. The 2 of us can boast about this for the rest of our lives. The 2 gatekeepers had never thought that they would have such a great feeling in their lives. Then, for a period of time, the most difficult and tiring gatekeeper position in the Iya Sword sect became the most popular position. A large number of Iya disciples fought for it. What? At this moment, in the Heavenly Master Sword sect, Tong Zhong's eyes were filled with surprise. Say that again. Tong Zhong looked at Tong Tian in front of him and forced himself to calm down. Sect leader, Jian Yufeng, Ren Xiaoxing, Huan Lingyun, and I joined forces, but we couldn't break the Iya Sword sect's array. The array set up by Mu Yun is too strong. Tong Tian said bitterly. Although he knew it was embarrassing, he still had to say it. Embarrassing. Tong Zhong immediately scolded. The 4 major sects, 4 deputy sect leaders, thousands of disciples and elders joined forces, but we couldn't even get through the door. Embarrassing. Then did you see Mu Yun? Tong Tian shook his head. It's just the 2 disciples on guard duty. They spoke rudely, but they're hiding in the grand spell formation in the turtle shell. We didn't even see Mu Yun. Forget about Mu Yun, we didn't even see any of the other disciples with more authority. In 3 days, 2 groups of gatekeepers changed shifts. They went for 3 days and saw 4 gatekeepers. You still have the cheek to say that? Tong Zhong was on the verge of exploding in anger. This was too embarrassing. However, Tong Tian was even more furious. But he had no choice, this was not something that he could do as he pleased. You don't have to worry about this. I'll discuss it with the other 3 major sects today. This time, we'll invite the Grand Elder as well. Grand Elder? Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio 18 Heavenly Immortals. The Heavenly Master Sword sect had 4 Supreme Elders, all of whom were Heavenly Immortals. Together with the Supreme Elders of the other 3 sects, they would definitely be able to take down the Iya Sword sect. When the time came, the disciples guarding the mountain would kill them with a single slap. Tongtian's heart was filled with anticipation. And so, 3 days later, the 4 sects were on the move again. But this time, the leaders were not the 4 deputy leaders, but the leaders, Liu Baidian, leader of the 9-stack sect, Tong Zhong, leader of the Heavenly Master Sword sect, Xing Tian and Yu Yuanyuan of the Star and Moon Sword Abode. Shi Qingyi of the Sword Washing Pavilion, the 5 of them appeared outside the Iya Sword sect. But this time, there were 8 disciples guarding the mountain gate of the Iya Sword sect. After the previous incident, the position of a disciple guarding the mountain had become a popular position in the Iya Sword sect, and the competition had greatly increased. In order to prevent the disciples from fighting, they had no choice but to send a few more disciples to guard the mountain. This time, the 8 disciples stood in front of the mountain gate, looking at the group that was even grander than the previous time, and their eyes were filled with intense interest. Fear, but now it was gone. All they had was the mood to watch the show. Senior brother Chen Fei, are those for the ones who came last time? It's a pity that I didn't see their depressed faces last time. Hee, don't worry, I'll definitely see them this time. Chen Fei chuckled and said immediately. Tong Zhong looked at the 8 disciples guarding the mountain gate. Each of them was a Tier 1 human immortal or a Tier 2 human immortal. However, the way they looked at Tong Zhong and the others was full of playfulness, very strange expressions and looks. Tong Zhong frowned. Call Mu Yun out. Tong Zhong said impatiently. Is senior brother Mu someone you can call by his name? Chen Fei stepped forward and said impatiently, you people are really uneducated. I've already told you that if you want to see our senior brother Mu, you have to send an invitation. We'll see if our senior brother Mu is in the mood. Invitation? Hearing this, the anger on Tong Zhong's face was more than 10 times stronger than Tongtian's. A mere disciple dared to talk to him like this? He was asking for it. Do you know who I am? Tong Zhong looked at the disciple and said immediately. I don't care who you are. Even if you are the leader of one of the 4 great sects, you still have to follow the rules of our Iya Sword School, right? Chen Fei continued, coming to our sword school with such great fanfare, with so many people? Do you want to destroy my sword school? You don't have the right to talk to me. Tong Zhong said coldly, let Mu Yun out. I, Tong Zhong, have something to say to her. Tong Zhong was instantly enraged. He wanted nothing more than to raise the sword sect to the ground. How could a mere disciple guarding the mountain be so arrogant? It would be strange if he was not angry. I don't have time. Brother priest takes care of the affairs of the sword school all day long. He has to meet whoever comes, so where would he have the time to deal with other matters? I said, it's an offline greeting. Don't you understand human language? Humph, a mere guarding disciple dares to be so arrogant. I think your sword school is not far from destruction. Without another word, Tong Zhong took a step forward and slashed out with his sword. A huge sword shadow was erected in front of the sword sect's mountain gate. Clang, as the sword descended, a hole was instantly torn open in Lu Yan's compass reversal formation. When Tong Zhong saw this scene, his heart was full of disdain. This formation could defend against Tong Tian and the rest, but it could not defend against him at all. Tong Zhong was suddenly full of fighting spirit. Since Mu Yun was hiding in her turtle shell and did not come out, then they would directly smash Mu Yun's turtle shell into pieces. Let's see how Mu Yun can hide. You want to block a mere formation, boom. However, just as Tong Zhong was about to open his mouth to show off, the sword shadow that broke the compass reversal formation was stranded in an instant like a dragon flying into a shoal. A loud bang sounded, and Tong Zhong's figure was immediately blocked. The sword shadow also completely dissipated. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. Tong Zhong's expression was even more unsightly. He did not expect that although the formation outside looked simple and could be broken very easily, there was another formation inside. Sect Master, we were trapped outside by this formation that day and could not break it, Tong Tian said bitterly. Mu Yun has a certain understanding of formations. It seems that this formation was set up by him. Tong Zhong sneered and said, in that case, let's see, if his formation can block me, Tong Zhong, outside. As soon as Tong Zhong finished speaking, he immediately slashed with his sword. Clang, however, another clanging sound could be heard as the sword slashed down. Tong Zhong's entire body was blocked, and he was still unable to break the formation. Seeing this scene, everyone around was stunned. Tong Zhong was the sect master of the Heavenly Master Sword sect, and he was a second-stage Heaven Immortal elite. In the entire South Pole, this person was definitely one of the strongest people. However, even he could not break it. How could the defense of this formation set up by Mu Yun be so abnormal? Damn it! Tong Zhong's face flushed red, and he could not help but shout. Let's attack together. The same scene seemed to be playing out again. However, this time it was the sect masters of the four major sects. Who could stop them when they joined forces? Seeing that the five big shots had attacked, Chen Fei and the rest stopped joking and hurriedly retreated. They were confident in Mu Yun's formation, but the joint attack of the five big shots would inevitably cause the ground to shake. It was better to retreat. Immediately, the five of them stood in front of the mountain gate, nodded to each other, and directly attacked. In an instant, the entire mountain gate of the sword sect was filled with flying swords and rays of light. This scene gave off an extremely gloomy feeling. It was as if the world was about to collapse at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the ground outside the sword sect began to crack. Cracks spread out in all directions. The martial artists of the four sects could not help but retreat. They could not withstand the joint attack of the five sect masters, who were second-stage Heaven Immortals. Dong, 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 dong. However, just at this moment, five muffled thumping sounds completely spread out at this very moment. As the five thumping sounds rang out, the five figures quickly retreated. They were Tong Zhong, Liu Beidian, Xing Mantian, Yu Yuanyuan, and Shi Qingyi. The five figures retreated pathetically, but the formation in front of them did not budge. This time everyone was dumbfounded. The five of them attacked together, but the formation did not budge at all. What kind of attack was this? Everyone looked at each other, dumbfounded. Supreme Elders, I'll have to trouble you to attack together. Shi Qingyi's face was gloomy, and she could not help but say. If the four major sects attacked together and could not even break through the mountain gate of the Sword sect, it would be a joke. At this moment, they could not care less. Immediately, the four grand elders of the Sword Washing Pavilion, the Starry Moon Sword Mansion, the Nine Stacks sect, and the Heavenly Master Sword sect all came forward and attacked at the same time. 18 celestial immortals stood in a row. These people could be said to be the most powerful martial artists of the South Pole, and they were all gathered here. It would be a joke if they could not break through this time. The 18 of them stood in a row and attacked together. Boom, 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 suddenly, a roar was heard in everyone's ears. Just as the 18 heaven immortals were about to break through the formation, a figure suddenly appeared. It's quite lively. Mu Yun was dressed in a green martial robe with her sleeves rolled up. She looked at the people in front of her and smiled. A strand of hair fell in front of her forehead, and her deep eyes reflected a bright light. Her long hair was casually tied behind her head, making Mu Yun look more dashing. You finally came out. Tong Zhong saw Mu Yun appear and stopped for a moment. Haha, I didn't expect the sect leaders to come personally. What a rare guest. I spent a few days refining some elixirs. I've kept you waiting for a long time. Mu Yun said casually. At the same time, three figures followed behind Mu Yun. The three of them were none other than the three grand elders, Lu Qingsong, Qin Wenbin, and Yan Ziqiu. However, at this moment, the three of them gave off a completely different feeling. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other, dumbfounded. These three old things with half a foot in the coffin, had advanced to the second stage of the Heaven Immortal realm. With one look, everyone jumped in fright. Everyone knew that the three supreme elders of the Sword sect only had a few decades left to live. But now, the three of them had advanced to the second stage of the Heaven Immortal realm, which meant that they had an extra few hundred or even 1,000 years of life. This helped the Sword sect breathe a sigh of relief. It was simply a huge extension of their lives. The Sword sect was established later than the four major sects, so its foundation was much weaker. Without the three supreme elders by Yigushiwa's side, the Sword sect's situation in the South Pole would be even more difficult. But now, the three supreme elders had actually made a breakthrough at this moment. Sect Master Tong Zhong, do you think there's no one in the Sword sect? Lu Qingsong shouted. This is the Sword sect, where are your manners? Lu Qingsong. Tong Zhong retorted rudely. We came to visit with good intentions, but we were looked down upon by the guarding disciples. If it were you, would you be able to take this lying down? Reporting to Elder, these people are arrogant. They came to the Sword sect not to visit, but to cause trouble on purpose. Elder, please investigate this matter. Chen Fei cupped his hands in response. Did you hear that, Tong Zhong? Our Sword sect's disciples said that you're deliberately causing trouble for the Sword sect, just like a month ago. A month ago, hearing Mu Yun's words, the sect master's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that their disciples had already made their move, but based on the current situation, it seemed that they had failed. Mu Yun, where's my disciple, Yan Wushuang? Tong Zhong shouted. Him. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Release your disciple, gotcha. Release my disciple. Tong Zhong could not help but shout. Release him? How can we do that? Mu Yun said again, no. If we release him, what about the Sword faction's losses? Mu Yun, stop joking around. Where's my disciple? Shi Qingyi also asked. Instantly, the few sect leaders could not help but ask about it. Everyone, don't worry. Mu Yun waved her hand and a scroll appeared. The names on this scroll are the top disciples of your respective sections. Those who are not on it, are all dead. What? Dead? Hearing this, the sect leaders immediately looked at the list. When they realized that their sects had lost a few disciples, their faces turned cold. However, when they saw that their core disciples were still alive, they heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they were not all dead. Lu Baidian looked at Mu Yun and shouted, Mu Yun, release my disciple, Shi Peng, and the Nine Stacks sect will not pursue this matter with you. Release your disciple? Mu Yun smiled and said, Sect leader Lu Baidian, have you finished reading the contents of this scroll? Hearing this, the sect leaders immediately looked at the scroll in front of Mu Yun. When the scroll was unfolded, it was 5 meters long and 3 meters wide. There were names on it, but behind each name was a price. The Iya sword faction was attacked by the 4 sects for no reason. You want to rob us of the mining rights in the Dark Mystic Stone Mine. I will not ask you for this compensation. I will offset it with the mining rights of the entire Dark Mystic Stone Mine. But, as for your disciples, if you want them to live, you'll have to use money to exchange for them. The price is marked here. A Tier 1 Earth Immortal is worth 1 million Earth Yang pills, and so on. Yan Wushuang, Akiji, Lu Buxiong, Han Yufei, and Shipeng are worth 5 million Earth Yang pills each. Why don't you rob us? However, as soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, the sect leaders immediately roared. Mu Yun's actions were simply spouting nonsense and wanted to kill him. Rob? Mu Yun shook her head and said, why should I rob you? Didn't you come to me? This is my negotiation with you. Mu Yun's voice gradually turned cold. Chu Chen and Meng Hao were both killed by me. The only reason I left them alive was to negotiate terms with you. Don't think that I don't dare to kill them. Chu Chen, Meng Hao, these 2 were disciples of the Sword Tomb of the Heavenly Sword Tower. Their statuses were very high, yet Mu Yun actually dared to kill them. Zili Chou Yun. Suddenly, one of the supreme elders of the 9 Stacks sect shouted, break the formation directly. Let's see how stubborn this brat can be. Elder Studio. Mu Yang Studio Lu is as ye is now. HHHH. He is. Mu Yun is he. Zhong. Mumu and Hine Sword Washing Pavilion Grand Elder could not help but shout. Seeing this, the other sects were firm in their decision. Alright, in that case, let's break the array together. Immediately, the sect leaders and the great elders of the 4 major sects formed a line and attacked. Mu Yun, this. Lu Qingsong said worriedly. Don't worry, they can't break the array. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, however, I'm more worried that they will be injured themselves. Hearing Mu Yun's words, the elders were in disbelief. Forget it. Since they are not willing to compensate and want to break the array, let's give them some to spare. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, Lin Jishou, bring them here. Yes. At the same time, the 18 Heaven Immortal Realm experts attacked together without mercy. Boom. Boom, immediately, a series of rumbling sounds were heard. The 18 Heaven Immortal Realm experts attacked one by one. Between them, powerful forces spread out. Under such circumstances, everyone could only stand aside and watch the show. There was no need for them to intervene. The few big shots were enough to deal with the current situation. Damn it. Merely, after half a day had passed, the palace hall before the crowd was still completely undamaged. Under such circumstances, the dozen of them gradually lost their patience. Seniors, continue attacking. I also want to see if there are any loopholes in this array. Mu Yun said with a smile. This brat, this old man will skin him alive. Drink his blood. Immediately, the few big shots were furious and could not help but shout. The dozen of them joined forces again and attacked one another without any mercy. Seeing this, Mu Yun could not help but sigh. You are all very angry. It seems that I need to pour some water on you to put out the fire. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, he pointed with his finger. In an instant, the second great formation, the Myriad Transformations formation, was activated. In an instant, long swords appeared around the dozen Heaven Immortal Realm experts. Those long swords formed a giant dragon that was 1,000 meters long. It roared and attacked the 18 people. Suddenly, the situation began to change. In the beginning, they only joined forces to break the array. But now, the array was activated and was attacking them. The third array, seeing this, everyone suddenly understood. The first array outside the Iya Sword sect was just a smokescreen. A 9th stage Earth Immortal could break it with all his strength. But the second array was the main defense and was difficult to break. The third array was the main attack. The 3 arrays were connected layer by layer, giving people a feeling that they were inseparable. They were domineering and powerful. Seeing this, everyone suddenly understood. This brat still has a trick up his sleeve. The dozen of them were entangled by a long dragon and could not leave. They immediately shouted. Back off, this array cannot be broken. Back off quickly. The third formation was activated, and the 18 powerhouses retreated. At this time, they could not break the array. If they could not break it by force, they could only rely on immortal array masters. However, Mu Yan's attainments in immortal array masters were at the level of immortal array masters. In the entire Antarctic, there was no immortal array master other than the Heaven Sword Tower. Moreover, the Heaven Sword Tower's immortal array master, Luo Yan Luo, had said that his attainments in immortal array masters were not as good as Mu Yan's. In the Antarctic, there was no one who could surpass Mu Yan in terms of array masters. If they could not break it by force or soft attacks, what could they do? Everyone was at a loss. However, at this moment, groups of people walked out from the Sword sect. Those groups of people were escorting a figure. Upon closer inspection, they were Yan Wushuang, Shipeng, Akiji, and the others. Great-grandpa. As soon as Shipeng appeared, he saw the Grand Elder in the Nine-Stack sect and immediately spoke. Peng. Elder Shi's body trembled. When he saw Shipeng's sallow, emaciated, and listless appearance, his heart ached. When he saw Mu Yan's attitude, he became even more hostile. Mu Yan, what are you trying to do? Elder Shi shouted when he saw Mu Yan escorting these people out. I said, the price is clearly stated. If you're willing to exchange, then give me Earth Yang pills. Mu Yan said again, Shipeng, he's your great-grandson. No wonder you're so nervous. Let me see the bill. 9-stack sect, 1 tier 5 Earth Immortal Shipeng, 1 tier 4 Earth Immortal Zhangdiu, and 3 tier 3 Earth Immortals. That's 18 million Earth Yang pills. Liu Baidian, if you're willing to pay first, I can give you a discount. It's only 15 million Earth Yang pills. Dream on. Liu Baidian bellowed. 18 million Earth Yang pills, this was simply extortion. Although the 18 million Earth Yang pills would not kill the 9-stack sect, it would greatly affect the tributes that the 9-stack sect had to pay. The impact was immeasurable. Mu Yan, don't go too far. Xing Mantian of the Star and Moon Sword Mansion shouted, the 4 sects will be threatened by you. That's right. Shi Qingyi shouted, you should know that the disciples of the Sword sect can't hide in the formation forever. Once they come out, we can capture and kill them. When the time comes, it'll be a life and death struggle. It won't benefit anyone. Life and death struggle? Hearing this, Mu Yan burst into laughter. You want to fight to the death with my Sword sect with just you? With the dark mystic quarry in hand, the Sword sect can continue to refine mortal Yang pills. It won't be a problem for us to stay in these 3 formations and cultivate for hundreds or thousands of years. At most, we'll come out when the disciples of the Sword sect reach the Earth Immortal realm. Mu Yan's words made everyone speechless. Right, the dark mystic quarry was now completely controlled by the Sword sect. If they wanted to reopen the passageway and enter, it would take 100 years. In 100 years, how many mortal Yang pills could be refined from immortal Yang essence stone in the dark mystic quarry? How many human immortal realm disciples could cultivate with? And recently, the Earth Essence Stone was even excavated from the dark mystic quarry. It was a necessity for refining Earth Yang pills. When the big shots heard this, they frowned. Mu Yan, do you really want to fight to the death? Am I the one who asked for the fish death breakthrough? Mu Yan looked at Tong Zhong and immediately scolded. The 4 sects joined hands to annex the dark mystic quarry of the Sword sect. Do you still want to deny this? Now that things have failed and we've exposed ourselves, you want to take your core disciples back? Is there such a good thing in the world? In general, you still think that you can do whatever you want because you're the big shots with big fists and big words? This move may work on others, but it's useless against me, Mu Yan, and the Sword sect. Mu Yan's shout rang out, and the people of the Sword sect were immediately filled with righteous indignation. That's right, the 4 sects were not benevolent, so they were not righteous. If the 4 sects succeeded in this operation, then the Sword sect's mining rights in the dark mystic quarry would be gone. This kind of loss was enough to make the Sword sect's tribute to the Heaven Sword Tower insufficient, and cause the Sword sect to embark on the path of destruction. The four sects were not benevolent first, so why should they talk about benevolence and righteousness here? If you're so stubborn, I think we have nothing to talk about. Tong Zhong immediately shouted, if you dare to touch a hair of theirs, the Sword sect, you will die without a doubt. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio corpses are also valuable. A smile appeared on Mu Yun's face when she heard this. Does this mean that all the sect leaders think the same way? Mu Yun looked at the crowd and smiled. In that case. Zhang Diyu of the Heavenly Master Sword sect, puff, Mu Yun did not say anything and struck with her sword. Fresh blood blossomed like a blood lotus. Zhang Diyu's eyes widened. He died with a grievance, however, Mu Yun's sudden action left everyone dumbfounded. She really dared to kill, seeing that Zhang Diyu's chest was stained red with blood and he was no longer breathing, everyone was silent. Damn it, damn it. Zhang Diyu was dead. Would Shipeng be next? At this moment, Elder Shi could not sit still in the Nine-Stack sect. He looked at Mu Yun and wished he could charge forward and tear Mu Yun into pieces. You have all seen my sincerity. Now, do you want to continue? Mu Yun smiled faintly. However, his smile was extremely cold. Wait. Seeing that Mu Yun was about to make a move, Elder Shi could not take it anymore. Elder Shi shouted, Shipeng, I'll give you 5 million Earth Yang pills. Elder Shi, Lu Badian shuddered when he heard Elder Shi's words. Don't worry, sect leader. Old man will pay for these 5 million Earth Yang pills. I will not touch a single cent from the Nine-Stack sect. I only have one great-grandson, and I don't want to see him die in vain. Elder Shi said with a bitter expression. All right. Lu Badian nodded and said, in that case, all the disciples of the Nine-Stack sect will be redeemed. Elder Shi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. No matter what, his great-grandson could not die. Great-grandfather. Seeing Zhang Diyu's corpse beside him, Shipeng was so scared that he almost wet his pants. If great-grandfather did not save him, he would be completely dead. Mu Yun, Shipeng and these 3 disciples are worth a total of 14 million Earth Yang pills. I'll give it to you. Lu Badian swung his hand and was about to hand the Earth Yang pills to Mu Yun. Wait. However, at this moment, Mu Yun suddenly waved her hand and said, not 14 million. It should be 18 million. What did you say? Mu Yun, don't go too far. Zhang Diyu is already dead. Even if he's dead, his corpse is still valuable. Mu Yun said coldly, it's up to you whether you give it to me or not. If you don't give it to me, I'll kill you. I'm not discussing this with you. Mu Yun's domineering words instantly made the breathing of the Sword sect's disciples become heavy. What did it mean to be overbearing? This was tyrannical. At this moment, Mu Yun was attacking aggressively. She did not give anyone a chance. Sect leader, I'll pay the extra 4 million. As long as we can save Peng it's fine. Elder Shi said. Lu Badian looked at Mu Yun, his chest heaving up and down. It wasn't that he couldn't afford a few million Earth Yang pills. However, it was difficult for him to feel at ease. Alright, 18 million Earth Yang pills. Mu Yun, I hope you can take it. As soon as Lu Badian finished speaking, Earth Yang pills piled up like a mountain outside the Sword sect's mountain gate. Lu Badian left them there while Mu Yun collected them. Looking at the Earth Yang pills, everyone felt as if they were going to be blinded. Many disciples swore that they had never seen so many Earth Yang pills in their lives. Not to mention Earth Yang pills, even so many mortal Yang pills were rare. Sect leader Lu Badian is really a man of his words. Alright, let them go. Mu Yun smiled and waved her hand. Shipeng and the other 2 third-stage Earth Immortal disciples immediately left the array. Seeing that the people from the Nine-Stack sect had begun to ransom the disciples, the people from the Starry Moon Sword Mansion, Sword Washing Pavilion, and Heavenly Master Sword sect looked at each other. What should they do? If they did not ransom the disciples now and allowed Mu Yun to kill them, the disciples would be dissatisfied with the sect. However, if they were to ransom the disciples and give Mu Yun the Earth Yang pills, they would not be satisfied. Seeing this, they looked at each other, not knowing what to do. I'll give it to you. Tong Zhong of the Heavenly Master Sword sect walked out at this moment. Looking at Mu Yun, his eyes were practically spitting fire. It was obvious that he wanted to kill her, but Mu Yun did not care at all. Gradually, the four sects paid the Earth Yang pills that they were supposed to give. Their faces were extremely gloomy. Mu Yun counted the number of Earth Yang pills. A total of 73 million Earth Yang pills. This was a huge sum of money. Mu Yun smiled and cupped her hands. Seniors and sect leaders, I won't see you off. However, next time, if you want to visit the Sword sect, please use the main entrance and send a letter. Don't think of coming in from other places. Otherwise, it will be bad if you are caught as a thief. Wait, Mu Yun. At this moment, Liu Beidian suddenly shouted, "Return the dark mystic quarry to us." Hearing Liu Beidian mention the dark mystic quarry, everyone immediately reacted. That's right, the dark mystic quarry was still in the hands of the Sword sect. Now, their disciples had been captured, and the transportation formation should have been destroyed by Mu Yun. Dark mystic quarry? Mu Yun was taken aback when he heard this. Seniors, isn't the dark mystic quarry the compensation for the Sword sect's loss this time? I didn't say that this ransom includes the mining rights of the dark mystic quarry. Tong Zhong immediately scolded, Mu Yun, do you mean that the Sword sect has monopolized the dark mystic quarry? Shouldn't we? Shouldn't you? Tong Zhong was furious and wanted to attack again. However, when he thought that he could not break the formation again, Tong Zhong gave up. You'd better remember what happened today. Tong Zhong harumphed coldly, before leading the crowd away. At the same time, the martial artists of the other three sects also withdrew one by one. They had already redeemed their disciples, and since the formation could not be broken, it was useless for them to stay here. Mu Yun was right. At most, the Sword sect would go into seclusion for 100 years. They were not afraid at all. If he was a coward, then so be it. The most important thing was to strengthen himself. As the groups of people left, the Sword sect was filled with thunderous cheers. Tens of millions of Earth Yang pills was a huge fortune. Everyone. Mu Yun immediately waved her hand and said, this time, we have offended the four sections. However, since they want us to vomit blood, we must cut their flesh. This time, the 70 million Earth Yang pills obtained will be rewarded to the disciples and elders for their cultivation. Those whose realms are not high enough can exchange for human Yang pills in the sect to improve their cultivation. As for the extra 3 million, consider it a reward for me. I, Mu Yun, will be generous this time. Haha, hearing Mu Yun's words, the disciples immediately burst into laughter. Senior brother Mu, what are you saying? We did not earn the 70 million. Even if it all goes to senior brother Mu, we will have no complaints. Yes, this is all thanks to senior brother Mu. Moreover, we have vented our anger. This is the most satisfying thing. Hearing this, Mu Yun laughed again and said, if that's the case, then the 70 million Earth Yang pills are all mine? Haha, among the crowd, there was another burst of laughter. This time, we have offended the four sections. They will definitely deal with us in the future. Therefore, for a period of time, everyone should not go out. As for the 70 million Earth Yang pills, I will take out 50 million and distribute them according to everyone's realms and improvements. As for the remaining 20 million Earth Yang pills, they will be rewarded to the disciples who have broken through to the Earth Immortal realm. Mu Yun looked at everyone and said excitedly, today, you are proud of the Sword faction. In the future, I hope that the Sword faction will be proud of you. In the future, it is not impossible for the Sword faction to become a bronze faction. Senior brother Mu is right. Alright, now, I have given you the opportunity and the conditions. If you do not accept me, then you will have let me down. The disciples began to discuss fervently. The fair cultivation system, the adjustment within the faction, and the cultivation pills were all in place. If they did not work hard, they could only blame themselves. Everyone, disperse. Mu Yun waved his hand. The crowd immediately dispersed. Zhang Tianling, Chao Tianga, Feng Rui. Mu Yun ordered, the three of you are responsible for distributing the 50 million Earth Yang pills. Yes. Lin Jixiu, Fan Wuyan, the two of you are responsible for preserving the remaining 20 million Earth Yang pills. At the same time, secretly find some disciples to check if the distribution is unfair or if someone is maliciously bullying them. If you find out, punish them severely. Yes. 3 Supreme Elders, how is the effect of the 9 yin and 9 yang creation pills? Mu Yun turned around and looked at Lu Qingsong, Qin Wenbin, and Yan Ziqiu. Good, very good. Lu Qingsong stroked his beard and said with a smile, thank you. In the future, as long as you work for the Yi Sword faction and lead the Yi Sword faction to greatness, I, Lu Qingsong, will definitely support you. Well said, well said. Seeing Lu Qingsong's submissive look, Mu Yun understood. Even if this old man did not obey, once the life and death seal was used, he would die immediately. Mu Yun was not afraid that this old man would act recklessly with his Achilles heel. Since that's the case, Elder Lu, I really do have a matter to trouble the 3 elders. Go ahead. Looking at the 3 Supreme Elders, Mu Yun smiled. This time, our Yi Sword faction is destined to offend the 4 major sects. In the short term, our disciples will not be able to go out to train. But now, the Dark Mystic Stone Mine in the Yi Sword faction is producing mortal yang pills. Together with this large amount of Earth yang pills, it is enough to support us for decades. So, the 3 Supreme Elders, when you are in seclusion, why don't you come out and give a lecture to our disciples who have stepped into the Earth Immortal realm, so that they won't take the wrong path? Okay, no problem. Yan Ziqiu cupped his hands and said, we can also understand some problems that we have neglected in the past during the lecture. Thank you for your trouble, Supreme Elders. You're welcome. The crowd immediately dispersed. Mu Yun stood in front of the mountain gate and looked at the entire Bailuo celestial mountain. At this moment, the tens of thousands of people in the sect gave people a feeling of prosperity. Gufeng appeared beside Mu Yun like a ghost and said indifferently, do you really want to upgrade the Yi Sword faction here? Why not? Haha, what are you laughing at? Seeing Gufeng laughing, Mu Yun asked. I just think it's ridiculous. Gufeng immediately said, do you know that it takes a lot of effort to develop a sect? It is not as simple as the accumulation of time. I know that you have done a good job of winning the hearts of the people, but when the Yi Sword faction becomes strong, few people will remember your contributions. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio 10 years of seclusion. Mu Yun immediately retorted, isn't your Biluo Huangquan school ridiculously strong? From what I see, your prison king's faith in that elusive sect leader of yours is at the peak. I know you'll definitely say that your sect leader is your sect leader. How can I compare to him? Mu Yun waved her hand and said, don't worry. When I don't need you in the future, I'll remove the blood seal with you and return your freedom. Looking at you, it's impossible for you to be loyal to me. Your sect leader has really bewitched you. Just, shut up. Mu Yun immediately interrupted. Here, this pill is for you. Take it. It should be effective for your cultivation base. 99 Yang Creation Pill. Gufeng was slightly stunned when he saw the pill. Don't worry. I can use you now. I won't harm you. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, work for me. I'll pay you some fees no matter what. I can't let you work for nothing. After taking the pill and watching Mu Yun leave, Gufeng smiled bitterly in his heart. This fellow was really strange. At the same time, the 4 major sects returned to their respective sections. Between the mountains, a group of people walked quickly. Yan Wushuang, what's going on? You'd better give me an explanation. Tong Zhong looked at his proud disciple and questioned her. Master, Yan Wushuang's face turned bitter. She cupped her hands and bowed, unable to say a word. What's wrong? You can't say it? Master. Luo Jianxia said, Master, you can't blame Senior Brother Yan for this. Chu Qian and Meng Hao, who were sent by the Heaven Sword Tower, were killed by Mu Yun. Mu Yun had already set up a large formation and was waiting for us. I suspect that someone made an agreement with Mu Yun. Agreement? Tong Zhong looked at the disciple he was most proud of and said, Schwerer, you say something. First of all, Senior Yan only informed us of the matter that night, and we made our move that night. In such a short period of time, there was no way that we could have reported the matter. Furthermore, we were all together, so there was no way that we could have done so. Therefore, when Mu Yun received the news, she should have known about it long ago. Furthermore, how could it be that easy to set up a grand formation? Luo Jianxue said clearly, this means that the person who received the news had already told Mu Yun. That's why Mu Yun was on guard. Impossible. Tong Zhong immediately shouted, only I and the other 3 great sects knew of the news in advance and formulated the plan. However, when he spoke up to hear, Tong Zhong was suddenly stunned. Only the sect masters of the 4 great sects knew about this beforehand. It was impossible for the disciples to spread the news in time. Even if they did, Mu Yun would not be able to set up the array formation so quickly. This could only mean that someone had tipped him off in advance. She cooperated with Mu Yun to put on such a show. He had been tricked. Tong Zhong immediately stood where he was, his entire body emitting a strong force. Bastard! His roar immediately spread over a radius of dozens of miles. The ground collapsed. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Heavenly Master Sword sect immediately kept quiet out of fear. They did not dare to make a sound. They could feel the anger of the sect master in front of them at this moment. Return to the sect. Tong Zhong immediately roared, go and investigate this matter. See if it was Shijian Pavilion, 9 Stack Sect, or Xingyue Sword Mansion. However, while Tong Zhong was furious, Shi Qingyi, the pavilion master of Shijian Pavilion, was also furious. The same words came from Yu Qinglan and Huan Qingsha's mouths. Shi Qingyi also began to suspect. The 2 sect masters immediately began to suspect. However, when the 2 sect masters were angry, Mu Yun laughed out loud and praised Luo Jianxue. Luo Jianxue originally just wanted to clear herself of suspicion, but she did not expect that the blame would be thrown on others. Originally, no one would have thought that Mu Yun and Luo Jianxue could communicate at any time. No one would have thought that Mu Yun could set up a killing array so quickly. These 2 impossibilities caused the 4 major sects to suddenly become chaotic. Master, should we spread the news to 9 Stack Sect and Xingyue Sword Mansion? Luo Jianxue asked. No need, no need. Mu Yun replied, this time, there is already hostility between the Heavenly Master Sword Sect and Shijian Pavilion. The 4 major sects will not be united. 9 Stack Sect and Xingyue Sword Mansion are not stupid. Think about it for a while and they will also find clues. Luo Jianxue, you have done well in this matter. I will reward you well. I dare not. But Mu Yun smiled and said, why wouldn't I dare? In the future, it is not impossible for you to be the sect master of the Heavenly Master Sword Sect. Thank you, Master. Hearing this, Luo Jianxue's face immediately lit up. In this dangerous immortal realm, who did not want to have powerful strength, although Luo Jianxue was a woman, she naturally wanted it too. Previously, she thought it was impossible. However, now that she saw Mu Yun personally control the Yi Sword Sect step by step, she naturally had hope in her heart. Become the sect master? Now, it seemed that her previous dream could not only be a dream but a goal. After cutting off the connection, Mu Yun smiled. This time, the 4 major sects had been tricked badly by him. However, because of this, there was also hostility between the 4 major sections. They would not trust each other so much. It was very likely that there would be a rare occurrence of them joining forces to deal with the ES Sword Sect again. However, even so, Mu Yun still would not let his guard down. 3 months had passed since the 4 major sects gathered in the ES Sword Sect. In these 3 months, the news spread throughout the entire South Pole. All the sects, families, and cities, big and small, for a time, this matter became the laughing stock of their leisure time. Mu Yun's reputation also spread in the South Pole. However, at this critical moment, the ES Sword Sect was unusually quiet. The 3 major arrays in the ES Sword Sect continued to operate, and all the disciples were cultivating in the ES Sword Sect. And this cultivation time, 10 years had passed. For immortal cultivators, 10 years was like 10 months for martial artists in the mortal world. However, the ES Sword Sect had undergone earth-shattering changes in the past 10 years. The entire ES Sword Sect had undergone earth-shattering changes from the mountain gate. On the mountain peaks, even the Yi branch disciples did not live in beehive-like caves. Instead, they built pavilions, terraces, and pavilions, densely covering the entire ES Sword Sect. For immortals, the architectural changes were just a change of style. However, the internal changes were even more surprising. Every Yi branch disciple had an individual room. In the room, the most eye-catching thing was the spirit gathering array. This spirit gathering array was no longer constructed with immortal vitality stones. Instead, it was a unified spirit gathering array in the entire Sword sect. It gathered the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and immortal chi in one place and then dispersed it. Similarly, there were more peaks for the core disciples. Most importantly, in the past 10 years, the number of core disciples had indeed increased. The most important thing was the disciples under him. Mu Yun stipulated that anyone who reached the earth immortal realm would be a disciple under him. Currently, there were hundreds of disciples in the Sword sect. Most of them were first-tier to fifth-tier earth immortals. As for the core disciples, there were tens of thousands of them, ranging from 5th tier to 9th tier human immortals. The number of Yi branch disciples had now broken through the 100,000 mark. In these 10 years, the mining of the dark mystic quarry had increased the number of disciples in the Sword sect. The entire dark mystic quarry was now under the control of the Sword sect. The number of martial artists from the mortal world had increased by a lot. Naturally, there were also many who joined the Sword sect. In order to facilitate management, Mu Yun divided the Yi branch disciples into the East Gate, West Gate, South Gate, and North Gate. She also held competitions and so on to encourage the Yi branch disciples to advance. After 10 years of development, the Sword sect's strength had doubled. Although there was a big gap between them and the Heaven Sword Tower, they were now much stronger than the 4 great sections. In the past, there were less than 10 Earth Immortal disciples in the Sword sect. But now, there were more than 100. It was just unknown how the 4 great sects were doing in these 10 years. However, the One Leaf Sword sect had already left them far behind when it came to the number of top disciples. However, the consumption of 70 million Earth Yang pills in 10 years made Mu Yun feel that the potential of humans was really endless. When Mu Yun said that 20 million Earth Yang pills would be the reward for breaking through to the core disciple level, the Yi branch disciples were completely injected with chicken blood. They cultivated desperately, and some even overdid it and almost lost their lives. As for the core disciples, they dreamed of becoming a disciple under him. They also cultivated desperately. In these 10 years, Mu Yun had treated hundreds of disciples who had overdrawn their vitality to cultivate. Otherwise, those disciples would really be crippled. However, the result was that many disciples cultivated even more desperately. What was there to be afraid of if their cultivation was damaged? As long as they didn't die, Senior Brother Mu could bring them back to life. This kind of atmosphere began to spread throughout the Sword sect. However, Mu Yun was so busy that he didn't dare to go into seclusion for 10 years. He was afraid that if he delayed any treatment, he would directly die. Originally, it was to motivate the disciples, but Mu Yun seemed to realize that the motivation was too much. Fortunately, it was more daunting than dangerous. In these 10 years, it was mainly the 4 great sects and the Heaven Sword Tower that didn't do anything. Therefore, Mu Yun simply let the Sword sect stay in seclusion. Even he himself didn't expect that the Sword sect could produce hundreds of Earth Immortal disciples in 10 years. In fact, there were even some disciples who had improved their cultivation at a faster rate than he had. On the other hand, Mu Yun's cultivation had slowed down over the past 10 years. In these 10 years, Mu Yun might not have time to cultivate every day, but he refined pills and taught the disciples every day. The Mortal Yang pill was the pill that the human immortal disciples needed the most to improve their cultivation and temper their immortal bodies. In these 10 years, Mu Yun selected a group of inner disciples to train in refining pills and trained a group of immortal alchemists. However, the development of these 10 years was something that even Mu Yun himself didn't expect. At this moment, in the Sword sect's conference hall. Now, Mu Yun's mountain peak had become the most lively peak in the entire Sword sect. Zhang Tianling, Chao Tianga, Feng Rui, and the others came to report every day. Translator, Nyoibo studio people from Heaven Sword Tower. Mu Yun was sitting upright at the top, and the people below were discussing animatedly. Lin Jishou continued, so far, there are 112 Tier 1 Earth Immortal to Tier 5 Earth Immortal disciples, and 13,200 Tier 5 to Tier 9 Earth Immortal core disciples. Among them, 391 Tier 9 human immortal disciples are on the verge of breaking through to the Earth Immortal realm. There are a total of 101,007 disciples in the Yi faction. The East Gate, West Gate, South Gate, and North Gate each have about 20,000 people. Currently, our Sword sect has more than half the number of leaf branch disciples compared to 10 years ago. The number of core disciples has nearly doubled, and the number of direct disciples has increased tenfold. In terms of Earth Immortal disciples, our Sword faction can be considered to have left the four great sects far behind. As soon as Lin Jishou finished speaking, everyone revealed joyful smiles. Lin Jishou continued, Senior Brother Mu, many disciples in the Sword faction are saying that we should lift the ban and go out to train. We'll show the old fogies of the four sects that the Sword faction after 10 years is not something they can mess with. Open the mountain gate? Mu Yun nodded. 10 years had passed. 10 years was nothing compared to the flow of time in the immortal world, but it was a metamorphosis for the Sword sect. Alright, since that's the case, it's time for everyone to go out and relax. I reckon that in these 10 years, everyone has been suppressing the unhappiness in their hearts and mustering all their strength. Mu Yun nodded and said, from today onwards, the mountain gate will be open. Yes. The disciples were overjoyed. Although he had been cultivating madly in the Sword sect for 10 years and time had passed very quickly, not being able to go out was still a restriction. Now that the restrictions had been lifted, everyone was naturally overjoyed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, however, at that moment, outside the mountain gate of the One-Leaf Sword sect, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Several figures suddenly appeared. About a dozen people arrived at the mountain gate of the Sword sect. These dozen or so people all had imposing appearances. They looked at the huge mountain gate of the One-Leaf Sword sect with disdain in their eyes. This is the Sword School? The leader of the group, a black-robed man, curled his lips and said, that's all there is to it. Compared to our Heaven Sword Tower, the difference is too great. Senior Brother Lu Yen, you can't say that. Behind the black-robed man, a disciple slowly smiled and said, you were in seclusion before, so I'm afraid you don't know. Our Heaven Sword Tower's Heavenly Sword Envoy is in the Sword faction. He was personally appointed by the sect master. Oh? Is it that Mu Yun? Hearing this, Lu Yen laughed heartily and said, he's just a tier 5 earthly immortal. It'll be good if he can reach tier 6 in 10 years. It's not easy for him to show his identity as the Heavenly Sword Envoy in front of me. Of course. The triangular-eyed man cupped his hands and said with a smile, however, Senior Brother Lu Yen, you should still be careful. This kid killed Chu Chen, who was a level 7 earthly immortal, when he was a level 4 earthly immortal. Senior Brother, it's best if you don't provoke him. Hearing this, Lu Yen turned around and looked at the triangular-eyed man behind him. Lu Buchuan, I know you're with phone watching, so don't try to make me an enemy of Mu Yun. Lu Yen sneered and said, I'm just here to deliver an order. I, Lu Yen, have no interest in Mu Yun. With my level 8 earthly immortal cultivation, I don't need to be calculative with him. Of course, of course. Lu Buchuan bowed and smiled awkwardly. Lu Yen was a disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower Sword Tomb. However, he had always thought that he was powerful. With his level 8 earthly immortal cultivation, he had always looked down on others. Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing had great influence in the Heaven Sword Tower. However, Lu Yen did not please any of them. Lu Buchuan was a disciple of Feng Ruoqing's Sword Tomb. He had always wanted to rope Lu Yen in but never had the chance. Well, let's not talk about this anymore. Lu Yen waved his hand and said, summon the Sword faction immediately. This is a serious matter. We have to go to the other 4 sects. Yes. Lu Buchuan cupped his hands and walked to the front of the mountain gate. Gu Shue, the faction master of the Sword faction, listen up. We're here to deliver an order under the orders of the Tower Master of the Heaven Sword Tower, Tian Junyu. Lu Buchuan's deep voice was transmitted to the depths of the Sword faction's valley. All of a sudden, the entire Sword sect heard this cry. Heaven Sword Tower summon? What's the matter? I don't know. Could it be that the 4 sects can't beat us, so they've come to the Heaven Sword Tower for help? Nonsense. They've come to the Heaven Sword Tower for help, and they'll come back 10 years later? What else could it be? In the Sword sect, the disciples looked at each other in surprise. Eh? People from the Heaven Sword Tower? What are they doing here? Mu Yun naturally heard this. Senior brother Mu, it doesn't matter. Lin Jishou, go out and take a look. Yes. Immediately, Lin Jishou came to the front of the sword faction, opened the array, and walked out. You've come from afar. May I know what you're here for? Lin Jishou cupped his hands and bowed. Where's your faction master? Lu Yan saw that it was just a nameless person who appeared and immediately frowned. The faction master is now in seclusion and has yet to appear. Then. Call out the person who can make decisions in the sword faction. If you have any orders, just pass them on to me. Lin Jishou said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Pass them on to you? Lu Buchuan shouted at this moment, open your dog eyes and look. This is senior brother Lu Yan of the Heaven Sword Tower Sword Tomb. Who do you think you are? Can you accept orders on behalf of others? Hearing this, Lin Jishou's face did not have a trace of surprise. Now, let alone the disciples of the Sword Tomb, even if the elders of the Heaven Sword Tower came, he would not be afraid at all. I don't have dog eyes, only human eyes. Instead, the barking of a dog can reach my ears. Lin Jishou shouted, I said, if you have any orders, I can do it on behalf of others. The faction master is in seclusion and senior brother Mu is busy. He has no time to see you. Presumptuous. Hearing this, Lu Buchuan suddenly shouted, I think you're courting death. After saying this, Lu Buchuan took a step forward and charged at Lin Jishou. Boom, Lu Buchuan directly punched out. Lin Jishou's face darkened and he took a step forward. The two of them suddenly collided with a loud bang. A dull rumbling sound was heard, and the two figures took 3 steps back. Level 2 Earth Immortal. However, as Lu Buchuan retreated, he looked at Lin Jishou with eyes filled with shock. This Lin Jishou was a level 2 Earth Immortal, but this was not what surprised him the most. It was that he was a level 3 Earth Immortal. He had used all his strength to teach Lin Jishou a lesson, but unexpectedly, they were evenly matched. How could this be? Lu Buchuan was shocked. No wonder you're so arrogant. A level 2 Earth Immortal has such strength. The Sword faction has really made a fortune these years. I'm just a low-level existence in the Sword faction. I'm nothing. Lu Buchuan was furious. Lin Jishou, on the other hand, was happy and content. In the past 10 years, because of Mu Yan's life and death seal, he had improved rapidly. Most importantly, the celestial skills that he was cultivating now were all taught by Mu Yan. It was many times more powerful than the mortal rank and earth rank celestial skills in the Sword faction. This was the biggest reason why he was able to fight Lu Buchuan, a level 3 Earth Immortal, when he was only a level 2 Earth Immortal. Boy, you're courting death. Lu Buchuan shouted and took a step forward. The long sword in his hand was suddenly unsheathed, and he directly slashed out. Seeing this, Lin Jishou's fighting spirit rose. The two of them took out their long swords and immediately began to fight. In front of the mountain gate, there was a commotion, which immediately attracted people to come over. When they saw Lin Jishou and Lu Buchuan fighting, the people of the Sword faction immediately cheered. But gradually, as the two of them fought, Lu Buchuan could not help but realize that compared to Lin Jishou, he was not just a little bit weaker. Lin Jishou's swordsmanship was sharp and the edge of the sword was arrogant, which was completely different from his appearance. Autumn will sword attack. Lu Buchuan shouted and slashed out with his sword. Undefeatable sword roar. With a slash of the sword, Lin Jishou's body was covered with a fierce and domineering sword wind, which reverberated in front of the mountain gate of the Sword faction. The sharp sword wind whistled as it attacked. A unique intent spread into the surroundings. Sword intent. Lu Buchuan was shocked and wanted to withdraw his hand, but it was too late. With a slash, the sword directly slashed Lu Buchuan's hand and neck. With a clank, the long sword in Lu Buchuan's hand fell to the ground, but Lin Jishou's sword was directly on his neck. He lost, Lu Buchuan lost. Seeing this scene, Lu Yan was also shocked. He hadn't expected that this Lin Jishou, who looked gentle and refined, would be so fierce and domineering when fighting. His moves were extraordinary. Moreover, he defeated Lu Buchuan, who was a level 3 Earth Immortal from the Heaven Sword Tower. It was really unbelievable. but no matter what, Lu Buchuan was still a disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower. It was really embarrassing for him to be held by the neck like this. "How dare you?" Lu Yan shouted. His body flashed and his fingers turned into claws, grabbing at Lin Jishou. Under such circumstances, the pressure of an level 8 Earth Immortal alone was enough to make Lin Jishou collapse. "You are the one who is being impudent." At this moment, a cold snort was heard. Suddenly, a black-robed figure appeared in front of Lin Jishou. The person was in a black robe, with a black belt around his waist. He wore black boots and a black windbreaker. He appeared in front of Lin Jishou and pointed at him. Void-shattering finger. The finger wind swept past, and Lu Yan's body suddenly stopped. His strength was also dissipated, and he took a step back. "Senior brother Mu." Lin Jishou's life was hanging by a thread. He came to his senses and looked at Mu Yun. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Mu Yun nodded and looked at the disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower opposite her. At this moment, Lu Yan's gaze fell on Mu Yun, and he was slightly stunned. The black robe made Mu Yun look like a pale-faced scholar, and she looked a little evil. Lu Buchuan looked at Mu Yun and was even more shocked. Just now, it seemed that Mu Yun had blocked Lu Yan's attack with only one finger. After 10 years, Mu Yun had become stronger again. "You are Mu Yun?" Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations tricking me with words? "It's me." Mu Yun nodded. "You're finally willing to come out." "How arrogant." Lu Yan sneered. "I'm here on behalf of Heaven Sword Tower to deliver the order. You think you can send me away by sending a disciple? I think you've misunderstood." Mu Yun smiled. "Lin Jishou is an outstanding disciple of our Sword sect. It's equivalent to you being a disciple of Heaven Sword Tower Sword Tomb. I don't think there's a problem with that, right? How can a disciple of your Sword sect compare to a disciple of Heaven Sword Tower Sword Tomb?" Lu Buchuan shouted. Smack, however, just as Lu Buchuan finished speaking, Mu Yun directly slapped him. "What's your name? Do you have the right to speak here?" Mu Yun said directly. "I'm the Heavenly Sword Envoy of Heaven Sword Tower. The sect master personally appointed me." "Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to criticize me here? Not to mention you, even the Sword Tomb's disciples have to respectfully greet me, Mu Yun, as the Heavenly Sword Envoy." Lu Buchuan's face immediately flushed red when he heard that. However, he was no match for Mu Yun at all. He could only endure it. On the other side, Lu Yan was also fuming. This slap was indeed on Lu Buchuan's face, but these words were obviously directed at him. However, Lu Yan sneered in his heart. Heavenly Sword Envoy, who didn't know about Mu Yun's trivial matters, this Heavenly Sword Envoy was forced to walk out of Heaven Sword Tower back then. "How dare he say that now?" Lu Yan sneered. "You said you're the Heaven Sword Tower's Heavenly Sword Envoy. Then let me ask you, are you talking to me as a disciple of the Sword sect or as the Heaven Sword Tower's Heavenly Sword Envoy?" Lu Yan had already made up his mind. If Mu Yun said that she was the Heavenly Sword Envoy of the Heaven Sword Tower, then it was fine for him to be respectful when he saw Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun had no right to participate in the matters of the Sword sect. However, if Mu Yun admitted that he was a disciple of the Sword sect, then there was a need for him to have a good talk with him now. "Are you trying to trick me with words?" Mu Yun did not care at all. "I'm now the Heavenly Sword Envoy of the Heaven Sword Tower, a disciple of the Sword faction, and the acting faction master. Just say what you want to say." Mu Yun said impatiently, "I don't have time to waste here with you." What? Do you still want to spar?" Mu Yun said while looking at Lu Yan. "Sure." Lu Yan replied. "I've only heard of Mu Yun's great name. Now that I've met you in person, why don't we spar? However, if I lose, don't say that I, Lu Yan, bullied you just because I'm a disciple of the Sword Vault." "Of course not." Mu Yun laughed. "If you lose, don't say that I bullied you just because I'm a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Envoy." As soon as Lu Yan finished speaking, he struck out with his sword. Boom, the two figures clashed. Seeing this scene, the Sword sect disciples began to discuss among themselves again. "I wonder what realm Senior Brother Mu has reached in 10 years. Why are you thinking so much? Anyway, we can't compare to him. I think he's at least a 6th stage Earth Immortal. 6th stage Earth Immortal? Are you insulting Senior Brother Mu? Senior Brother Mu has the potential of a heavenly sage. Do you understand? I think he's a 7th stage Earth Immortal. No, he should be an 8th stage Earth Immortal. Come on, don't mention it. If we hadn't delayed Senior Brother Mu's cultivation for the past 10 years, Senior Brother Mu might be a heavenly immortal now. Many disciples were discussing heatedly as they watched the fight between Mu Yun and Lu Yan in the field. They were excited. Senior Brother Mu had contributed greatly to the Yi Sword sect's new look. They respected and worshipped Mu Yun, Klang. However, the two figures had only exchanged blows for a short while when suddenly, the atmosphere in the field changed. Mu Yun flipped the long sword in her hand, and an unparalleled force erupted. With one strike, she blasted Lu Yan back. Lu Yan wanted to attack again, but when he moved his feet, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured. In just a short while, Lu Yan was injured. It was unbelievable. Lu Yan, is it? You're just an 8th stage Earth Immortal. That's all you've got? Mu Yun said slowly. Her black cloak fluttered in the wind. She kept her long sword and looked at Lu Yan. Okay, now tell me, what's the matter? Hearing this, Lu Yan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This Mu Yun was really despicable. The Tower Master will be coming out of seclusion in a few days to discuss the handover of the 5 bronze forces and the tribute that the Yi Sword sect should offer. Lu Yan said slowly. 3 days later, invite Yi Gushue to the Heaven Sword Tower to discuss this important matter. It's just one matter. Can't you just finish it? Why do you have to make such a big fuss? Mu Yun nodded and said, I know. I will report this matter to the sect master. I won't see you out. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she turned and left. The Yi Sword sect disciples looked at each other and cheered as they left. This was the first time they felt so good when facing the Heaven Sword Tower disciples. In the past, every time the Heaven Sword Tower disciples appeared, they were treated like grandchildren. The entire sect would treat them well. Most importantly, every time these disciples of the Heavenly Sword Tower came, they would be gesticulating with arrogance. Annoying, this time Mu Yun was going to take action. She did not care who they were. As a Heavenly Sword envoy, she could suppress them however she wanted. More importantly, Mu Yun had the strength now. The Sword Vault disciples were the strongest disciples in the Heaven Sword Tower. In the entire Heaven Sword Tower, the Sword Vault disciples were all level 5 Earth Immortals to level 9 Earth Immortals. There were only a few dozen of them. But now, Lu Yan, an level 8 Earth Immortal, was defeated by Mu Yun. How happy was that? It was worth being happy. Everyone looked at each other, their hearts filled with joy. Senior Brother Mu, what's going on this time? Lin Jisho was puzzled. Logically speaking, the Heaven Sword Tower and the other bronze forces should have handed in their handover to the Triji Heavenly Alliance. Why did it only start now? What does it have to do with us? I've heard from Tian Junyu that the Triple Heaven Alliance only needs to collect enough tributes. As for this silver rank faction, it's strange. The 5 bronze rank factions under it, including the Heavenly Sword Tower, don't split the tributes equally. Instead, they rank the tributes according to the competition. The faction with the highest rank pays the least while the faction with the lowest rank pays the most. So? Lin Jisho was surprised. The Triji Heavenly Alliance is really interesting. Oh? How so? Think about it. The weakest among the 5 bronze forces has to hand in the most. That means the weakest one is getting weaker and weaker. It seems that the Triji Heavenly Alliance is following the principle of survival of the fittest. They want to promote the strength of the bronze forces. Lin Jisho continued, oh right, I also heard that the Triji Heavenly Alliance's composition is very strange. It is said that the Triji Heavenly Alliance was formed by the 3 bronze forces. Now, it has become a silver force. So now, there are 3 leaders in the Triji Heavenly Alliance. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. This was similar to the Triji Heavenly Alliance of Wang Xinya's Wang family, Li family, and Yang family. Then, are the 3 leaders of the silver forces harmonious with each other? How would I know? Lin Jisho smiled bitterly. How many silver forces are there in the sword domain under the rule of the 33 heavenly sword sects? The total number is no more than 20. There are 4 gold forces and less than 20 silver forces. Tell me, how strong are the silver forces? Not to mention us, even the tower master of the Heaven Sword Tower, Tian Junyu, has to kneel and kowtow when he sees the 3 leaders of the Triji Heavenly Alliance. Mu Yun smiled. In the immortal world, strength is the best reflection. The sword domain is the embodiment of this to the extreme. It's not surprising. That's right. Lin Jisho said enviously. Brother Mu, you will become a powerful immortal sooner or later. It's enough for us to follow behind you and show off. That's not necessarily true. Mu Yun scolded jokingly. You little brat, if I get a great opportunity one day, you might be the one to help me. Life is full of ups and downs. Who can say for sure? The vast immortal world is divided into 10 domains. The sword domain is just one of the domains. Lin Jisho smiled bitterly when he heard Mu Yun's words. Yes, the sword domain was just one of the domains. In the 10 immortal domains, the top existences were the legendary immortal kings. They might not even be able to touch them in their lives. What was the point of thinking so much? Jisho. Mu Yun looked at the mountains and the disciples walking back and forth. She suddenly spoke. Lin Jisho was stunned for no reason. The immortal world was not originally one of the 10 domains, right? Mu Yun said slowly, starting from the first domain, since someone created the second domain and occupied it as the king, then the third domain and the fourth domain, then can we aspire to create the 11th domain? After Mu Yun finished speaking, she felt that there was no one beside her. She immediately turned around and saw that Lin Jisho was already stunned on the spot. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Lin Jisho immediately asked, have you gone crazy? The 11th domain? Are you dreaming? Do you know the 10th domain, the cloud domain? Tens of thousands of years ago, a genius appeared out of nowhere and established the Cloud Domain Alliance. But do you know who the leader of the Cloud Domain Alliance is? I've read the introduction about him in ancient books. That guy doesn't belong to the ranks of the innate saints at all, but... Anyway, I can't say it. In less than 10,000 years, he became the immortal king of the immortal world and ruled a domain. He gathered a large number of life and death brothers and established the 10th domain. The more Lin Jisho spoke, the more excited he became. That person can be said to be the only peerless existence in the entire immortal world for nearly 100,000 years. But what happened in the end? He died. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio 5 Sect Competition. The current cloud region is probably in a tough spot. Without the backbone, who knows how it will develop? However, this is not something we can think about. As for the so-called opening of the 11th region, that is something that the current 10 great regions of the immortal world cannot tolerate. Lin Jisho patted Mu Yun's shoulder and said, Brother, don't say such frightening things in the future. Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled and did not say anything else. However, Lin Jisho's words had indeed enlightened him. Back then, the Cloud Alliance he created the 10th region, the Cloud region, between the Zhao region ruled by the Zhao region and the Jiuyuan region ruled by the 9 Elements Immortal sect. The difficulties and dangers back then could be said to be the slightest carelessness, and all their efforts would have been for naught. How dangerous it was. At that time, the resistance they faced was not only from the Jiuyuan region and the Zhao region, but also from the interference of other regions. Now that he thought about it, this was indeed the case. The immortal world was vast, but no matter how vast it was, there was still a limit. The place was only so big. Everyone occupied a piece of land, and there were only so many resources. 9 people sharing it was better than 10 people sharing it. Therefore, any large region would reject the birth of a new powerful region. Just like in the cities in the lower realm, even a beggar would hope to be alone in a city. Competition was everywhere, such a simple logic. Mu Yun secretly thought that he was really stupid. Alright, let's not talk about this first. Recently, remind the disciples to be careful when they go out. If they encounter the disciples of the 4 great sects, try not to provoke them. Of course, if they bully us, we can't be cowards. Do I need you to tell me that? Lin Jisho laughed and said, us disciples are all holding back. Now, it should be the disciples of the four great sects who don't provoke us. However, as the two of them were chatting on the road, Mu Yun suddenly felt a gaze sweeping over him from a great distance away. Following his thoughts, Mu Yun realized that the gaze came from the sect master's mountain. Yi Guxiue had come out of seclusion. Mu Yun was slightly taken aback. With a flash, she disappeared from where she was and appeared on Yi Guxiue's mountain peak. Greetings, sect master. Mu Yun cupped her hands and smiled. However, Yi Guxiue's pure and flawless eyes landed on Mu Yun. That pair of eyes looked as deep as the calm sea, making one unable to see the bottom at a glance. 7th tier Earth Immortal. Looking at Mu Yun, Yi Guxiue nodded and said, as expected of the heavenly saint aptitude. You are indeed powerful. Master, you're flattering me. I've only obtained a small opportunity. Oh? A small fortuitous encounter? Yi Guxiue looked at Mu Yun and smiled. In that case, your little fortuitous encounter is really enviable. I don't dare. The Yi Sword Sect. I'm afraid that most of the disciples only know you as the acting sect master, but not me as the sect master. Disciple is terrified. All right. Yi Guxiue looked at Mu Yun and said, what are you afraid of? Don't play dumb with me. Mu Yun only laughed dryly and did not reply. In 10 years, you were able to lead the Yi Sword Sect to this stage. It really surprised me. Yi Guxiue's gaze landed on Mu Yun and smiled. Mu Yun, I really can't see through you. Master, you're flattering me. I'm the one who can't see through you. You've been in seclusion for 10 years. I wonder what realm you have reached. Are you trying to get information from me? Yi Guxiue did not answer. Instead, she looked at the mountains and said with a smile, Mu Yun, I remember that I asked you who your master is before, but you never said. In other words, you have more than one master. You are proficient in alchemy, refining weapons, refining formations, and refining swords. You can be said to be an all-rounder. This is not only because of your strong talent, but also because of your powerful fortuitous encounter. However, what I still don't understand is that your fortuitous encounter should not have been obtained in the immortal world. As for the lower realm, immortals who want to enter the lower realm have a slim chance of survival. In that case, what you have obtained is really suspicious. Mu Yun's heart thumped. Yi Guxiue still suspected him in the end. Master, you're overthinking. Mu Yun immediately cupped her hands and said, Disciple can swear that I will never do anything to let Master down in this life. If I violate this oath, may the heavens and earth destroy me. Oaths are not made carelessly. Yi Guxiue suddenly said, back then, he made an oath but did not fulfill it. In the end, he was indeed destroyed by the heavens and earth. Hearing this, Mu Yun was even more embarrassed. Since his rebirth, almost many people had mentioned his name. Mu Yun, Supremacy Cloud of the 3,000 Small Worlds. The leader of the Cloud Alliance in the immortal world, this feeling of being mentioned and discussed in front of his face, was really terrible. Alright, this time, the 5 major sects are about to arrive at the Heaven Sword Tower. I have already prepared the tributes that need to be offered. However, Tian Junyu will probably still let you participate in the 5-sect competition. You should be prepared. 5-sect competition? Why do you think Tian Junyu accepted you as his last disciple? Isn't it just for the 5-sect competition between the 5 major bronze-level forces? Yi Guxiue said indifferently, this time, because of the appearance of the Blue Sky Netherworld sect, the time of the 5-sects competition has been postponed. However, it has also given you time to grow. Let me tell you, the 5-sects competition is not that simple. This is a competition organized by the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Don't think that you're lucky. It's good enough that you can come out of the 5-sect competition alive. Yi Guxiue said again, forget it. Why am I telling you all this? You should take care of yourself. When we arrive at the Heaven Sword Tower, Tian Junyu will tell you all this. Yes. After Yi Guxiue finished speaking, she stood at the peak of the mountain. Mu Yun stood at the side and looked at Sister Lin, who had once affectionately called him Little Brother Yun. Mu Yun's heart was filled with bitterness. The current Yi Sueki had changed her name to Yi Guxiue. In this sword domain, she carefully hid herself and went into hibernation. Didn't he also change his appearance? The only awkward thing was that if he told Ye Guoxue that he was Mu Yun, the former leader of the Cloud Alliance, Ye Guoxue would probably kill him immediately. Back then, this big sister Lin had put all the blame on him for his master's death. Moreover, this was the immortal realm. How could Mu Yun prove that he was Mu Yun, a unique cultivation technique? The little things from his previous life? To the immortal realm, all of these could be found through the soul-searching technique. This was not as simple as the lower realm. However, he could only take one step at a time. 3 days later, in the Es Sword sect, Ye Guoxue led Mu Yun and the others out of the Es Sword sect and headed for the Heaven Sword Tower. After 10 years, Mu Yun returned to the Heaven Sword Tower once again. This time, many old people were destined to meet again. After 10 years, the Heaven Sword Tower was still as mighty and extraordinary as the first time he saw it. After walking through the gate of the Heavenly Sword Tower, they met again. Sect Master Yi. A thunderous voice rang out, and several figures walked over. The person in the lead was the sect master of the Heavenly Master Sword sect, Tong Zhong. Sect Master Yi, you have taught a good disciple. You are very good at doing business. Tong Zhong said in a neutral tone. Sect Master Tong. Ye Guoxue said neither humbly nor arrogantly, I haven't asked you yet. Why did you join forces to snatch the control of my Es Sword sect's dark mystic stone quarry? How does it feel to go for wool and come home shorn? You, hearing this, Tong Zhong's face flushed red. Tong Zhong, do you really think that my Es Sword sect is a pushover? Don't talk nonsense here. The 4 major sects can't even deal with my Es Sword sect's disciple, and you still have the nerve to say this? Tong Zhong was instantly speechless. Haha. Tong Zhong, why did you go and provoke Great Beauty Yi for no reason? She single-handedly established the Es Sword sect and is a rising star. Why did you provoke her for no reason? At this moment, a laugh rang out. The sect master of the 9 Stack sect, Liu Beidian, stepped forward. At this moment, Liu Beidian looked proud and his eyes were full of joy. Liu Beidian, you look very excited? Xianxia of the Shijian Pavilion stepped forward and sneered. Is it because your favorite disciple, Shi Peng, has reached the level 7 Earth Immortal Realm? So what if it is? Liu Beidian said proudly. Peng'er has done well. In 10 years, he has broken through to the level 7 Earth Immortal Realm. Have you heard of anyone else who has reached the level 7 Earth Immortal Realm? With Peng'er's talent, even in the Heaven Sword Tower, he would be a disciple of the Sword Tomb. In the entire South Pole, there are less than 100 people who are more outstanding than him. You're very confident. Xianxia said coldly. Don't forget that Ye Guoxue's favorite disciple, Mu Yun, killed Xu Chen, a level 7 Earth Immortal, when she was only a level 4 Earth Immortal. In 10 years, do you think this innate saint has only advanced by 2 levels? You, hearing this, Liu Baitian's voice suddenly froze. He could not help but snort and stop talking. At the same time, the 2 mansion lords of the Star and Moon Sword Mansion, Xing Mantian and Yu Yuan, appeared at the same time. I see that everyone is in a good mood to be able to gather together and have a good chat. Yu Mantian looked at Ye Guoxue and then at Mu Yun, who was standing behind Ye Guoxue, and snorted. Of course. I think it's not just one of us who's feeling smug right now. Liu Beidian answered the call. What happened 10 years ago was really strange. Now, no matter how one looked at it, it was inconceivable. Since that incident, the conflicts between the 4 sects had been escalating. This was something that Ye Guoxue did not know. But she could see that these people were gathered here, and it seemed that there was a strong smell of gunpowder. And the strange thing was that this smell of gunpowder was not directed at the Es Sword sect, but at each other. This was very strange, but Mu Yun, who was standing aside, could not stop laughing in her heart. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations studying the mysteries of the body. In the past 10 years, when the disciples of the 4 major sects went out to train, there had been a lot of friction between them. There were even many disciples who had been killed. As time passed, this kind of friction gradually escalated. Therefore, the 4 major sects were now suspecting each other of who had colluded with the Es Sword sect to deal with them. Mu Yun could not be bothered to know who they were suspecting. Anyway, no one would think that this was her scheme. But this time, Mu Yun found that not only were some elders in the sects following the sect masters, but also some disciples. It was just that these disciples were all 5th stage earth immortals and above. This was the day when the 5 major mortal forces handed in their offerings. Logically speaking, it was enough for the sect masters to come. Why did they bring their disciples? Seniors, you have been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. Just as Mu Yun was thinking, a voice suddenly sounded in front of her. Seeing the person, Mu Yun smiled gently. The figure's gaze fell on Mu Yun and he nodded. It was Ren Gangang. After not seeing him for 10 years, Ren Gangang looked more handsome, and his face was glowing. The sect masters followed Ren Gangang to the front and entered the main hall. Many disciples were waiting outside. At this moment, Ren Gangang walked up, looked at Mu Yun, and patted her shoulder. Not bad, acting sect master. In the past 10 years, I saw that the Sword sect had been developing very well in seclusion. Ren Gangang patted Mu Yun and immediately said with a smile. Don't be sarcastic. How can I compare to you? Mu Yun looked at Ren Gangang and said, You've been living well recently, right? I heard that you made the young lady of the Heaven Sword Tower. You're not serious. Ren Gangang said with a bitter smile. Not serious? I don't know if it's you or me. This time I become the son-in-law of the Tower Master. The two of us have a sweet time together every day. It's so comfortable. No wonder you haven't seen me in 10 years. I heard that the third elder more or less supports you now. You. Seeing Mu Yun acting like a hooligan, Ren Gangang could only smile bitterly. If it weren't for you controlling that old fox, would anything have happened to me? Ren Gangang whispered, You don't have to make sarcastic remarks about me. But to be honest, I really want to know how you managed to make Xiao Ding Tian listen to you. In front of others, Xiao Ding Tian was always putting on a stern face. But behind the scenes, Xiao Ding Tian's attitude towards me was simply treating me like the Tower Lord. Besides, there's also Xing Wuming and Zhang Tianbo. How did you manage to subdue them? There are also some inner sword pavilion disciples. You are quite capable. Secret. Mu Yun grinned and said no more. What kind of secret can't you tell me? 2 grown men, why are they acting so mysterious? Right at this moment, a delicate shout resounded. Tian Xian'er walked over leisurely. Today, Tian Xian'er was wearing a white short skirt with a green close-fitting top. She wore a pair of long leather boots. Her face was exquisite, her figure was curvy, and her legs were long and slender. Tian Xian'er had always been a beauty with a unique temperament. But now, when Mu Yun looked at her again, he realized that Tian Xian'er had a unique aura. Mu Yun was naturally familiar with this aura. Back then, Qin Mengyao, Xiao Yuner, and Wang Xingya had this aura after they were together with him. It was indescribable and unclear. It could be said that it was the aura of a woman, and it was the aura of a woman after being nourished. Mu Yun walked forward and circled Tian Xian'er. She clapped her hands and said with a smile, You are indeed different. Miss Tian is really radiant now. It seems that Ren Gangang, who looks simple and honest on the surface, is working very hard. Hearing this, Tian Xian'er's face instantly flushed red. I didn't realize that you were such a hooligan. Tian Xian'er looked at Mu Yun and scolded angrily. How am I a hooligan? I'm telling the truth, okay? Mu Yun said with a smile, When can I give Master a grandson? That will be a great achievement. You, Tian Xian'er's face turned red. She glared at Mu Yun and pulled Ren Gangang to criticize him. Look at your old friend. He is so indecent. Him? Ren Gangang laughed and said, This guy is a playboy. You don't know, but this guy has 3 wives now. And all 3 of them are great beauties. I still remember that back in the Blood Alliance in the lower realm, Alliance leader Mu didn't leave his room for a month. Stop. Mu Yun said anxiously, You've exposed everything. It's over. But I'm telling the truth. I didn't expect you to be so playful, Mu Yun. Now that you're in the celestial world, the fairies are even more alluring than your former wives. I guess, you can't resist it anymore, right? No way, the 3 of them chatted happily. They hadn't seen each other for 10 years, and there was indeed a lot to talk about. Because Xianxia was with Ren Gangang, she knew that Ren Gangang had Xiao Dingtian's help in the Sky Sword Tower for the past 10 years. Everything was attributed to Mu Yun. Naturally, she became closer to Mu Yun. However, while the three of them were chatting happily, on the other side, someone's neck was red. Damn it! Qin Tianyu stood not far away, his hands clenching in his sleeves. Senior brother Qin, calm down. A black-robed man beside him comforted him. It's just Xianxia. In the future, when senior brother Qin becomes the tower master, Xianxia will crawl under you sooner or later. Now, Ren Gangang is just, shut up. Qin Tianyu shouted. When he mentioned Ren Gangang and Xianxia, Qin Tianyu couldn't help but imagine the two of them having sex. When he thought of Xianxia pleasuring Ren Gangang every day and night, Qin Tianyu couldn't help but feel angry. The people standing beside Qin Tianyu knew their senior brother's temper, so they didn't dare to say anything. Senior brother Qin, it's said that a woman who has been nourished is even more alluring. When the time comes, kill Ren Gangang and Xianxia will be even more obedient. At this moment, a charming laughter sounded. A beautiful woman appeared beside Qin Tianyu. Luo Shuiyan, have you been nourished before or not? A smile appeared on Qin Tianyu's face when he saw her. Luo Shuiyan was the granddaughter of the Great Elder, Luo Hai. Qin Tianyu had obtained the Great Elder's support because of Luo Shuiyan. You'll know when you come to my Luo Water Peak for a night. Luo Shuiyan winked at Qin Tianyu and smiled. After saying that, Luo Shuiyan looked into the distance. That's Mu Yun? He looks fair and clean, like a weak scholar in the mortal world. Is he the one who made you frown, eldest senior brother? Shuiyan, don't underestimate Mu Yun. He's very cunning. Oh? Luo Shuiyan was suddenly interested and said, if that's the case, I'll test him. No. Qin Tianyu stopped her and said, the house leader, the elders, and the sect leaders of the 5 biggest sects are discussing important matters. It's not good to cause trouble. Don't worry, I won't test him myself. This guy is a level 7 Earth Immortal. Let me see. Luo Shuiyan said and fixed her eyes on a figure. That's him. Luo Shuiyan pointed at a figure. Sherpeng from the 9-stack sect, seeing that, Qin Tianyu crossed his arms and was ready to watch the show. Luo Shuiyan walked over to Sherpeng and spoke a few sentences in a low voice. Momentarily, Sherpeng felt as though he had been injected with chicken blood. He was extremely excited and slowly nodded his head. His gaze drifted up and down Luo Shuiyan's body, as though he wanted nothing more than to see through her clothes. Seeing that, Qin Tianyu smiled. Not long after, Luo Shuiyan returned. Done? Done. Eldest senior brother, wait for the show. Luo Shuiyan smiled. I'd like to know what you said to him? Qin Tianyu asked. Nothing much. I just said that if he can defeat Mu Yun, I'll have a drink with him tonight and study the mystery of the immortal's body. Study the mystery of the immortal's body? Qin Tianyu couldn't help but laugh. Eldest senior brother, you have to guarantee that Mu Yun will win. Otherwise, I'm not willing to study the mystery of the immortal's body with him. Don't worry. Sherpeng won't be a match for Mu Yun. Qin Tianyu said slowly, this guy defeated an 8th grade Earth Immortal easily a few days ago. Ah? Eldest senior brother, you're so naughty. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I knew that he would lose, I would have done it. Luo Shuiyan said coquettishly. Her coquettish voice made the disciples behind her bend down awkwardly. Luo Shuiyan was very talented and was the granddaughter of the first elder. Since young, she had always been superior. Most importantly, she was extremely lustful. Being lustful was not a man's privilege. When a woman was lustful, she was even scarier than a man. Luo Shuiyan had clearly proved this point. There were many rumors about this beauty in Heaven Sword Tower. In the entire Heaven Sword Tower, there were at least a few hundred men who had relations with her. Although everyone talked about her behind her back, Luo Shuiyan didn't eat any man. She only chose the one she liked. Some disciples could only look at her back. In the middle of the night, when they were bored to death, they could only think about it and use their hands to kill their descendants, as expected, not long after Luo Shuiyan returned, Sherpeng moved. Across the crowd, Sherpeng glared at Luo Shuiyan fiercely. He even shrugged his legs and laughed arrogantly. Then, he walked directly through the crowd and stood in front of Mu Yun. Mu Yun. Originally, Mu Yun was talking with Ren Gangang and Xianxia. However, a shout suddenly sounded behind her. Turning around, Mu Yun was stunned when she saw the figure in front of her. "Do I know you?" Looking at Sherpeng, Mu Yun suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Sherpeng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This Mu Yun was really despicable. Now, she actually said such words. "You don't know me?" Sherpeng said in a low voice. "Have you forgotten what happened 10 years ago?" "Oh," Mu Yun suddenly realized and said, "You're the first disciple of the 9 Stacks sect who I caught and exchanged for 5 million Earthyang pills, right? What's your name? Sure something? Mu Yun, you've gone too far." Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Yuri hurting me. However, when he saw Sherpeng's punch, the corners of Mu Yun's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Of course, she remembered that this guy was Sherpeng. However, it was obvious that he was looking for trouble by jumping out. Mu Yun was worried that he would not come looking for trouble. "You've broken through to a 7th grade Earth Immortal in 10 years. No wonder. However, it's difficult for you to fight with me at this level." Mu Yun did not even move her hands. She took a step forward. A tyrannical power erupted at this moment. Although he had only advanced by 2 grades in the past 10 years, Mu Yun had trained and improved her celestial techniques and skills. Most importantly, there were too many things in the Iya Sword sect that required her attention in the past 10 years. Therefore, although her cultivation level had fallen, Mu Yun's strength had improved tremendously. She kicked Sherpeng. With a bang, Sherpeng fell flat on his face. He lay on the ground with a twisted face. This kick was simply going to take his life. Sherpeng lay on the ground for a long time, unable to stand up. This scene immediately attracted the attention of many people present. "Isn't that Mu Yun? Who's that guy? I think he's Sherpeng from the 9 Stacks sect. Why are the two of them fighting? You don't know about this. 10 years ago, Sherpeng was almost killed by Mu Yun. There's such a thing? Let's talk about it properly." Many disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower began to discuss it. Mu Yun didn't move from his spot. He looked at Sherpeng and said slowly, "Sherpeng, you can't be thinking of letting me kidnap you again, right? This time, the 10 million Earthyang pills, how about we split it in half?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Sherpeng's expression changed. He shouted, "What do you mean by half? Don't frame me." "Frame you?" Mu Yun immediately stopped, talking as if she had said something terrible. She changed the topic and said with a smile, "Next time, if you want to spar with me, find a place where there's no one around. It's not nice to be in public." Although he said it unintentionally, the listener took it seriously. Mu Yun's casual words were like a clue to the other disciples of the 4 major sects around him. 10 years ago, the 4 great sects were suspicious of each other, and someone secretly leaked information. Now, although Mu Yun's words were unintentional, they gave the disciples of the other sects a lot of room for imagination. Hearing this, the crowd immediately started discussing in low voices. Sherpeng had been brushed off. At this moment, he felt very embarrassed. It was impossible for him to explore the profoundness of the human body with Luo Shuiyan. In fact, he had even lost a lot of face and was covered in dust by Mu Yun. Sherpeng could only suffer in silence, unable to say a single word. He was worried that if he continued to talk to Mu Yun, this fellow would smear him into charcoal, and he wouldn't be able to get rid of her even if he wanted to. At this moment, Mu Yun couldn't be bothered to argue with Sherpeng. This fellow was completely bored and looking for trouble. Seeing Sherpeng leave dejectedly, Mu Yun looked at Ren Gangang and Xianxia and waved her hand helplessly. "It seems that even if I don't provoke trouble, trouble will come knocking on my door. Haven't you encountered enough trouble all these years? It doesn't matter if there are a few more." Ren Gangang said with a smile. "It doesn't matter if there are a few more, but it's tiring to have so many more." Mu Yun waved her hand and said, forget it. There will always be little ants who will jump up and look for trouble. I can't stop them, right? I think it's not that you can't stop them, but that you don't want to stop them at all, right? Xianxia giggled. The more trouble there is, the more eye-catching you will be, and the more beautiful women will notice you. Sister Xianxia, if you say so, I wonder if I'm considered a beauty? While the three of them were talking, Luo Shuiyan walked up at this moment and bowed. She looked at the three of them and smiled slightly. Luo Shuiyan, what are you doing here? Seeing Luo Shuiyan's appearance, Xianxia frowned and was rather displeased. Sister Xianxia, you found your ideal husband, but I'm still single. Luo Shuiyan's eyes seemed to contain water as she blinked and said. You're single? With a flick of a finger, the number of disciples climbing up your Luo water peak could probably form a long line. Luo Shuiyan, Mu Yun had heard of this person. She was a very open woman. Haha, Luo Shuiyan immediately burst into laughter. After that, she slowly said, good sister, big sister will take that as a compliment. This must be the famous Mu Yun, right? You're indeed fair and clean, and you look very likable. I reckon many female disciples dream of you every night. I wonder if senior sister Luo has dreamed of me at night. Annoying. Luo Shuiyan immediately waved her hand and laughed while covering her mouth. It's not that easy to enter senior sister Luo's dream. I wonder if you can enter, of course, no problem. Luo Shuiyan looked at Mu Yun with eyes full of smiles. She slowly stretched out her hand and said, let me formally introduce myself. I'm Luo Shuiyan. Senior brother Mu, this is the first time we've met since you came to the Heaven Sword Tower. Greetings, senior sister Luo. Mu Yun said and stretched out her hand. The two hands clasped together. Suddenly, Mu Yun felt a strong force coming from Luo Shuiyan's delicate hand. However, when Mu Yun sensed the tyrannical power, he slowly increased the strength of his palm. The two of them secretly competed with each other. Compared to strength, Mu Yun was really not afraid. The origin energy of the 9 elements heavenly technique gathered crazily at this moment. The combination of immortal energy and origin energy exploded at this moment. Crack, suddenly, a strong force came from Luo Shuiyan's hand, and her expression changed. She looked at Mu Yun with eyes full of smiles and said, Senior brother Mu, you're hurting me. Oh? I'm so sorry. Mu Yun retracted her hand and smiled apologetically. However, looking at Luo Shuiyan, Mu Yun did not show any expression. She said politely, Senior sister Luo, it seems that I'm not good at communicating with people. Why don't I come to your place tonight and learn from you? I don't dare. Luo Shuiyan smiled faintly and said, I'm afraid that you're hurting me. Luo Shuiyan pursed her lips into a smile and left immediately. Seeing this scene, Ren Gang and Xianxia finally could not help but laugh. Is it very funny? Mu Yun shook her head and said. I didn't expect that you could make her suffer. This woman is famous in the Heaven Sword Tower, for being very open. No matter how open a woman is, I'll make her suffer when she's with me. Mu Yun finished speaking and looked at Qin Tianyu on the other side. Luo Shuiyan was the granddaughter of Great Elder Luo Hai. It was obvious that this guy had an unusual relationship with Qin Tianyu. Qin Tianyu hated him to the core. Creak. At this moment, the door of the main hall opened with a creak. Figures walked out from the door one by one. The 5 sect masters and 5 elders came out in unison. However, this time, the sect masters of the 5 major sects did not look too good. The offering this time should be the same as the previous years. However, looking at the expressions of the sect masters, something must have gone wrong. It was very likely that it was related to the so-called 5 sect meeting. Mu Yun, the tower master is calling for you. Great Elder Luo Hai's face was gloomy as he walked to Mu Yun's side and said. Thank you for the notice, Great Elder. Mu Yun cupped her hands and said. I don't dare to accept your thanks. Luo Hai waved his hand and said eerily, you're the heavenly sword envoy of Heaven Sword Tower. How would I dare to mention the word thanks to you? Oh? Great Elder, do you know that I'm the heavenly sword envoy of Heaven Sword Tower now? Mu Yun said with a smile, that's not what you said 10 years ago. Mu Yun responded without any trace of politeness. Since he did not want to accept her kindness and wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality, Mu Yun would not serve him well. Several disciples of Heaven Sword Tower entered the main hall together. In the slightly dim main hall, a figure was sitting upright. It was Tian Junyu. After 10 years of seclusion, Tian Junyu seemed to have recovered from the injuries from 10 years ago. He also looked much more energetic. "Greetings, Tower Master." Seeing Tian Junyu, many disciples of Sword Tomb who were present today bowed in unison. "Well, there's no need for all of you to bow," Tian Junyu said indifferently. "This time, I've gathered all the disciples of Sword Tomb here to inform you of one thing. 1 month later, all disciples of Sword Tomb, including those who have reached the level 5 Earth Immortal Realm, are to get ready and set off." "Set off? Where to?" "Master, please enlighten us. What's the matter?" "The 5 sex competition is about to begin," Tian Junyu said quietly. "It should have started long ago, but it has been delayed until now. It's also because of the sudden appearance of Biluo Huangquan School that led to the current problem." "Master, is there any news from Biluo Huangquan School?" "No," Tian Junyu said casually. "When the people of Triple Heavenly Alliance arrived, the people of Biluo Huangquan School and Huangquan City all disappeared. However, according to their investigation, 3 prison kings came out and seemed to be looking for Biluo Huangquan Schools Blue Sky Underworld map. Moreover, it said that the Blue Sky Underworld map is in the hands of Heaven Sword Tower or the 5 Iron Level Forces." Hearing this, Mu Yun's expression remained unchanged. The Blue Sky Underworld map was in his possession. However, he didn't dare to take it out to look at it. Han Kai and the other 2 prison kings had corresponding treasures on them. They would be able to sense it as soon as it appeared. Naturally, he didn't dare to act recklessly. "Alright, let's talk about the 5-sex competition. This 5-sex competition was arranged by Triple Heavenly Alliance, a silver-level force." Tian Junyu said slowly. "Triple Heavenly Alliance, a silver-level force, controls all the forces in the South Sword Domain's abyss of domination. Our Heaven Sword Tower is in charge of the South Pole and Biluo Celestial Mountain, and the abyss of domination covers more than 10 million miles. Our subordinates include Heaven Sword Tower and 5 other bronze-level forces. As for the other 4, I think you've heard of them. Next to Heaven Sword Tower are Thieving Valley, Azura Palace, Raging Inferno Sect, and Heavenly Medicine Alliance. Among the 5 bronze-level forces, Heaven Sword Tower isn't the strongest. Azura Palace and Raging Inferno Sect can be said to be the strongest 2 forces. Our Heaven Sword Tower's strength is about the same as Thieving Valley. The weakest is Heavenly Medicine Alliance. However, don't underestimate them. Heavenly Medicine Alliance has the most alchemists. Not only do they refine immortal pills, but they also refine poison pills. Therefore, although those alchemists aren't very strong, they are very good at using poison. Don't be careless." Hearing Tian Junyu's solemn words, everyone nodded. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What a good color. This time, they were not going to face the iron-ranked forces that were 1 level lower than them, but the iron-ranked forces that were at the same level as them. In fact, the disciples of the iron-ranked forces were even stronger than them. This was a big challenge. "I'll get someone to make a list of the information about the disciples of the other 4 forces. I'll show you." Tian Junyu said again. "You'd better read it carefully. Remember, don't be careless. Of course, you're not the only ones who will participate this time. The disciples of the 5 iron-ranked forces under the Heaven Sword Tower, who have reached the level 5 Earth Celestial Realm, will also participate." Upon hearing this, Mu Yun was taken aback. No wonder the sect leaders of the 5 major sects did not look good when they walked out. For the Heaven Sword Tower, all the disciples of the Sword Tomb were above the level 5 Earth Celestial Realm. Excluding the disciples in the Sword Tomb, there were hundreds of disciples in the Inner Sword Pavilion who had reached the level 5 Earth Celestial Realm. However, among the 5 iron-ranked forces, there were only a few who had reached the level 5 Earth Celestial Realm. Even the ES Sword faction, which had undergone great changes in the past 10 years, only had hundreds of disciples who had reached the level 5 Earth Celestial Realm. As for those who had reached the level 5 Earth Celestial Realm, there were only a dozen of them. It could be said that the disciples of the level 5 Earth Celestial Realm were the pillars of the iron-ranked forces. They would be the future sect leader or supreme elder. Naturally, the 5 major sects would want to have them in their hands, fearing that they would die halfway. The 5 sects meeting was extremely dangerous. When the 5 iron-ranked forces learned about this, they naturally could not stay calm. However, this was an order from the Heaven Sword Tower, and they could only obey. In addition, this time, the disciples of the Threefold Heavenly Alliance will also participate. The disciples of the Threefold Heavenly Alliance will also participate. Upon hearing this, the disciples present could no longer stay calm. The Threefold Heavenly Alliance was a silver-ranked force. The most elite disciples in the Threefold Heavenly Alliance were probably at the level of Heaven's celestial realm. How could they compare? But you don't have to worry. The purpose of the Threefold Heavenly Alliances participating in the 5 sects meeting is to train their disciples. Only the outer sect, Art inner sect disciples. Art. Tianjunyu's words. However, his heart was filled with bitterness. Even among the outer league disciples of the 3 extremes Heavenly Alliance, the weakest was at least a tier 5 earthly immortal, while the strongest was at the same level as him. Although it was a huge blow, this was the difference between a bronze and silver organizations. Tianjunyu had to admit that there was a huge gap between a bronze force and an iron force. However, this difference was even greater between silver rank forces. Iron rank forces, bronze rank forces, silver rank forces, gold rank forces, and so on. The difference between these forces was like a pyramid. No one could change that. The reason why the 33 Heavenly Sword sect had made such a plan was to consolidate their position. In the entire sword domain, there were over 1,000 mortal rank forces, and they were like little dukes. On the other hand, the unranked forces and clans were like the great officials of the border. The 33 Heavenly Swords Gate was the emperor. Moreover, this emperor had gathered the most powerful resources and the most abundant talents in the entire sword domain. Even if the 4 gold forces joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to contend against him. Hearing this, many disciples found it hard to accept. The disciples of the 3 extremes Heavenly Alliance, even if they were from the outer league, were powerful. They weren't people they could afford to offend. It seemed that this 5 sects conference was destined to be a massacre. However, when they saw the disciples of the 3 extremes Heavenly Alliance, they were afraid that they would have to tuck their tails between their legs and behave themselves. Tianjunyu waved his hand and said again, "Everyone, go back and prepare well. As long as you make a great contribution to this 5 sects conference, I will reward you handsomely." Yes. Many disciples left. Mu Yun, you stay. Tianjunyu asked Mu Yun to stay. Master. Mu Yun cupped her hands and stopped. On the other hand, Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing, who had left, had obvious changes in their expressions. They were the eldest senior brother and second senior brother of the Heaven Sword Tower, but at this moment, they were ignored. Instead, it was the Tower Master who asked Mu Yun to stay. Feng Ruoqing was good at concealing himself, so he was fine. However, Qin Tianyu was furious. After leaving the main hall, he exploded and left directly. At this moment, in the main hall, Tianjunyu came down from his seat and looked at Mu Yun. The scene suddenly became a little silent. Slowly, Tianjunyu suddenly laughed out loud. Mu Yun, oh Mu Yun, I didn't expect you to surprise me so much. Tianjunyu suddenly laughed loudly, making Mu Yun unable to make head or tail of it. Master. I beg for your forgiveness. I killed a few disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower. Please, what are you guilty of? Tianjunyu didn't mind and said, those disciples deserved to die. Otherwise, they really thought that I, Tianjunyu, wasn't the Tower Master of the Heaven Sword Tower. They all treated Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing as Tower Masters. I just wanted to show them who was the real Tower Master. Originally, I trained Gang Air like this. However, Gang Air didn't like to fight, and I didn't want to force him. That's why I found you. I didn't expect you to not disappoint me. Hearing this, Mu Yun suddenly felt awkward. Listening to Tianjunyu's words, it didn't sound like he was praising him. Master, you flatter me. I know that you don't care about the Heaven Sword Tower, but the Es Sword sect. In the past 10 years, the Es Sword sect has developed rapidly under your leadership. Originally, the Es Sword sect had the weakest disciples, but now it has become the strongest. The strongest? I don't think so. Muyan smiled and said, it's just that one shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but one must have the heart to let others go. This time, those 2 and the 4 major sects have gone too far. This disciple will teach them a lesson. This color is well given. Tianjunyu nodded and said, you really didn't disappoint me. When I first saw you, I knew that you weren't a caged bird. Now it seems that I was right. This time, the 5 sects conference will be the place where you shine. I'll wait for your triumphant return. Thank you, Master. This time, you need to pay special attention to the disciples of the other 5 major sects. The disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance also need to be careful. Remember, don't provoke them. Tianjunyu reminded again, the Triple Heavenly Alliance hasn't announced the location of the trial. We'll set off in a month. Don't forget to prepare everything. Yes. It seemed like this trial wasn't going to be easy. Tianjunyu still didn't know the location. This time, it seemed that it was most likely arranged by the people of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Muyan smiled bitterly. However, this kind of training would allow people to truly grow. He really wanted to see what kind of existence the Triple Heavenly Alliance was. At the same time, on Luoshui Peak. On the mountain peak, apricot flowers and peach blossoms covered the mountain. Under a pavilion, 2 figures were entangled in front of a stone table. Why? Why does the pavilion master value Muyan so much now? How am I not better than him? Qin Tianyu struggled to move his body. His eyes were red as he grabbed Luo Shuyan's long hair and kept straightening his body. Eldest senior brother, is much stronger than that Muyan. Below him, Luo Shuyan was already panting at this moment. She was about to ascend to heaven. Qin Tianyu seemed to be desperately venting himself. He vented all his hatred for Muyan on Luo Shuyan in front of him. Originally, he wasn't willing to touch Luo Shuyan. However, today, Tianjunyu left Muyan alone, which triggered the anger in his heart. That was why he vented his anger on Luo Shuyan. Luo Shuyan was naturally happy to enjoy it. Back and forth, the disciples on Luo Shui Peak all turned a blind eye to it and avoided it. However, Luo Shuyan's voice was really loud. It spread throughout the entire mountain peak. Who couldn't hear it? After a great battle, Luo Shuyan still wanted to continue, but Qin Tianyu lost interest. This time, I must make Muyan leave her life here. Qin Tianyu said indifferently, that Muyan deserves to die. Don't worry, Muyan will definitely die during the 5-sect conference this time. Luo Shuyan knew that Qin Tianyu was determined to get the position of the Tower Master of the Heaven Sword Tower. Later, with the addition of Feng Ruoqing, Qin Tianyu was already on the verge of exploding. Now, with the addition of Muyan, she was even worse than Feng Ruoqing. Of course, Qin Tianyu couldn't stand it. Luo Shuyan stroked Qin Tianyu's chest with both hands and said with a faint smile, Senior brother Qin, don't worry. My grandfather supports you, so I will naturally support you to the greatest extent. That Muyan will definitely die after the 5-sect conference this time. Oh? You have a way? Didn't the Tower Master say that this 5-sect conference will be held? The disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance will also participate. I know a few disciples from the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Although they are Outer League disciples, they are Outer League disciples from Silver Forces. All of them are in the Heaven Immortal realm. They are definitely not people we can compare to. When the time comes, it will be easy for them to kill Muyan. All right. Qin Tianyu's eyes immediately revealed a trace of surprise. This news was simply the best news. Then, eldest senior brother, you must take good care of me today. Don't worry, I will definitely feed you well. Although Qin Tianyu didn't like Luo Shuyan from the bottom of his heart, he tolerated it this time in order to kill Muyan. In the pavilion, low panting sounds could be heard, and the great battle started again. At the same time, Muyan bade farewell to Tianjunyu and left the main hall. However, after Muyan left, a figure suddenly appeared in the main hall. Young master. Seeing that figure, Tianjunyu suddenly cupped his hands and stood up. This Muyan is not simple. A cold voice sounded faintly. It was obviously a female voice. Yes, this person has the potential of a heavenly sage. Her talent is indeed very rare. Tianjunyu nodded. talent? The woman said coldly. She walked out of the darkness. She was wearing a long black dress that wrapped around her slender figure. Her gaze was so cold that it made people unable to look away. The woman in the black dress was wearing a black robe. Under the hood, a pair of cold eyes were hidden. This person's array, alchemy, and weapon refinement were not innate. They were acquired. Moreover, this guy came from the lower realm. In less than a few decades, this kind of progress is more than just a heavenly sage. Young master, you mean, he should have obtained the inheritance. The cold voice sounded again. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios Golden Immortal Ruins Inheritance. Since ancient times, those who were able to leave behind their legacies were all famous figures. At the very least, they had to reach the peak of the immortal king realm to be able to leave behind an inheritance after death. And the person who obtained the inheritance might be a fool or a fool, but because of the inheritance, they could change everything. But Mu Yun obtained the inheritance. Young master, you mean, I'm just guessing. The figure in the black dress shook her head and said, forget it. Let's see what kind of surprise this Mu Yun can bring us during the 5-sect competition. Relatively speaking, the 5-sect competition was indeed more dangerous. This time, if Mu Yun could walk out of the 5-sect competition alive, she would be able to obtain her recognition. It was not impossible to nurture Mu Yun vigorously for their own use. On the other side, Mu Yun left the main hall and arrived at the peak of Rengonggong's mountain. Lord Heavenly Sword Envoy is back. The sect left you with a few secret instructions. It seems like you'll have to take the lead in this 5-sect competition. Rengonggong, you know how to joke now. Mu Yun scolded jokingly. But your joke is really not funny. The two of you, there's something serious about that. Xianxia walked forward and looked at Mu Yun. However, my father does have a whole new level of respect for you. I think that this 5-sect competition will definitely be to train you. Life and death training, why? You don't have confidence? That's not it. Mu Yun crossed her arms and stretched lazily. On the contrary, I'm looking forward to this competition. After all, being a genius from a bronze rank force is no longer enough to satisfy me. Hearing this, Xianxia and Rengonggong were stunned. However, Rengonggong could only shake his head and smile bitterly when he looked at Mu Yun again. At least, ever since he met Mu Yun, he had never seen Mu Yun afraid. This was the most admirable thing. Outsiders all said that Mu Yun had relied on her heavenly sage aptitude to reach this stage. However, he knew that Mu Yun had once been a disciple of a down-and-out family in a small city. Step by step, Mu Yun's growth surprised everyone. Until now, Mu Yun was still the same. Don't leave today. Stay here and have a good chat with your brother Ren. I'll go and prepare some dishes for you. Xianxia smiled and left. Mu Yun moved closer to Rengonggong and whispered, Brat, didn't you say you weren't interested? Why are you interested now? What about me? Previously, I was under too much pressure and worried that the hall master would come looking for me. But now, you're not worried anymore? Rengonggong laughed and said, aren't you here now, young master? Of course I'm not worried. Hearing this, Mu Yun immediately laughed and patted Rengonggong on the shoulder. She laughed loudly and said, don't worry, my father has no right to interfere with your personal happiness, right? You just have to stay by your beautiful wife's side. Hearing this, Rengonggong's face immediately turned red. Now that he had Xianxia, he felt different in his heart. When he looked at Mu Yun again, he finally knew why Mu Yun was willing to do such crazy things for Qin Mingyao, Xiaoyun and Wang Xinya. Today, I'll try your wife's good cooking. Okay. At night, in the Heaven Sword Tower, some people were happy, and some were sad. The sect leaders of the major sects stayed in the Heaven Sword Tower for 3 days and then returned to their respective places. Mu Yun followed Yiguxiwe back to the Iya Sword sect. During this month, the 5 major iron rank forces became more and more nervous. However, this kind of nervousness was only for the core disciples. In the Iya Sword sect, there were hundreds of disciples in the Earth Immortal Realm, and more than 10 of them had reached the level 5 Earth Immortal Realm. In this aspect, they were much stronger than the disciples of the other 4 major iron rank forces. At this moment, on the main peak of the Iya Sword sect, Yiguxiwe looked at the people below and nodded. Mu Yun, I've given you the position of acting sect leader. You've done well. The Sword sect has indeed improved under your leadership. Thank you, Master. This time, it all depends on your preparation. Yi Guxiwa nodded and said, these people are only level 5 Earth Immortals. They're not worth mentioning in the bronze rank forces, and even more so in the silver rank forces. Therefore, I hope that you'll be able to protect your own lives during this training. As for the victory of the Heaven Sword Tower, it will depend on how powerful the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower are. Yes. Yi Guxiwa said again, you have 1 month to prepare well. You have special privileges in the sect. You can use them as much as you want. Thank you, sect leader. Thank you, sect leader. Yi Guxiwa nodded and looked at the crowd, asking Mu Yun to stay. Are you confident about this time? How is it possible? I'm confident. Mu Yun laughed and said, they're the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Although they're just Outer Alliance members, they're said to have the strength of an Outer Alliance member. They're even more powerful than Tian Junyu. I'm no match for them. I don't care about that. In this training, bring back all these disciples. Yi Guxiwa said, you've had the Heaven Underworld map for 10 years. Have you found anything? Master. I haven't had the chance to look at it. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, the people of the Biluo Huangquan school are not simple. I'm afraid they'll be able to sense it once it's out. Well, but this time, when you go to the trial, you can take it out and study it in the trial ground. This map is the accumulation of the Blue Sky Netherworld sect for tens of thousands of years. It must be extraordinary. Yes. Mu Yun looked at Yi Guxiwa and said, Master, do you know where the training ground is? You're so cunning. Seeing that Mu Yun wanted to get information from her, Yi Guxiwa waved her hand, and a map appeared in front of her. The entire map floated above their heads, and it was completely formed by immortal qi. This is the sword domain ruled by the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. This purple area is the territory of the Triple Heavenly Alliance, a silver rank force. Following Yi Guxiwa's words, Mu Yun realized that if the entire sword domain was described as a lake. In the center of the lake, almost half of the area was under the jurisdiction of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. The 4 gold rank forces had the outer circle firmly controlled in their hands. The 4 gold rank forces each occupied the remaining 1/4. The South Sword domain was ruled by one of the 4 gold rank forces, the 9 Immortal sect. The purple area below was the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Looking at it now, one could feel the power of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. The territory controlled by the Triple Heaven Alliance, this silver rank force, was merely 1% of the entire sword region. The Heaven Sword Tower was in the red area of the Triple Heavenly Alliance, and it looked really small. Yi Guxiwa waved her hand, and the territory of the Triple Heavenly Alliance was expanded. The Triple Heavenly Alliance, a silver rank force, controls an area called the Abyss of the Rulers. In the Abyss of the Rulers, there is a sea. This sea is called the Sea of Oblivion. It's here. Yi Guxiwa pointed at an area on the enlarged map and said slowly, the Sea of Oblivion is rumored to have a ruin. It is said that this ruin was left behind by a powerful golden immortal. Golden immortal? Mu Yun was stunned. Above the human immortal was the earth immortal. Above the earth immortal was the sky immortal. Above the sky immortal was the mystic immortal. Above the mystic immortal was the true immortal. Above the true immortal was the golden immortal. Immortals in the golden immortal realm were the true experts. Above the golden immortal realm was the peak of the immortal realm. Even a top overlord like the 33 Heavenly Sword sect would need at least 1,000 years to cultivate a golden immortal expert. According to Mu Yun's understanding from her previous life, the inner elders of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect were all golden immortals. Human immortal, earth immortal, sky immortal, mystic immortal, true immortal, golden immortal. Yi Guxiwa said slowly, immortals in the golden immortal realm are already very difficult to kill. Immortals in this realm can refine their own immortal golden body. Even in the 33 Heavenly Sword sects, they are tyrannical existences. You should know that even the Triple Heavenly Alliance, a silver rank force, does not have any golden immortals. Even the 3 leaders have just reached the true immortal realm. Therefore, golden immortals are the peak experts in gold rank forces. They are also the backbone of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Ye Gushue thought that Mu Yun did not know and explained again. A relic left behind by a golden immortal was found in the sunken sea. Therefore, the Triple Heavenly Alliance set this place as the venue for the meeting. A relic left behind by a golden immortal is for Earth Immortal disciples to enter. Do you feel that there is a slim chance of survival? Ye Gushue said indifferently, don't worry. This relic has existed for tens of thousands of years. It was because of the corrosion at the bottom of the sea that it was exposed. The power inside is unable to withstand the energy fluctuations of a mystic immortal. Therefore, this time, the mystic immortal experts in the Triple Heavenly Alliance did not move. Coincidentally, the day of the 5-sect meeting is coming, so they decided to hold it here. I see. After all, there were less than 20 silver rank forces in the entire sword domain. Not to mention the Heaven Immortal Realm Immortals, there should be quite a number of mystic immortal experts. How could such a good place be used for the meeting? So this was the reason. It's just a relic with a long history, Mu Yun muttered. You should be satisfied. Ye Gushue scolded jokingly, although it has a long history, the longer it has existed, the more valuable the treasures left behind are. In other words, if it had not existed for so long, the Triple Heavenly Alliance would not let it go. Moreover, you see, the Triple Heavenly Alliance let go this time and even let an ordinary iron rank force take action. In fact, they were worried that there might be treasures that have existed for a long time and are still in perfect condition. Secondly, they wanted to train their Outer League disciples. Alright, no one knows what the relic of a golden immortal in the sunken sea looks like. You will only know when you enter it. However, I think it might be a great training for you. Ye Gushue suddenly said seriously, this time, as long as you can come back alive, I can give you full authority of the Iya Sword sect. Seeing Ye Gushue's serious look, Mu Yun remained silent. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Triji City. Was Ye Gushue suspicious of him? It seemed like he had never exposed anything. This feeling made Mu Yun feel very strange, and he felt slightly uneasy. But now that things had come to this, if Ye Gushue really found out something, she probably wouldn't kill him, right? Probably not. Mu Yun himself was not sure. A month's time was too short for an immortal cultivator. On this day, all the disciples of the Iya Sword sect gathered. It was like a general assembly. Many disciples of the Iya Sword sect gathered in the square. Today, there were only a dozen people in the team, but these people were the pride of the Iya Sword sect. After 10 years of seclusion, there were a dozen 5th-grade Earth Immortals. This was an unbelievable existence. They had never thought that there would be hundreds of disciples in the Earth Immortal realm in the Iya Sword sect. There were even a dozen 5th-grade Earth Immortals and above. This was something they would never have imagined before. This time, it was an unparalleled honor. The Iya Sword sect would have 12 disciples participating in the 5-sects competition. As for the other 4 iron-level forces, there would only be 3 to 5 people. Let's go. Ye Gushue did not have much to say. This time, it seemed like they were participating in the 5-sects competition, but no one was sure how dangerous it would be. The 5 iron-level forces had less than 20 disciples participating in the competition, while the Heaven Sword Tower had at least a few hundred people. This was only the Heaven Sword Tower and the 5 iron-level forces under it. In addition to the other 4 bronze-level forces, there would be thousands of people. In addition to the Outer League disciples from the Triji Heavenly Alliance, there would be more than 10,000 people. Among the 10,000 people participating in the competition, 70% of them were Outer League disciples from the Triji Heavenly Alliance. The disciples from other sects would most likely become cannon fodder. Ye Gushue understood this point. But she had high hopes for Mu Yun. Ye Gushue led a dozen disciples and set off in a mighty manner. This time, Zhang Tianling, Feng Rui, and Chao Tiange were among them. The 3 of them were originally Ye Gushue's disciples. After signing the seal of life and death with Mu Yun, their strength improved rapidly and reached the 5th-tier Earth Immortal realm. At the same time, the 9-stack sect, the Sword Washing Pavilion, the Heavenly Master Sword sect, and the Star Moon Sword Mansion also began to take action. This time, all of them had to gather in the Heaven Sword Tower, then head to the Triple Heaven Alliance that ruled the Abyss, and finally head to the Sea of Oblivion. Along the way, the disciples of the Yi Sword sect seemed to be chatting and laughing, appearing to be very calm. For the past 10 years, Mu Yun had been their pillar of support. Thus, even though they knew that there was danger ahead, with Mu Yun present, they felt extremely at ease. When they arrived at the Heaven Sword Tower, the people following Mu Yun started to feel nervous. Heaven Sword Tower, the Yi Sword Sect, the Nine Stack Sect, the Sword Washing Pavilion, the Star Moon Sword Mansion, and the Heavenly Master Sword Sect. The 5 mortal sects had a total of 28 people. Among the 28 people, 14 were from the Yi Sword Sect. However, in the entire Heaven Sword Tower, there were more than 60 disciples from the Sword Tomb. In the Inner Sword Pavilion, there were more than 700 disciples who had reached the 5th tier Earth Immortal Realm. Compared to the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower, the disciples of the Yi Sword Sect and the other 4 sects were almost negligible. This difference made the disciples of the 5 sects fully understand that they were favored by God in their own sections. However, there was always someone better than them. They were still far behind. At this moment, the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower looked at the disciples of the 5 sects with disdain. Why are these people here to join in the fun? That's right. The disciples of the Inner Sword Pavilion of the Heaven Sword Tower are enough to throw them aside. Now, these guys are here to die, aren't they? Haha. I guess this is the most the 5 sects can gather. 28 people. Most of them are 5th tier Earth Immortals. What a joke. Looking at the disciples of the 5 sects, the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower laughed unscrupulously. Damn it, these guys are looking down on us. Chao Tiange was furious and could not help but snort. Forget it. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, who doesn't know how to talk? The key is who will have the last laugh, and who will have the best laugh. I don't know what's going on in the Oblivion Sea. They are just cannon fodder. Mu Yun looked at the arrogant faces of the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower. She was not angry. This was because they had not reached the Triple Heavenly Alliance yet. When they reached the Triple Heavenly Alliance, these disciples would understand that they had laughed too early. Silence. At this moment, a shout came from the front. A figure in a silver robe with long hair spread out, looking vigorous and wild. It was Tian Junyu. After 10 years of rest, Tian Junyu had also recovered from his injuries. Now, he looked stronger than he was 10 years ago. This time, the Heaven Sword Tower, as the ruler of the South Pole, will be participating in the 5 sects competition organized by the Triple Heavenly Alliance. I have to tell you that in the South Pole, you are the favored ones. But in the Triple Heavenly Alliance, you are just trash, scum, and cannon fodder. Tian Junyu was not polite in his words and scolded them directly. Don't say I didn't warn you. The Triple Heavenly Alliance is a silver force. I think you know the difference between a silver force and a bronze force. When we reach the Triple Heavenly Alliance, don't blame me for being merciless if anyone dares to cause trouble. A silver force had the right to rule. Its disciples were destined to be superior to others. Tian Junyu had given everyone a good hint. To them, the Triple Heavenly Alliance was their master. When they saw their master, they should lower their attitude. In the Triple Heavenly Alliance, if anyone dares to cause trouble, they will be disqualified. Moreover, when you enter the trial grounds, you are on your own. Those guys won't think that you are geniuses. After Tian Junyu's words, many of the disciples present showed anger on their faces. They were not angry at Tian Junyu, but they felt that their self-esteem had been greatly insulted. Zhang Tianling said slowly, I didn't expect the Heaven Tower Master to be so ruthless. Being ruthless now is better than letting those disciples enter the trial grounds of the Triple Heavenly Alliance and offend the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Mu Yun looked at them and instructed once more, all of you just have to protect yourselves during this trial. We don't know what the situation is like at the training grounds. If we're separated, then immediately find a place to hide and wait for me to summon all of you. Okay. Yes. Tian Junyu reminded them a few more times. Finally, he waved his hand and the group set off. This time, the group of less than 1,000 people was all proud of themselves. They were going to the Triple Heavenly Alliance and were ready to fulfill their ambitions. Everyone present understood that this was an opportunity. Their fighting spirit was high, and they were filled with the desire to defeat all enemies. However, this desire was completely extinguished when they arrived at the Triple Heavenly Alliance. After nearly 10 days of travel, the group finally arrived at the Triple Heavenly Alliance. The entire Tripolar Heavenly Alliance wasn't located in the middle of a mountain range, but in the middle of a constructed city. Triple Heavenly City, this was the foundation of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. From afar, the entire Triple Heavenly City looked like a creeping Taotai beast. The city was 100 meters tall, with black bricks and black tiles, and it looked quite majestic. Most importantly, the tyrannical aura permeated the city. When all the disciples saw the appearance of the Triple Heavenly Alliance, they immediately felt a tyrannical majesty sweeping over, making it hard for them to breathe. This was the Triple Heavenly Alliance, a silver rank force. It was one of the 20 silver rank forces under the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. The overlord of the Sovereign's Abyss, with supreme status and control. Upon seeing this scene, everyone took in a deep breath. Some of the disciples had already retracted their arrogant heads. The huge city gate of Triple Heavenly City opened. The entire city was almost the same as the Netherworld city they had seen before. It could accommodate at least 10,000 people. However, there were only a few 100,000 disciples in the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Among them, there were more than 100,000 disciples in the Outer League. Most importantly, there were fewer Inner League disciples. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, as soon as the group arrived outside the city, several figures walked out of the city. This must be the leader of the Heaven Sword Tower, Tianjunyu? Yes. Tianjunyu cupped his hands and smiled. The person who came looked like a young man in his 20s, but the aura on his body was comparable to his. It was worthy of his salute. Leader of the Heaven Sword Tower, this way please. The young man was dressed in a long white robe. His aura was endless. Just one look was enough to make one feel that he was irresistible. Just an Outer League disciple who came to greet them had such strength. 10 days ago, they were still laughing at the disciples of the 5 major sections. But now, they saw the Outer League members of the Triple Heavenly Alliance on the city wall pointing at them. The disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower knew that this time, they had become the target of ridicule. Seeing this, Mu Yun turned around and saw that Zhang Tianling and the rest were already walking mechanically. Are you okay? Mu Yun looked at them and smiled. I feel like my heart is about to jump out. Zhang Tianling said bitterly, I didn't expect this to be a silver rank force. Did you notice? These black stones used to build Triple Heavenly City are black cloud stones. This kind of black cloud stone can double the power of an earth-rank fairy weapon when added to refining weapons. But now, they are used to build walls. Is that all you're looking at? Feng Rui could no longer smile. Didn't you see that the disciples on the city gate and those inside the city gate are all at least tier 5 earth immortals? Some of them have even reached the heaven immortal realm. Even the one who came to greet the leader of the Heaven Sword Tower, I think his strength is about the same as the leader of the Heaven Sword Tower. This is a silver rank force. Everyone sighed in sorrow. No wonder before they came, Mu Yun repeatedly emphasized that it was enough for them to stay alive. If they really entered the trial ground, it would be really difficult for them to stay alive. Alright, if you see the Inner League disciples, you will all be scared silly. Mu Yun looked at them and encouraged them, sooner or later, we can do it too. The people behind her nodded. If it wasn't for Mu Yun, they would still be fighting for the title of the Sword Sect's disciple and when they could become elders of the Sword Sect. Now, they had seen a whole new world. This was a completely new breakthrough for their lives. However, when they saw Mu Yun casually walking in front with an expressionless face, as if he was not surprised at all, they were all surprised. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio bumping into an old acquaintance, Brother Mu, aren't you surprised? Zhang Tianling looked at Mu Yun and couldn't help but ask. Surprised? Of course. I'm surprised. Mu Yun chuckled and said, but we're here to participate in the competition. We can't embarrass our sect, right? I'm impressed. Chao Tiange gave a thumbs up and said, I want to fight for our sect and not be surprised, but I can't help it. Look at those bastards from the Heaven Sword Tower. They're like country bumpkins entering the city. They were mocking us before, but they don't know that they've become the target of ridicule. This time our opponents are not only them, but also the Azura Palace, the Heavenly Medicine Alliance, the Blazing Flame Sect, and the Sky-Stealing Valley. This is a great challenge, but also a great opportunity. Whether we can seize it or not depends on everyone. As Mu Yun spoke, she walked into the city. Suddenly, an inexplicable cold aura came from the city wall. When Mu Yun turned around to look at the city wall, he was stunned. A familiar figure appeared on the city wall behind her. Seeing the familiar figure, Mu Yun's body collapsed. This person's appearance seemed to have changed a little, but the aura of his soul couldn't be changed. Luan Dongxing, the Reincarnation Pavilion Master from the Reincarnation Small World, Luan Dongxing. This person actually appeared here. Looking at his robe, it was obvious that he was an Outer League disciple from the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Luan Dongxing, he didn't die, but joined the Triple Heavenly Alliance and became an Outer League disciple. At this moment, Luan Dongxing looked more like a man in his 30s. His appearance also looked younger. From this, Mu Yun could tell that this guy's strength had increased a lot. Although immortals had a long life, they would gradually age. Previously, Luan Dongxing looked like a man in his 40s or 50s, but now, he looked like a man in his 30s. It could only be said that this person's realm kept increasing, so he could make himself look younger. Obviously, Luan Dongxing also noticed Mu Yun at this moment. His lips moved slightly as if he was trying to say something. Although she did not hear it, Mu Yun could see it. Mu Yun, long time no see. You're not dead yet. With a simple greeting, Mu Yun was almost certain. This guy was Luan Dongxing. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was completely stunned. Although Mu Yun did not know how this fellow came to the Three Poles Heavenly Alliance by chance, she was certain that the Outer League disciples of the Three Poles Heavenly Alliance were all immortals of the 5th stage Earth. Immortal realm and above. Looking at the respectful manner of the figures around Luan Dongxing, this person, his position was not low. Junior Luan, what are you looking at? Beside Luan Dongxing, a young man walked forward and greeted him warmly. Haha. This 5-sect competition is interesting. I never thought that I would meet an old acquaintance. Luan Dongxing pursed his lips and smiled. Oh? An old acquaintance? Which one? The young man looked down and started searching. A disciple of the Sword sect. Back then, I came to the immortal realm because of this guy. Speaking of which, I should really thank him, but I have no choice but to kill him. Sword sect? Hearing this, the young man laughed and said, Junior Luan, he's just a disciple of the Sword sect. Which one do you think he is? I can find a random reason to kill him now. What do you think? As long as you can put in a few good words for me in front of Elder Yunshan. How about that? Senior Qin Yang, you must be joking. Luan Dongxing cupped his hands and said, in the past, I was just an ant in his eyes. I never thought that this guy would be so weak now. This guy is now a mayfly in my hands. It's easy to kill him. However, this time, I want to play with him properly. Looking at Luan Dongxing's current state, Qin Yang sneered disdainfully in his heart. More than 10 years ago, when this guy had just come to the immortal realm, he was just a little worm that could be easily killed. However, the martial techniques that he practiced had caught the eye of an inner league elder and he was taken in as a disciple. In the past 10 years, he had eaten countless elixirs to reach his current level. He was quite famous in the outer league. He was really a lucky guy. If he had not met Elder Yunshan of the inner league, this guy would be a pile of shit now. However, Qin Yang could not help but sigh. This guy was really lucky, although he looked down on Luan Dongxing from the bottom of his heart. Now that he had an inner league elder behind him, he could not help but be convinced. Junior Luan is right. This time, when we enter the Golden Immortal Ruins, Junior Luan will have to show off your skills and strive to enter the inner league to fight for Elder Yunshan. Well said, well said. Luan Dongxing said slowly, I will remember Senior Qin Yang's care for me. In the future, when I become an inner league disciple, I will definitely put in a few good words for Senior Qin Yang in front of Elder Yunshan. In that case, thank you, Junior Luan. Luan Dongxing smiled slightly, but his gaze was still locked on Mu Yun. Mu Yun. I've waited for this day, I've waited, for a long time. On the other side, Mu Yun's expression was really ugly. He did not expect to meet an old acquaintance here. Most importantly, this old acquaintance of his wanted to kill him. With Luan Dongsong's talent, it was impossible for him to cultivate to this level. The only possibility was that this guy had received a good fortune from the heavens, and his strength had increased greatly. This kind of increase in strength was actually a form of hollowing out the potential of Luan Dongsong's body. In the future, when Luan Dongsong reached the peak of his potential, it would be impossible for his realm to increase. However, now was not the time to think about the future, but the present. The five sects meeting, encountering Luan Dongsong, this time, it would not be so peaceful. Gradually, the people of Heaven Sword Tower were led into the city and arranged accommodations. The young man with Tianjunyu looked at the crowd and said leisurely, "Heaven Tower Master, in the next few days, when the other four sects arrive, we can set off. So this time everyone can take a stroll around the Outer Alliance. There are many good things in Triple City, you can take a look." "Thank you." Tianjunyu said politely, "I wonder where the three alliance leaders are now, may I pay my respects?" The three alliance leaders have been busy with the opening and stabilizing of the passage to the Golden Immortal Ruins, and can't leave. I'm afraid Heaven Tower Master will be disappointed. It's fine, it's fine. The three alliance leaders have important things to do, I'll be able to meet them eventually. If that's the case, I'll take my leave first. This time I'll come when I'm informed of the accommodations. My name is Huang Fuyu, if there's anything, senior, you can look for me at any time. Sorry for the trouble. Tianjunyu politely sent Huang Fuyu off before returning to the inn. This inn had 7 floors, which was just enough to accommodate the living quarters of the Heaven Sword Tower disciples. The entire inn, both inside and outside, was decorated magnificently. All disciples, listen up. Tianjunyu looked at the crowd with a straight face and said, "This triple city is divided into the inner city and the outer city, which is the inner alliance and the outer alliance. The inner alliance is where the inner alliance disciples and elders of the triple heavenly alliance live. You must not enter rashly, or you'll be executed. I can't do anything about it. The outer alliance, on the other hand, is free to look around, but remember, do not quarrel with the outer alliance disciples of the triple heavenly alliance." "Yes, sir." Hearing this, the disciples were, of course, delighted. Under such circumstances, they were naturally very happy and wanted to look around. Moreover, this was Triple City, the most powerful city in the entire abyss of the sovereigns, and the largest existence within a radius of 10,000 miles. There were all kinds of people inside, and the immortal weapons and immortal elixirs sold were dazzling. Along the way, some of the disciples could not hold themselves back. Now that Tianjunyu had agreed to let them go out for a walk, they naturally wanted to take a good look. However, some of the disciples felt rather discouraged and went straight into their rooms, not in the mood to look at the so-called bustling scene. A group of disciples excitedly went out for a stroll, while some disciples directly returned to their rooms and began to cultivate. "Senior brother Mu, you guys should go and take a look. After all, Triple City is the largest city in the abyss of the sovereigns. It's more troublesome to come here on normal days." "You're not going?" "I'm not going." Mu Yun smiled and said, "But remember, do not get into conflict with others." "Yes." Zhang Tianling and the others left excitedly. Mu Yun went back to his room and closed his eyes to think. This time, when he saw Luan Dongsong, he realized that the training this time would be filled with danger. Therefore, he prepared to choose a few more martial arts techniques. "Old man." Mu Yun called out to Guei and said, "The 9 serenities shatter the heavens last time is not enough for me to burst out with strength at my current realm. Can you use 2 more moves?" "You're really careless." Guei snorted and said, "Of course, no problem. But this time, you have to promise me one thing." "Oh? Let's hear it." Guei said seriously, "This time, we're entering the ruins of a golden immortal. I guess there are some things that should be beneficial to my recovery. If you can get it, promise to give it to me." Hearing this, Mu Yun was also interested. Along the way, he and Guei could be said to be connected by life and death. This was the first time he heard Guei's request to him. It seemed that only things that had reached the golden immortal realm could help Guei recover a little. "Of course, no problem. Mu Yun said solemnly, when have I ever lied to you before? Instead, it's you who has been lying to me. Then do you want it? Yes, yes. Mu Yun really had no choice. Regarding the origin energy of the 9 elements heavenly strength that was condensed in his body. Other martial arts techniques could not mobilize the origin energy at all. Only the immortal technique that Guei taught him could do it. Therefore, Mu Yun had to be humble and serve this master well every time. Listen carefully, there are only 2 moves, and there is no name of the martial arts technique. The first move is called 9 Serenity's Finger, and the second move is called 9 Seals Stacked Kill Roar. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Mu Yun was puzzled and said, these are obviously 2 moves of 2 immortal techniques. They are completely unrelated. Then are you going to practice or not? Yes. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Elemental Force Celestial Technique. The first move, 9 Nether Finger, uses elemental force to refine the fingers and refine the 10 fingers. The 10 fingers are connected to the heart, allowing the elemental force and the 10 fingers to link up. Then, one can unleash the power of the elemental force. Compared to a fist technique, the finger technique focuses on a single point. Compared to a finger technique, it is faster and has a strong explosive force. However, everyone knows that the attack range of a finger technique is not enough. 9 Nether Finger alone links up the 10 fingers. As long as you can master it, the 10 fingers will be connected to the heart. Once you attack, you can unleash 10 elemental forces, which is comparable to an immortal arrow attack. The more Guei spoke, the more excited he became. As long as you can refine the strength of each finger, you can unleash the power of all 10 fingers with one finger and directly pierce through your opponent. 9 Seals Overlaying Roar relies on the accumulation of elemental force to continuously unleash a strong roar. The roar is strengthened by the elemental force stacking seals. As for how many seals you can master, it will all depend on your ability. Guei remained silent after he finished speaking. Since you described it to be so powerful, I really want to try it. Of course. I won't take out a lousy celestial technique. Unlike you, you take out those messy celestial techniques to fool those fellows. They all treat you like an ancestor. Mu Yun knew that Guei looked down on the celestial techniques he had accumulated from his previous life and thought that they were crude. However, it was true that every time Guei took out a celestial technique, no one could find fault with it. This was also why Mu Yun would often choose Guei's celestial techniques instead of the ones he was familiar with in his previous life. Knock, knock, knock. However, just as Mu Yun was about to familiarize himself with the cultivation technique, there was a sudden knock on the door. When he opened the door, Mu Yun saw that Feng Rui had an anxious look on her face. She directly bumped into Mu Yun's arms. What's the matter? Why are you so nervous? Oh no, something bad has happened. Feng Rui panted. Something big has happened. Chao Tiange and Zhang Tianling have been poisoned. Poisoned? Where are they? Mu Yun did not have time to ask further. He said, let's walk and talk. Yes. The 2 of them shuttled back and forth on the streets. As people came and went, Feng Rui said one sentence after another. The few of us were originally going to take a look at some of the pill pavilions in the outer city. We wanted to see if there were any special pills, but later on, Zhang Tianling took a fancy to a pill, but just as we were about to buy it, it was snatched away. Zhang Tianling was indignant and argued with that person. But unexpectedly, the 2 of them didn't get along and Zhang Tianling collapsed. And then? After that, Chao Tiange only went to help Zhang Tianling up, but he also fell down. Both of them are very weak now. I felt that something was wrong, so I hurried back to find you. Hearing this, Mu Yun said with a gloomy expression, is it someone from the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance? No, they're from the Heavenly Medicine Alliance. Heavenly Medicine Union, just like Heaven Sword Tower, the Heavenly Medicine Alliance was a bronze faction. There was no need to be so ruthless, right? Mu Yun immediately felt that things were not that simple. Not long after, the 2 of them appeared outside a elixir pavilion. Mu Yun directly entered the elixir pavilion. Looking at the figures coming and going, he surrounded the door and went in. As soon as they entered the hall, 2 loud bangs sounded, and 2 figures were tossed out. Mu Yun caught one in each hand. These two people were Zhao Tianling and Chao Tianguo. Damn it, they were poisoned, but they still threw them out. However, Mu Yun did not have the time to care about this at this moment. Seeing Zhao Tianling and Chao Tianguo in each hand, Mu Yun's eyes flashed. The moment he touched the two of them, Mu Yun immediately felt an evil force penetrating his body. This feeling was very strange, and it made Mu Yun feel as if his body was about to explode. Moreover, that strange power only made people feel dizzy. However, Mu Yun's body now had 4 heavenly flames, and it could be said that he was immune to all poisons. The moment these poisons entered his body, they were destroyed. With both hands on Zhao Tianling and Chao Tianji's arms, Mu Yun guided the heavenly flames into their bodies to expel the poison. Time passed slowly. Mu Yun slowly exhaled and wiped his sweat. On the ground, Zhao Tianling and Brother Zhang slowly woke up. Brother Mu. Brother Mu. Seeing Mu Yun, the two of them hurriedly stood up and cupped their hands. Alright, the poison in your body has just been removed. You are still very weak now. Go back and recuperate. Try to recover in the next few days. Okay. Mu Yun looked at the two of them and asked again, what happened? We met the people from the Heavenly Medicine Alliance. They were really unreasonable and rude. We argued with them, but they poisoned us. Zhang Tianling said angrily. If it was the Triji Heavenly Alliance, he would not have fought with them. However, they had to fight with the people from the Heavenly Medicine Alliance. After all, the Heavenly Medicine Alliance was just a bronze force. They were arrogant and naturally could not stand it. Where are they? Mu Yun said with a frown. Why are they looking for us? However, just as Mu Yun finished speaking, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Turning around, Mu Yun was stunned when he saw those people. It's you. It's you. The two sides looked at each other and immediately exclaimed in surprise. Mu Yun, you're not dead. You're actually so lucky that you're not dead. A slightly sharp voice suddenly sounded. Of course I'm not dead. How can I bear to die when you're not dead? Mu Yun smiled faintly. He was very familiar with the two people in front of him. 5 Poisons Small Worlds 5 Poisons Sect Master, Du Wanshan. Heavenly Treasure Small Worlds Miao Family's Ancestor, Master Miao Qing. The two venerables had actually appeared here and had even become disciples of the Heavenly Medicine Alliance. Now, it seemed that these two from the Heavenly Medicine Alliance had a pretty good status. Du Wanshan, Miao Qing, I didn't expect that sending you to the immortal world would turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Mu Yun smiled inexplicably. In that case, we have to thank you. Looking at Mu Yun, Du Wanshan's face was gloomy and his voice was hoarse. His eyes emitted a terrifying light as he stared straight at Mu Yun. There's no need to thank me. Mu Yun's smile also gradually disappeared. However, shouldn't you take some responsibility for seriously injuring our Sword Sect's disciples? Sword Sect? Haha. Hearing this, Du Wanshan laughed loudly and said, what kind of force is your Sword Sect? Is it an ordinary iron force? I really don't know why the Triji Heavenly Alliance is willing to let trash like you participate in this training. I think they're using you as cannon fodder. It's still not certain who's the cannon fodder. Mu Yun looked at the two of them with a smile on his face. Then we'll wait and see. After all, this was the outer city of Triji City, the city where the Outer League disciples of the Triji Heavenly Alliance lived. Causing trouble here would not end well. Naturally, they knew the dangers involved. Then you're on your own. Mu Yun said faintly. Mu Yun. As Miao Qing was leaving, she looked at Mu Yun and suddenly asked, did you see Xianxia? However, looking at Miao Qing, Mu Yun did not say anything. Miao Xianxia was his disciple. This was something that could not be changed. He had found Miao Xianxia to protect her and dote on her. However, Miao Qing was the complete opposite of him. Looking at her, Mu Yun felt disgusted. The Heavenly Medicine Alliance and the others gradually left. Seeing that there was no more drama to watch, they also dispersed. Looking at Zhang Tianling and Chao Tianguo, Mu Yun comforted them. Don't worry. It's not good to have a conflict in the outer city. When we reach the trial grounds, I'll help you get back at them. After all, these two people are also my sworn enemies. Mu Yun, on the other hand, felt that things were getting interesting this time around. Luan Dongsong, Du Wanshan, and Miaoqing. These three people were the supremacies of the three small worlds. Now that they had come to the immortal world, it seemed that each of them had encountered their own opportunities. However, when Mu Yun first met Luan Dongsong and now met Du Wanshan and Miaoqing, it occurred to him that as he walked out of the South Pole step by step, he might meet even more people. These people were once his enemies or friends. However, he would meet them one by one. If they were enemies, he would deal with them. If they were friends, he would meet them again. Let's go. Mu Yun turned around and left with the others. Among the crowd, a gaze suddenly stared at Mu Yun and slowly dispersed. He's Mu Yun? A man dressed in the outer league of the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance had his hands behind his back. There was a black line at the corner of his eyes. He said slowly, he's nothing much. Senior brother Chen Ku, this person was personally named by Luo Shuiyan. As long as you kill him, Luo Shuiyan said that she'll accompany you to battle for 3 days and 3 nights. Beside him, a man said slowly with a smile. 3 days and 3 nights? Then I'll have to ask for some interest first. Although this woman is fickle, her skills in bed are really top-notch. I can't stop thinking about her. Tian Buyu, where's Luo Shuiyan? Senior brother Chen, don't be anxious. Luo Shuiyan already told me to tell you that she's waiting for you at Heavenly Sea Pavilion Restaurant. Heavenly Sea Pavilion Restaurant. Hearing this, Chen Ke felt restless. Heavenly Sea Pavilion Restaurant was very famous in the entire outer city. This place was specially built for the couple disciples of the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance to cultivate. Although it was called Cultivation, it was nothing more than a man-making project. Moreover, the interior of Heavenly Sea Pavilion was built in a very sweet environment. There were almost all kinds of martial arts. It was not a problem to play all kinds of moves. Alright, this Mu Yun is definitely going to die. I'll go and find Luo Shuiyan now to discuss. Chen Ke could not wait and left immediately. Bah! Seeing Chen Ke's departing figure, Tian Buyu spat with disdain. He's just a lecher. He'll die on a woman's belly sooner or later. Tian Buyu cursed. He turned around and disappeared into the crowd. Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance, Three Extremes City, Outer City. Due to the arrival of the disciples from various sects, the outer city had become very lively. However, under this liveliness, there were many disputes. The disciples from various sects had not even entered the trial grounds, but there was already a smell of gunpowder. Entering the ruins to be precise, the Outer League disciples of the Triple Sky Alliance were extremely arrogant these days. They did not put the 5 great bronze forces in their eyes at all, not to mention the few people from the common iron forces. As for the 5 great bronze forces, they did not see eye to eye with each other. This was not the first time they did not see eye to eye with each other. But this time it seemed like it would explode in the trial grounds. Just as the conflict between them was about to reach an uncontrollable level, there was finally some activity within 3-level city. The 5 sects competition was about to begin. Triple Sky Alliance, 5 great bronze forces, and dozens of disciples from the common iron forces. At this moment, all the disciples were gathered outside Triple City. This time, it was going to be a powerful general mobilization. Everyone was going to participate in it. At this moment, everyone was gathered outside Three Extreme City. Amidst the crowd, everyone looked at each other, their faces filled with intense excitement. There were even sparks between them. These sparks were the light of slaughter. These days, the conflicts between each other had completely exploded. Now, the disciples of the various sects were like wild beasts that had been gathered in the Colosseum. Now, these wild beasts were about to be released from their cages and enter the vast world. Each and every one of them looked at each other, wanting to kill and end their opponents in this world. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, right at this moment, figures suddenly appeared outside the 3 poles Heavenly Alliance. These figures were dressed in long robes, standing on the city walls. At this moment, among the tens of thousands of people, the disciples from the common iron forces were only at the back. Silence. Suddenly, a low shout was heard, and the crowd immediately quieted down. Everyone looked forward in silence. These few people who appeared should be the true big shots of the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance. First of all, welcome to the 5-sex competition. The voice was very magnetic. It was not loud, but it was transmitted into the ears of everyone present. Everyone looked forward. I am the leader of Triple Sky Alliance, Xianxia. I believe many disciples have not seen me before. This time it is the 5-sex competition. However, the participants are not only the 5 great bronze forces, Heaven Sword Tower, Azura Palace, Heavenly Medicine Alliance, Raging Inferno Sect, and Thieving Sky Valley, but also the subordinate Common Iron forces. This time, you will arrive at the Golden Immortal Ruins in the Sea of Oblivion. This time, we have already found out that there is a Golden Immortal token in the Golden Immortal Ruins. Everyone, remember this Golden Immortal token. Heavenly Sword Tower, Azura Palace, Heavenly Medicine Union, Raging Flame Sect, Sky Stealing Valley, your mission is to search for the Golden Immortal tokens. In the end, the 5 great bronze rank forces and their subordinate iron rank forces will find the most Golden Immortal tokens. They will be ranked first. This year, the first place force will only need to pay 10% of the tribute. They didn't know about this beforehand. After paying 10%, the remaining tribute could be used for the development of their sex disciples. This news was absolutely unbelievable to them. We, the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance, do not know what the Golden Immortal Ruins are like. However, we definitely have the Golden Immortal token. There may even be more than one token. Therefore, the success this time will depend on your own efforts. What was a Golden Immortal token, they did not know, but this time, they understood that the main goal of this mission was the Golden Immortal token. However, there is an additional mission. Xianxia said slowly, this time, as long as someone can find the Golden Immortal tablet, their bronze forces will be exempt from paying any tribute. His words caused an uproar. Finding the Golden Immortal tablet could exempt them from paying any tribute. What was a Golden Immortal tablet? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. The Golden Immortal tablet can be big or small. It is a stone tablet. We have not seen its specific appearance, so, it will depend on your own luck. Xianxia said. He did not say anything else. The disciples below were in an uproar. Golden Immortal Tablet, what a Golden Immortal Tablet, Mu Yun was also clueless. Golden Immortal Tablet, finding the Golden Immortal Tablet and handing it over to the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance would exempt them from paying tribute. Who would not be willing to do such a good thing? However, Mu Yun had her own thoughts. The Golden Immortal Tablet was not as simple as a stone tablet if the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance cared so much about it. Seeing this, Mu Yun gradually understood. This time, the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance had allowed their disciples to enter not only to train their own disciples, but also to obtain the Golden Immortal Tablet. Understanding this, Mu Yun finally understood why the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance cared so much about the 5-sex meeting this time. Now, everyone has entered the Golden Immortal Ruins. I will not stop you from doing anything. What you want to do is up to you. Moreover, the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance will not covet any of the treasures you obtain. Only the Golden Immortal tokens and Golden Immortal tablets will be handed over. Otherwise, Xianxia didn't finish his words, but everyone knew what the leader meant by the second half of the sentence. Prepare to open it. Xianxia looked at the crowd and said. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, all of a sudden, the elders standing behind Xianxia flew out in unison. Dozens of elders exuded powerful auras from their bodies. Those elders were definitely not only heavenly immortals, but more like profound immortals, dozens of profound immortal realm experts flew up into the sky and stood in the sky, encircling everyone present. Bang! 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 Instantly, a large flag appeared in the hands of each of the profound immortal realm elders. The large flag was red and majestic. When it landed on the ground, it emitted a strong and powerful light. Swoosh. 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 At the same time, the 3 alliance leaders also flew up into the sky and stood above everyone's heads. At this moment, the 3 alliance leaders waved their hands and struck out with their palms. Crackling sounds resounded at this moment. The 3 alliance leaders formed a triangle and struck out with their palms. A triangular ray of light shot out. Clang. Clang. Clang, the triangular ray of light spread out completely at this moment. Thud, 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 thud. When Muyun saw this scene, she immediately understood that the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance was preparing to teleport over 10,000 of them to the sunken sea. This teleportation was a heaven-defying move. However, the three alliance leaders looked confident at this moment and did not seem to care at all. To them, this seemed to be a very simple matter. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the three alliance leaders stood in the sky, buzzing sounds rang out. The three alliance leaders unleashed their full strength at this moment. Immediately, dozens of profound immortals stabbed the large flags in their hands into the ground. The buzzing sound spread out, and a ray of light shone down from the sky. In an instant, over 10,000 disciples outside the Tripoli city disappeared. At the same time, the three alliance leaders let out a sigh of relief. Xianxia, are you sure that they can find the golden immortal tokens and golden immortal tablets? Beside Su Xianxia, a middle-aged man who looked simple and honest asked. I'm not sure. Su Xianxia sighed and said, it's just that the golden immortal ruins have been damaged at the bottom of the sea for tens of thousands of years. The laws of space have long been damaged. It's shocking enough that a golden immortal can do that. It's not easy to exist for tens of thousands of years. So this time, we can only wait and see. Alliance leader Xiaoyan, what do you think? The simple and honest man looked to the side and said slowly, disciples who are rank 5 heavenly immortals can enter this golden immortal ruins, but we can't. Disciples who are above rank 5 heavenly immortals can even destroy the laws of space inside. We'll just wait and see. Xiaoyan laughed and said, Brother Chen Luo, Brother Su has made such thorough arrangements this time. What are you worried about? The three alliance leaders looked at each other and smiled bitterly. However, I'm only worried about one thing, Su Xianxia said slowly. Seeing Su Xianxia's worried look, Chen Luo and Xiaoyan knew what he was worried about. Some disciples might hand over the golden immortal token to avoid paying tribute to their sections. But the golden immortal tablet, if some disciples with ulterior motives discovered the golden immortal token, they might not be able to give it up. What are you worried about? Xiaoyan smiled and said, the three of us spent so much effort to teleport them to the golden immortal ruins in the Sea of Oblivion. Isn't it to prevent them from secretly taking the golden immortal tablet? As long as they return and we use it again, everyone and everything in the spatial ring will be exposed. Whoever dares to hide will die. Maybe, Su Xianxia was not sure. This mission was foolproof, but for some reason, he did not feel confident. This feeling made him unable to calm down for a long time. At the same time, on the other side, the disciples of the various sects disappeared in a flash and appeared in another dimension. This was another time and space, but it was completely different from what they had imagined. They subconsciously believed that it was a golden immortal relic. It should be a majestic palace left behind, or a vast city like 3 Extreme City. However, when they really appeared in the golden immortal ruins, everyone was stunned. Wasn't the golden immortal ruins at the bottom of the Sea of Oblivion? Wasn't it a place where the spatial laws were very unstable? However, they were now on a continent. It was a continent as far as the eye could see. The trees stood in great numbers, the air was fresh, and the atmosphere was like a paradise. This place was the golden immortal ruins. Many people even felt that they might have entered a fake golden immortal ruins. Muyun appeared in a forest and looked around. She was also slightly stunned. This place was the golden immortal ruins? Old tortoise, what the hell? It should be here. Guai said to Gao Sen, the spatial laws here are indeed unstable. However, that's for the elders of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. It's stable enough for you. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Heavenly Waterfall Additional Rewards. Hearing this, Muyun could not figure out what was going on. Guai seemed to know something, but he didn't seem to be willing to tell him. This guy always pretended to be profound, and Muyun was used to it. This should be a space opened up by a mighty figure. However, it's definitely not something an immortal in the golden immortal realm can do. It seems that this time, it will be very interesting. Guai chuckled as if he couldn't wait any longer than Muyun. Seeing Guai chuckling, Muyun felt goosebumps all over his body. In the forest, Muyun stepped out step by step and looked around cautiously. You don't have to be so worried. There won't be any immortal beasts that are too powerful in here. However, if there aren't any powerful immortal beasts, there will definitely be many unexpected things. Guai was unfathomable and didn't want to explain in detail, but Mu Yun didn't want to ask too much either. This guy, he could think whatever he wanted. Mu Yun walked out of the forest and saw grasslands everywhere. Mu Yun found that almost all the secret lands formed a space continent of their own, and there was everything inside. Since that was the case, there should be more than these natural landscapes inside. Mu Yun walked forward and looked around carefully. Unsurprisingly, everyone had been separated from each other. Mu Yun was alone at this moment. However, he could rely on the dark seal of life and death to contact Zhang Tianling and the others, so he wasn't afraid. However, as Mu Yun walked forward, a spectacular scene appeared in front of him. A waterfall that filled the sky, that's right, a waterfall that filled the sky, and it was a waterfall that fell from the sky. It really fell from the sky. Moreover, from dozens of miles away, Mu Yun could see the waterfall rolling down and spreading out. It fell from the sky without any support. The blue sky and the waterfall couldn't be seen at a glance. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun immediately approached. Such a spectacular scene naturally attracted many people. At this moment, dozens of people gathered around the waterfall, looking at the waterfall falling from the sky and clicking their tongues in amazement. However, what made Mu Yun feel strange was that the waterfall falling from the sky had a water column that was hundreds of meters thick. However, when the water column fell to the ground, it only formed a lake with a radius of a few kilometers. There was no more and no less water in the lake. At this moment, it was as if the waterfall that reached the heavens had pierced through the entire space. There was no extra water that filled the entire space. It's indeed a broken space. Seeing this scene, Guai. Look, that waterfall. As I expected, the waterfall is it? However, when the waterfall fell into this space, it probably penetrated the ground. Therefore, the seawater won't overflow the space. However, it's enough to prove that this space is damaged. I'm afraid it will be destroyed soon. The reason why the Triple Heavenly Alliance could find such a place is probably because the laws in this space were damaged and a flaw appeared. The power of the sunken sea's seawater directly broke a hole, so the seawater flowed in and the space rose. It's no longer at the bottom of the sea, but in the sea. I'm afraid that in a few years, this space will be completely shattered. Everything will be crushed into powder by the seawater. A few years? When Mu Yun heard this, she knew that the five-sects meeting would probably last for a few years before it ended. However, would tens of thousands of disciples be able to find the Golden Immortal Token and Golden Immortal Steel in a few years' time in the ruins of a Golden Immortal? Now was not the time for Mu Yun to think about these things. Among the crowd, she saw two familiar figures. Du Wanshan, Miaoqing. When Mu Yun saw the two of them, they also saw Mu Yun. It's Mu Yun. Chase after her. Almost in an instant, Du Wanshan and Miaoqing chased after Mu Yun. When she saw the two of them, Mu Yun naturally did not hold back. She broke into a run. When they faced each other head-on last time, Mu Yun could roughly sense their realms. Master Miaoqing should have reached the 8th grade Earth Immortal Realm. As for Du Wanshan, he was afraid that he had reached the 9th grade Earth Immortal Realm. Most importantly, there were more than 10 people beside the two of them, and their auras were not weak. Mu Yun was not confident that they would be able to defeat these people together. Therefore, Mu Yun chose to run at the first moment. After entering the ruins of a Golden Immortal, she did not have the time to do anything. Instead, she met these people first. Mu Yun was speechless. However, she could only run now. After leaving the sky-reaching waterfall, Mu Yun directly crossed the mountain range and ran in another direction. In the ruins of a Golden Immortal, there seemed to be no day or night. The sky always looked azure. Everyone could only rely on their sense of time to judge the passage of time. At this moment, Mu Yun did not know north, south, east, or west. She only knew to choose a direction and immediately ran. Behind her, Du Wanshan's arrogant and wild laughter gradually sounded. Haha. Mu Yun, I did not expect to meet you so soon. Is the heavens trying to kill you? Why are you running? Are you very strong-willed and want to fight to the death with us? Du Wanshan laughed loudly. His eyes were full of arrogance. I am not afraid of you if we fight one-on-one. Do you dare? Mu Yun roared in response. One-on-one? Do you think I will repeat the mistake from back then? Back then, I should have killed you with a slap. Now, there is no need for so many things. Du Wanshan said hatefully. Du Wanshan, it is all thanks to me that you are able to achieve what you have today. Aren't you going to thank me? Thank you? Du Wanshan laughed even more crazily. I thank all your ancestors. Du Wanshan immediately scolded. If not for you, would I, Du Wanshan, have suffered so much? Even my life is in the hands of others. If not for you, I, Du Wanshan, would still be one of the 10 great venerables. I would be the overlord of thousands of small worlds. Hearing this, Mu Yun thought that Du Wanshan must have suffered a lot in the Heavenly Medicine Union. Otherwise, his cultivation level would not be higher than hers. However, Mu Yun did not care so much now. She had to run first. However, Du Wanshan and Miao Qing were determined to catch up to her. After chasing for hundreds of kilometers, the two of them still brought more than 10 people and chased after her relentlessly. If not for the fact that Mu Yun did not blindly pursue the advancement of her cultivation level in the past 10 years and had firmly stabilized her cultivation level, she would have been exhausted to death by them. However, as Mu Yun fled, there was no longer a forest or grassland in front of her. Instead, there was a castle. Without saying anything, Mu Yun rushed into the castle. Humph! You want to hide in there and avoid our attack? Dream on! Du Wanshan immediately shouted. All of you, spread out. If you see Mu Yun, inform me immediately. Everyone, gather. Remember, this kid is only a level 7 Earth Celestial. His skills are strange and cannot be underestimated. Yes. Merely, Du Wanshan and Miao Qing were standing outside the castle. At this moment, they were looking at one another with dumbstruck expressions. There was no other reason. Mu Yun's aura was gone. The moment they entered the castle, all of Mu Yun's information was gone. At this moment, how could they still laugh? This kid, I knew it. Du Wanshan shouted. We can't let him out of our sight. Otherwise, we won't be able to find him. When we were in the lower realm, this kid relied on his concealment technique to deceive us many times. But I didn't expect him to still be able to do it. Miao Qing looked ahead and said slowly, we have to get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, in this golden immortal relic, I'm afraid he will surpass us in a few years. Of course, I know. Du Wanshan's hands trembled as he revealed his arms. At that moment, only white bones could be seen on his arms. Blood vessels were flowing through them, and they looked extremely dried up. Furthermore, the skin and flesh attached to the white bones made him look like a mummy. This guy, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't have become Thousand Hands-old Poison's puppet and be persecuted by his goo worm day and night. Du Wanshan shouted. If I don't kill him, how can I quell the anger? In my heart? You're not the only one. Miao Qing smiled bitterly. But before this goo worm grows stronger in my body, I hope I can see my granddaughter before I die. I wonder how Xianxia is now. Seeing Miao Qing's action, Du Wanshan shouted, let's not care about this for now. Killing Mu Yun is an urgent matter. Fortunately, we met him now. Otherwise, it would be really dangerous. After the two of them finished speaking, they immediately flew into the city. On the other hand, after Mu Yun entered the castle, she randomly chose a direction and directly entered a room made of stones. Her true soul had completely integrated into the picture of extermination of deity. At this moment, Mu Yun was like a dead person. When she first condensed her true soul, she had integrated her true soul into the picture of extermination of deity at every critical moment. No one could detect her aura. At this moment, she was lucky to have appeared in the castle. Otherwise, she would have been exhausted to death by Du Wanshan's pursuit. Without hesitation, Mu Yun immediately swallowed an earth yang pill to recover her immortal qi. Swoosh swoosh, 2 ear-piercing sounds could be heard as they flew away from the room she was in. This castle seemed to be very large. With just a dozen people, it would be difficult to find her using their soul search. And searching one room at a time was even more difficult. Mu Yun was not a dead person. How could she just sit there and wait for them to find her? However, After entering the room, Mu Yun began to take a good look at the scene in front of her. The room looked like a bunker. It was a square room made of stacked stones. In fact, it was not just this room. Even the entire castle was made of stones. Looking at the furnishings in the room, it looked like an ordinary room. There was nothing special about it. The dragon saliva of the two-bearded golden dragonet was an ordinary-looking painting, but the painting was only ordinary. However, the content of the painting left Mu Yun feeling very strange. It was a painting. In the painting, a bunch of people were gathered around a bonfire. There were less than 100 people gathered around the bonfire. They were not holding barbecued meat, but badges that looked like short swords. Badges, could it be the golden immortal badges? The people were wearing long golden robes. Their long hair was drifting in the wind. Each of them looked very ostentatious. However, there was only one person who did not place his badge at the center of the painting. Judging from the badge, the only person had placed his other hand in front of his chest. He had no intention of taking out the golden immortal badges. Someone is hiding. Mu Yun stared at the painting and sank deeper into it. Even though he had no idea what the people in the painting were doing, he knew that one of them was not sincere about taking out the golden immortal badges. Realizing this, Mu Yun carefully inspected the room. The golden immortal badges were inside the golden immortal ruins. The castle was also a part of the golden immortal ruins. Mu Yun had a feeling that the golden immortal badges were inside the castle. As for how many of them there were, he was unsure. Bang bang bang, however, while Mu Yun was pondering, a series of deafening explosions suddenly took place at the center of the castle. That rumbling sound gave people a feeling of extreme fury. Roar, however, as soon as the explosions faded, an explosive roar was heard. Bang bang bang, the immortal chi of the heavens and earth immediately went berserk. The explosion shook the heavens and earth. Mu Yun walked to the window on the second floor and looked outside. In the center of the castle, billowing smoke was rising slowly. When he looked over again, he discovered that there were many figures surrounding the exploding thick smoke in the center of the castle. Miao Qing and Du Wanshan were among them. The two were whispering to each other. It was unknown what they were talking about. Mu Yun retracted her aura and entered. She was secretly surprised when she saw a few people fighting. It seemed that there was a problem inside. It didn't take long for more than a dozen figures to enter the explosion and disappear. Mu Yun couldn't see anything. She could only leave the room and investigate. When he saw the drawing, he had a feeling that there was a golden immortal badge inside the castle. When they arrived at the center of the castle, Mu Yun realized that a tall building in the center had exploded at this moment, and a ravine had appeared on the ground. From between the ravines, one could faintly see a flight of stairs. The stairs followed the ground and led to the underground. If he was not mistaken, Du Wanshan and the others should have entered this place. Mu Yun's eyes were filled with joy. She pursed her lips and directly entered the cave. It seemed that only this abrupt change in the castle could make people feel unimaginable. After entering the tunnel and walking down the staircase, Mu Yun discovered that there was actually another castle underground. Merely, it looked quite different from the one above. It looked even more tattered. However, Mu Yun was very cautious. She was worried that she would run into Du Wanshan and the others. Thus, she was very careful the entire time. However, from the beginning to the end, Mu Yun did not encounter many people after entering the underground castle. Amen? As they proceeded forward, Mu Yun saw a pond in the center of the castle. If it was only an ordinary pond, Mu Yun would naturally not be surprised. However, that pond was about 100 square meters in size. The water in the pond was as thick as white paste. At this moment, Du Wanshan and the others were standing at the edge of the pond and carefully looking at the white paste. What is this? I don't know. I've never seen it before either. The dozen or so people looked at each other with dumbfounded expressions. They had no idea what was going on. However, while they did not know, Mu Yun knew. The white paste looked sticky and even a little disgusting. However, it was a type of dragon saliva called the double-whisker golden dragon. The double-whisker golden dragon was not a real divine dragon. However, dragons were born lustful. Thus, they had interacted with many divine beasts and immortal beasts. As a result, there were many descendants of dragons. It was just that these descendants had all sorts of strange shapes and sizes. The double-whisker golden dragon was one of them. The double-whisker golden dragon was an immortal beast. However, it was not an earthly bloodline immortal beast, but a heavenly bloodline immortal beast. To be precise, it was an immortal beast that was equivalent to a heaven immortal realm immortal. The double-whisker golden dragon's saliva contained the tyrannical power secreted by the double-whisker golden dragon. For immortals, it was very beneficial for refining elixirs or even directly absorbing it. However, this kind of dragon saliva could not be absorbed directly. Some changes had to be made. Du Wanxian and Miao Qing stood at the edge of the pond. The dozen or so people around them looked around cautiously. Du Wanxian took a step forward and scooped out a hand. When the white paste appeared in his hand, Du Wanxian exclaimed. It has a very strong burning sensation. However, it has a lot of power. Miao Qing scooped out a hand and scooped out a hand. Feeling the power of the dragon saliva, Miao Qing looked at Du Wanxian and was slightly stunned. It's true. The two of them looked as if they had seen a treasure. They could not wait to put the dragon saliva into their storage space. If I were you, I would definitely not do this. However, just when the two of them were about to make a move, a voice suddenly sounded. Hearing the voice, the two of them stopped. Mu Yun, how dare you come out? You are courting death. Capture him and kill him. Seeing Mu Yun, Du Wanxian and Miao Qing ordered almost at the same time. Alright, kill me. Don't even think about getting a drop of this dragon's saliva. Mu Yun said indifferently. Dragon saliva, however, when they heard Mu Yun's words, the two of them looked at each other in shock. This is dragon saliva? How could it be the dragon saliva of a divine dragon? Kid, don't try to trick us. Du Wanxian shouted. Dragon saliva? The dragon saliva of a divine dragon is overbearing. It is definitely not something we can absorb. Who told you that this is the dragon saliva of a divine dragon? Mu Yun stood out because he had no other choice. If he did not come out, the dragon saliva of the double-bearded golden dragon would really be destroyed by these two ignorant bumpkins. If this is not dragon saliva, what is it? Du Wanxian looked at Mu Yun and asked cautiously. I said that it is dragon saliva. However, it is not the dragon saliva of a divine dragon. It is the dragon saliva of a double-bearded golden dragon. Although the double-bearded golden dragon is called a dragon, it is not a real dragon. Mu Yun looked at the two of them and walked forward slowly. The two of you, stop fooling around here. The dragon saliva of the double-bearded golden dragon cannot be handled like this. Otherwise, the dragon saliva's power will soon dissipate. At that time, you will not be able to get anything. How do you know? Du Wanxian and Miao Qing looked at Mu Yun in disbelief. They had experienced too much of Mu Yun's insidiousness. Because I am smarter than the two of you. Mu Yun walked forward again and came to the edge of the pool. She said slowly, the reason why I came out is to tell you that I am afraid that you will destroy this pile of treasures. The double-bearded golden dragon will only secrete a trace of dragon saliva every 1,000 years. This pool of dragon saliva is secreted by a double-bearded golden dragon for at least hundreds of thousands of years. Just now, you only felt the power of the dragon saliva but did not absorb it. That is simply stupid. When you collect this dragon saliva and put it into your interspatial immortal ring, the power of the dragon saliva will disappear. No, Du Wanxian was about to say that it was impossible. However, when he checked his interspatial immortal ring, he suddenly realized that the dragon saliva had turned into blood. There was no trace of immortal qi. Why did you stop talking? Mu Yun smiled as he looked at Du Wanxian. So what if what you said is true? Miao Qing snorted. Do you have a way? Of course. I have no way. Are you playing with us? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Du Wanxian and Miao Qing immediately rushed forward. However, Mu Yun took a step back. I said that I have no way to take it away. However, I have a way to directly absorb it. Mu Yun said immediately. Directly absorb it? What is it? Du Wanxian asked. Mu Yun smiled but did not say anything. Say it. What are your conditions? Miao Qing asked directly. It was not the first time that the two of them had dealt with Mu Yun. Naturally, they knew that Mu Yun's mind was full of ideas and tricks. She would not act until she saw the hair. First of all, this pool of over 100 square meters is filled with dragon saliva. Of course, I want a share. Secondly, we can be considered as cooperating. After cooperating, you can't touch me. Okay, I agree. Du Wanshan wanted to say that she was dreaming, but Miaoqing interrupted. How can you agree to it? Du Wanshan immediately said through soul telepathy. This dragon saliva is very strange. We can only look at it and drool. If Mu Yun has a way, why don't we give him a share? Anyway, we can just kill him in the end and take it as a waste of some dragon saliva. However, it's better than not getting any dragon saliva, right? Hearing Miaoqing's words, Du Wanshan's eyes lit up. Looking at Mu Yun, Du Wanshan said again, okay, tell me. What's the plan? This pool is bound by a formation. Moreover, it was set up by the double-bearded golden dragon. It's quite different from the formations that we humans use. However, this pool can allow 36 people to enter and cultivate at the same time. I see that there are a total of 18 people here, including me. So, everyone, follow the directions that I say and stand properly. Enter the pool and cultivate according to your own cultivation methods and martial techniques to absorb the dragon saliva. Mu Yun looked at everyone and said, however, let me say this first. Everyone will enter the pool and stand in 18 positions. These 18 positions are 18 orders. None of them can be messed up. In other words, all of us will follow my instructions when we enter the pool. Moreover, when we leave, we have to leave together. Otherwise, all of us will die. Are you trying to trick us? Du Wanshan said hatefully. Whether I'm tricking you or not, you'll know once you try. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Yuri cheating? Miaoqing spoke again. What kind of position? Tell us. I knew that you would cooperate with me. Mu Yun said slowly. 3 people will stand at each of the 8 gates of heaven and earth. The remaining 12 people will stand at the positions of the other 6 gates. The distance between each gate is 10 meters. Now, everyone, do as I say. Mu Yun took the lead to stand at a position and commanded everyone to spread out. Wait. Du Wanshan suddenly said, 3 people from the gate of life and 3 people from the gate of death? Then the 3 of us will stand at the gate of life. Du Wanshan was worried and asked Mu Yun to stand alone. The 3 people from the gate of life, he and Miaoqing stood on either side of Mu Yun. Du Wanshan, it seems that you're still so careful. I, Mu Yun, have always been very righteous when cooperating with others. It's better to be safe than sorry. Who knows what you'll do? Du Wanshan said coldly. At this moment, the 18 figures returned to their positions. Mu Yun didn't care about what Du Wanshan said. She squatted down and immersed herself in the pool. At this moment, everyone else did the same. Now, everyone, listen to my command. Mu Yun said slowly. I'll count to 3. After that, everyone must start absorbing the power of the dragon saliva in the pool at the same time. Otherwise, everyone's power will be absorbed by the dragon saliva. No one can't keep up. Once the absorption is complete, everyone must make a plan and give up their power. Otherwise, everyone will suffer a backlash or even die. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Seeing Mu Yun's nervous expression, it seemed that this fellow wasn't talking nonsense. However, Du Wanshan and Miaoqing knew that even if Mu Yun was messing around, she wouldn't risk her life. They were very careful about this. Since that's the case, everyone get ready. 3, 2, 1, begin. The 18 people returned to their positions after Mu Yun finished speaking. Buzz, in an instant, a buzzing sound came from the entire pool. Everyone began to absorb it wholeheartedly. Instantly, waves of pure energy spread out in all directions. Everyone could feel that their meridians, flesh and blood, and even their souls, were floating in the air at this moment. With this realization, everyone was completely overjoyed. The Earth Immortal realm was about condensing core spirals. Once the 9 core spirals were successfully condensed, one would become a sky immortal. However, how could it be so easy to successfully condense each core whirlpool, this required him to lay down a solid foundation when he was at the human immortal realm. In the human immortal realm, one had to cultivate their immortal meridians, immortal body, and immortal soul. Every step had to be solid. However, for every human immortal, time was everything. Many people did not have a solid foundation, and the result was that they were crippled. As a result, it would be extremely difficult for him to condense his core in the earth immortal stage in the future, let alone enter the heavenly immortal stage. But this time, they were absorbing the pure power of the dragon's saliva to temper their bodies. It was like casting a dragon body, strong and gentle. Not only would he be able to make up for his past regrets, he might even be able to take a step forward and raise his strength. At this moment, the 18 of them were cultivating in peace. However, Du Wanshan and Miao Qing were watching Mu Yun's every move closely. They did not believe in Mu Yun from the bottom of their hearts. Moreover, Mu Yun was not a fool. Although helping them was also helping himself, they would definitely kill Mu Yun in the end. It was impossible that this kid did not know. However, he still came out to enjoy the dragon's saliva with them. This was enough to prove that this guy did not have good intentions. After observing Mu Yun for a long time, the two of them realized that Mu Yun was obediently staying in the pool and cultivating in peace. It was as if he did not care about the others at all. This made the two of them feel strange. However, seeing that the others were wholeheartedly cultivating, the two of them could not help but concentrate on absorbing the dragon's saliva in the pool. At this moment, Mu Yun was indeed not worried about the two old things at all. He stood out for the dual void golden dragon's saliva. The dual void golden dragon's saliva was very beneficial to the immortal's body. It could also help the immortal condense the core. The power of the dragon's saliva could be said to have gathered the dragon power in the divine dragon's body. Dragons were divine beasts. Although the dual void golden dragon was an immortal beast, it was also an immortal beast with a heavenly bloodline. Its dragon saliva was still very helpful to the Earth celestial realm martial artists. At this moment, Mu Yun opened all the pores in his body and inhaled all the dragon saliva into his body. A buzzing sound spread in Mu Yun's body. The dripping sound flowed in every blood vessel in Mu Yun's body. The power of the dragon saliva was like a cardiac stimulant. It was directly injected into his body, and the power was violent. Mu Yun began to slowly activate the dragon power in his body. Earlier on, he had cultivated the dragon transformation. However, later on, due to the limitations of the dragon soul, dragon blood, and dragon bones in his body, his dragon transformation stopped progressing and reached a bottleneck. This time, the dragon transformation was completed once again. Mu Yun's body began to absorb the dragon's saliva violently. He took this opportunity to increase the power of the dragon transformation in his body. Gradually, layers of scales appeared on the surface of his body. However, those scales looked like rainbow-colored light, but they were like rays of light that adhered to the surface of Mu Yun's body. The light of the scales was like a thin film that adhered to the surface of Mu Yun's body and slowly condensed into form. Mu Yun began to absorb the dragon power wholeheartedly, constantly promoting the improvement of his dragon transformation. With this improvement, the power of his bones and bloodline in his body strengthened again. A comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. Mu Yun wanted to shout out loud, but he was trying his best to suppress it at this moment. This feeling was very enjoyable. At this moment, the people who were sitting upright in the pool could clearly feel that the power of the dragon saliva in the dragon pool was spreading very irregularly. Waves of power seemed to be snatched away by someone, changing directions and unable to gather together. The wanton flow of power made the others feel very uncomfortable. When they opened their eyes, they realized that the dragon saliva that had appeared around them was just a tiny bit. However, almost all of the dragon saliva was gathering in the direction of Mu Yun. Most of the power was also rushing toward Mu Yun. This kid was snatching their power. Mu Yun, what are you doing? Du Wanshan naturally felt it at this moment and shouted loudly. Are you cheating? Miao Qing immediately shouted. It was obvious that the power of the dragon saliva was rushing toward Mu Yun. The power that they could absorb was very little. This made them really aggrieved. Everyone, why are you so angry? Mu Yun said indifferently, the dragon saliva is in the pool. Since everyone is absorbing it, naturally, you will absorb it faster and snatch more power. Do I need to give in to everyone? Hearing Mu Yun's words, the few people present were instantly enraged. You are courting death. Miao Qing wanted to kill Mu Yun, but Du Wanshan shouted even more sternly, don't move. If you leave your original position, everyone will die. Hearing this, Master Miao Qing's expression changed. Are we just going to watch him snatch? Miao Qing said angrily. Of course not. Du Wanshan shouted, since this guy is courting death, we will make him beg for death. Now, let's see who is courting death more. Everyone, let's join forces and snatch the resources from him to our side. Okay. The dozen people immediately joined forces and prepared to suppress Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun did not care at all. The rainbow light gathered on the surface of his body, and Mu Yun only felt comfortable. Not only was his body comfortable, but it was also his soul comfortable. Seeing that Du Wanshan and Miao Qing were looking at him with disdain but could not kill him, Mu Yun was in a good mood. The dragonization increased again. The scales of the rainbow sky dragon in his body had completely condensed into a dragon membrane that covered the surface of his body. Father, what are you doing? Your body has the same aura as mine. Little Seven exclaimed in surprise. Hee hee. Father is dragonizing. Perhaps one day, I will be able to transform from a human into a dragon. Mu Yun laughed. Really? That's great, that's great. Father will transform into a dragon. Little Seven will ride on Father's body and fly freely. Little Seven exclaimed. Mu Yun's heart was also filled with yearning. Becoming a dragon, since ancient times, humans had the saying of carps leaping over the dragon's gate. In fact, all living things in the world, whether it was dragons or other powerful immortal beasts or divine beasts, could transform into human form after cultivating to a certain level. Could it be that humans couldn't transform into dragons? Mu Yun did not believe that they could not. All along, humans had thought of themselves as the masters of the world, ruling over everything. It was as if there was nothing left in the world without humans. However, the lives of other races were constantly learning and improving. For example, the demon race. Their tyrannical strength lay in their sturdy bodies, powerful innate cultivation speed, and strong adaptability. Compared to the demon race, humans were weaker in their bodies. The human body was recognized as weak. That was why there were alchemists, blacksmiths, and array refiners. These made up for the weaknesses of humans, allowing humans to dominate a region in the immortal world. However, the demon race understood their own weaknesses. They put down their pride and kept learning from the human race. 10,000 years ago, some powerful demons in the demon region were even willing to spend a huge sum of money to let some of the geniuses in the demon region learn from the human forces. However, humans always thought that they were favored by the heavens and disdained to learn the strength of the demon race. All along, humans thought that all living things that could transform into human form were the noblest. In fact, that was not the case. The divine dragon race was the best example. They were born with tyrannical strength. The body of a divine dragon could be said to have endless benefits. When one reached the peak of dragonization, if one transformed into a dragon, it would be even more terrifying than wearing a top-notch defensive immortal artifact. However, in her previous life, Mu Yun could only explore. How could it be so simple to transform into a dragon? Moreover, the dragon race was a divine beast. Mu Yun only knew some information about divine beasts from ancient books. He had only seen 2 mystical dragons so far. One was Xianxia, that old lecher, and the other was Little Seven, who was now in his body. According to Xianxia, the dragon race did not seem to be in the immortal world, but in another space. That was the headquarters of the dragon race and the source of all divine dragons. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Earth's rhythm. Mu Yun could imagine the vast world, the vast land that made people yearn for it, and the divine dragons that covered the sky and covered the earth. The dragons were valiant, that scene was spectacular just thinking about it. In his previous life, he had made a promise with Xianxia that they would visit the dragon tribe when they had the chance. At the same time, he wanted to see what kind of dragon Xianxia was. Why was he abandoned in the immortal world? At most, the 2 brothers would overturn the dragon tribe and turn it upside down. A smile appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth as he recalled this. Father, what are you thinking about? Seeing Mu Yun smile, little Seven said happily. Nothing. Mu Yun comforted him. Father is just thinking about an old friend, one of your uncles. He is a divine dragon just like you. Really? Little Seven has not seen him before. What does he look like? Little Seven chuckled, full of joy. However, at this moment, Mu Yun did not care about this. At this moment, the water in the pool had already become thinner. The dragon's saliva dissipated, and the pool water gradually became clear. Seeing that it was about time, Mu Yun saw that Du Wanshan, Miao Qing, and the others had joined forces to deal with him. Seeing this, Mu Yun smiled. These guys really did not give up. But this was just right. Mu Yun smiled faintly and stood up from the pool without hesitation. He stepped out of the pool. Crack, crack, crack. However, the moment Mu Yun stepped out of the pool, the entire pool suddenly changed. Cracking sounds could be heard, and rays of light appeared at the edge of the pool. It was 7 rays of light, like 17 chains, directly binding Du Wanshan and the others. Seeing this, Du Wanshan and the others were shocked. Mu Yun, you went out. Seeing Mu Yun come out of the pool, Du Wanshan immediately roared. Yes, I'm out. Mu Yun smiled and said, I'm sorry, everyone. I'll take my leave first. Oh, that's right. I forgot to mention earlier. When the power of the dragon's saliva dissipates, if the people standing at the life gate leave early, then of the remaining 17 people, 10 will definitely die, and only 7 will survive. In other words, out of the 17 of you, only 7 of you will be able to survive if you each occupy one of the 7 gates. Therefore, when the remaining 7 of you split up, you will definitely be able to break through this restriction. Otherwise, what? After 7 days and 7 nights, all of you will die. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she turned around and left. Du Wanshan and Miao Qing's expressions changed when they heard this. Nonsense. Nonsense. Mu Yun scratched her head and said with difficulty, you don't believe me? Then, feel free to give it a try. After 7 days and 7 nights, will you die here? After Mu Yun finished speaking, she left immediately. Right now, the 17 people were only temporarily trapped. However, with all of them together, it was impossible for him to kill them. Therefore, he could only leave. Anyway, there were only 7 days and 7 nights left. They had plenty of opportunities to kill each other. Perhaps he did not even have to do it himself. Mu Yun, you bastard. Come back, come back. Mu Yun, you bastard. This old man will definitely not let you off. Behind her, Mu Yun had no choice but to cover her ears when she heard the heart-wrenching roars. It was so unpleasant to hear. Mu Yun shook her head and left immediately. Father is so bad. Little Seven suddenly said. Oh? How is father bad? Those people wanted to kill father. Mu Yun said with a smile. Little Seven chuckled. Father is lying. I felt that power from father's body. However, that power is very weak. This dual void dragon is just an inferior dragon. The power of the dragon blood is very weak. Therefore, the dragon array that was left behind only trapped them for 7 days and 7 nights. However, father told them that after 7 days and 7 nights, only 7 of them will be left. Otherwise, all of them will die. Father is so bad. I have no choice. Mu Yun spread her hands and said, I have always been ruthless towards my enemies. Otherwise, if they kill father one day, little Seven will not have father anymore. I don't want to. Little Seven immediately pouted and said, then they should all die. Little Seven can also help father kill the enemies now. You? Forget it? It was not that Mu Yun did not trust little Seven now. However, this little guy ate heaven and earth treasures as if he did not want his life. The 3 million Earth Yang pills that he asked for 10 years ago were almost all swallowed by this little guy. Mu Yun was too lazy to calculate how many mortal Yang pills could be exchanged for with 3 million Earth Yang pills. However, after little Seven swallowed the Earth Yang pills, his entire strength seemed to have increased. Moreover, little Seven gradually began to understand some of the 7-colored heavenly dragon's secret techniques. This was what surprised Mu Yun the most. Little Seven's growth speed was amazing. However, the speed at which he consumed heaven and earth treasures was even more shocking. Father doesn't believe me, it's not like that. That's right, that's right. After all these years, Muyun finally knew what it felt like to have a daughter at home. He only hoped that Qin Mengyao would not give birth to a daughter for him. If that was the case, he really did not know how much he would be pestered in the future. Muyun left the underground and came to the surface. He checked the entire castle but did not find anything special. Most importantly, there was a scroll painting on the wall in the middle of every stone room in the castle. This was very strange. Muyun also could not understand why such a scene would appear. However, it seemed that there was a person in the scroll painting who did not hand over the golden immortal token. There should be some meaning behind it. However, after searching the entire castle, he didn't find anything. At the same time, below the stone stairs, Du Wanshan, Great Master Miao Qing, and a dozen others looked at each other with sweat on their foreheads. They all looked at the people around them with cautious gazes. What do we do now? Du Wanshan looked at Miao Qing and asked. What else can we do? We can't believe Muyun's words. He must be lying to us. A Heavenly Medicine Alliance disciple said, at the beginning, he said that all 18 of us must leave at the same time. But now, didn't he leave first? Hearing this, Du Wanshan and Miao Qing deeply agreed. However, when they thought of how they interacted with Muyun in the past, and how cunning and sinister this fellow's every move was, the two of them could not sit still. Could it be that they had to wait like this? If Muyun's words were true after 7 days, then they would be in trouble. They had to gamble with their lives for such an outcome. The two of them looked at each other and immediately nodded to each other. In an instant, the two of them attacked the two people beside them from the left and right at the same time. Boom boom. However, at that moment, the two people beside the two of them immediately burst forth and started to fight back. Du Wanshan, you really believed Muyun's words and want to kill us? The person on Du Wanshan's right said directly, don't we know your methods? All these years, if Thousand Hands Old Poison hadn't taken a fancy to you and planted the goo poison, you would have died dozens of times in the Heavenly Medicine Alliance. How would you have the status you have now? Xiaohe, whether I die or not is none of your business. But today, you will die. When one's life was in danger, how could one still have scruples about such things? Everyone attacked and charged out one by one. Du Wanshan and Miao Qing naturally had to attack. At this moment, Miao Qing shouted, everyone, I'm sorry. From what Du Wanshan and I know about Muyun, this fellow is very sinister. 7 days later, no matter whether it's true or not, no one dares to gamble on this deadline. Since that's the case, then only the 7 of us who survive can be considered as the true survivors. When Miao Qing's words fell, the murderous aura among the crowd completely spread. Naturally, the remaining 7 people would be the strongest 7 people. Kill. In an instant, violent roars suddenly spread from underground. 17 figures were completely engaged in a fierce battle. It was a complete mess. Boom boom boom, the violent fluctuations from underground naturally spread to the surface. Muyun hovered in the air above the castle. When he saw this scene, he narrowed his eyes. This time, they were really fighting. This was not unexpected at all. It could be said that Du Wanshan and Miao Qing were afraid of him. They would rather choose to believe his words this time than take the gamble. However, this battle was destined to last for a while. Muyun was not in a hurry. After scanning the castle again, Muyun still did not find any clues. However, as the underground battle began, Muyun discovered that there seemed to be a rhythm in the entire castle. When the battle began below, the rhythm kept spreading. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. The rhythm kept spreading from 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. Muyun gradually felt a sense of familiarity. As the rhythm began, Muyun circled around the castle. Finally, he confirmed that the rhythm began at the center of the castle. In the center of the castle, the collapsed tall building was spreading the rhythm like a beating heart. Muyun started from the center. 1. When he heard the first rhythm, Muyun took a step forward. Immediately after, the second rhythm sounded. Muyun caught up with him again. The third time, the fourth time, Muyun walked over step by step. Gradually, his footsteps came to a stop. Mu Yan's body suddenly trembled. When the fourth rhythm sounded, Mu Yan's figure appeared in front of a loft in the southwest of the castle. After entering the loft, Mu Yan suddenly realized that he had clearly checked this loft just now. However, now, there was a strange change. This loft clearly had a different feel to it now. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. I'll give it to you. At that moment, what appeared on the scroll was no longer the group of people around the bonfire. Instead, it was the man in the scroll who had not taken out the token. He was sneakily standing under a wall. That man carefully took out a token and placed it under the city wall in an inconspicuous dog hole. However, there were no changes after that. Seeing this, Mu Yan went to the northwest direction and once again came to a house according to the rhythm of the rhythmic sound. The scene on the wall had indeed changed at this moment, it was still under the wall. The man put his palms together and seemed to be chanting silently as he tapped on the token. This was the second scroll. Then, Mu Yan went to the northwest corner again according to the previous method. This time, the third scroll appeared. In the scroll, the man's hand seal was completed. He seemed to heave a sigh of relief and left confidently. In the last direction, Mu Yan saw the last scroll again. In the scroll, the man put his palms together and left completely. However, a golden brick appeared under the wall. A golden head turned, Mu Yan's eyes lit up. Then, her figure flashed and began to circle around the entire castle. A golden head turn. Finally, inside the castle, in the southwest direction, Mu Yan found the golden brick. Her palm hit the golden brick directly. With a bang, Mu Yan's entire body bounced back. Seeing this scene, Mu Yan was stunned. It can't be broken? Looking at the golden head turn and recalling the 4 scrolls, a scene appeared in Mu Yan's mind. The only man didn't hand over the command medallion in his hand. Instead, he secretly stored it here. That was probably the meaning of the 4 scrolls and the previous scroll. However, why couldn't it be broken now? Mu Yan was a little surprised. Hand seal, right, if she wanted to open this thing, she still needed a hand seal. Mu Yan returned to the third scroll again and looked at the scroll on the wall. Unfortunately, it was impossible to move in that scroll. There was only a figure in the posture of a hand seal. Mu Yan could not see what the hand seal was. Seeing this, Mu Yan could only turn back and come to the golden brick again. In her mind, she kept imagining the hand seals on the scroll. Gradually, Mu Yan's palm began to move. With this move, a hand seal inexplicably appeared in Mu Yan's mind. She did not know where that hand seal came from, but it seemed to have existed in her mind for a long time. The speed of Mu Yan's hand seals became faster and faster. Gradually, the hand seals began to move slowly in Mu Yan's mind. Mu Yan took a step forward and waved her hand. Boom! Suddenly, Mu Yan raised his hand and slammed it down. The golden brick suddenly burst, and the golden brick. A shining token appeared in Mu Yan's hand. The token was about the size of a palm, and the entire token was shining and emitting a faint light that made one feel dazzled. Upon closer inspection, this token was like the token used by county magistrates to determine the life and death of people. However, it was shining with a bright gold color. Seeing this, Mu Yan was stunned. A golden hand seal. Mu Yan looked at the token in her hand and could not figure out what was going on. Brat, give it to me quickly. At this moment, Guei seemed to be somewhat impatient. Huh? There's something I want in here. Don't worry, I won't damage the thing inside. Guei said anxiously. Okay. After Mu Yan finished speaking, she was about to throw the token into Guei's divine space treasure cave. Brat, leave the thing behind, and I'll spare your life. However, just as Mu Yan was about to put away the token, a cold voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Hearing this, Mu Yan felt a chill down her spine. Someone was approaching her, and she was still unaware. Mu Yan slowly turned around and saw a figure behind her. He was dressed in a long black robe and a black cloak. His silver hair danced in the air, and even his eyes were silver. Such a person appeared behind her, and she did not notice at all. Who are you? You don't need to know who I am. The silver-haired man said slowly. You just need to give me your token, and I can spare your life. What an arrogant tone. Mu Yun slowly kept the token and looked at the silver-haired man. What if I say, no? Then you're courting death. An indifferent voice came from the man's mouth. Senior brother Yi. Senior brother Yi. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Many figures came from afar and landed around the man. This time, Mu Yun saw them clearly. These people were dressed in the Triple Heavenly Alliance's disciple attire, and all of them were very strong. They were at least disciples in the Heaven Immortal realm. However, when these people appeared, they were very respectful to the silver-haired and silver-eyed man in front of them. You found the Golden Immortal Token? A disciple looked at the man and asked in surprise. Yes. That senior brother Yi nodded and said, however, it was taken away by a nobody. After senior brother Yi said that, he looked at Mu Yun with a cold glint in his eyes. Brat, don't be tactless. Hand over the Golden Immortal Token, and I'll spare your life. A triangular-eyed man beside senior brother Yi looked at Mu Yun and said angrily. Seeing their current appearance, Mu Yun was naturally angry. These people did not come with good intentions, and those with good intentions would not come. Moreover, that senior brother Yi seemed to be very, very strong. Seeing this, Mu Yun frowned. Why? Are you unwilling? Seeing that Mu Yun was silent, the triangular-eyed man spoke again. If you're unwilling, then die. The triangular-eyed man said directly. His figure had already rushed down, and he directly attacked Mu Yun with his sword. Almost at the same time, the blacking sword appeared in Mu Yun's hand. She directly blocked with her sword in front of her. Boom, the violent power directly pushed Mu Yun's figure back. Bang! 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 Mu Yun's entire body was completely pushed back at this moment. She crashed into the wall of the castle behind her, causing it to collapse. She spat out a mouthful of blood. 7th grade Earth Immortal, 2nd grade Heaven Immortal, the difference between them was simply too great. Mu Yun's face turned pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She was battered and exhausted. This triangular-eyed man did not look very good, but his strength was very strong. The corner of Mu Yun's mouth was suddenly filled with coldness. You're still not convinced? Then die. The triangular-eyed man shouted again. Boom. Boom, boom. After 3 consecutive slashes, the triangular-eyed man's entire body seemed to be completely tense at this moment, and all his strength was unleashed. Mu Yun slashed again and again. She did not know how many slashes she had made. Clang. 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 Mu Yun's entire body was completely numb at this moment. Even so, the 3 slashes still broke through the layers of sword aura and directly attacked Mu Yun's body. Slash. 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 In the blink of an eye, 3 streaks of blood directly covered Mu Yun's body. A terrifying wound appeared in front of Mu Yun. Die. The triangular-eyed man immediately shouted. Kujin. However, at this moment, the silver-haired man with silver eyes spoke. Senior brother Yi. Hearing the silver-haired man with silver eyes speak, Kujin stopped what he was doing and said, Senior brother Yi, this kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'll kill him directly to avoid trouble. If you kill him, how will you obtain the Golden Immortal Token? Senior brother Yi said slowly. The silver-haired man with silver eyes said slowly. Hearing this, Kujin was obviously stunned. The silver-haired man with silver eyes looked at Mu Yun and said indifferently, I'll say it for the last time. Hand over the Golden Immortal Token and I'll spare your life. I, Yi Rushue, always keep my words. An indifferent voice, arrogant eyes, and a cold appearance. This man looked at Mu Yun as if he was completely pitiful. Seeing this, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with indifference. A 7th grade Earth Immortal was too weak. Not to mention Yi Rushue who had introduced himself, he was not even a match for his follower, Ban Kujin. Mu Yun's heart was filled with resentment, but there was only calmness in his eyes. He was no longer the hot-blooded Mu Yun who fought with his life on the line. In the immortal realm, no one was afraid of your fierceness or ruthlessness. Others were only afraid of your strength. Without strength, everything was just empty talk. At this moment, Mu Yun understood all of this. He was no match for Yi Rushue now. He was also no match for Kujin. This humiliation was something he had to accept. Guai, are you done? I'm done. Guai said slowly, I've completely absorbed the remote antiquity aura in it. It's just a little bit, but it's better than nothing. It's just a token. I'll just give it to them. I know. Mu Yun looked up and said slowly, I'll give you the golden immortal token. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun waved his hand. A golden light appeared and flashed in front of Yi Rushue. Yi Rushue grasped the token in his hand. Looking at the shining token, Yi Rushue put it away and said, let's go. Yes. Kuzhan and the others turned around and left without looking at Mu Yun. Yi Rushue did not intend to kill him. Mu Yun remained silent as he watched them leave. He knew why Yi Rushue did not kill him. Because it was unnecessary. Yi Rushue was extremely powerful. He could only be the top Outer League disciple in the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Therefore, he did not care about Mu Yun at all. It was like an ordinary person walking on the road. He would not step on an ant just because it was blocking his way. Although this analogy was very low, in Yi Rushue's eyes, he, Mu Yun, was an ant. Mu Yun clenched his fists. He had not been humiliated like this for a long time. Yi Rushue, I'll remember your name. The 5-sect conference has just begun. We still have a lot of time to spend together. Whoever has the last laugh will be the winner. I'll leave the golden immortal token with you for now. Mu Yun shouted in a low voice. At this moment, Yi Rushue left the castle with a few people and headed in another direction. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Was it a coincidence? Before Yi Rushue could reply, a person beside him smiled and said, Kuzhen, you've been with senior brother Yi for so long. Don't you understand him? Senior brother Yi is one of the top 3 in the Outer League of our 3 Extremes Heavenly Alliance. Putting aside the fact that he is a Tier 5 Heavenly Immortal, he has stood out from the rest of the Outer League and climbed his way up step by step. The man who spoke had 2 strands of hair on his temples. He smiled and said, just like you. If you meet a dog blocking your way, you might kick it away. If you're annoyed, you might kill it. But if it's an ant, do you have to stomp it to death? Lu Ruwachan, I know that. I don't need you to tell me that. Kuzhan snorted and said, I just feel that there's something wrong with that guy. He's a Tier 7 Earth Immortal, but he's still alive after my continuous attacks. That's weird. Enough. Yi Rushue opened her mouth. This is just a small interlude. Our goal is to collect more golden immortal tokens. The 3 leaders have made it clear that the disciple who collects the most golden immortal tokens can enter the inner league directly. I don't want anyone to ruin it. After Yi Rushue finished speaking, the rest fell silent. This time, my main opponents are Tang Wenbin and Qin Yuzhu. Qin Yuzhu is the youngest daughter of leader Chen Luo. I won't compete with her, but Tang Wenbin, senior brother Yi, will definitely return victorious this time. Lu Ruwachan cupped her hands and said, Gan Xian and Ji Yu, who are ranked 5th, also want to compete with senior brother Yi. They're like toads trying to swallow the sky. They overestimate themselves and are courting death. Enough. Hearing this, Yi Rushue obviously did not like flattery. He said slowly, I've never paid attention to the people behind me. To be surpassed by someone who has been defeated before is a coward. After Yi Rushue finished speaking, he looked ahead and said slowly, this time, I think the only real opponent is him. As the few of them walked further and further away, Mu Yun landed in the castle. Sitting on the ground, Mu Yun calmed herself down. Kuzhan, a Tier 2 Heaven Immortal, Yi Rushue, whose rank is unknown, this time, he was definitely going to suffer a loss. Was he going to swallow it? Mu Yun naturally wouldn't. This time, he was going to break his teeth and spit them out for Yi Rushue to let him understand this feeling. While Mu Yun was recovering, she discussed with Guai, Old Turtle, what do you want the golden immortal token for? The golden immortal token doesn't seem to have changed. I only need some of the items inside the golden immortal token. Naturally, I won't destroy its essence. Guai chuckled and said, alright, don't be so sullen, kid. Once you've cultivated the 9 nether finger and 9 seals stacking roar to perfection, it'll be a piece of cake for you to kill those 2 brats. That's easy for you to say. Mu Yun chuckled bitterly. However, it's true that my current level of cultivation is too low. In the ES Sword School and Heaven Sword Tower, I'm at the top. But in the Tripoli's Heaven Alliance, a silver organization, even an Outer League disciple could easily crush me. It's good that you understand this. Guei chuckled and said, I was worried that with your recent improvement, your status in the ES Sword School and Heaven Sword Tower would rise. I've made you proud. You have to understand that whether it's Yigu Xue or Tian Junyu, they're not being nice to you for no reason. They're biased towards you now, but in the future, they can turn against you and kill you directly. Especially that sister Xueqi of yours. I think she hates the former you to the bone. I understand. Mu Yun stood up slowly and said, the only thing I can rely on now is myself. At this moment, the 3 terrifying sword wounds on Mu Yun's body had disappeared without a trace. If Ku Zhan and the others were still here, they would definitely be taken aback. Mu Yun's recovery ability was simply explosive. It's all thanks to the dragon saliva that I absorbed when the bottom exploded. My dragonized body has been strengthened again. The dragonized strength has also increased my body's recovery ability continuously. Mu Yun exhaled and said slowly. Don't be so smug. Guei did not forget to pour cold water on her. Don't forget that there are 7 people waiting for you inside. Waiting for me? I'll wait for them here for 7 days, and at the same time, break through to level 8. Mu Yun's idea was simple. She wanted to break through to level 8 Earth Immortal Realm and increase her strength. This castle was huge. Mu Yun believed that within 7 days, there should be people here. With the help of the Heaven Immortal Era technique, she could increase her strength quickly. This time, it was different. The dragonized strength in her body was activated, evolving in the direction of the divine dragon. With the Heaven Immortal Era technique, she should be able to absorb more than double the strength. Now, absorbing 5 times the strength should not be a problem. 5 times the strength, that was the strength of almost 40 core spins. Even if the conversion rate was only half, he could absorb 20 core spins strength. Even if he broke through to level 8, he did not need so much strength. The strength of the core spins could bring him great improvement and increase the power of his celestial techniques. Mu Yun made up her mind. She jumped up and stood on the wall, sitting cross-legged. Her true soul shrank into the chart of immortal extermination, as if it was a dead object. Swoosh, 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 figures appeared one by one. Mu Yun did not say anything and immediately moved out. At this moment, she was the hunter. Since the prey had arrived, she would begin her slaughter. However, when she saw the person who came, Mu Yun was stunned. Zhui Qing. Seeing the person who came, Mu Yun's eyes revealed a look of amusement. Zhui Qing was a disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower. Most importantly, Mu Yun knew from Rengangang that this person was Qin Tianyu's right-hand man. Luo Shuiyan was also Qin Tianyu's right-hand man. However, Luo Shuiyan's work was different from Zhui Qing's work. Zhui Qing was not only Qin Tianyu's right-hand man, but also someone who appreciated him. It was said that Qin Tianyu had promised that once he became the Tower Master of the Heaven Sword Tower, Zhui Qing would be the Deputy Tower Master. Naturally, Luo Shuiyan would be the same. Moreover, coincidentally, Zhui Qing was the grandson of the second elder, Zhui Yun. Luo Shuiyan was the granddaughter of the great elder, Luo Hai. The great elder and the second elder strongly supported Qin Tianyu. Mu Yun. Seeing Mu Yun, Zhui Qing's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He did not expect to meet Mu Yun here. However, Mu Yun could clearly see the excitement in his expression, as if he had seen a prey that he had not seen for a long time. Haha, seeing Mu Yun, Heartless Chase was unable to restrain himself and burst into loud laughter. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at seeing your brother Qin. Zhui Qing laughed and said, before senior brother Qin came here, he told us that if we meet you, Mu Yun, disciples of the 7th grade Earth Immortal Realm and below can only run away. Disciples of the 8th grade and 9th grade Earth Immortal Realm can try to kill you. I didn't expect to meet you now. What a coincidence. Is it a coincidence? Mu Yun also smiled. I also feel that it's a coincidence. I'm also very happy to meet you. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she directly took a step forward. 1,000 spirit fingers. Mu Yun pointed out with his finger, and a finger mark condensed into sword chi. Then, sword chi shot out. This 1,000 spirit fingers was specially cultivated by her. The purpose was to better control the 9 nether finger. With a point of her finger, Mu Yun's entire body tensed up. Bang! 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 This point directly caused Mu Yun's entire body to rush out. You're courting death. Zhu Qing was not afraid of Mu Yun at all. He was an 8th grade Earth Immortal. Moreover, he was a disciple of the Sword Tomb of the Heaven Sword Tower. His talent had been outstanding since young. He was only slightly inferior to Qin Tianyu, but he was also a peerless genius. As a peerless genius, although he knew that Mu Yun had the talent of a heavenly sage, his realm was one level higher after all. How could he be afraid of Mu Yun? The 5 of you immediately surround her. Don't let her escape. Zhu Qing shouted. Yes. However, seeing this scene, Mu Yun was even more indifferent. Initially, I wanted to play with you when I saw you, but I don't think that's necessary now. Mu Yun smiled. Seeing that you've been following Qin Tianyu all day, I think you want to take my head and exchange it with Qin Tianyu, right? As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she took a step forward. Empty blade. Swish swish swish. At this moment, there was nothing around Mu Yun, but the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The 6 of them saw that the surrounding space had actually started to move at this moment. Swoosh 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 sounds of rushing air also sounded at this moment. Mu Yun directly used her empty blade without any mercy. Now, his empty blade could be said to have reached a terrifying level by relying on the Heaven's Eye. Swoosh 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 sounds could be heard as Mu Yun flew out completely at this moment. At this moment, Zhu Wuqing clearly saw that the bodies of the 5 people beside him were actually directly chopped into minced meat by the invisible sharp blade. They were unable to resist at all. The long sword was placed vertically in front of her. With a slash of the sword, a sonorous sound reverberated, causing Zhu Wuqing to continuously retreat. This is the power of space. How is it possible to condense the power of space into a space attack? Zhu Wuqing looked at Mu Yun in disbelief. The space rules of the immortal world are not something that Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals can control. How can you use the empty blade attack? I can't be bothered to answer you. However, Mu Yun directly charged forward and did not want to answer him at all. Seeing this, Zhu Wuqing wanted to escape, but how could Mu Yun give him a chance? The battle only lasted for a moment. Zhu Wuqing only understood at the moment of his death that Mu Yun was not someone he could provoke at all. The aptitude of a heavenly sage was not something that a peerless genius could compare to. However, it was already too late to understand this now. Mu Yun looked at the corpses of the 6 people and waved her hand. Immediately, the power of the 30 core whirlpools was directly absorbed by her. Gradually, the power of the 30 core whirlpools was condensed into 20 core whirlpools and directly entered her body. After doing all this, Mu Yun directly returned to her original position. Now, she only needed to wait quietly. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio 9 Heaven Spirit seizing elixir. Mu Yun began to absorb the energy of the core whirlpool in his body. Now that the core whirlpool had gathered in his body, not only could it be used for cultivation, but it could also be used to increase his strength by several times. Mu Yun knew that his time was short and he did not have much time for him to improve. 7 days. In 7 days, he would be able to become an 8th stage Earth Immortal. Then, he would have the ability to fight against Du Wanshan and the others. After making up his mind, Mu Yun began to immerse himself in cultivation. Time passed bit by bit. On this day, raindrops began to fall from the azure sky. However, the raindrops carried a fishy sweetness. According to Guiyi's words, the space was not stable. It was like leaking water in the sea. Although it sounded funny, it was the truth. There were water droplets everywhere between heaven and earth. Upon closer inspection, the whole sky seemed to be covered by a blue rain curtain. Mu Yun sat in the rain, motionless. However, a light screen gradually appeared around him, cutting off all the raindrops. Seeing this, Mu Yun let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a halo appeared around him. Gradually, the second halo appeared. Then, the third, the fourth. Finally, a total of 8 halos appeared before it stopped. However, under the 8th halo, a faint 9th halo was slowly condensing. However, the 9th halo was stuck at this moment. I still failed, Mu Yun could not help but sigh. He had planned to rely on the energy of the core whirlpool to break through the 8th stage and enter the 9th stage Earth Immortal Realm. However, he still failed in the end. He was only an 8th stage Earth Immortal. At the 9th stage Earth Immortal Realm, the 9th core whirlpool only had a shape but did not materialize. Seeing this, Mu Yun let out a sigh of relief. However, it was enough. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. At this moment, a series of explosions sounded in the castle. 8 figures flew up into the sky. Mu Yun, I'm going to kill you, kill you. 8 figures directly swept across the sky as a crazy roar rang out at this moment. It was Du Wanshan. At this moment, Du Wanshan's hair and beard were fluttering in the wind. His Taoist robes were fluttering in the wind. His entire being was emitting an intense glow. The light of anger. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people all had ferocious expressions. They could not wait to kill Mu Yun immediately. Miaoqing felt even more bitter in her heart. Mu Yun had told them 7 days ago that they could only escape from here if there were 7 of them left. Therefore, they continued to kill in an attempt to control the situation. However, at the final juncture, when the 7 days were up, there were still 8 of them left alive. However, the formation was broken. They came out unscathed. Only at this moment did they realize that they had been toyed with. This formation would only trap them for 7 days. It didn't need to be reduced to 7 people to break it. Du Wanshan and Miaoqing were furious. They had suspected Mu Yun time and time again. It was difficult for them to choose to believe Mu Yun for once, but they did not expect that they would be deceived by Mu Yun. This was a great humiliation. More importantly, they had aroused the resentment of the remaining people towards the 2 of them. If the 2 of them did not believe in Mu Yun, they might not have fought, and 9 of them would not have died. Moreover, the aura of the 8 of them was chaotic, and their strength was very weak. If I see Mu Yun again, I will make sure he dies a horrible death. Everyone, let's recover some of our strength first. Du Wanshan said hatefully. Recover strength? A cold voice sounded. I feel that. Why don't you kill me now? The cold voice sounded. The 2 of them immediately looked at each other. When they turned around, they realized that Mu Yun was standing behind them. Mu Yun. When they saw Mu Yun appear, their eyes were filled with shock. This person did not leave during these 7 days. It was fine if she did not leave, but now, she was actually behind them. Was she prepared to give them a surprise? You didn't leave? Why would I leave? Mu Yun smiled and said, I knew that you were coming out, so I specially came here to welcome you. Otherwise, how can I be worthy of the training you gave me in the past? Du Wanshan's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He knew that things were not going well. He had dealt with Mu Yun many times, and this person would never do anything that she was not confident in. If she did not leave now, it meant that this person had absolute confidence that she could defeat him. Du Wanshan and Miaoqing looked at each other when they saw that. This time, it was a matter of life and death. Everyone, quickly swallow this elixir. Du Wanshan immediately took out an elixir. The elixir was black from head to toe, but it emitted a faint fragrance. This kind of delicate fragrance made people feel very comfortable both physically and mentally. This is 9 Heaven Spirit Seizing Elixir. Looking at the elixir, Miaoqing immediately shouted, Du Wanshan, are you crazy? This elixir can increase a person's potential. Taking it can indeed increase one's strength, but in the future, one will definitely be stuck at a certain level, and there will be no possibility of advancing any further. The 9 Heaven Spirit Seizing Elixir does have this effect, but everyone must remember it clearly. Du Wanshan shouted, Mu Yun is not someone that we can deal with now. Why would I be afraid of this child? I can see that his aura is not stable. He is only a 7th stage Earth Immortal. What can he do? The old man shouted and immediately took a step forward. Boom, there was a loud explosion, and the air in front of the old man exploded completely. He directly attacked Mu Yun. Seeing this, Mu Yun immediately retreated. Thousand Spirit Finger. Suddenly, Mu Yun triggered the energy of a core whirlpool, and it directly exploded. Boom, the energy of the core whirlpool completely exploded, and in front of Mu Yun, there were finger marks that directly attacked. Poof, 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 in an instant, the 8th stage Earth Immortal old man's body directly exploded from head to toe. He couldn't be more dead. Seeing this, the remaining 7 people suddenly froze. 8th stage Earth Immortal, Mu Yun had actually reached the 8th stage Earth Immortal realm. Seeing Mu Yun's improvement, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. You have reached the 8th stage Earth Immortal realm. Looking at Mu Yun, Du Wanshan's body trembled as he said. So what if I am? Mu Yun looked at Du Wanshan and sneered, Old Du, I didn't have the time to kill you 10 years ago, but now, you will definitely die. I will definitely die? You must be dreaming. Du Wanshan sneered. He opened his mouth and swallowed the 9 heaven spirit seizing elixir in his hand. Today, even if I have to risk my cultivation level not increasing in this lifetime, I will kill you here. Du Wanshan's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he spoke. Seeing this, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. On the other side, Miaoqing swallowed the elixir in one gulp. Both of them knew how terrifying Mu Yun was. The current Mu Yun was not someone they could afford to offend. Now, it was best to swallow the elixir and fight Mu Yun in their strongest state. Otherwise, they would be the ones to die. They understood this, but the others did not. However, seeing the death of the 8th stage Earth Immortal old man, the other 5 people also hesitated. It's up to you whether you want to eat it or not. If you eat it, you may join forces to kill Mu Yun. If you don't eat it, you will die without even your life, let alone increasing your cultivation level in the future. Du Wanshan shouted in a low voice. He took a step forward and joined forces with Miaoqing to attack. He was now a 9th stage Earth Immortal, and Miaoqing was also a 8th stage Earth Immortal. Together with the other 5 8th stage Earth Immortal disciples, it was not impossible for them to kill Mu Yun. Looking at the nervous faces of the 2 of them, the other 5 people could not understand. Was Mu Yun not an 8th stage Earth Immortal? Was there a need to fear him so much? However, they did not know what Du Wanshan was thinking at this moment. He and Miaoqing had seen how Mu Yun could kill those of a higher cultivation level as easily as eating and drinking. She could be said to be invincible among those of the same cultivation level. Now that Mu Yun had reached the 8th stage Earth Immortal realm, they believed that Mu Yun still had this ability. Therefore, the 2 of them immediately acted as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The other 5 people hesitated and did not swallow the 9 heaven spirit seizing elixir. They did not believe that it would be difficult for them to kill Mu Yun even if they were not at the peak of their cultivation level. After all, it was 7 against 1. At this moment, the 5 of them spread out in a fan shape and attacked directly. As for Miaoqing and Du Wanshan, they were charging at the very front with killing intent. Looking at the few of them, Mu Yun smiled faintly. This time, he could properly comprehend his sword move, Deep Flame Sword Art. Mu Yun's heart sank and he immediately attacked with his sword. Raging Flames. As soon as the sword was out, the 4 heavenly flames formed 4 fire dragons. However, the 4 fire dragons were 4 rays of deathly radiance. They condensed into a long sword and slashed out. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. However, they had already charged forward and there was no way they could retreat. The few of them looked at each other and charged forward. Roar! Suddenly, a roar was heard. The 4 fire dragons, which were originally charging at the few of them, suddenly changed their direction and trajectory. They made a turn and swept towards them. Sizzle! The 7 of them immediately charged forward to intercept the 4 fire dragons. However, sparks were ignited and they could not withstand it at all. Damn it! Du Wanshan and Miaoqing looked at each other and saw the anger in each other's eyes. They had already thought highly of Mu Yun. However, they did not expect that. They had still underestimated Mu Yun. This guy was not just a monster. This sword move had almost fully unleashed the power of an 8th stage Earth Immortal. It could even be said that it had unleashed 120% of its power. This made them feel hopeless. Bang! 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 However, while the 2 of them were resisting with all their might, the other 5 instantly retreated in a sorry state. Seeing this, the two of them felt even more remorseful. The five of them did not believe him at all. It was no wonder. Previously, they had been tricked by Mu Yun. Now, the five of them would not believe the two of them. Du Wanshan roared again, "The five of you, if you don't swallow it now, the two of us will not be able to resist it. At that time, the seven of us will all die like Xianxia." Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Sky I Jade Green Toad. Hearing this, the five of them looked at each other. Now, they had no choice but to believe Du Wanshan's words. Mu Yun was too terrifying. One move was enough to tell. 5 sounds were heard at the same time. The five of them swallowed the 5 elixirs almost at the same time. Suddenly, a powerful aura was extracted from their bodies. Once again, the 5 of them looked completely different. It was as if they were in high spirits and were in high spirits. "Alright, the 7 of us will work together to kill this guy. Even if we can't make any progress in our cultivation in the future, we can still take the heavenly fire in his body as our own. Moreover, this guy not only has the heavenly fire in his body, but also the strange water. Even if our cultivation will be restricted in the future, with the heavenly fire and the strange water in our hands, we will be able to obtain a very high position in the Heavenly Medicine Alliance." "Alright. The 7 of them immediately formed a line and charged towards Mu Yun. Bang bang bang. At this moment, the 7 of them completely unleashed their power. Seeing this, Mu Yun revealed a bitter smile. It seemed like these guys were really unwilling to give up. Understanding this, Mu Yun immediately rushed out. As her figure changed, a murderous aura filled the air. Nether prison slash. With a slash of her sword, the sword aura on Mu Yun's sword peak was released. A violent power was completely released. However, this time, Mu Yun directly detonated the power of the 4 core spirals to increase the power of her sword move. Once the explosion was triggered, Mu Yun's entire body exploded. In front of her, the 4 swords slashed out. At this moment, Mu Yun was like a devil from the 9 Serenities hell, opening a door to hell. Crackling sounds could be heard. At this moment, Mu Yun was not afraid at all. The 7 of them formed a line and charged towards Mu Yun. The 7 of them all unleashed the power of an 8th grade Earth Immortal, or even a 9th grade Earth Immortal. The power of their combined attack was unimaginable. At this moment, the attacks of the 7 figures exploded. The rumbling sound made people feel as if the earth was trembling. However, the darkness in front of Mu Yun, which was like the gates of hell, spread out. The wild and violent energy also spread out at this moment. The violent power of the 4 core spirals, coupled with Mu Yun's powerful swordsmanship, completely exploded at this moment. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds rang out. Mu Yun's entire body was instantly blasted away. At that instant, the 8 figures collided with one another. A monstrous tremor suddenly spread throughout the entire castle. Unfortunately, there were no spectators around, nor were there any shouts or exclamations. There were only the 8 of them facing each other. Puff, however, as the 8 of them collided, the sound of someone vomiting blood suddenly rang out. When the sound of blood being spat out rang out, the eyes of the few people were filled with shock. Damn it! At this moment, Du Wanshan's face changed and he could not help but curse under his breath. He really deserved to die. The 7 of them had joined forces and swallowed the 9 heaven spirit-seizing elixir. However, they were still no match for Mu Yun. This was simply a great humiliation. However, it also showed that they were no match for Mu Yun even if they joined forces. This person was still as strong and unimaginable as before. However, this was Mu Yun. Du Wanshan's face turned cold and he immediately shouted, "Everyone, stop hiding your trump cards now. If you don't take them out now, I'm afraid, you won't have the chance to take them out in the future." Hearing this, the few of them immediately understood. If they did not take them out now, they would die. Alright. Immediately, the few of them nodded. In a trance, the aura of the few of them changed. Looking at this scene, Mu Yun's lips curled into a smile. Du Wanshan, Miao Qing, don't the two of you understand me? Mu Yun looked at the two of them, her eyes filled with indifference. A few decades had passed, but the two of them were still so naive. Forget it, I'm too lazy to waste time with you. Du Wanshan, you tried to kill me several times. This time I won't leave any future troubles for myself. As for Miao Qing, Miao Xianyu is my disciple. We should be allies and friends despite our age difference. However, you betrayed me again and again. I have already spared you several times because of Xianyu, but you have disappointed me too much. As Mu Yun's words fell, she slashed out with her sword. Nether prison slash. With a slash of her sword, Mu Yun's entire body swept out. Boom, boom. Boom, suddenly, the earth trembled and the nether prison door appeared again. However, this time, Mu Yun's slash carried the power of the sword realm. The power of imprisonment spread out and expanded to a range of 10 meters. The squarish sword realm immediately imprisoned the person who was charging towards her. Space blade. With a low shout, invisible space blades exploded at this moment. Puff, puff. Puff, suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Countless bloody holes appeared on the body of the imprisoned Heavenly Medicine Union's disciple. He let out a blood-curdling scream as his true soul was sliced apart. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Looking at the scene, Mu Yun's lips curled into a smile. Damn it. Du Wanshan had already forgotten how many times he had said the words damn it. Damn it. Du Wanshan understood that Mu Yun was getting stronger and stronger. Now, they could not suppress her. It would be even more impossible in the future. Miao Qing. Du Wanshan suddenly shouted, you and the other 4 disciples, stop her. I need to make some preparations. We don't have much time. We're going to die either way. If I die, he will die too. Du Wanshan suddenly roared. Alright, I understand. Miao Qing immediately nodded her head. As she waved her hands, rays of black light spread out. Within the black light, there was an intense and terrifying aura. Poison chi, heavenly fire suddenly spread out around Mu Yun's body. Sizzling sounds rang out as the heavenly fire slowly spread out. When the poison chi came into contact with Mu Yun's body, it started burning. It was impossible for it to enter Mu Yun's body. Looking at the scene, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with killing intent. Miao Qing must die. If it wasn't for Miao Xianyu's feelings, Mu Yun would have killed this guy several times over. However, at this moment, seeing Miao Qing and Du Wanshan's determination to team up against her, Mu Yun's killing intent was set. Everyone, let's team up and resist Mu Yun. As long as Du Wanshan is prepared, this guy will die. Miao Qing shouted at this moment. She knew what Du Wanshan was preparing. However, if that was the case, Du Wanshan would lose his life. Thinking about how Du Wanshan was willing to die together with Mu Yun to save her, Miao Qing felt extremely grateful. When the two of them entered the immortal world at the same time, they were reduced to being servants of the Heavenly Medicine Alliance in the immortal world. After 10 years, there was finally a turn for the better. Today, how could they die in Mu Yun's hands and end everything? Du Wanshan roared and charged out. Looking at the scene, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with indifference. Miao Qing was heartless, but he was unrighteous. With the black Yin sword in front of her, Mu Yun directly slashed out. Clang, 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 suddenly, a series of clanging sounds rang out. Mu Yun's figure quickly charged into the range of the 5 people. Her killing intent was overflowing. At the same time, on the other side, Du Wanshan retreated a few hundred meters and stood in mid-air. The sleeves on his hands were opened at this moment. With a ripping sound, a pair of arms were revealed from the sleeves. That arm was completely pitch black, without the slightest trace of life. Most importantly, there were only white bones on the arms. The withered skin seemed to be stuck to the bones, and the blood vessels were extremely terrifying. Du Wanshan looked at his arms, and a trace of hatred appeared on his face. He hated himself now, and hated Mu Yun for forcing him into such a situation. But now, all of this hatred would end with Mu Yun's death. Sky Emerald Toad, you have been in my body for 30 years, constantly sucking my bones and blood. Now, I am about to die. If you help me, I can still live. Otherwise, if I die, you will die too. Du Wanshan suddenly said. Croak, croak, just as Du Wanshan finished speaking, a large bump suddenly appeared on his arm. The bump looked to be the size of a fist. With a ripping sound, it cut open Du Wanshan's palm. Fresh blood flowed out, making one feel as if their blood was spurting out. A nauseating aura spread out in all directions. Du Wanshan's eyes were filled with disgust. This aura was really hard to swallow. Moreover, the blood on Du Wanshan's palm was dark green, and it had a fishy smell. However, the dark green toad that had jumped out of Du Wanshan's arm was croaking at this moment. Du Wanshan, don't forget that the 1,000 hands-old poison handed me over to you so that you could raise me. Now, you dare to enslave me? The dark green toad with eyes on its head slowly spoke. His expression was no different from other people. Moreover, his tone was arrogant and bossy. His attitude was high and mighty. It was truly disgusting. Of course I know, Du Wanshan said indifferently. But this time, if you don't help me, I will definitely die. You will need to find a new host. At that time, everything you have done in my body for the past 30 years will be greatly reduced. At that time, whether Lord 1,000 hands-old poison will be angry at you, at me, or at the two of us, no one can say for sure. You dare to threaten me? The dark green toad shouted. I don't dare. I think you're very daring. The dark green toad turned around and looked at Mu Yun. It said slowly, this is the human? Just an 8th grade earth immortal, and he can make you suffer so much. I think 1,000 hands-old poison's decades of nurturing you have been fed to a dog. Hearing the heavenly jade green toad's words, Du Wanshan was furious. However, he could not do anything to the heavenly jade green toad. There was no other reason. The heavenly jade green toad was his host. Once the heavenly jade green toad died, he would definitely die. However, if he died, the heavenly jade green toad would only suffer some injuries. There would not be any problems. Although this relationship was tragic, he was powerless to resist. Don't underestimate this person. This guy is full of strange and unpredictable abilities. He has a lot of opportunities. Most importantly, this is the ruins of a golden immortal. Once I die, it will be very difficult for you to find a new host. Du Wanshan said faintly. You don't have to remind me here. The heavenly jade green toad said coldly. A mere 8th grade earth immortal is nothing in my eyes. Watch how I deal with him. The heavenly jade green toad said and quickly rushed out. Its speed was so fast that it made people tongue-tied. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo. Studio 6 people and 1 beast. Suddenly, the heavens jade green toad's body expanded to 100 meters in size. His eyes were on the top of his head, looking up at the sky. His 4 limbs were fleshy claws that looked like suction cups as he lay on the ground. On the surface of his hideous skin, there were lumps that emitted bubbles, making him look extremely ugly. It was this ugly fellow that had stayed in his body for 30 years, absorbing the potential of his body day and night. Du Wanshan felt disgusted when he thought of this. The heavens jade green toad pounced at Mu Yun with its powerful figure. Get lost. A hoarse voice that was as ear-piercing as an old tree being peeled off its bark made everyone anxious. Heavens jade green toad. This is 1,000 hands-old poison's heavens jade green toad. No wonder we haven't seen it for decades. It was placed in Du Wanshan's body by 1,000 hands-old poison. No wonder Du Wanshan's strength improved so quickly these years. The others were shocked when they saw this scene. 1,000 hands-old poison's heavens jade green toad was originally a very insidious parasite that had been raised by 1,000 hands-old poison for thousands of years. It could be said that it was half of his life's work. They didn't expect it to appear in Du Wanshan's body. Seeing this, they hurriedly retreated. At this moment, Du Wanshan was standing at the back in silence. He naturally hoped that the heavens jade green toad and Mu Yun would fight. It would be best if one of them died and the other was injured. If the heavens jade green toad was injured, he might be able to become its master and suppress this beast. After being suppressed by the heavens jade green toad all these years, Du Wanshan was on the verge of collapse. Kill him. Du Wanshan shouted. I know. Croak, croak. This fellow must taste delicious. If I swallow him, I might be able to live in his body. This way, the new blood and body will give me new potential. The heavens jade green toad croaked loudly as its eyes shone with a devouring gaze. Looking at Mu Yun's expression, it was filled with excitement. This fellow was enough for it to devour. Mu Yan's eyes were filled with suspicion at this moment. Parasite, no wonder Du Wanshan had improved so much in these few decades, it was because of goo worms. The moment she saw the heaven's-eye jade-green toad, Mu Yan understood. Where did this toad come from? Aren't you afraid that the wind will hurt your tongue? Mu Yan sneered. Toad, hearing these 3 words, the heaven-eye jade-green toad's eyes blossomed with a heart-palpitating, scorching aura. He hated this kind of address the most. He was a toad, a heaven's-eye jade-green toad, not a toad. Mu Yan's actions were a blatant insult to him. The heaven's-eye jade-green toad flew into a rage out of humiliation. It immediately charged towards Mu Yan. At the same time, Miao Qing and the others had already retreated. Brother Poison, are you all right? Miao Qing looked at Du Wanshan and said. Don't worry, Du Wanshan said. It's just that the heaven-eye jade-green toad has left my body, so my defenses have been greatly reduced. So, it's best if you guys stay around and watch over me. No problem. Miao Qing and the others immediately stood in front of Du Wanshan and looked cautiously at Mu Yan in front of them. That fellow had always been a cunning one. Who knew how many times he had used feints to the east to attack the west? At this moment, the heaven's-eye jade-green toad charged in front of Mu Yan and slapped at Mu Yan's face with a jade-green mist. Get lost. 10,000 spirit fingers pointed out and rays of finger light shot out, scattering the fog. However, Mu Yan's figure immediately retreated. The heaven's-eye jade-green toad's strength had not reached the level of a heaven immortal, but its attacks were extremely vicious. Its entire body was poisonous. Even with the protection of the heaven's fire, it was not easy to deal with it. Most importantly, its attacks were very sinister. Raging flames. Mu Yan made up her mind. She might as well use the deep flame sword art to resist the heaven's-eye jade-green toad. This fellow's entire body was poisonous. She would use her sword technique and heaven's fire to completely destroy this old thing. Mu Yan slashed out with her sword, and her entire body was filled with a murderous aura. She used all her strength in this slash. Bang! 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 Suddenly, streaks of sword marks appeared. The surface of the heaven's-eye jade-green toad was hit by streaks of sword chi, and dark green blood flowed out. Seeing this, Mu Yan was also stunned. This darn thing's defense was too low, and it did not seem to be as powerful as it looked. The heaven's-eye jade-green toad was completely stunned. What was going on? The heaven's-eye jade-green toad was completely stunned. Its attacks were ineffective against Mu Yan. Just now, it had already secretly attacked. The poison followed the air and silently approached Mu Yan. But now, Mu Yan could still unleash such a powerful attack. You have more than one type of heaven's fire. The heaven's-eye jade-green toad looked at Mu Yan and screamed. Who told you it's one type? Thousand Calamity Ghost Fire, Soul Devouring Heart Fire, Purple Lotus Demonic Fire, and Alien Essence Cold Fire. Tell me, which one do you like? Mu Yan immediately said with a smile. Purple Lotus Demonic Fire. Hearing Mu Yan mention the Purple Lotus Demonic Fire, the heaven's-eye jade-green toad immediately screamed, and the bubbles on its body exploded faster and faster. It was no wonder that Mu Yan had remained silent even after it had made its move. Its attacks were completely ineffective against the Purple Lotus Demonic Fire. The heaven's-eye jade-green toad was completely stunned. It did not expect Mu Yan to have the Purple Lotus Demonic Fire in her body. It was simply courting death. Go. The moment it heard the Purple Lotus Demonic Fire, the heaven's-eye jade-green toad immediately stepped out and turned back. Go, wait. Du Wanshan was stunned. Miao Qing was stunned. They knew how powerful the heaven's-eye jade-green toad was, but what was the situation now? Go. Where could they go? Heaven's-eye jade-green toad, what are you doing? Du Wanshan immediately shouted, where can we go now? I'll tell you what I'm doing. Mu Yan also reacted at this moment. To be precise, it is indeed not afraid of the heavenly fire. However, there is a type of heavenly fire that is its nemesis, the Purple Lotus Demonic Fire. Mu Yan realized that 3 of the 4 heavenly fires surrounding her did not sense anything and did not change at all. However, the screen of the last Purple Lotus Demonic Fire did emit a sizzling sound. If Mu Yan's guess was right, that should be the Purple Lotus Demonic Fire, which greatly restricted the heaven's-eye jade-green toad. Run? Now, we can't run away. Understanding this, Mu Yun immediately smiled. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth, and she directly stepped out. Boom boom, two fire dragons immediately rushed out, and the green fire shadow that was thousands of meters long wrapped around the Heaven's Eye Jade Green Toad. Seeing this, the Heaven's Eye Jade Green Toad completely retreated. Heaven's Eye Jade Green Toad, now we have no way out. Either we die, or we continue to fight. Otherwise, we will die without a burial place. Du Wanshan shouted. Can't I tell? Trash, I don't need you to tell me that. The Heaven's Eye Jade Green Toad was really scared now. This was too terrifying. How could this be? No choice, we can only risk our lives and try. The Heaven's Eye Jade Green Toad immediately shouted, if you want to live, then, as the words fell, the bubbles on the surface of the Heaven's Eye Jade Green Toad's body slowly rose, and each of the bubbles flew towards Du Wanshan and the rest. What are you doing? What am I doing? Of course, I'm asking you to help me crush this brat to death. The Heaven's Eye Jade Green Toad shouted in a low voice and took a step forward. More and more bubbles appeared on its body, wrapping around the 6 figures and pulling them in front of it. Immediately, the bubbles exploded, and the 6 figures were pulled into the blood bubbles on the Heaven's Eye Jade Green Toad's back. This combination of human and beast made one feel that the Heaven's Eye Jade Green Toad was disgusting and ugly. This venomous worm made one want to vomit. Even though this was the case, Du Wanshan and the other 5 did not have the ability to resist. Combination? Looking at the 6 people and the beast, a playful smile appeared on Mu Yun's face immediately. She wanted to see what kind of special method the Heaven's Eye Jade Green Toad could use. The 6 of you, attack together with me. Help me restrain his purple lotus demonic fire, and I can kill him. The Heaven's Eye Jade Green Toad shouted. How could it be easy to overcome Mu Yun's purple lotus demonic fire, but seeing that the Heaven's Eye Jade Green Toad did not seem to be joking, the few of them immediately looked at each other, and their eyes revealed a desperate expression. Let's go. The Heaven's Eye Jade Green Toad immediately roared, and its huge figure charged towards Mu Yun with its 4 claws. Myriad Spirit Finger. She pointed her finger, and finger marks appeared all over Mu Yun's body. Those finger marks were extremely fast and charged towards the Heaven's Eye Jade Green Toad. Bang bang bang, however, the Heaven's Eye Jade Green Toad was completely unafraid of these attacks. In addition to the defense of Du Wanshan and the other 5 on its back, everyone was connected and could attack and defend as one. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun finally knew what this fellow was planning. However, what could this do to her? Mu Yun took another step forward, and the Blackeen sword burst out with a dazzling light. Boom boom boom, the light flashed, and the sword aura shot towards the combination of human and beast. Every sword aura carried the power of 4 heavenly fires, and it directly exploded. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Guard against the attack of the purple lotus demonic fire. The Heaven's Eye Jade Green Toad immediately shouted. Understood. Immediately, the 6 of them rushed out of the Heaven's Eye Jade Green Toad's body. However, even as the 6 of them rushed out, one could see that there was still a faintly discernible green thread behind their bodies that connected them to the Heaven's Eye Jade Green Toad. Seeing their actions, Mu Yun sneered. Since that's the case, let's see if the 6 of you can withstand it. Mu Yun's lips curled up slightly, and she attacked with her sword. Inferno Sky Sword Slash. Mu Yun held the sword with both hands and raised it high in front of her. Under the gathering of sword Tao, the sword across the sky was overbearing and condensed. The violent sword aura spread out completely like Mu Yun's endless fighting spirit. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Dark green rolling ball 4 streaks of heavenly fire carrying sword aura had just arrived. At this moment, another sword slash spread out. Instantly, the pressure on the Heaven's Eye Jade Green Toad and the 6 people skyrocketed. Boom, however, the 2 sides finally clashed. The sound of an explosion finally spread out. This explosion shook the earth and mountains. At this moment, with the 7 people and 1 beast as the core, a light screen bomb spread across the entire castle. Slowly, the light screen exploded. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. More than half of the castle was damaged. This attack was simply too violent. Mu Yun let out a deep breath. The dark flame sword art was a superior earth-rank immortal technique. Its power was multiplied when combined with the heavenly fire. Therefore, this sword attack was extremely powerful. However, even so, Mu Yun understood. This sword attack did not take the toad's life. Croak. Croak, as expected, not long after, croaking sounds came from the ruins. The heaven's-eye jade green toad appeared again. However, this time around, this fellow's entire body was drenched in blood. Dark green blood with a foul stench had practically dyed his entire body. At this moment, his cries had also become somewhat weaker. Seeing this, Mu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes were filled with coldness. Although it was not dead, it was not far from it. Trash. However, the heaven's-eye jade green toad crawled out and shouted. Only 4 of the 6 people on its back were left. Du Wanshan, Miao Qing, and the other 2 people had ugly expressions. They did not know if the other 2 people had fainted or were really dead. The heaven's-eye jade green toad looked extremely angry. Seeing this, Mu Yun smiled and said, "How does it feel? You want to rely on the 6 of them to block the purple lotus demonic fire? All my attacks contain the purple lotus demonic fire. If you face my attacks, you will have to taste the purple lotus demonic fire." You, the heaven's-eye jade green toad was completely furious. Do you think I have no other way? In your dreams. The heaven's-eye jade green toad shouted. However, as soon as it shouted, 2 cries of agony came from its back. The 2 people who had fainted were pulled into its body. Bulging blood bubbles appeared as their bodies turned into minced meat. Seeing this, the other 2 people were terrified. Not enough. The heaven's-eye jade green toad roared again and chewed. 2 figures were pulled into its body. Of the original 6, only Miao Qing and Du Wanshan were left. What is it doing? Seeing this scene, Miao Qing was instantly terrified. Du Wanshan hesitated, but he did not say anything. Tell me. Miao Qing grew anxious. In this short period of time, the 4 of them had been devoured by the heaven-eye jade green toad. She might be the next one. Say what? If we devour you, we might be able to leave this place alive. Isn't it better for you to die than for all of us to die? The heaven's-eye jade green toad immediately shouted, Miao Qing, just be obedient and prepare to become my nutrients. As soon as the heaven's-eye jade green toad finished speaking, a bubble rose and enveloped Great Master Miao Qing's body. Seeing this, Miao Qing could not allow herself to be captured. Great Master Miao Qing leapt into the air as a murderous aura burst out from his body. It was impossible for him to surrender at this moment. Miao Qing, stop resisting. Otherwise, everyone will die here. Du Wanshan roared and jumped up from the heaven's-eye jade green toad's back. He took a step forward, and a violent energy exploded. Thud thud thud. Du Wanshan's continuous attacks landed on Miao Qing's body. She could not resist at all. In addition to the heaven's-eye jade green toad's suppression, Miao Qing's body quickly disappeared. Seeing this, Mu Yun sighed. Miao Qing trusted Du Wanshan too much. How could there be a pure friendship between them? It was only a relationship of mutual benefit. In a life-and-death situation, Du Wanshan would not care about her. Mu Yun. However, seeing that her body was about to be devoured, Miao Qing shouted, Mu Yun, I beg you to find Miao Yu. She is your disciple after all. Hearing this plea, Mu Yun sneered. She had given Miao Qing many chances, but she had betrayed him time and time again. Don't worry. Mu Yun said indifferently, Miao Xianyu is my disciple. I will find her and protect her. This has nothing to do with you. After Mu Yun said that, Miao Qing's body was completely devoured and disappeared. Du Wanshan also heaved a sigh of relief. Get ready. The heaven's-eye jade green toad shouted and charged towards Mu Yun. It's time for this battle to end. Mu Yun said indifferently. After she said that, swoosh 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 sounds could be heard. Mu Yun's entire body charged forward. Countless spatial blades spread out in front of her. Those sharp blades were sharp and emitted a cold light. It made one feel as if the scene before them had completely changed. Seeing this, the heaven's-eye jade green toad sneered and burst a bubble in its mouth. Those bubbles were wrapped in many coarse spirals and charged towards Mu Yun. Seeing this, Mu Yun finally understood why the Heaven's-Eye Jade Green Toad had devoured the other 5 people. It had absorbed the power of their core spirals and triggered a violent power. However, her wishful thinking was wrong. When Mu Yun saw this, he immediately laughed sinisterly and charged out. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the scene of heaven and earth collapsing appeared again. 10 core spirals appeared in front of Mu Yun. The power of those 10 core spirals spread out. The rich immortal chi was dense and terrifying. Seeing this, the Heaven's-Eye Jade Green Toad was completely stunned. How can you use core spirals? Just because you can't think of it doesn't mean it's impossible. However, Mu Yun smiled and charged out. Boom boom boom, at this point, a collision occurred. The ground shook again. At this moment, Mu Yun was calm in her heart and even more expressionless on the surface. Everything was going according to plan. There was nothing to feel incredulous about. Mu Yun waved her hand, and a series of explosions sounded. 9th nether finger, however, the current Mu Yun could only use the penetrative power of the 9th nether finger. However, the power of this finger was enough. This finger directly exploded with a powerful force. Rumbling sounds rang out, and Mu Yun immediately went berserk. Crackling sounds could be heard. Mu Yun was completely enraged at this moment. Dong, the target of that finger was not the Heaven's-Eye Jade Green Toad, but Du Wanshan. With one finger, the sound of destruction spread. A scream followed. At this moment, Du Wanshan's body was directly penetrated by the finger and exploded into pieces. Seeing this, Mu Yun exclaimed in her heart. The power of this 9th nether finger was much stronger than she had imagined. At this moment, Mu Yun was greatly shaken. This was the 9th nether finger, an immortal technique that erupted with essence force. It was very powerful. Seeing this, Mu Yun's heart was filled with anticipation. She wanted to know how powerful the real 9th nether finger was. Du Wanshan only had half of his body left. He shouted crazily, Mu Yun, I'm going to kill you, Du Wanshan was completely enraged as if he had gone mad. However, while Du Wanshan was shouting, the Heaven's-Eye Jade Green Toad directly swallowed the remaining half of his body into its own body. Seeing that the situation was not right, the Heaven's-Eye Jade Green Toad prepared to escape. Thinking of running away? Seeing this, Mu Yun smiled and said, Why are you in such a hurry to run? I want to see how powerful your goo worm is. I'll remember you, Mu Yun. The next time we meet, you will definitely die. There won't be a next time. Mu Yun snorted coldly and directly attacked. With a roar, Mu Yun stood on the spot and directly roared. 9 seals stacked kill roar. Immediately, the roar spread between heaven and earth. Essence force gathered in Mu Yun's body, and then she released a sound from her mouth. With a roar, she completely attacked. This roar truly startled the heavens and earth, and made ghosts and gods weep. Between heaven and earth, the roar spread completely at this moment. The earth sank, and the remaining half of the entire castle completely fell under Mu Yun's roar. The Heaven's-Eye Jade Green Toad, which was originally flying away, suddenly stopped. Blood flowed out of its ears and eyes, and cracks appeared on the surface of its huge body. Even its meridians were shaken open. This roar's power was off the charts. At this moment, the one who was suffering was the Heaven's-Eye Jade Green Toad. It had already tried its best, but it was not Mu Yun's opponent at all. This fellow had layers after layers of tricks, and it was not her opponent at all. Now, it could not even run away. It was killed by Du Wanshan. Wait. The Heaven's-Eye Jade Green Toad suddenly roared and looked at Mu Yun. Don't kill me. I'm willing to be your follower and be your goo worm. I'll listen to your orders for the rest of my life. Be my goo worm? However, Mu Yun shook her head and said, That won't do. I think you're ugly. As her words fell, Mu Yun directly took a step forward. A rumbling explosion sounded. At this moment, Mu Yun completely exploded. However, seeing that Mu Yun really wanted to kill it, the Heaven's-Eye Jade Green Toad was even more furious. If I die, you will die with me too. The Heaven's-Eye Jade Green Toad immediately roared and charged towards Mu Yun. Roar. With a roar, the Heaven's-Eye Jade Green Toad's entire body suddenly expanded several times. Its body, which was hundreds of meters tall, exploded at this moment. However, under that explosion, a round rolling ball suddenly appeared. At this moment, the rolling ball was spinning at high speed and charged directly towards Mu Yun. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun did not dare to be careless and blocked it with all her might. However, with this block, Mu Yun discovered that the surface of the rolling ball's body carried a thick dark green smoke, and all her blocks were penetrated. And in that instant, the rolling poisonous gas was more than 10 times the poisonous gas that the Heaven's-Eye Jade Green Toad had released previously. Even though Mu Yun blocked all 4 heavenly fires in front of her, she still could not stop the speed of the rolling ball. Puff, 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 puff. At this moment, the 4 heavenly fires were directly broken apart by the rolling ball. The dark green rolling ball immediately spread out. It directly arrived in front of Mu Yun. That was all. That dark green rolling ball arrived in front of her. Just as Mu Yun was about to raise her hand to block it, that dark green rolling ball directly burrowed into Mu Yun's arm. Immediately, a heart-wrenching force directly trapped Mu Yun's arm. Without hesitation, Mu Yun directly refined the heavenly fire at her neck. The purple lotus demonic flame condensed into a hard fire net at her neck. At this moment, that rolling ball was continuously moving around in Mu Yun's body. Finally, the rolling ball settled down in Mu Yun's palm. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios broad-backed rhinoceros ape. That imprint looked as if it had been directly imprinted on his palm. There was no difference in it at all. However, Mu Yun could sense a terrifying poison fluctuation from it. At this moment, the layers of toxic energy seemed to be ready to counterattack and devour his body. The Heaven-Eye Emerald Toad had completely disappeared in front of him. Bastard, it even self-destructed to cause trouble for me. Mu Yun cursed and looked at his palm. This should be the core essence of the Heaven-Eye Emerald Toad. It contains its strongest poison. Once it spreads throughout my body, I'm afraid I'll be done for. Even the heavenly fire won't be able to stop it. Mu Yun muttered to himself, I have to expel it as soon as possible. What's the rush? However, at this moment, Guai chuckled and said, the celestial emerald toad's core essence poison is extremely potent. If you're not careful, even a celestial immortal's body will rot. Just keep it in your hand. The heavenly fire will help you suppress it anyway. If you really can't, you can abandon your palm at a critical moment and release the poison inside. Perhaps it'll have an unexpected effect. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. I understand. However, it's not worth it to regenerate my palm again. I can think of a way to refine it with the heavenly fire. Then, I'll unleash an attack at a critical moment. After making up his mind, Mu Yun prepared to leave the place. Now that the castle was completely destroyed, there was no point for him to stay any longer. The Golden Immortal. Ruins were extremely complicated. It was best to find Zhang Tianling, Feng Rui, Chao Tianga, and the other disciples of the Yi Sword sect. Besides, Ren Gangang, Tian Xian, Luo Jianxue, Yu Qinglan, Huan Qingsha, and the others had also entered the Golden Immortal ruins. If they did not work together, they would be in great trouble. When he met Yu Ruxue, she did not kill him because she did not think it was necessary. However, it was hard to guarantee that the next person he met would think the same. Mu Yun's figure immediately left the dilapidated castle. However, just as Mu Yun was about to leave the castle, a furious roar suddenly rang out in the Heavenly Medicine Union in the northern part of the Sovereign's Abyss. Ah! The crazy shouts caused the Heavenly Medicine Alliance's disciples to be completely stupefied. Who was it that had provoked the Heavenly Medicine League's renowned Thousand Hands-Old Poison? The Thousand Hands-Old Poison was an extremely famous existence within the Heavenly Medicine Alliance. Furthermore, even the Alliance Master did not dare to be negligent. Before others, they addressed him as Senior Thousand Hands-Old Poison. However, behind others, they all addressed him as Old Poison. The reason for that was none other than the fact that the Thousand Hands-Old Poison's true name was something that no one could remember. However, the name Thousand Hands-Old Poison was something that no one could forget. This person wasn't particularly skilled at concocting immortal pills, but his ability to concoct poison pills was well known throughout the entire Heavenly Medicine Alliance and the Sovereign's Abyss under the control of the Triple Celestial Alliance. He wondered who it was that had provoked this old poison today. He reckoned that the person would die miserably. Damn it! Damn it! Who killed the heavenly eye jade green toad that I painstakingly raised? The 1,000 hands-old poison was extremely furious. I'm going to kill him. Kill him. That's right. Du Wanshan went to participate in the 5-sex competition of the Triple Celestial Alliance. He must be a disciple of the 5-sex competition. I don't care who you are. Since you killed my heavenly eye jade green toad, you must die. The furious roar caused the surrounding disciples to keep their distance. They were afraid that they would get involved with this terrifying old poison. At the same time, Mu Yun immediately chose a direction within the castle and continued to advance. 7 days ago, he had seen Yi Rushue and the others rushing in this direction. Yi Rushue wouldn't run around randomly. She should have discovered something. However, along the way, Mu Yun had never forgotten to contact Shan Tianling and the others. However, the strange thing was that Mu Yun's words seemed to have been drowned in the sea and disappeared without a sound. These people had never responded to him. That was very strange. Logically speaking, unless they were too far away, or these people were deep in a strange place and didn't receive his message. However, as he advanced, the scenery changed again. A forest appeared in front of his eyes. It was a complete forest. There wasn't a single mountain. There were only towering trees that were several hundred meters tall. Mu Yun hesitated for a moment and then entered the forest. In a flash, Mu Yun hid his true soul in his extermination of immortality painting. It was like a moving piece of wood, without a trace of life aura. After doing all this, Mu Yun slowly exhaled. In this forest, there were towering trees everywhere. Shuttling between the tree trunks, Mu Yun carefully checked his surroundings. Roar! Suddenly, a roar rang out in front of him. Mu Yun saw a towering tree topple over in response to the sound. As he got closer, Mu Yun finally saw the scenery in front of him. Hundreds of figures were gathered together, fighting against an ape that was more than 500 meters tall. However, that ape was not an ordinary ape. It was an immortal beast, the long-backed nosed ape. The long-backed nosed ape was different from other apes. In addition to its arms that were 100 meters long, its nose was like an elephant's nose. It hung down like a third arm. Most importantly, this long-backed nosed ape's long nose was also one of its attacking methods. And it was very powerful. It could be soft or hard. When it was soft, it was like a long whip, extremely tough. When it was hard, it was more like an immortal artifact, with a domineering attack power. Most importantly, this long-backed nosed ape could remove its nose at any time to fight. It could also grow its nose back at any time. It was as if it carried an immortal artifact with it. The long-backed nosed ape was an immortal beast with a heavenly bloodline. Who would be so bold to besiege this guy? Hiding in a huge tree, Mu Yun saw the scenery in front of him clearly. There were a total of 2 groups of people. One group had more than 50 people. The leader was tall and had an extraordinary aura. It was Qin Tianyu. Beside Qin Tianyu, a beautiful woman stood still. It was Luo Shuiyan. On the other side, a slightly gentle and beautiful man stood still. Feng Ruoqing. At this moment, there were dozens of people following behind Feng Ruoqing. These 2 people were joining forces to kill this long-backed nosed ape. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun smiled in her heart. What a coincidence! Firstly, she did not expect that Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing could join forces to deal with the long-backed nosed ape. Moreover, if she met the 2 of them in this place, Mu Yun reckoned that they would immediately give up on the long-backed nosed ape and chase after her. However, Mu Yun did not understand why the 2 of them would join forces to deal with the long-backed nosed ape. This really did not make any sense. At this moment, the 2 groups surrounding the long-backed nosed ape allowed Mu Yun to see some clues. At this moment, the 2 groups each occupied one side and surrounded the long-backed nosed ape in the center. Although they seemed to be joining forces, they were still on guard against each other. Qin Tianyu shouted, Feng Ruoqing, we don't even know whether the pattern on the chest of this long-backed nosed ape is a land of danger or a land of treasure. Why are you fighting with me? Eldest senior brother, that's not right. Since you don't know whether it's a land of danger or a land of treasure, why are you still fighting with me? Feng Ruoqing said frankly. Why don't we give it to you, junior brother? In your dreams. Qin Tianyu shouted immediately, since you and I don't want to give in, there's only one way. What way? We'll join forces to kill this long-backed nosed ape. The two of us will take half of the map on its chest and then join forces to find the place on the map. How about that? Okay. Fengruoqing also agreed at this moment. If the stalemate continued, they would be in trouble if they met the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance or other sects. Right now, the most urgent thing was to take care of this big guy in front of them. After making up their minds, everyone spread out and completely surrounded the long-backed nosed ape. However, the long-backed nosed ape did not speak. It only looked at everyone, and the murderous intent in its eyes intensified. It seemed that these lowly humans disgusted it from the bottom of its heart. Kill. Immediately, over 100 people surrounded him. Crackling sounds could be heard. Mu Yun was hiding on top of a giant tree at this moment. She was hundreds of meters away and was not worried about being discovered at all. At this moment, the two sides joined forces. Suddenly, the long-backed nosed ape's situation became very difficult. Roar, the long-backed nosed ape let out a low growl. With a roar, it twisted its long nose off. Clanging sounds could be heard. The long nose of the long-backed nosed ape was like a long spear that kept spreading from top to bottom. It was firm and tough. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately looked at each other. They were extremely surprised. The long-backed nosed ape was angry. Roar, another roar sounded. Immediately, the long-backed nosed ape let out a low growl and swung its long nose. Puff, puff, puff. At this moment, 7 or 8 disciples were directly hit by the long-backed nosed ape's long nose. Their entire bodies were immediately broken into two. Such a miserable scene immediately caused the smell of blood to spread. And these 7 or 8 people were all martial artists on Qin Tianyu's side. Seeing this scene, Qin Tianyu was furious. Fengruoqing, what are you doing? What does it have to do with me? Fengruoqing also shouted, this big guy suddenly attacked your side. Why didn't you prepare? The two of them looked at each other and snorted angrily. At this moment, the long-backed nosed ape was getting braver as it fought. With its long nose in hand, it was unstoppable. Junior brother, at this time, we shouldn't hold back, right? Qin Tianyu spoke at this moment. It's you who shouldn't hold back, right? The two looked at each other. It was obvious that neither of them trusted the other. However, seeing that the long-backed nosed ape was ruthless and had already injured more than 10 people in a short time, the two finally could not sit still. Two little foxes, seeing this scene, Mu Yun only sneered. These two fellows did not seem to be harmonious at all when they joined forces. They were both on guard against each other. However, the more they were like this, the greater the consumption of each other's strength. Perhaps in the end, their efforts would be in vain and the other would gain the upper hand. Swish, swish. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio just give me the map. Mu Yun saw this scene. It seemed that the two of them still had their own plans. Otherwise, the ape would have died long ago. However, Mu Yun was here to watch the show. She lay on the tree and did not move at all. She did not see the map on the ape's chest. However, if the two little foxes who were scheming against each other could work together, the map might be something special. After nearly 30 people were seriously injured, Qin Tianyu and Fengruoqing realized the seriousness of the situation. Only then did they show some of their skills and started to attack. Seeing this, Mu Yun only smiled. These two fellows insisted on injuring dozens of people before they started to attack. They were really unpredictable. Boom, not long after, there was a loud rumble. The body of the ape fell to the ground completely. Its body was covered with wounds and blood flowed freely. By persevering to this point, he had already used up his greatest potential. The opponent was too strong. It was no match for them. Qin Tianyu and Fengruoqing also attacked while panting heavily. Even though the ape was dead, what they cared about the most was the map on its chest. That map was the most important thing to them. Slash slash slash, almost instantly, Qin Tianyu and Fengruoqing attacked. Both of them attacked with their swords. A bloody gash was directly torn out on the chest of the throwback-nosed ape. Qin Tianyu and Fengruoqing appeared in front of their respective teams and looked at each other. You're fast. You're not slow either. The two of them looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. Now, I think we can sit down and have a good talk. Sure. 2 pieces of beast skin appeared in their hands. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled at each other. Immediately, the 2 of them sat down cross-legged and looked at each other. At the same time, the half of the map in their hands overlapped to form a complete map. This area is divided into the forest we're in. Xianxia said slowly, in this forest, there's a giant tree. It's quite extraordinary. From the giant tree, you can enter a forest space that's set up as a maze. There's a palace there. Xianxia looked at the map and said carefully. At the same time, Fengruoqing was also staring at the map. Muyun was farther away and did not know where the map was. She only saw that the 2 of them were looking at the map carefully, not daring to be distracted. Fengruoqing Muyun Yang, if that's the case, there's no need for us to stay together. Qin Tianyu stood up and said slowly. Senior brother Qin. However, Fengruoqing smiled and said, we are currently in the forest. I believe that you will definitely head towards the location of this giant tree. Why don't we go together and verify the markings on the map? Wouldn't that be great? Good. Hearing this, Qin Tianyu stood up and patted the dust off his body. He smiled and said, why do I feel that it's not good at all? Junior brother Feng, I know what you've done in the Heaven Sword Tower all these years. Last time, you sent the group of people who wanted to kill Muyun to the Dark Mystic Stone Field, right? Why do you say that, senior brother Qin? Didn't you send the 3rd elder to kill Muyun? In the end, it even caused the 3rd elder to lose an arm and it took him 10 years to recover? The 2 of them were at loggerheads. At this moment, they were completely at loggerheads. Muyun was also tired of watching from afar. These 2 fellows, from the very beginning until now, had never reconciled, quarreled, and did not find it troublesome. I think the 2 of you don't need to quarrel anymore. Just give me the map. However, as the 2 of them were arguing, a faint laughter suddenly rang out. Swoosh! 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 More than 10 figures flew over. Upon closer inspection, the auras of the dozen or so people were not weak at all. The person in the lead had a fair complexion. He held a feather fan in his hand, and his every movement gave off an ethereal feeling of immortality. EU. Qin Tianyu and Fengruoqing's faces stiffened when they saw who it was. However, Muyun did not have any impression of this person. Easy to deal with, looking at the stiff appearance of Qin Tianyu and Fengruoqing, this person should be a disciple of the 3 Extremes Heavenly Alliance. Since you know it's our senior brother E, take out the map scroll you just obtained. If senior brother E is in a good mood, he may spare your lives. A follower beside the man immediately shouted, our senior brother E is in the top 10 of the 3 Extremes Heavenly Alliance's outer league. Be sensible and know what to do. Top 10, no wonder Qin Tianyu and Fengruoqing looked so ugly when they saw this person. Senior brother E. Fengruoqing put away his tricks and directly held the map scroll with both hands. He smiled and said, I am naturally willing to offer this map scroll to senior brother E, but we also want to see what this secret place is like. Senior brother E, since you are eating meat, can you share some bone soup with us? Seeing the smile on Fengruoqing's face, before you could speak, that disciple shouted, share some soup with you? Sparing your lives is to share some soup with you. Sigh, just as that disciple finished speaking, EU closed his feather fan and immediately reprimanded, Heaven Sword Tower is also a subordinate of the 3 Extremes Heavenly Alliance. These 2 are naturally our junior brothers. How can you speak so rudely? Fengruoqing, right? Don't worry, I don't want to snatch this map. I just want to borrow it. Once I have a good look at it, I will definitely return it to you. After EU finished speaking, he looked at Qin Tianyu and said slowly, however, this Qin Tianyu doesn't seem too willing. Senior brother E, you must be joking. Qin Tianyu immediately said, junior brother will naturally do his best to cooperate with senior brother E. Handing over the map scroll with both hands, Qin Tianyu was furious in his heart. After working so hard for half a day, he had made a wedding dress for someone else for no reason. It was really infuriating. If it was just that, it would be fine. This EU was completely a whore trying to set up a monument to her chastity. If he wanted to snatch it, he snatched it. What was the point of borrowing it? How disgusting. Seeing this scene, Yu took the two maps and directly combined them into one. Looking at the symbol on the map, a smile gradually appeared on Yu's face. So it's here. Yu said slowly, for the past few days, I have been looking at this forest. It is quite strange, but I still can't find the source. It turns out that it is in an illusion array. No wonder we couldn't find it. After Yu finished speaking, he looked at everyone and said, You Heaven Sword Tower discovered this place. Yu, can't be ungrateful. This time, you will come with me to explore the secret place. How about it? Thank you, senior brother E. Before Qin Tianyu could speak, Feng Ruoqing immediately cupped his hands and smiled. That attitude made it seem as if Yu was his father. Qin Tianyu immediately felt inferior in his heart. Feng Ruoqing was indeed better than him in this aspect. Okay, then let's go. After Yu finished speaking, he turned and left. Oh, right. Suddenly, Yuji said slowly, Does your Heavenly Sword Tower have another closed-door disciple called Ren Gangang? That's right. He is the Tower Master's youngest disciple. Yu nodded and said, Oh. Then I'm sorry. I met him earlier, but there was a conflict and I accidentally killed him. Also, your Tower Master's daughter. Xianxia resisted too fiercely, so I captured her. As Yu spoke, he waved his hand, and two figures walked out. Between the two of them, a figure in a black robe was pinned. At that moment, the black hood on the figure's head was taken off, revealing a face full of despair. It was Xianxia. Senior brother Qin, senior brother Feng. When Xianxia saw the two of them, she immediately roared, Senior brother, avenge brother gang. They deliberately provoked you. Avenge brother gang by killing him. Xianxia immediately shouted when she saw the two of them. Little junior sister. However, seeing this, Feng Ruoqing immediately said, Don't talk nonsense. Ren Gangang has always been stubborn and self-opinionated. He offended senior brother E. Senior brother E has already spared your life on account of the Tower Master. That's right, little junior sister. Ren Gangang deserved to die. Senior brother E showed mercy and didn't hold it against you. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Tianyu also consoled her. Hearing this, Xianxia's face turned pale. Then, she burst into laughter. That's right. She was so stupid, Feng Ruoqing and Qin Tianyu wanted Ren Gangang dead. Now that Yu was stronger than them, how could they avenge Xianxia for Ren Gangang? How laughable. How laughable, Xianxia glared at Yuji and shouted, You're dead. You're dead. Yuji, someone is going to kill you. If he finds out that you killed his brother, he'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Regret? Yu chuckled. The two of you have to be my witnesses. Ren Gangang had a death wish, and I had no choice but to kill him. Xianxia, I knew how your leader would feel, so I spared her life. Senior brother E is magnanimous. I, Feng Ruoqing, am impressed. Feng Ruoqing immediately cupped his hands and said. Fine, fine. I'll return Xianxia to you. Watch her carefully. Don't let her ruin things this time. Yu pushed Xianxia to the front as soon as he finished speaking. Qin Tianyu immediately went forward to catch Xianxia. Little junior sister, don't call me junior sister. Xianxia immediately shouted, her face cold. Why do you have to do this? Qin Tianyu's eyes were filled with bitterness. Stop crying crocodile tears. You should be the happiest person to know that Brother Gang is dead, right? Xianxia shouted. Don't say that I didn't warn you. When we return to the Heaven Sword Tower, Qin Tianyu, you can forget about becoming the leader for the rest of your life. Junior sister, Qin Tianyu still said bitterly. Let's go. However, at this moment, Yu had already started to lead the group forward. With Ren Gangang dead, he didn't have the heart to care about the grudges between the people of the Heaven Sword Tower. The reason why he didn't kill Xianxia this time was because he was worried about offending the leader of the Heaven Sword Tower, Tian Junyu. After all, Tian Junyu was the leader of the Heaven Sword Tower, a bronze-level organization. If he could avoid offending him, he would try his best not to. The group of people left. At this moment, a figure floated down from the tree like a falling leaf. It was Mu Yun. However, at this moment, Mu Yun clenched her fists tightly. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her cold killing intent had frozen the surrounding trees. "You. You're dead." Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Backstabbing. On the other side, Iyuji was leading a team of more than 100 people towards the place marked on the map. Phone rewatching. Junior brother is here. Hearing Iyuji's call, Phone rewatching immediately ran over with a smile on his face, just like a manservant. Tian Xianxia said that Ren Gangang has a good brother. Who is this good brother? Iyuji smiled. I'm not worried about this person, but judging from Tian Xianxia's confidence, it seems like this person is very strong. Senior brother you're overthinking. Phone rewatching suddenly smiled and said, this guy is just a lucky bastard. He was originally an ordinary disciple of the Sword sect, an ordinary iron force. Along the way, he has been taking advantage of opportunities. Now that he has reached the level 7 earthly celestial realm, he has begun to use his own means to become the sect leader of the Sword sect and the tower leader of the Heavenly Sword Tower. Level 7 Earth Immortal? Haha. Iyuji laughed heartily when he heard this. He laughed confidently and arrogantly. He thought that Rengongong's good brother would be very powerful, but he was just a level 7 Earth Immortal. He was a level 3 Heaven Immortal, ranked in the top 10 of the Outer League of the Trinity Heavenly Alliance. There was a gap of 6 grades between them, and the difference between the professions of an Earth Immortal and a Heaven Immortal. Mu Yun was nothing to him. Iyuji was relieved. But what? Phone rewatching laughed. This guy is growing very fast, and he has Heavenly Saint aptitude. Heavenly Saint aptitude? The smile on Iyuji's face gradually turned cold. I'd like to meet this genius with Heavenly Saint aptitude. Phone rewatching smiled when he saw this. He knew that Mu Yun, who was a level 7 Earth Immortal, was nothing in Iyuji's eyes. However, Iyuji could not ignore Mu Yun's Heavenly Saint aptitude. Xiaochen understood that Iyu cared a lot about face and was narrow-minded. It was impossible for Iyu to allow a demonic genius with Heavenly Sage aptitude to be his enemy. It was best to push Mu Yun to the opposite side of Iyuji. At this moment, the group moved forward and arrived at the location marked on the map. A giant tree that was 1,000 meters tall stood there. Iyuji smiled when he saw the giant tree. I felt that this place is strange, but unfortunately, I didn't find anything wrong with it. So there's an illusory formation here. Swoosh. However, as soon as Iyuji finished speaking, numerous figures suddenly appeared in the originally calm forest in front of them for no apparent reason. Those figures appeared to be in a rather sorry state. Furthermore, they seemed to be attempting something. F***ck, I didn't expect this place to be so dangerous. This illusion array is simply too lethal. Yeah, damn it. 2 voices were heard at the same time. Iyuji swoosh, the people who appeared in front of him were the people from the Triple Heavenly Alliance. They were a group of several dozen people. Although they appeared to be in a sorry state, they were not injured. Coincidentally, he knew the 2 people in the lead. Xianxia. Do Luo Tian. Iyuji swoosh. Swoosh. Senior brother Smiles appeared on their faces when they saw Iyuji. Senior brother I didn't expect to meet you here. It is indeed a coincidence. Iyuji looked at the 2 people with a gloomy expression. Why is senior brother here? Could it be that you've also discovered the strange illusory formation here? Xianxia walked forward, her crescent eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. Xianxia, what are you talking about? Don't you see the map in senior brother Yi's hand? He must have discovered it again. The other man said. Xianxia, Do Luo Tian, the 2 of you can stop putting on an act here. Iyuji shouted. I discovered the secret of this place. If you dare to enter, come with me. Hearing this, Xianxia and Do Luo Tian looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. They had only said it casually at first, but Do Luo Tian felt that it was strange when he saw the map in Iyuji's hand. Unexpectedly, Iyuji openly admitted it. However, Iyuji had no other choice. These two people had always been at odds with him in the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. Now, even if he deceived them and entered the secret area, these two people would not give up. Rather than being silently targeted behind his back, he might as well openly admit it and lead the two into the secret area. Currently, he was the strongest, a rank 3 heavenly immortal. As for Xianxia and Dou Luotian, although they were very famous in the outer alliance of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance, they were only rank 2 heavenly immortals. In addition, Feng Ruoqing and Qin Tianyu were also rank 1 heavenly immortals. He still had the advantage. In that case, senior brother Yi, why don't we enter and investigate? Xianxia smiled. Let's go. Iyuji took the lead, holding the map in his hand. He looked ahead, his eyes full of caution. The map indicated how to enter the secret area. However, he could not tell if there were other dangers. Iyuji took the lead, and they followed behind. They immediately advanced. When they entered the secret area, the scene before them changed drastically. It was no longer a forest, but a boundless land of blood. The color of blood filled the entire sky and earth. Everyone knew that all of this was just an illusion. Even so, it was still hard to believe. Looking at this place, it was truly too mysterious. Follow my footsteps. Iyuji had to instruct everyone. There would not be any problems if they followed a normal pace. However, if someone took the wrong step, a part of the illusion formation might be activated, and a killing formation would appear. That would be troublesome. At this moment, a figure slowly appeared outside the illusion formation. Mu Yun stood outside the illusion formation, dressed in a green robe. With a wave of her hand, a black cloak appeared on her body. Her eyes were filled with killing intent, and her body was extremely cold. The black cloak was directly draped over her body, and the hood on the back of the cloak was scraped over her body. The corners of Mu Yun's mouth curled up slightly. Iyuji, Xianxia, Dou Luotian, Qin Tianyu, and Feng Ruoqing are all gathered here, right? Mu Yun said slowly, 7th grade Earth Immortal? Even if you are only at the human immortal realm, you will all die. Her cold words spread, and Mu Yun followed suit and entered the illusion formation. Along the way, he had lost too many friends, so in this life, he did not want anyone to leave him. Family, lover, friend, he did not want to lose any of them. Wu Jiaoyan had submitted to him back then, and died under the 9th floor of the 9-layered spiritual pagoda. He already blamed himself. Later, Lin Yishan's fate was indeed very tragic, but now, when he heard the news of Ren Gongong's death, it was as if a thorn had been pulled out from his heart. This thorn was pulling at his heart. With a slight movement, it was bleeding. He did not want to experience this kind of pain. Step by step, Mu Yun entered the illusion formation. The scene in front of her changed drastically. Blood light swayed, and everything seemed to be a world of blood, making it difficult for her to open her eyes. An overwhelming murderous aura came at her. Mu Yun stepped in and stood on the spot, watching everything. Illusion formation? Mu Yun looked at everything and smiled slightly. Iyuji, you have a scroll in your hand, right? Mu Yun smiled slightly. In this kind of illusion formation, a wrong step would trigger a chain reaction. At this moment, Mu Yun roughly judged which step Iyuji and the others had taken. Mu Yun stood in front of them and walked dozens of steps, but did not trigger any formation. As for formations, he had already accumulated a certain amount of experience. This formation could not trap him. After walking another 100 meters, Mu Yun suddenly stopped. However, at this moment, Mu Yun directly took a step to the left. In front, Iyuji had already led the others through 1,000 meters and was safe and sound. However, suddenly, Iyuji took a step forward. Swoosh, 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 in the blink of an eye, numerous silhouettes closed in. Those figures were covered in blood and wrapped in blood bandages, and their speed was extremely fast. However, although Iyuji entered with the help of the scroll, he was already prepared for an unexpected situation and immediately retreated. Boom, 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 immediately, the sound of killing was heard. Iyuji struck out with his palm. However, his figure retreated explosively as he contended with the warriors with bloody bandages. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately became nervous. The warriors with blood bandages seemed to be too fast, and they did not see their real bodies at all. As Iyuji retreated, everyone looked over and realized what the hell it was. It was about the same height and body shape as a human, but its entire body was covered in blood bandages, like a mummy made by some witches. However, the face that was exposed was filled with contempt. Was it a living person or a dead person? Kill. However, before everyone could wake up from their shock, a low shout was heard, and the mummy suddenly said this word and directly attacked. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard, and everyone immediately felt the murderous aura in the air. Prepare for battle. Iyuji had just exchanged blows with those mummies and determined that all of them had the strength of the heaven immortal realm. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand his palm and still be alive. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that the defense of these mummies, if he guessed correctly, was very strong. However, how could this be? Iyuji really could not understand. He had clearly followed the marks on the map, so how could he be wrong? Naturally, he did not know that all of this was caused by Mu Yun, who was behind them. Mu Yun could almost determine the foundation of an illusory formation. A casual step would trigger a chain reaction, not on his side, but on this side. He understood that Iyuji and the others had probably encountered an obstacle now. Mu Yun slowly stepped forward and walked out again. At least half of the people in this illusory formation would remain. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Silver Scatter Sky Shattering Bullet at the front. Iyuji's face was ashen. Damn it. Senior Brother E, what's going on? She looked at the corpses of the mummies on the ground. Seeing her junior brothers dead and seriously injured, Xianxia was unable to accept it. Do Luo Tian also spoke. Senior Brother E, could it be that you didn't follow the formation diagram? What are your intentions? What intentions could I possibly have? Hearing this, Iyuji was instantly enraged. His words made it sound like he was hoping for something to happen. This made him feel very sullen. I walked at the front. Did you want me to take the risk myself? Moreover, it's not just your people who have been injured. My people have also been injured. Iyuji immediately shouted, his tone extremely unfriendly. Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing felt bitter from the bottom of their hearts as they watched the three of them quarrel. These three were all disciples of the Tripolarity Heavenly Alliance. The disciples they'd brought were all powerful. However, the disciples they'd brought were all Sky Sword Pavilion disciples. Most of them were 5th rank Earth Immortals. They were the ones who'd suffered the most losses. The two of them didn't say anything, but the three were arguing. However, Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing didn't dare to speak. They didn't have the right to speak now. Continue forward. Iyuji suddenly shouted, if the two of you don't want to follow, then you don't have to. I'm not forcing you to follow. With that, Iyuji stepped forward. Seeing the dozen or so experts they'd lost, Xianxia and Do Luo Tian looked at each other. Although they were heartbroken, Iyuji had also lost some of his disciples. Iyuji didn't seem to have done it on purpose. But how could this have happened? It was very strange. The group continued forward. Behind them, within the illusory formation, a black figure slowly tailed them. The first wave is over. The second wave should begin. Let me think, which position is the most powerful? As Mu Yun spoke, she waved her hand. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the ground in front of her collapsed. Amidst the collapse, black serpents as thick as an arm and more than 5 meters long crawled out from the collapsed ground. A hissing sound spread across the blood-colored land. However, the black mysterious snakes treated Mu Yun like air. They did not care about her at all. They continued to climb forward and disappeared into the blood-red ground. Seeing this, Mu Yun revealed a faint smile. Continue to enjoy your journey forward. Slowly raising her hands, Mu Yun disappeared from the blood-colored ground. Hiss hiss, at the same time, everyone moved forward. However, behind them, a hissing sound could be heard. Everyone suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. What happened? Iyuji frowned as he looked behind him. I don't know. Xianxua's brows also furrowed. They had followed the directions on the map, but it seemed that they hadn't triggered anything. However, right at that moment, a miserable shriek was suddenly heard. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Everyone's face turned cold at this moment. On the blood-colored ground, a figure was lifted up high, at a height of 2 to 3 meters. A black mysterious snake bit the disciple, coiled around him and swallowed him into its stomach. The black mysterious snake's abdomen instantly expanded. In a short moment, everyone saw that the black mysterious snake's thick body had been completely digested. However, its length had increased by 2 to 3 meters. Everyone immediately tensed up. Hiss hiss, however, that terrifying sound was getting louder and louder at this moment. Looking around, everyone discovered that they had unknowingly been surrounded by the black mysterious snakes. Kill. At that moment, there was no need for words. Only by directly attacking could they survive. In his anger, Iyuji directly attacked. What was going on? Iyuji was completely dumbfounded. They had clearly followed the directions on the map and entered the illusion array. However, why did this kind of unexpected situation occur again and again? Everyone was immediately surrounded by the black mysterious snakes and the battle began again. This time, Mu Yun's figure had already appeared 100 meters behind them. Crawling on the ground, Mu Yun was like a withered blade of grass. There was not the slightest trace of life. At that moment, the black mysterious snakes launched a ferocious attack. Over 100 people were surrounded. The scene was instantly chaotic. Mu Yun, who was crawling on the ground, saw that everyone was indeed in a sorry state at that moment. Xianxia's hands and feet were bound in the crowd. She had no time to care about herself. However, Qin Tianyu did not give up on controlling Xianxia at that moment. He stood in the crowd and firmly protected Xianxia from beginning to end. Seeing this, Mu Yun's brows furrowed into a knot. She did not expect Qin Tianyu to still be so nervous about Xianxia at that moment. He had originally wanted to rely on the killing array and the illusion array to keep everyone here. However, he was worried that he would accidentally injure Xianxia. Therefore, he had carefully activated some killing arrays along the way. Seeing the chaotic situation, he had wanted to bring Xianxia out first. However, he did not expect Qin Tianyu to still keep such a close watch on Xianxia at that moment. This made things difficult for him. He was afraid that once he appeared, Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing would entangle him without the slightest hesitation. At that time, he would not be able to save Xianxia, and the two of them would be in danger. However, if that were to happen, it would not be so easy to deal with this group of people. However, no matter what, he could only think of a way to deal with them. Those black mysterious snakes were not very aggressive. However, they were extremely fast. Furthermore, once they swallowed someone into their stomach, they would digest them extremely quickly. Their strength would increase in the blink of an eye. At that speed, they were simply unable to react at all. One by one, their companions disappeared. The battle became more and more miserable. Damn it! Iyuji could not help but curse in a low voice. You're still saying that we deserve to die? However, right after Iyuji said those words, Xiaoyue and Dou Luotian could not help but shout at him. Right now, they should be the ones to say those words. How was Iyuji supposed to lead the way? Could it be that you're blaming me for something like this? Iyuji's expression turned cold. I already said that if you didn't want to come with me, then don't. What are you complaining about now? Iyuji's tyrannical attitude left the two speechless. Indeed, they could give Iyuji some pressure if they worked together, but it would be too difficult to defeat him. There were countless rank 3 heavenly immortals in the entire Triple Heavenly Alliance. What did Iyuji rely on to be able to stand in the top 10, powerful strength? The two of them were only rank 2 heavenly immortals. All they could do was complain. If Iyuji really became angry, they would not have a good time. The group did not say a word and continued to fight. Time slowly passed. Gradually, the situation on the battlefield became more and more unfavorable. The group was faintly showing signs of not being able to hold on. Damn it! Iyuji's expression turned cold when he saw several dead disciples around him. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being merciless. Iyuji's expression turned cold as he punched out. Boom, Iyuji opened his fist. Suddenly, a silver-white pearl exploded from his palm. Crackling sounds could be heard. Immediately, the silver pearl exploded, and rays of silver light began to spread out. In an instant, the bodies of the black snakes that were pierced by the silver light began to corrode and fester. They looked incomparably miserable. The atmosphere on the battlefield gradually became somewhat heavy. The black snakes were all killed by Iyuji in one fell swoop. Seeing this, the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoyue immediately shouted, "Iyuji, did you really have to sacrifice so many people to use this method?" Looking at Iyuji, Xiaoyue was truly furious. This guy was truly too heartless. Seeing the disciples around him die, he did not take it out. Instead, he had taken it out because of the heavy casualties. "Shut up!" Iyuji immediately shouted, "Each of these silver scatter heaven-shattering silver bullets is worth a low-grade heavenly artifact. Are you willing to part with them?" "Xiaoyue, Doluo Tian, I know that the two of you have life-saving methods in your hands. Even now, you are unwilling to use them. You know what your intentions are." Iyuji shouted when he saw the two sinister expressions. Humph. Since they could not see eye to eye, they did not say anything else. However, the losses this time were too great. They did not dare to act rashly. Most of the disciples sat down and began to recover. Some of the heavily injured disciples hurriedly swallowed immortal pills to heal themselves. Time passed little by little. Gradually, Iyuji stood up. His complexion had recovered a lot. "You, go in front." Iyuji walked up to Tian Xian'er, pointed at her, and shouted, "Senior brother E." Qin Tianyu immediately said anxiously, "Xian'er is our house lord, I know." Iyuji interrupted Qin Tianyu and said directly, "I know that she is your house lord's daughter. However, the current situation is dangerous. Even if she is your house lord's daughter, it will be troublesome to keep her around. She could be the best scout for us. If you don't want to, let your subordinates scout ahead." Hearing this, Qin Tianyu's expression immediately turned ugly. He was clearly forcing Tian Xian'er into a dead end by doing this. "Qin Tianyu, stop pretending. If I die, you will push all the blame to Brother Gang. Isn't this your best plan?" Tian Xian'er shouted, "Don't worry. Even if I die, you, Qin Tianyu, won't be able to escape. Don't forget about Mu Yun's methods." "Xian'er, how can you think of me that way?" Qin Tianyu said bitterly, "Don't you know what I mean to you?" "Tui." Tian Xian'er spat on the ground. She looked at Qin Tianyu and said, "You and Luo Shuiyan were moaning on the Luo Shui peak. The entire Heavenly Sword Tower knows about it. Why are you still pretending to be a gentleman? Disgusting." Hearing this, Qin Tianyu's face turned cold. "Bitch, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Then you can die." End of chapter 1094. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.